Sure. But yes, let's talk about almost 2 hours in. Let's talk about Resurrections.
Yeah, we had to slowly set it up.
Yeah, we had to. Everyone's gone now, and they're like, "Well, they didn't talk about it. I'm leaving." Next week it will be better because we'll basically just have original.
It's literally just going to be that, and that's it.
And again, like this was just like a Dexter. Like we're just getting out everything, and then we can move forward next week. But Resurrections, my first time I'm ever watching modern. Actually, I guess both of us. This first time either of us are watching modern.
Yeah, first time. First time we get to actually see it as it releases. Yeah. First time we got to kind of experience the lead up and the promotion. Like they did so well with the promotion for this show. Like leading up to it, all of the the set pictures kind of strategically released and not telling us too much. And then we get to the CCXP panel, which is where they started revealing a lot of information. Where we got that first trailer, we got posters, we got character descriptions. And they just went all out, like the red carpet premiere. They brought back so many of the original actors. They had new series actors plus original Sin actors, and like everybody was at this event, which was really cool to kind of see everybody interact in that regard.
I've been loving all the memes and like I've been loving
edits are back.
Being like, hey, say this line, and like all the characters trying to do their best, and like that's been really. It's been really cool.
They just seem so excited to be back, and it's just for this property to have had new life breathed into it.
Yeah,
it is literally a resurrection of Dexter the character, Dexter the show, and Dexter the fandom.
Yeah, and I think it's so interesting because, it does feel like this season, or at least the first episode, felt like a reward for the long-term fans, where it's like, listen, we know the last couple of seasons weren't people's favorites.
Yeah, we know we kind of messed up a little bit.
We know a lot of you did not like New Bloods. Here's a little thank you. Here's 20 cameos in 8 minutes. Whatever.
It is you're right. It is a love letter to the original show.
It is.
There's so many pieces of overlap. There's so many fun little references and ties and, wrapping up small little loose ends from the end of New Blood and things like that. And just setting the stage very well, like resetting the status quo. You've got Harry back in the dark passenger seat.
Yes.
And
rest in peace, Deb. They don't explain that. They don't explain where Deb went.
Well, I mean, I guess she died. She was like, "Hey, you don't need me anymore." Kind of in the same way that at the end of season 8, Harry was like,
"Yeah,
you don't need me anymore."
It kind of felt like after he gave Harrison these tools to do what he did, she was like, "Well," like she appears in that last episode, but it's kind of like, "Well, I'm out of here."
It's like, okay, I'm not the face that you need to see right now. Like, you need Harry. Yeah. And again, but that's Dexter's brain, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think that works well because I think like he needed Deb to grieve over her, grieve over death, and he needed her in that isolation, and now he needs a father, right? Like he needs to look at his father and be like, "Hey, what did you do for me?"
Yes, and Dexter needs his father because Harrison needs his father.
His father, yeah. And I do think it is kind of a perfect extension of this universe and of Dexter's story, where like he's been a father, but he's never really truly been a father. I feel like fatherhood has always taken second place for Dexter. Like
as much as he tries, he's always number one, a serial killer.
Yes. And now they're one and the same, right? Those two worlds have combined, so his brain can be like, "Oh no, my world is about my son now, and that's going to be what's most important to me." And I think
that's exactly how the show sets it up, right? Is like just let's pick up, right? So the first episode, what is it titled? A Beating Heart, and it picks up right where we left off. At the end of New Blood, right at the beginning of Original Sin. It's been 10 weeks. Dexter's been in a coma. And he gets a few visits from some friendly, not so friendly ghosts.
Yeah.
Hello, Dexter Morgan. Everybody's favorite Miguel, and then Dokes, as well as obviously Harry. So yeah, I mean, dude, these again. I wish we didn't know about these cameos going into it.
Yeah.
But I think they serve their purpose very, very well.
And they don't overdo it either.
No, it's not a gratuitous cameo.
I feel like a part of me, like, in the moment, I was like, oh man, don't go. I want to see this, like, it would be cool. And maybe there's a small possibility again this season.
Maybe they come back.
Yeah, maybe. And so, but that was such a, I think, like I said, it felt like a thank you to somebody of those.
Yes, 100%.
Tortured for the 10-year break after what they did to him. It's like, here's a little treat,
Here's a little treat, and they are the catalyst. They're the motivation for Dexter to get up, right? They're like, hey, we had our differences in the past. You messed up, we messed up, but hey, our relationship made you who you are today, and who you are today is a father that needs to get back out there and protect your son.
Yeah. I think Miguel was probably the, not the weakest one, because I enjoyed seeing him, but he that one's kind of just there, and I feel like he didn't say a lot. But I think Arthur was real. I liked Arthur. I liked his little back and forth with Dexter, where it's like, he's my son. I birthed Dexter. I birthed Harrison. You may be his father, but I raised him, kind of thing. Like, I was there where you weren't. And it's like, oh man, this is really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And then I liked, Dokes' whole thing is like, you are a creep. You've always been a creep, but at least go save yourself.
Yeah, it's like, hey, like, I saw something deep down in you, and it's like, you know what is like, it feels out of place. It's like, would Dokes actually say this? But they were kind of getting to that point at the end of season 2, and it's so funny to think about, like, okay, in another life where crazy Lila didn't exist, maybe Dexter and Dokes could have come to some sort of agreement and common ground, and they could have been friends.
They were friends once he saw the real Dexter, and I thought that was interesting, right?
Because there were shreds of Dexter could see parts of himself in Dokes, and Dokes could see parts of himself in Dexter.
Yes.
So that was a very interesting connection.
Dexter could see the bad in Dokes, and Dokes could see the
good in Dexter.
Yeah.
Dexter could see the bad in the bad side of Dokes, but Dokes could see the good side of Dexter.
Yeah. I guess that works.
Yeah.
But yeah, and obviously they had him say his iconic line, which I loved. I did roll my eyes just a little bit.
We need it.
Obviously,
we need that as a clip drop. We need to do that for next week. We need to.
Motherfucker. I would be mad if they didn't do it, but I also had to roll my eyes a little bit. I was like, all right.
Right. It's like, okay, it's they're self-conscious. Like, they know about the memes.
Oh, I think they knew of the memes even before the original show ended. Because
Trinity said, "Hello, Dexter Morgan." Like, he said the thing too. Like, that's also very memed.
Yeah.
No. I'm standing right outside your house, Kyle.
No, it's I'm glad they did it. It's like the Family Guy meme where it's like, he said the thing.
Exactly.
So it's I hope that brought joy to people. Here's something I thought about today.
Okay.
If Dokes never said that line, if that line never existed, do you think Dokes would be as popular as a character that he is? Because people love Dokes, but I do think a lot of it is because they love that scene. They love that one scene, and it sticks in your mind.
I think so, just because he said so many other iconic things.
Yeah.
Like the scene too where he confronts Dexter on the pier. Or like at the docks there in season 2, where it's like, it was you all along. I got you. You're the Bay Harbor Butcher. Like that scene there too, I think, is the other iconic side of it. And like, they have some really fun interactions.
He's a good character, and I think like in the context of the show, obviously he's still very important. But anytime I ever hear Dokes mentioned, it's because they are quoting him, quoting that one line. And I was like, would people be as excited for him to show up if he doesn't say that line. Like, you know, if he never had that line, would people be like, "Oh, it's him! Oh my gosh!" He'd be like,
"Oh, it's
cool,
the guy."
It's you know, it's like, "Oh, all right, cool."
It's like, "Oh, hey, it's the guy from season 2 that hasn't aged in 16 years."
And I will say he aged very good. Like, I think he could just play that his like season 2 self again without anything like, oh.
I think too, in a funny way, I think Dexter actually looks younger this season than he did in New Blood.
Which I think is the point, right? Like I think in like New Blood he's supposed to look like old.
Yeah, kind of like old and disheveled. Yeah, a little bit.
It's supposed to be like your like old man Logan moment, and then in like Deadpool and Wolverine, he's supposed to look like fresh and
right.
Good as new.
He's back. Yeah, he's back. I think that's a really good contrast there.
No, that was good. That was good. We already mentioned it. I'm already liking Harrison more here than I did in the other one. I maybe that's because a lot of his friends aren't here. Like the high school stuff isn't really here. But I very instantly I was like, oh, I feel like I could be content if this was the show. Like if you weren't having all these other elements, I'd be like, I am still really enjoying this, and I think I think it works. I kind of like this new template where it's like, yes, he's still going after people, obviously, but this new aspect of like, well, I'm going to clean up his messes. I'm going to clean up his thing. And I think this, introducing this new cast of characters in here. I don't have any of their names memorized yet, but I liked this new, I like this almost new this like they have their own Dexter, right? This new kind of special cop character that's just an expert and can trace things super easily, and Dexter's like, fuck, they have a meet. This is terrible. Like this
right. And Dexter's doing the thing where he's like saying all the words in his head, and then and just as he's saying it, it's like, oh, he could have done this with this, and then they say the exact same thing. And he's like,
fuck.
yeah. I think that's fun. But back to Harrison though, right? So the episode 1 kind of opens up giving us our own kind of Harrison style of the Dexter intro. Like you get to see him like he shaves and he's like listening to the music, going through his morning routine. I feel like him kind of going into the hotel was very similar to like what you would see of Dexter in an earlier season, like, greeting everybody at the police department, that sort of thing. Like very much so, again, drawing those parallels like father, like son. Yeah. Harrison seems to be doing well up until the big thing of the episode that is really going to be the big catalyst of the whole show, right? Is so Harrison kills somebody, and he does it because this person fits the code. He does it to protect this innocent woman, kills this guy, and goes about it in a Dexter manner, right? Yeah. So he cleans up the crime scene. Yeah. He makes everything look nice and pristine. He chops the body up into 9 individual pieces, which is, again, a great tie because once Dexter hears that, he's like, that's my son. Like, I taught him to do that. And he's excited. And Harry's like, dude, are you happy that your son just murdered somebody? But I think it's fun, though, too, is that Harrison does this like an old pro. Like, from what we know, this is legitimately his first real kill.
His first kill, yeah.
But in Harrison's mind, this is not his first kill because he still thinks that he killed his father.
Yeah.
And which is why not only does this kill continue to haunt him throughout episode 1, episode 2, but also he's having PTSD to Back to the Forest. Like when he goes up the elevator, he still sees that. He's seeing visions of his father. And even when he eventually sees his father for real, he thinks he's still hallucinating as well. So this is really getting to Harrison. I know you mentioned as well, like Harrison's still like, he throws up at the sight of like the body and stuff like that, which...
And that's what separates him and Dexter, right?
Yes.
It's like Dexter wouldn't care about...
Right, no, is Dexter's fascinated by the blood and all of that, wherein Harrison is fascinated by I feel like the vigilante aspect of it.
He wants to be a hero.
He wants to
be Batman. Yeah.
No, the Punisher.
And that makes him like I think that's kind of like what Deb kind of wanted for him in the end, where it's like she didn't want that, right? She wanted him to be normal and not a murderer, but she's like, okay, I can get wanting to be a hero and saving people and stuff like that, but why do you like it? Why do you have trophies of it? So,
yes.
So it almost like it seems like a version of this scenario that Deb would have wanted for Dexter.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
right, and you're right. The trophies, Harrison doesn't keep a trophy.
Doesn't keep it. No,
he doesn't keep a trophy, but he accidentally keeps a trophy though. Is the watch that the guy gave him to fix that he still has in his possession. I have such a big theory. Like, should I just say it now, and then we'll go into everything? Okay,
go for it.
Okay, so again, big setup. Dexter's been out of commission for 10 weeks. He has to go through all this, physical therapy, all that stuff. The ghosts send him on his track. He gets a visit from Batista. Batista is kind of like excited to see his friend in one breath, but in the other, he's like, I heard all these things about you being the Bay Harbor Butcher. It's suspicious what happened to you when you disappeared. Suspicious surrounding the death of LaGuerta, all of that. Yeah, and I got here to Iron Lake. Your ex-girlfriend told me that you were the Bay Harbor Butcher, but then she retracted her statement, said that Chief Bishop covered all of Dexter's tracks, which I think is very weird if we never hear from her again. I don't know why. Like, outside of the little note that she gave, or sent to him, basically like, thanks for helping me catch my killer. Like, I don't see that as her, like, as much as she would appreciate that. Everything that we learned about her in New Blood would lead me to believe, like, yeah, sure, she'd be grateful, but she's not gonna let Dexter free. Like, she's not gonna trade catching one killer to let another killer go. Like,
and I
maybe
think
go ahead.
Like, she had that moment with Harrison, right? Like her gift to Dexter was, I will let your son free, and he will not get prosecuted for this crime. But you are going to go to prison forever, arguably a worse killer than Mr. Krabs, right? Like, obviously, like, he was a bad guy, but like as far as she knows, hundreds of bodies that Dexter has comparatively to 20, 30 that this guy had, right?
Bay Harbor Butcher.
Right. So yeah, like Short Car says, I understood they wrote themselves into a corner. Angela backtracking seems like weak writing. Dexter lied on multiple occasions so far. She wouldn't let 100, and I was actually kind of a little pissed at the start because I was like, bro, what?
It's like it almost sounds like this is like something that would happen if she got paid off or something. You know what I mean? Is like, it just seems sketchy. If that makes sense.
I understand they need a status quo, and for the show to work, they don't want Dexter to be this known criminal.
Right, like they can't have those ties to Iron Lake anymore, to New Blood. But again, it just doesn't. I wouldn't say it like, I wouldn't say it like totally kills her character for me, but like, that's going to be such an interesting conversation if she ever reappears. Like, I would like to know why. Because again, on the surface, okay, thanks for helping me catch my killer. Let's let Harrison live his life. And maybe she's like, okay, well, Harrison needs his father. But like 2 seconds ago, you were happy with the fact that he died. And he killed Logan. She covered up a murder. It's one thing to give him the Bay Harbor Butcher pass, but she covered up the murder to the extent that made now Logan look like a bad guy. Han shot first, Logan shot first, and Dexter was just defending himself. Where's Quinn at? We need our it was obviously self-defense drop as well. But come on, like that might be my. Yeah, that might be the my only quote unquote issue with it. Again, not necessarily a big issue. It's something that has to happen in order to propel the plot forward for what they want to tell here.
But then I think it's like, should it be happening in the first place then?
Yeah, exactly. It's the writers being like, all right, cool. We wrote like you said, we wrote ourselves into a little bit of a corner. Let's squeak our way out. brush it under the rug and never talk about it again.
Yeah, and I think that is because like I think that was a little bit of my excitement for this new show. I understand why because they don't want that, right? But there was part of me that's like, do people finally know who Dexter Morgan is and what he's done? And I was low-key really excited for like the consequences of that. I was like, okay, a Dexter that's like on the run from like the law, and like I thought that was kind of like him trying to do what he does. Well, and I know that probably would have been a bit silly because he would always get out of these things where he shouldn't have. But like, I was fascinated to see what that was going to be like.
Yeah, it's once again Dexter like weasels his way out of. He weasels his way out of yet another like certain death scenario. And speaking of certain death scenario, it's like, oh, it was so cold that it slowed your heart rate, slowed the bleeding.
No. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Mr. Blood Spatter Analyst, is that true? Is that true, Dexter? Like,
this might be some of the weak, like just in this first part here.
There's a lot of mental gymnastics that you have to do in order to again get to the part of the show that is the show itself. But once that gets going, you're like, okay, cool. I'm here. I'm here for it. And again, not that it was bad storytelling. I just think it was again very obvious that it was okay. We're writing ourselves out of this corner to propel the story forward. But again, I think Batista coming into play here was great. I think again, this is the original Sin reference that you're not going to get. Okay. But for those of you who have seen Original Sin, him bringing Dexter the Cubano sandwich. He orders those in Original Sin, which I think is very fun. Cool. But obviously too is Dexter, the Dexter food stuff is awesome. Like, get the sandwiches, orders the burgers, he likes the pickles. I think the cop from Iron Lake is like, oh, he must be so miserable. Dexter's just like chowing down. I love that. I think hungry Dexter is my spirit animal. Like, I feel like a lot of times I am hungry Dexter.
And that, you know, like again, I've waited like 3 days for it, obviously, but I feel like there's a lot of people that have been waiting for the Batista Dexter reunion after all these years. Yeah, like that's what people wanted out of New Blood, and they didn't get it there. And maybe one of the reasons why they brought it back in the first place is like, okay, people clearly want all these like interactions that we've been waiting for. And I
think it was great. Is like there was so much tension there without them saying anything. Like
he knows that he knows, and he knows, and it's like, but we can't
say that we know. Yeah. Literally he came in there, he laid all his cards out on the table. He's like, dude, I know you're the butcher. I know you had something to do with my wife's death. Like, you're going down. You're going down, buddy. Like, we were friends, but like,
and he still wants to believe him, right?
Yeah, like there's shreds. Like when he goes to check on him, like in the shower, he's like, "Oh, like, hey, Dexter, you okay? You okay in there, buddy?" Like, you know. But obviously,
he wants to be wrong so badly.
He does.
And I think that's the reason people want him to know so badly, because it's like he trusted him, like he was family to him.
Like one of his real true friends.
Yeah. And Dexter doesn't necessarily see it that way. Like unfortunately, Batista is nothing to Dexter, right? He's just like someone from his past, which breaks my heart. But like to him, it's like, you are my family. I invited. Like, you were one of my own.
Yeah, it's like I spoke at your memorial, dude. Like, we grieved you, we mourned you, and now you show up after 10 years, and we find out that not only did you frame Dokes, not only did you get and get him killed, not only did you frame or get LaGuerta killed, not only did you get your own sister killed.
Yeah, your wife.
But
he doesn't know that, but
it's just like, dude, it's gonna be really interesting.
I'm afraid of what storyline is going down.
Batista is, for all intents and purposes, an antagonist this season, at least an antagonist for Dexter.
Yeah.
And again, I will be very excited to see what path he goes down, because he's gonna inevitably cross paths with Harrison.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And how much does he know about what Harrison is doing? How much does Harrison know about Batista as well? I think that's going to be very interesting.
I'm nervous about like long term. Where are we going? Right?
Yes.
Because,
well, okay.
like,
Yeah. So again, this is my theory right now. So we've got this dark passenger killer, which was something that was advertised quite a bit in those original trailers. This is a guy that, strangely enough, looks just like Dexter, but in a hoodie and sunglasses, right? So he goes around killing Uber drivers, basically, and they call him the Dark Passenger Killer. Dexter gets upset. Yeah, Dexter gets upset because dude steals his trademark name and is like, "All right, cool. There's a serial killer out here. This town ain't big enough for two Dark Passengers." I do think it's also very funny. Like, okay, somebody took the Dark Passenger name. Will we see Dexter go back to the Dark Defender? But yeah, so
you mentioned it here. I was like, that's some season 1 shit. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What a reference.
But in the background, all of this, you have Uma Thurman's character, who is working for Peter Dinklage's character, who is this like eccentric billionaire, whatever, that has like she's his bodyguard and things like that, and he's assembling the serial killer team. He drops off an invitation. That invitation that she drops off is at the house of the Dark Passenger Killer, is what I'm assuming. The dude's name is Ronald Schmidt is the Dark Passenger Killer, right? So this house with the gaming PC and stuff like that drops off the invite, connecting the dots a little bit. We see Dexter in the trailer wearing that getup in that house, in that chair, and is like, "Hey, what do you think?" to Harry. So I'm guessing Dark Passenger Killer is a villain for no more than another episode or two. Dexter makes quick work of him, but assumes his identity because I think originally maybe just because like, okay, well, I'm the Dark Passenger, duh.
Yeah.
But there's obviously the connection to the serial killer organization that maybe he discovers after he takes on that identity. He finds that invitation, goes and scopes them out himself, or the other side to the equation. Obviously, the detectives are very hot on Harrison's trail. What if we go so full circle that Dexter, like there were all these theories, oh, Dexter works for the cops, Dexter works for the FBI. What if he becomes a CI for this cop, right? So she's like, hey, I know your son did this murder. I know who he is. I know who you are. I have a pretty good idea of your past. But right now, there are much bigger fish to fry. There's this crazy billionaire that's assembling this serial killer squad. You just took care of one of our biggest unsolved cases in a few days.
Yeah.
Let's have you assume let's have you go undercover. You are now Ronald Schmidt. You are the Dark Passenger Killer. Infiltrate Prater's organization, befriend them, figure out what their angle is, and take down all the serial killers from the inside. If you do that for us,
we'll let you go.
We will let you go. We will let but more importantly, we will leave Harrison alone. I think that's the big thing. Is Dexter will do this in order to protect Harrison, and I think that's where we're going this season.
Interesting. I definitely think you're at least close to being right. Like, I think either way, I think you're right about him going undercover and pretending to be this guy, because they've really nailed it over the head that he looks like this guy. Even like in the scene, they make that look like Michael C. Hall.
Yeah, I thought it was him originally. I was like, is that him? But like he sounds a little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that aspect of it is 100% true. And then Stranger here asks, how do you guys feel about Dexter up with the other serial killers? Because a lot of people don't like that, and they want him to kill the other serial killers this season. And that would make sense with your theory of like,
again, the ends justify the means.
It's like he's playing the long game. He's like, I am going to kill them. He's not yet. And
no, he's not. I don't think he's joining them. Again, Dexter would not do that. But Ronald Schmidt, the Dark Passenger Killer. I think this is another one of just his long list of fake identities. This goes up there with Kyle Butler and Daryl Tucker and
right.
Patrick Bateman.
But that's another thing that's gonna be interesting is like these aren't just any other serial killers. This is Peter Dinklage and like Emma Thurman
like
and
world renowned.
Yeah, right. So like they're not just going to be like one-off like little.
No, these are not Joe. These are not Joe Goldbergs. These are all. They could all be big bads of their own season.
Right.
But I think too where the dilemma comes in is he will definitely end up befriending Kristen Ritter's character, the Lady Vengeance Killer, and maybe end up telling her a little more than he should, which I wonder. Like a lot of people, myself included, originally were like, "Oh, what if she ends up being, Dexter's new love interest, that sort of thing." I think it would be very interesting if they flip everything, and she ends up being the big bad of the season.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Hot take. I don't need any more love interest for Dexter. I am good. I didn't need it. I guess like I didn't need any at all for Dexter. Like after Rita, I would have been perfectly fine. I was like, well, like one more maybe eventually, but I think the amount he's had for me is too much. We're on what, love interest 6 or 7? Like we've had an absurd amount.
I still am holding on to my theory that Hannah's still alive and she'll come back.
And I'd be okay with that. But like I don't need a love interest every season, which we've done for the last we had one for season 5, and then we did another one for season 6 and 7. We took a season break, and we had one season 8,
and then the same one for 7, 8, and then one for New Blood.
In season was it 8? We had 2 love interests in season 8 with the like neighbor and on top of Hannah, right?
Oh yeah,
and New Blood had one. Like I don't need. I'm good. Like I'm good for at least a couple more seasons. Like he can
just wait till you get to Original Sin.
Oh, what? Well, you know what? That actually makes sense though, because it was the whole thing of like, well, you have to pretend like you have to pretend like you're not into it, right? Yeah. So, shortcut. Don't get us started. I'm not even mentioning Deb. but you know what though? She was not like Deb was never a Dexter love interest. He was a love interest for her. She was not a love interest for him.
Yes.
That makes sense. Let's go through a couple more comments here before we move on. Let me go all the way up here. You never know. James could have survived. He could have gone out of the building. You know what? Technically, I guess they could. But why wouldn't he shown up sooner? That's the question. Yeah. I will say, going back to New Blood for like
no. There's no way Dokes is still alive because they found his body. They found his body parts, dude. They found his body parts. If you are going to the books, though, he did survive in the books and he became kind of like a cyborg. Again, unfortunately, weird stuff. But
I did think for a second in New Blood, I was wondering if he was really Harrison. I know this is like slightly off topic, but there was a part of me that's like someone that knows who's been after Dexter sent in someone who like maybe kind of looks like Harrison as like this undercover agent that was like getting information and there's like we got you motherfucker and they all come out and like you're under arrest Dexter Morgan for the murder of blah 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 the Bay Harbor butcher. I was like it made kind of sense, like that'd be probably the best way to get him, some like some undercover person. Already answered this one. I understand. Oh, we already wrote that one too. Sorry. Would you guys like to see Lumen again at some point in the show? Because I think it would be an interesting character. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I know you ended up really liking.
I love Lumen. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like her as well. I think she was a much better character than a lot of people give her credit for. Yeah. But I feel like her story was very much so wrapped up. Like I don't need to see her.
I don't need to. I'm down though.
It would be interesting.
Yeah, because it seems like she kind of went off and did her. Like it was like I'm done with killing, and hopefully went on to live a normal life. So, I wouldn't want them to bring her back and be like she's been killing all these years and she like regressed after Dexter. I wouldn't want any of that. I would just want like, hey, she lived a good life, and that's a low cameo or something. maybe like series finale or something where it's like, you saved my life, Dexter. Like, this is the good that you've done for the world, kind of thing. Like, it's something he's like reflecting upon all the things he's done in his life, kind of thing.
Right.
I'm really excited about Batista. I always wanted a Dexter versus Miami Metro storyline, and this seems like a version of that. 100%. Yeah.
Totally.
It does make me nervous. I don't know if I already mentioned this. I feel like I kind of got sidetracked. I am nervous about the longevity of it, though, because, like, where does it go, right? Like, okay, like, what are all the options? It's like, one, Dexter or something happens to him and he dies, and I do not want that, right? Like, that is. I mean,
we've literally ended now 2 shows with Dexter dying. I think.
No. I mean Angel. I'm saying like something happens and Angel dies, and that's why he's not on his trail anymore, right?
Yeah. That's usually how he takes care of things, but I think, again, Dexter's different now. I don't think he would let that happen. Well, obviously he wouldn't let that happen, but Batista maybe gets too in over his head, gets caught up in all this serial killer nonsense, and gets himself killed. I would hate that.
I would, again, yes.
I don't like the idea of characters coming back just to die. Like,
Angel is the like one character, like anyone else can come back and die, and I'd be like, all right, like, you know, like if Quinn came back and died, I could be like, okay, I can kind of see that making sense for him. Angel is one I think needs to live.
Yeah,
I think ultimately it should be him to bring him in at like the very end of the show. It should be him like having that victory, and I'm a little afraid doing this season 1 of this new show. Also, I don't like that. I don't like him going the like Deb approach either, of being like, well, I'm kind of helping you out, and like I'm kind of seeing the way. Like, I don't think that's Angel at all. Like, I don't think there's any world where he can do that. Especially what he's done.
It'd be tough. You're right, and in order to preserve the integrity of the character, you can't have him accept Dexter in the end, especially because of what he's done, what he's lied about, what he's hidden. I don't want him to die either, because
that's what I'm saying.
Then that's just another innocent body in Dexter's camp of, like, even if he didn't pull the trigger, so to speak, that's still another innocent that Dexter let die.
I don't think I could watch him as a protagonist if Angel dies by Dexter's hand
unless it's just like way. Unless like somehow he's just continually like one step behind Dexter, but then that makes him seem incompetent, right? Is like saying. He's about to catch him and he's like, "Oh, nope, not this time. See you later, Batista." Like, that's not going to happen either. Like, he is a wild card, right? Because I don't necessarily know what a satisfying ending would be outside of them finally having a conversation with everything out on the table. Dexter trying to explain to Batista what he did, why he did it, why he kept it from him.
Yeah.
But Batista can never forgive him.
No.
He can never forgive him for...
After Maria? Absolutely fucking not.
Yeah.
And after Deb, he loved Deb as like a daughter, right? Like, there's no world.
Yeah, it just...
Again, like, that's
I don't
my
know. That's where I'm drawing a blank right now, as far as like, I have great theory as to like the main quote unquote plot of the season, but as far as our subplot here with Batista versus Dexter, I don't know how they wrap it up.
I don't know if I would like this either. Like, I guess maybe, but like,
no,
not long term. Like, again, like, this would be better if it was like a final season, right? Because I think you can end it being like he finally got Dexter and he's the one that took him in. Like, that is like, I think, a good ending to, like, I think the show has to end, in my opinion, with Dexter going to jail. Like, Dexter finally getting caught. I think it's how it has to end. Maybe, if it ever ends.
Maybe, but like, I don't know, like, or would a satisfying ending for you be, again, they lay everything out on the table, but it's all kind of like circumstantial hearsay. Batista legally can't prosecute Dexter for any of this stuff. And also, too, okay, maybe it ties into my theory, right? Is he tells him everything, but my hands are clean. I'm a CI now. I'm working for the NYPD.
He literally can't.
You legally cannot do anything.
Yeah.
And Batista's like, well, crap. I figured it out. I've got my eye on you. You pull any funny business, and I will be on the first flight back to New York.
Yeah, it has to be something where it's like, I physically cannot get you in here. Like,
yes.
I even thought about, like, is there a blackmail thing where it's like, if you do this, I'll hurt your daughter or something? But it's like, that's not Dexter.
No,
like, you can't.
No,
like, that
Dexter's
doesn't work
not...
for me either.
Yeah, I think that's maybe your only way out.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe your only way out, again, outside of killing him, which I have such a problem with bringing back a beloved fan favorite character just to kill them. Like, that's the big problem with the that's my big problem with the sequel trilogy of Star Wars. Again, it's not a stream if I don't bring up Star Wars. But, like, what do? Force Awakens, let's bring back Han Solo. Yep, and let's kill him. Episode 8, let's bring back Luke, and let's kill him. Episode 9, obviously, real-life circumstances led to this one, but, yeah, let's bring back Leia one more time and kill her, too. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah. Agreed. Sherry says, I don't really want to talk about the Deb Lovinger stuff. Me too. I'm on critical stuff right now, and I'm trying my hardest
to not think about that.
There's certain scenes I'm looking at, and I'm like,
you can't not think about it. There's slight undertones in the whole.
It's like, what is she thinking about? On these various moments.
Yeah.
Keyblade said, I forgot to say earlier, today's my mom's birthday. She turns 58. Well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to your mom, Jeffrey. Yeah.
Yes, I hope she had a fantastic day, and a happy new year. Just let's move on. Dark Passenger nickname is also Red Dexter. Will say he is Red. There's a episode titled called "Call Me Red." Is that like a book thing?
I don't know. So I had always thought that the "Call Me Red" was in reference to Lady Vengeance. I don't know why. But that could make sense. I didn't look too, like, I saw the episode titles. I didn't look too far into it. I don't want to know too much too soon. Again, but that's an interesting idea. Again, I think that there's a lot of nuance to Dexter's involvement with Prater and the other serial killers and all of that. And again, I think that they're setting up Peter Dinklage like, okay, he's the big bad of the season.
Yeah.
But I think it's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah.
I think you have also some of these guys we're going to meet, and I don't think that they're going to make it very long. Like, they're setting up for those not in the know, like, oh, this Dark Passenger killer is, the big bad of the season. Like, think about going into this having not seen any of the trailers.
Yeah.
I feel like it's pretty hard to do so.
Right.
But think about in another 10 years. Somebody's like, go watch Dexter. Like, there's 10 seasons of Dexter Resurrection now, too.
Yeah.
So you go back, you watch through everything, you get to these episodes. Like, you're not even thinking, you don't even know about the serial killer Avengers yet. Right? So.
Okay, we have all those big names right now.
Yes.
Without knowing any of them so far, because we haven't seen them yet.
Mm-hmm.
If you could give any of those guys a spinoff without knowing who they are yet, who would it be? Do you get like Peter Dinklage? Do you get Kristen Stewart? Do you get Neil Patrick Harris? Do you get
Uma
Thurman?
I think you give Uma Thurman's character the spinoff. Obviously we've seen the most of her, but I think that would be probably the coolest.
Sure. I'm gonna say Kristen Ritter.
Okay.
I'm gonna say her. Only if we can't get Jessica Jones season 4.
She's in Daredevil Born Again season 2.
Yeah, I'm like, but like she feels like the most like realistic one that like she's a big actress obviously, but she's not like Peter Dinklage and like Neil Patrick Harris level of famous. I feel like so. It's like
I feel like Neil Patrick Harris is gonna die in like his first episode. Like I feel like that's just like kind of the thing. Like that would happen, right? I think Neil Patrick Harris's character. I think David Desmalchin's character. I think very much so on the chopping block, like immediately. Because those are the kinds of characters that they play.
Yeah, I feel. You know what though? I'll say this. I'm gonna say it right now. I don't think David is the main villain. I'm sorry. Not David. Not David.
Peter Dinklage.
I don't think Peter's
the neither do I. It's too obvious. Yeah.
I think it might be. I don't know.
Well, the other side too that I'm thinking of, if maybe Dexter infiltrates them not as a CI for the NYPD, but what if they end up wanting, like, finding out about Harrison and want Harrison to join their crew?
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing.
But Dexter takes the spot and is like, no, you stay as far away from my son as possible.
Okay. I'm gonna cast my vote now. I think the villain, and I want to hear your like official take on which one you think it is. I'm gonna just call it. I think it's the guy from Modern Family. I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I think like that he feels like maybe he's like the nice one from throughout the season. The one's like, oh, come on, it's okay. Like I'm a killer, but I'm kind of a nice one. He's secretly the like.
He gives off Trinity vibes.
Yeah, I think it's either him or Christian Stewart. I think those are.
I think it's Kristen Ritter's character. I think
I'm sorry, Kristen Ritter.
Yeah, I think Lady Vengeance. I think is the main villain because like.
Yeah.
Also, think about it. We haven't really properly done a good female villain.
Oh
like,
yeah,
Lila technically.
Like
Lila's the only female villain. But like even technically in a lot of ways, Dokes was also the villain of that season.
Yeah, I feel like Christian Lillard. That's our name, Christian
Ritter.
Is that her name? Yeah, Ritter. Like I feel like she always plays very interesting characters because she's not. She's never like. She doesn't only play villains, but she's also never like these great morally characters, right? Like just like Jessica Jones.
Got a little bit of ambiguity.
Breaking Bad, she's like a junkie, right? So it's like she's not like she's a good character, she's a love interest, but she's not like a great person, right? So it's like that'd be interesting to see her play like a full-on villain. I think she could do it very well if that's her direction.
100%.
Just continuing to go down these comments. Still talking Dexter, definitely a Dexter stream. Hell yeah, that was the plan.
Yeah.
That was the plan.
Surprise,
motherfucker. Lee Goodwin said Masuka is coming back too, from what I heard. I don't think that's
again. So the actor posted something on his story that was like some semi-cryptic, could just be like promotion for Resurrection, like, oh hey, this show is out with my former castmates, go watch it. But also it could be teasing him popping up. Like again, we've had the actor who plays Brian tease that he's going to be in this show. We've had now Quinn tease that he's going to be back. Possible tease from Masuka that he's going to be back.
Yeah,
I think all of these characters are definitely in the possibility column to come back. And if they don't show up in this season for whatever reason, I think enough fan out or like enough fan want for these characters to come back. And if it lines up with their schedules, like I think we'll eventually, again, if this show goes on 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons, I think you see Rita pop up. I think you see Deb pop up. I think it's so easy to explain why these people, right? And it's so easy to explain why these people are coming back. I
will say, like, I think out of everyone, I do think Masuka is the hardest, right? Because he's not a cop, right? He's not going to be showing up and you're like, all right, Dexter, what's going on? Like he, like you said, he's probably married at this point. He has a daughter. He loved Dexter, but there's this kind of separation.
He's probably still LFI, lead forensic investigator.
Yeah, and especially since Dexter left, like he's probably paid a pretty penny. He's probably the lead. So I want to see him again, but I want it also to make sense. Like I think him just showing up in New York wouldn't. Like I feel like Dexter would almost have to come to him.
Yes, Again, which I think is great, because if they do pay off that tease from New Blood,
yeah,
that
that'd be a
Masuka's
great
having a
episode,
wedding,
man.
and then we go back to Miami, like that'd be pretty fun.
That would be pretty. Yeah, like again, like one of the guests is this
I
like
I think
serial
I'm calling
killer
it now. I'm calling it now. I think we see Miami this season.
this season.
I
Interesting.
think we see Miami this season.
I would. Do you think there's at any point we fully move back to Miami, like away from New York?
I don't think we've fully moved back to Miami, but I think that this could be a traveling show. I don't necessarily see it anchoring itself in New York for every season.
Yeah.
I would actually like them to change scenery every season. I think that would be fun. Just like take a page from Yu's book, right?
Yeah.
You did a different city every season until they came back to New York for the final season.
I kind of don't love that though, because like that is that like limited series modern thing that kind of is like its motif. Like what I love about Dexter is like
right, as he's just
there's that formula, and it's like like each season you have to introduce this new cast of characters. Where I would prefer one cast of characters that I can learn to love over like 8 seasons, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think like realistically it makes sense, and you can have a new dynamic every season. But yeah, it is a little.
But I mean, how does he go? How would he though? How would he go about going back to Miami? Like, yes, Dexter is now
Miami wouldn't make sense. Yeah.
How would he go back to a place where he was a active serial killer for 8 years, or well, like 20 years? Actually, go back to Original Sin. Like, he was an active serial killer.
No one knows, right? Like,
no, like they think that he like I don't even know, but he was an active serial killer there forever, with a lot of like public coverage. Again, going back to, he has a whole podcast on him.
Yeah.
Again, and I love that, because that voiceover of her saying the Bay Harbor Butcher is used in like every single Dexter edit as well. Yeah. But yeah, like, what do you expect him to do? Go back to Miami? Go back to the to Miami Metro? And go back to forensics? Like, it would. I almost feel like, again, Dexter's kind of evolved past that. Like, as much as I miss
it
that
too.
aspect of the show, I almost think, what if Dexter became a detective? Like, I know you kind of said something like, Dexter's really good at being or Lance said it, is like, Dexter's actually really good at being a detective. Like, he maybe is. And again, I think that route of him being a CI, that's so full circle, because where did this all start? With his mother being Harry's CI.
Yeah. And also that's kind of his whole thing, like he has to like hunt down these people and be like, all right, what's your thing,
Right. So, and so how can he do it? How can he do it legally? I think is maybe what we end up doing is, how does Dexter continue to take out people who fit the code, but do it without running the risk of abandoning his son ever again?
Right.
Ending up behind bars.
And like, weirdly enough, like I was thinking about this for like these episodes. It's like an Uber driver is kind of the perfect job for him, because maybe not taxi, but like Uber would be perfect, because it's like you're not struck to like a 9 to 5. It's like you pick up
and
when
he can use it, and he can use it to his advantage to hunt
down people.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a bad profession for him. I was like, because like with the whole thing is like, he's like in the middle of a case. He's like, hey, you have to get in here right now.
Yeah.
And he had way more leniency than he probably ever should.
I can just imagine Dexter being like, all right, dude, ride's over. I gotta kill a killer to catch.
Just pushes him out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm curious about that. Let's wrap up these last couple comments, because we are heading at that 3-hour mark, and we gotta go.
Yeah.
Was there any? Oh, okay. This last one. To be fair, it was obvious Kurt was the main villain, and New Blood. Sure. But I think when you have such a big cast of characters like this, you have that like Knives Out effect, where it's like, oh, who is it? Who's it going to be? And I think you don't want it to be the most obvious one. Although, Peter Dinklage plays an incredible villain, so it could be him. my final thought, I would say though, is like I also really really enjoy his new like Uber friend that he's made that he's living with. I love this guy. That like a character like that is kind of what I was missing in New Blood. I feel like there wasn't these like very like they were good characters, but like none that like really stuck out.
Like I mean, well, he's got a new friend that like immediately kind of attached to him in a very he gives off the same vibes as Brother Sam. I feel like is somebody who doesn't really care about his past and is just like all I care about is the here and the now, and I can see that you're a decent person and I want to, and he's just like helping him. And I think it shows
Angel.
Yeah,
I think.
And it shows Dexter too that there's good in the world. Like there are people here worth protecting, right?
Yeah, like each season there's like this kind of like better than everyone else character. Like like the original, it's Angel. Last season was Logan. I feel like thought he was the like standout character, and now it feels like it's this guy. I haven't learned his name yet, but I will.
Blessing.
Oh well, that's a nice name.
Yeah.
Angel and Blessing. Is that
interesting? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Huh, I didn't even make that connection.
Is there anything we haven't talked about yet that you want to bring up?
I think we pretty much covered everything outside of I think really they did such a great job with Harrison this season. I like him so much more. I'm very interested to again see where he goes. And they're making it seem like, the cops are already going to find out what he did. But, I think Dexter's to the rescue. He's going to find some way to cover for his son. And I do like the idea of Dexter kind of playing cleanup behind him.
Agreed.
And just like, all right, let's get the little blood off the ceiling. Let's, make sure you tidied up properly, that sort of thing. And just, make sure he's good from afar without fully taking over, but it will be interesting to see what that interaction is when they finally reunite, and how this is going to affect Harrison to be like, oh wow, I actually didn't kill my dad, but then he's like, oh shoot, like I killed this other dude that was actually my first kill, like this crime of passion and rage, and yes, I was trying to protect this woman, but like I was very messy with that kill.
Yeah, and also like I'll say like normally I'm on Harry's side with like almost everything. Like it's normally Dexter's in wrong and Harry is like that was the reason. This time I'm kind of like via Dexter. Like I kind of think he's in the right for like staying back. Like I think eventually he's going to need him, but I think it's healthy to be like, okay,
let's give him some
let him
give him some space.
And if he needs me to step in,
I'll jump in.
So obviously that's going to backfire. Like it's obviously very creepy. Be like, wait, you've been stalking me for weeks? you fucking suck, Dad.
Well, no, and also like you're alive and you didn't tell me again. Like we're going down that path again.
You're right.
I think that's
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Can be
but dude, overall, man,
let's start.
Dexter Resurrection, 10 out of 10. We got 8 more weeks of insanity ahead of us. I'm in for the ride. In a couple weeks, there's Comic-Con as well, dude. So we'll have another special Dexter edition of the stream where we get to talk about all the Comic-Con announcements.
Any chance we get another show announced?
I don't even know what it would be at this point. I think we're okay. I'm
good with 3. I think 3 is the limit.
Actually, no. Unless they announce a Brian Moser prequel. I'm
trying to think, like, is there anyone else I would possibly like? I think if there is, it would have to be like maybe Harrison someday, not right now, but someday Harrison maybe, and then maybe if I love any of these characters enough, I might be trying to pitch a new show.
Final question. Now that you've seen Dexter and You, do you think that You had a better ending or that Dexter had a better ending if we're looking just at the core show? So Dexter season 8, You season 5.
Oh, You.
Interesting.
You 100%. Like You at least finished. Like they at least did something. Dexter didn't do anything.
Okay.
But I like New Blood's ending more than Prime.
Okay. Okay.
That makes sense. Like,
yeah, I get it.
New Blood versus main you.
Okay.
I will say, I've seen, what is it, 9 seasons? It will be 10 seasons of Dexter after this is season 10.
Yeah.
I like every season of Dexter more than any season of You.
Me too.
Okay,
I think
cool.
yeah. Dexter's
like,
the superior serial killer, the superior character, the superior show.
Like, I'll take season 6 of Dexter over You.
You scratches that itch when you don't have Dexter.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's Dexter's.
Okay, wait, one last question, and I watched the first episode of Original Sin just so I can ask this question.
Okay.
How would you rank the 4 Dexter series premieres we've had so far?
Ooh.
The first episode of every new show we've had.
Okay. You gotta put, I would say, the original series as number 1.
I agree.
Because I mean,
that's
a iconic open.
Yeah.
Tonight's the night. Like, yeah. I think original series, and then Resurrection, Original Sin, New Blood.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going original series. Resurrection. Yeah, I'd agree. I'm actually going to put New Blood at number 3.
Okay.
Just because I actually do think that's a fantastic pilot. Like I think like
it is
with the deer and like that like purifying who he is and him like keep running out and like almost shooting it. It's like no, I can't get back in, and like everything. Like I thought that was all brilliant. And then for Original Sin, not because I dislike it, but I just think it's probably like it's good. It's really really good. I'm liking it actually a lot. I could see it being my favorite spinoff, but I think it's just like the less neat pilot that we've had. It's a very fun episode, but I don't think it's like, oh my gosh, peak cinema kind of thing. It's
interesting because again, there's a lot of like animosity, I would say would be the best term for Original Sin. Like I feel like a lot of people are very just like indifferent to the show. They're like, this doesn't need to be. They're like, oh, this doesn't really need to be here. It doesn't really tell me anything new. But I think it's fun. But I think it's fun though. I think it's just a fun addition to the universe.
It's like
Dexterverse.
It's such a good pitch though. Like out of like any show I've seen, a Dexter prequel makes so much sense in the context of like everything. Of like, oh yeah, there was an entire like 10-year long timeline. That is also
that's a really good detail.
I was blown away. I was like, oh, that's good. And like I think that's why most of like episode 1, I was like, there's something missing.
Right. It felt quiet. It was. Yeah. It was very quiet until that happened, which is so cool. So cool.
Yeah. And and also with Original Sin, it's also like technically a story we've seen before. We're just seeing it from a different lens, I guess, right?
Yes.
Because we saw that entire thing with a different cast, in which looking back at that scene, it's probably very hard to rewatch that scene now with the like very bad Dexter wig that he's wearing and stuff like that. But no, that would be my 4. And I'm excited to see where the rest of the season takes us. I think it's gonna be a fun couple weeks. And yes, Original Sin. Take it away, Taz. Take your
Resurrection.
Resurrection. What did I say?
You said Original Sin again.
I said Original Sin. Yeah.
Yeah. Right? That's okay. But yeah. Tonight's the night. Dexter Resurrection. Episode 3, titled Backseat Driver. I think just right off the bat, I want to say that this is by far very easily the strongest episode of the season so far. I think the first 2 episodes were great, but in a lot of ways, this felt like the show was truly starting with this episode. I think back to that quote that Dexter had back in the original series, like, I feel like my old self again. I feel rejuvenated, recharged, and ready to tackle the world. And I think that sentiment plays into this episode. We've got quite a few different moving pieces. Obviously, the main plot is Dexter's continued vetting and investigation of Ronald Schmidt, aka Red, aka the Dark Passenger Killer. We have the whole side of things with Harrison and the investigation from the NYPD and this detective who is getting very, very close to and, eventually does end up kind of figuring out everything.
Yeah.
As well as we have a little bit more kind of mellow side plots with Blessing and the family,
Yeah.
and kind of Dexter's sort of recovery from everything, and kind of just the aspect of fatherhood, and is he doing enough? Is he doing everything that he can to be there for Harrison, and kind of getting that I guess kind of confirmation from a friend that it's tough to be a father sometimes, but just literally doing what you can and trying to be there for Harrison is what's going to really kind of separate Dexter from this kind of pinnacle bad idea, I guess, of a father that he has in his mind. And I guess, like, kind of a smaller side of the equation here too was Dexter, and his your car driver job, but he kind of uses this to get to Red. I want to kind of save that all for the end here. I want to kind of tackle some of this other these other plot points before we get there. But I think let's start with Blessing.
Mm.
I didn't mention it a ton last week, but he feels like a spiritual successor to Brother Sam.
Yeah, he does.
I think he is somebody that has really taken a liking to Dexter right off the bat. It catches Dexter off guard, but is very much so welcomed into this family, to this established way of life, and it eases him kind of into living in New York and helps him with his investigation, but also helps him with the side of things with Harrison without directly talking about what's going on. Is he's got this friend that is here for him, that is given him a place to live, that has given him a new job and a purpose and a place in a foreign in a foreign city. And he mentions it is like, hey, we're both immigrants to New York, which I thought was a fun little aspect there. Kind of what are you thinking?
I love Blessing. I think Blessing is already, I don't know, crazy thing to say. It might be already in my top like 6, 7, like Dexter. Like he's like, I was about to say like top 5, but I was like, that might be a little extreme just yet. But like I'm adoring him. Like I he is the show's version of, I guess, Angel, or Brother Blood, or Brother Sam.
Brother Sam,
Blood.
Yeah. Brother Blood. I think Dexter would be Brother Blood.
Yeah, no, I'm adoring him, and I think that's some of what maybe was missing from New Blood for me, where is this kind of, it's characters like this that make it feel like a TV show, this like living, breathing thing, where like New Blood had that, I guess, but it felt it didn't feel like this was like an actual TV show, and like this was this living world, like like those side characters kind of felt like they were.
Yeah.
It felt like they were TV characters, where what Dexter does best, like these characters don't feel like they're from a TV show. They're just living and breathing, and they're like within this world, and I'm terrified that he's going to die. He's the kind of character that you kill off for emotional distress.
Oh gosh.
I am.
You can't have both. You can't kill Blessing and kill Batista in the same season. I swear, you better not do this.
I don't want them to kill either of them.
They better not. Yeah, they better not kill either one.
I will say just like really quickly.
Yeah.
I saw a TikTok. I don't know if you saw it. I saw a TikTok where like someone was like talking about how like all the characters that have like died like within the show. It was like right after the episode ended, and they included Angel inside the list. I guess it was like a troll post. I saw it. I was like, oh, they killed the Angel in this. What the fuck? And like I waited like a couple of days to watch it because I was so pissed. I was like, what the hell? This is crazy. And then no one was talking about it. I was like, oh, it's probably
it was total rage bait.
Total rage bait. But yeah, no, I think like, I don't know, and I guess it also depends on like if your theory is right that we're doing a new place every season, and if that's the case, like we might just kill him off, because we don't need that. But I really hope that's not the case.
I certainly hope not.
I want to stay like in this apartment with these characters for a couple seasons. Like I think New York is a strong enough environment, and I think it creates enough chaos that I'm down staying here at least a couple seasons.
Let's put a pin in that when we get to the tease, I guess, at the end of the episode.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, that let's put a pin in it until there. I guess next big thing this episode, which is another aspect. I will get to that in a second too. The next big thing of this episode, which I actually really enjoyed a lot as well, was Harrison's story. So not only does he have to deal with the detectives investigating him further, he's also interacting a lot with his coworker, friend, possibly girlfriend at the hotel. There's a lot going on in that aspect, but the big thing is that the detective literally figures everything out. She puts on her headphones, locks in, and paint by numbers figures out exactly what Harrison did, how he did it, how he's feeling, why he did it.
Yeah.
And is like, this is my theory.
Yeah.
But hey, that's just a theory, a Dexter theory.
Like I said, she's this show's like new Dexter. Like
we
have this like anti-Dexter character, which I think is kind of awesome.
I know. Well, really I really love this character. I think she is
me too.
Very interesting. I think, and again, the fact that she figured it out, but she's also like, I'm almost not even mad at it. She's like,
oh yeah,
I know exactly why you would do this. You were defending this, this girl, and it was a heat of the moment, a crime of passion. Like this was not premeditated.
I would have given in there. I would have been like, shit, you got me. Fuck.
Well, and I really did think Harrison was going to give in. And I was like, oh my God, my theory is going to come true. But he was like, oh no, I'm homeless. I'm living in the, in the hotel rooms. Right. Like that was a good save.
Which is the truth.
That is the truth. So, and then that's also the aspect too, is if you're lying, give them a little bit of the truth, right? So give them a little something. But again, this detective, she is way too smart to fall for that. I think she's just letting it be for now. Because again, I think she, in a lot of ways, agrees with what Harrison did. I think she is like, all right, cool. That's just another scumbag off the streets, and he stopped it before it went too far, right? So again, this ties into my big theory. I think eventually things are going to tie from Harrison to Dexter to the detective, and I think Dexter is going to end up working with the detective in order to keep Harrison safe, or in order to keep him out of the line of fire, so to speak, in one way or another. I think that is kind of the direction in which we're heading there. But Harrison's story was, again, kind of separate from Dexter this week. We do get Dexter kind of, checking in on him, looking after him. But then, Harry's like, hey, he's on a date now. Like, you got to kind of let him do his thing. And And I thought that was, again, a kind of a nice little moment there of father watching son, right? Like, I think that's cool. Kind of cool, right? Is you have Harry watching Dexter and Dexter watching Harrison. And I think that, again, he's very apprehensive to reintroduce himself into Harrison's life. And I think that that's going to be kind of, his hand is going to be forced eventually, whether that's Harrison actually finds out Dexter is alive of his own volition, or if the connection to Batista, if that is kind of the aspect that brings Harrison into the fold, so to speak. And I guess that kind of brings us to the other side of things with the Batista story. I think let's talk about that. That's the big, elephant in the room there, is we get a nice, or a couple scenes with Batista. Number one is he gets a call from Teddy, who tells him, hey, we got a hit on Dexter's truck. He's in New York City. And that is Batista's motivation to go to New York. We see from the this season on trailer, he's going to eventually, meet up with Harrison, all of that. But beforehand, he's got to kind of wrap things up in Miami. And that's when we get, I think, a lot of people's favorite scene of the episode, the scene that was immediately posted online
Yeah, I saw
right
it
after
instantly.
the reunion of the original crew, Batista, Masuka, and Joey Quinn back together again, in Miami and
Yeah.
sitting at the bar. Batista announces his retirement yet again. I think it was absolutely hilarious that Joey was like, "You gonna open up another restaurant?" Like, I think that was a
Yeah. That was
great
very
callback.
fun.
That was funny. Masuka being like, "Oh, if you do this thing, I'll support you begrudgingly, but
Yeah.
I'll support
Yeah.
you." I think that was hilarious too.
I think the character development of myself, like starting both
Yeah.
those characters, me hating Masuka and hating Quinn, and now kind of loving both has
Oh
has
my god,
been.
that scene is enough to make a grown man cry.
It really
Like,
was. I think what really did it for me is I think we've never seen Masuka be friends with any of his coworkers. And it
mhm.
makes a lot of sense that like these three have been working together for the last 10 years, probably the
Yeah,
only three left
is
of
they
the
seemed
main
like
cast.
genuinely like good old buddies, and they were
Well, yeah, they're
sad
like
that
brothers. Yeah,
yeah, and
they're
they're sad that Batista's retiring, and he's like, "Hey, I've got some personal stuff to take care of. I can't tell you exactly right
Mhm.
now." And I think again that's going to come back around. Like there are elements of the season that we still don't know about. I think both Masuka and Quinn will come back.
Mhm.
There's no way that they're here for just a short little scene. I think in the same vein as, the ghosts from the first episode, I think those actors will come back eventually too.
I'm
Um
I'm really afraid. I think I know what's going to happen, right? I think Angel dies. And I hate even saying it.
I don't want it to happen.
I
Don't
don't want
want
it
it
to
to
happen
happen.
either, but I think like if I'm being honest, like he's retiring to focus in. He's finally at the end of his chain. He's finally, gets to retire. He's gonna have that happy ending, but he just can't let it go. And I don't think Dexter does it, but maybe one of the other. There's like 6 serial killers in the season, right? Like
Oh god.
I could see one of them, maybe whoever's the main villain doing it, and at least that makes it slightly better.
What if it's Harrison?
Oh God, don't do that to
What
me.
if it's Harrison to
Oh
protect his
God,
father?
to defend him, to keep him off the
And
trail.
it would literally be, oh
Oh
no. This
no.
would be a parallel to Deb. Because what did Deb do to protect Dexter? She killed LaGuerta.
Yeah. Fuck.
Batista's now doing the exact same thing, getting too close, sticking his nose somewhere it does not belong. And what is going to happen? Dexter's not going to do it. But what if Harrison's hand is forced, whether, intentionally or unintentionally? No, I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen.
I
I
don't. I
don't want
don't.
that to happen. I did also completely miss the opportunity when I was talking about Harrison to say it was obviously self-defense. Um Continuing. I don't want this to happen. I don't want this to happen, but I think that there's a possibility. There's a possibility. There's a very good possibility that Batista does not make it out of this season alive. But hey, at least we have the good memories to the greatest captain of Miami Metro,
Yeah.
Captain Angel Batista. Cheers. I think that's
Maddie said, "What if Joey thinks Dexter has done it after everything theorized that Joe already knows?" I think that's kind of been a thing. Like I saw a TikTok, maybe you even sent it to me, of like,
yeah.
oh yeah, he's kind of already like
Oh,
he was on his trail years and years and years
Quinn's not an
ago.
Quinn's an idiot, but he's not stupid.
I think
you know?
yeah, like even the ending of the show, it's like it was clearly self defense. Like I think he's known without. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious, and if you do kill Angel, I assume it's going to be Joey being the next one up, being all right, Dexter. That's the last person that you do that.
Yeah, dude.
Like
Imagine like the reunion is them coming
the
together for
funeral.
Angel's
No,
funeral.
no.
Oh no. I don't even want to think about this. I don't even want to think
No.
about this. Uh, let's change the subject to something a little bit brighter. The doctor is in. Dr. Patrick Bateman, that is.
Yeah, that's funny.
I
That's
loved
funny.
how he used that as his cover again. I think the phone call was hilarious. Where it's like, oh, you've switched your veterinary practice to New York and everything like that, and just all of the analogies. I think Dexter really was in his element this episode. He got his
Yeah.
M99 back. He did his little investigation into Red's apartment. He's looking for the trophies. He eyes the AC unit and he's like, nah, like that's not where he would hide it. He finds his trophies, the driver's licenses, and everything like that. He
Yeah.
figures out exactly where he's going to be, how to pick them up. Again, prepares himself. This is again Dexter back into his element.
Yeah.
Tonight's the night. He takes the knowledge from this entire investigation, knowing what the MO of the Dark Passenger killer is. He sets himself up nicely. He's got the turtleneck with the little the metal piece around it that he saw Blessing use to kind of stop cover up where the rats would come in outside the house and everything like that. And Dexter springs into action. He poses again as his the rideshare driver, gets Red
Yeah.
in the car, and then they have actually kind of a deep conversation a little bit, as he's kind of there. He's got the barbed wire around his neck, and Dexter has to remember, oh yeah, right, I should be scared in this situation, which I
Yeah.
think was kind of funny.
I
But
liked that set piece quite a lot. Like I think,
I did too.
Dexter is doing this. This is season 10 or season 11 of it's season 10 of Prime Dexter. Season
Yes.
11 as a whole. You have to do new things with these fight scenes, with these takeout scenes that make them feel unique, make them feel fun. And again, I do think New York, it being New York, this allows them to do some new things with it. So I loved having a car scene. I
Yes.
like the activity of he dropped the needle. He's like,
Yeah. He's like, scrounging forward and just like, what are you doing? Taking my life back. And I still think that it's hilarious that really the big reason he wants to kill this guy is because he stole his name.
oh yeah, he's so
It's like the silly thing. It's like, you stole my name. Like, he keeps bringing that up multiple times. And again, okay. The best part of the entire episode, this is my favorite scene of the episode outside of the cameos, which again, the cameos are great, but you've got Red on the table. Everything's laid out. Dexter is in his classic murder attire. He's got his knife. His victim is on the table wrapped in plastic. They do their little back and forth. He mentions the open your eyes and look at what you've done.
Yeah.
As he shows him his, trophies of all of his victims. And finally, he says, who are you? I'm Dexter. And there's only room in this world for one Dark Passenger.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kills him. The music swells. You see Dexter take that nice deep breath. Yeah. He's like, he feels back. And I could not stop smiling at that point, which is so it sounds weird to say, but I ate it up. I was like, this is Dexter. And I'm like, this is what people that watched the show back when it was originally airing felt like when they saw him do something so satisfying. And again, this is episode 3. And it shows you the difference between 10-year plus experience Dexter and, fly by the seat of your pants, C to D tier level serial killer, wreaking havoc in New York. But
yeah, I think it did really in some ways feel like his first kill back, right?
Yes.
It felt like New Blood he kills, but it felt like almost
they were sloppier.
Yeah.
This felt like his first real kill back from the original series, where he actually did everything properly.
Yes. It definitely felt like a return to form for Dexter and what he's doing. And again, I think this show benefits from it not being a final season, a special event, but an actual show. And I think
Yes.
in every regard, like I think these characters who are fleshed out, the story. I'm loving the pacing of the season. The
I
pacing
am
is
too.
really. I'm like really
It's
surprised.
great.
Like I feel like typically like we would introduce these other like round of serial killers like episode 2. We had to get things
Yeah.
going. Like no, we are episode we're going to episode 4 and we still have not really seen any of these actors yet. We
No.
haven't really.
And I think they're doing it in the perfect way. They're giving you a little taste of
Yeah.
it every single episode. Like we got our singular scene with Charlie kind of getting the table set for all of their guests coming in. We haven't even seen Peter Dinklage, right? Is like we
Yeah,
don't
and
know
that's ballsy.
if you didn't know, yeah, we don't know about anything. Like so we've got this
Oh.
invitation and that's kind of where the episode leads off or
Mm-hmm.
leaves off, right? Is so Dexter finds the invitation. There's a party invite for a group of like-minded individuals. A dinner for serial killers, if you
Mm-hmm.
will. So Dexter finds the invite. I think it was great too that the way that he disposed of Red's body is a callback to how he
Hey, buddy.
incinerated Matt Caldwell back in New Blood, throw him
Mm-hmm.
into the incinerator on the sketchy side of town, but then he realizes, oh shoot, I need a fingerprint. So he goes, he takes the thumb off, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
and the theory is now coming true. Dexter is going to assume the identity of Ronald Schmidt, aka
Yeah.
Red, aka the Dark Passenger Killer, and go ahead and infiltrate this dinner for serial killers. And right now, his objective is most likely just, all right, let's see what these other like minded individuals are up to. And this has kind of been what gets Dexter into trouble all the time. He gets curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity killed Rita. Like, come
Yeah.
on. He should
Can't help
definitely be
himself.
very, very cautious about this, but he cannot help himself but
Yeah.
investigate. I think obviously he's going to vet everybody differently, see who he can learn from, and
Yeah.
then take them out. I think that is right now his objective, but I want this to, again, tie back into everything. I think
Yeah.
once the detective finds out, again, about Dexter, his connection to Harrison, confirms for herself what Harrison really did, is going to then hold that over Dexter because maybe she's somewhat aware of all this, the serial killer convention, and maybe she, in a way, also, again, she's so good at her job, she probably finds out that Dexter took out the Dark Passenger Killer too, and is
Yeah.
like, hey, your son did this thing. Don't worry. I'm not mad. I know you did this thing. Don't worry. I'm not mad. You're doing something that I physically cannot do as a NYPD officer. But here's what I can offer you. Again, I think that the idea of Dexter working as a CI for this detective, once again bringing it full circle to his mother who worked as a CI for Harry, him being the man on the inside trying to take down these serial killers, but I think where the conflict is going to come up is Dexter wants to learn as much as he can from these other killers.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen. Somebody's going to die that should not die, and they're going to get mad at him for not taking care of the situation sooner. We know that Dexter is the best at what he does, and I'm sure he could take down all of these killers in an afternoon.
Yeah.
But again, I'm very excited to see where that goes, and that is the direction of the season now. Is we have Batista as kind of a big antagonist who's now investigating Dexter. Will be investigating Dexter in New York. Harrison has just like almost gotten his entire life blown up and is going to try to get back onto some semblance of a normal path. Wherein Dexter has reclaimed his life. He is taken back his life and his name and his identity, and is now again gonna go try and learn something from some other killers. And I think that this is going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out and how everything is going to overlap, which I think it will, very much so.
I think it's gonna be very fascinating, kind of bringing out the fanboy of Dexter. Like, I feel like that's
Yes.
something we've dabbled with quite a bit, especially with the whole like Trinity Killer case. Like, he didn't kill him because he was like, I don't want him to teach me. I'm
Yes, it's like,
fascinated by what he
yeah.
does. So it's like Dexter's going to like serial killer Comic-Con, and I think that's
Yes,
such a
that's
fun
exactly
idea.
what it is. And again, he literally in the original series, I believe he made a comment about it. He's like, I wonder what the other serial killers do. Do they go and gather at conventions or whatever,
Hmm.
discuss trade secrets and that sort of thing? And that's
Yeah.
exactly what's happening here. Um,
I I also wanted to bring up like one of the comments that I thought was very fascinating from this episode from Harry, where
yeah,
he's like, he's like talking about getting old, and he's like, yeah, like, how did you deal with being old? It's like, I didn't do it very
I
long,
didn't
Dex.
I didn't ex- I didn't experience old for very long.
And I was like, I think it's very fascinating that now Dexter is at a point where he is about as old as his father was, and eventually I think he's going to
Yeah.
become older. And I think there's a lot of like, in the original show, commentary on getting older.
Yes.
He mentions it quite a bit. It's like, I never imagined what my life would be as like an old man, and he's like, he envisions his life as this older version of himself. There's even that episode, is it season 8, where he's like taking out the like really old serial killer, and he's like, is this what I'm going to become someday?
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think the
you're right.
commentary just throughout the show's run, I'm very excited about like kind of like middle-aged Dexter. I think it's
Yeah.
fascinating, and like,
And how
what
he's
is
going to
his
have to
legacy?
change, right? And I think we're already seeing how he has to change his approach because
Hmm.
he cannot be as physical as he used to be. Like he
He's
can't,
not the man he used to be. Yeah.
yeah, he can't have a, hand-to-hand combat fight with people. Like, he had a fight scene in a car and almost
Almost
died
died. Yeah.
because he dropped his syringe. Like he's got to be a little bit more
Yeah.
careful as far as that goes. But again, you're right though. Is I think he's going to take this opportunity though to learn as much as he can from these other killers, and I'm going to be very interested to see how his relationship develops distinctly from all of them. I think the
Mm,
only one that he is going to let in on who he really is, maybe not, is going to be Kristen Ritter's character. I think she is really
interesting.
the big key to a lot of this, in one form or another. And I know that the creators have said like we're not going to make it super clear who the big bad of the season is, and they're
Fun.
setting it up as like, oh, Prater is the big villain. Like, but what if it's Uma Thurman's character Charlie? What if it's Kristen
Yeah.
Ritter's character Lady Vengeance? What if for whatever reason it's David Desmalchian? Like, who knows? Like, who knows who the villain is? I
I
think
would not be shocked if it's none of them. I would be
yes.
completely
Again,
shocked if it's
I
ultimately like Angel or
I
something, right?
you're right. You're right. Is
Yeah.
I think ultimately the villain is Batista right now. I
Yeah.
think unfortunately ultimately Batista is the villain in the same way LaGuardia was the villain in season
Mhm.
7, or a villain of season 7.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to ask this as more of like a prediction. Like, right
Yes.
now, where we are, I think we're both very happy with this season. If you were to predict
Mm-hmm.
where it comes on your ranking by the end of the season, like,
Ooh.
do you think this could be a top 3 for you, a top
Oh,
5?
interesting.
Like, right now, not having like, we still have 7 episodes to go. Where do you think it's going to land for you?
Ooh. I think I could easily fit it within my top 5.
Yeah.
I think easily fit it within my top 5. Um Again, I don't necessarily want to spoil my ranking.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
It would be in my top 5 above season 2 for me
I was
currently.
thinking season 2 is tough though, because I do feel like some of the little stuff is kind of like printed out in my mind as just like, oh, alert, alert, this thing happened. But it's so much good in season 2.
There
I
is,
I think
but Lila though.
I kind of I like
Dex
Lila. I just don't like what Lila does to Dexter. Like, I thought how they
Dexter.
wrote Dexter, like like I think how they wrote him within Lila was like, I don't love
give
that.
give me Rita's key.
Yeah, but like everything with Dokes and him and the like therapy and Angel, there's a lot of good in there.
There's a lot of good in there, yeah.
Um, I if nothing happens to make like to like change in quality, or like if there's none writing issues, I think it will get right above Original Sin for me. I could see it
Okay.
being very placed in that top 5, if not above season 2. Like I could see it being like I think it's around that season 2 Original Sin era right now for me.
Okay.
But maybe not season 1, season. I guess I shouldn't read my ranking. But
yeah. Save it. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
That he said, as a British person, I feel insulted by Lyra. Valid. Yeah. Short cars that didn't burn the body, get him caught in New Blood. It did.
Yeah, but hey, I would hope that Dexter learned his lesson and made sure that there were no titanium screws in this guy's
How does
body.
one check for that?
You just you'll wait for the everything to burn, and then you just you feel through it with like a fire poker and just make sure. Also, I think it's hilarious going back to last episode to episode 2, where he's like, oh, if you put on a hoodie, you could be the dark passenger, and Dexter's like, I don't wear a hoodie.
That's been
What's this? What's this, Dex? What's this? What are you wearing here?
I've seen about 20 like Dexter edits of that.
Yeah,
just like he wasn't a serial killer. It's I
but then now he is gonna be him now.
Do you think? Oh no. Do you think Blessing is gonna get him, like, find him, like, within the hoodie and be like, "Oh, you're the dark passenger," and it's like,
and he's gonna have to. Oh no!
It's like, it's you. He's like, you tried to kill my friend. It's like, no, you don't understand. It's not me. I promise you.
No, Blessing.
I do wonder what his reaction would be to finding out who Dexter is. Like, that is kind of interesting to me.
Right. And like, could he really conceivably tell Blessing, like, hey, I killed the dark passenger killer, so you and your car drivers are safe now. Like,
he doesn't like,
but he doesn't seem like somebody who would appreciate that. He'd be like, Dexter, that's not the way.
Yeah,
that's not the way to do. Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. I'm really excited to dive in.
I
think it's actually next week too. Like next week, it seems like I haven't seen the trailers, but I assume it's going to be here's the cast of the season. Here's
yes, no, 100%. I think that is really where the true plot of the season starts. Like, this was still build up, this was still set up, but again, I think despite that, this episode really was the best of the season. And again, we are fully back. Like, Dexter is back in action.
This has to set some
a 3 out of 5.
Oh
no, Dexter, we have to fix that.
This has been some of my favorite humor out of Dexter in quite a few seasons. I feel like the last couple kind of lost a bit of its humorous, or like, I guess, good humorous touch, because some of that was one I promised in the last couple seasons, is like a lot of the humor it was more silly than it was funny, and like, it's like, oh, like, what if like Batista gets high and like that's the comedy. It's like, that's not really funny to me. It's not natural comedy. It's like situational comedy that doesn't work as much, in my opinion. But like, there's like, some of these, man, are just really funny jokes, and really funny, not necessarily jokes, but just like the way they're portraying these characters, like within the story, is really funny, and I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm really loving it. So I mean, we're about to hit our 3 hour mark once again. It's becoming more of a tradition, which is never the plan.
No.
I do think we have to wrap up the stream here, but we will be back next week with no spin-off, just Resurrection.
Yes, just Dexter Resurrection. And I guess maybe some Fantastic Four thoughts if I've seen it.
Potential Fantastic Four thoughts. I also want to do another news week with San Diego Comic-Con. I think we'll probably do some San Diego Comic-Con news. Maybe some
there's going to be some Dexter. There's hopefully going to be some Dexter news. I would assume, again, like we kind of talked about last week, Original Sin Season 2. And then I would expect at this point, probably, like, already just announce Trinity Killer maybe, but announce the Season 2 of Resurrection already. Like,
I think Trinity Killer is what I'm kind of like really expecting, because I'm kind of assuming because ratings for Resurrection has been some of the best since the original show.
Yes,
from what I'm seeing.
I believe it's also the highest. It was the highest rated Paramount Plus premiere. I think
they're back in the 9s.
in the streaming service's history. Yeah, it was great Rotten Tomatoes scores and everything like that.
Yeah.
Again, I have not seen one negative review on Dexter Resurrection.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anybody badmouth the show at all, outside of pointing out some silly little plot holes or contrivances, that sort of thing, but no legitimate critiques of oh, I wish this was better, or I wish this story was better. No, there's none of that. It is literal perfection.
No, I'm
literal
enjoying
perfection.
I'm enjoying this season a lot, and I'm excited to see where it goes, and I'm excited that we can finally do these weekly episodes, because we haven't been able to throughout this journey. It's been a whole season. I'm missing so much good discussionary content because we have to do the whole thing, and I'm so glad that I think this understands that weekly format really works for a show like this, and not dropping it. You could easily just drop it all at once, be like, here you go, and that's fucking lame in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think it's working great, and I think the fact that we're slowly building to a head now, and again, I think you hit the nail on the head with saying that the pacing is at such a good spot.
It is.
But yeah, overall, man, Dexter Resurrection, excited for the next one.
Okay, let's talk about Dexter Resurrection. I still haven't got the new logo. It's still Dexter. I'll get it by episode 8 or something. Episode 10, whatever. This episode 4 of Dexter Resurrection. I'll be honest, man. The show's kind of on fire.
They don't miss.
I don't. I'm wondering.
This guy's good. This guy's good. He doesn't miss. No, he doesn't.
I'm wondering, because there is such a I don't know, a high bar for those first 4 seasons. I'm almost wondering, I think if they nail it, I think if they don't miss a single beat till episode 10, this could be a top 2 for me. Is that crazy? Is that a crazy thing to say?
Not at all. I think the only thing that I almost couldn't put it almost in my top 4, those original 4 seasons are so sacred in a way that, and also too, this season means sacred, nothing. This season means nothing without those first 4 seasons.
Sure.
But also, have you noticed too how they're not really referencing anything outside of seasons 1 through 4, and then a little bit of season 8.
Yeah.
End of season 7, end of season 7, 8, and then obviously New Blood, and then also some new Original Sin stuff. But they're kind of 5, 6, forgetting 7. That 5 is 6, and the first 2/3 of 7 don't really exist.
Which makes a lot of sense actually, because it does feel like, except for New Blood, because they definitely rely on New Blood for a lot. It does feel like they're trying to market to the audience that quit after season 4. It feels like they're trying to bring people back in, which is smart.
Which is so funny that you mentioned that, because I messaged you.
You did.
I talked to my cousin this weekend, and she stopped watching after the end of season 4. She was like, after Rita's death, she was like, I couldn't do it anymore. And I was like, that is crazy. And she was watching it back when it first aired, and I'm like, hey, you've got to catch up and get watching with Resurrection. It is that good. It is that good.
I mean, you hear that from people where sometimes they quit because a show is too good. It's like, this was such a brilliant stopping point that I'm like, not me, obviously, but you're like, I'm actually okay. And I feel like I'm trying to think of a moment like that I've done that with. I don't typically
Stranger
do that
Things.
with.
I can tell you exactly.
Okay.
End of season 3 of Stranger Things. Again, that's why I told you that I haven't watched season 4. I was like, all right, I'm content.
No.
And it was on a break for so long. I was like, I don't need any more.
You don't need any
I'm
more.
good.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied. I'm done. And
it's
very
so
freeing
good
to be able to say that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But anyway, let's dive into the episode. So, Dexter Resurrection, season 1, episode 4, titled "Call Me Red." This is the big one, the big turning point.
Yeah. The moment we've been waiting for.
the moment that we've all been waiting for, with all of the, the band of serial killers being introduced. We kind of, come off the heels of the previous episode with Dexter killing Ronald Schmidt, the dark passenger killer. He's kind of cleaning up in his whole setup there. Again, I kind of love the funny like gaming setup that Dexter's in. He does the classic little chair spin as he's like looking at the invitation, making his last minute preparations, picking up the trophy to take with him and everything. And you have his conversation with Harry, which I really liked there as well. And Harry's trying to be his voice of reason. Like, hey Dex, like, remember why you're doing this. Like, number one, this could be a trap. Number two, you're going to meet a bunch of serial killers. What is your main mission? What is the code? What was it designed for? What are you doing? Like, these people are not your friends. Maybe you can connect with them, but you're going here. You have a job to do. So don't get too attached, which I think is a really good sentiment. And Dexter ends up kind of doing the same thing that he always does in situations like this, is he goes in, he wants to learn from these other killers because he wants to learn how he can take aspects of their lives and, how that can influence his life and how that can make his life better going forward. But I think the interesting part of it, the irony of it, is that Dexter has only survived as long as he has because he is Dexter. Like, he doesn't do all of the other dumb stuff that these other killers do. Like, when he is going to the park to get picked up by Uma Thurman's character, by Charlie, she's like, oh yeah, aren't you surprised we found you? It only took us 3 weeks. And then Dexter's inner monologue, it only took me 3 days. Like, he's on a whole other level as far as the vetting process, the investigation, his skills, and the way that he goes about and the way that he, has perfected his craft and his process over the last 20 plus years of being an active serial killer. So it is very interesting to see him almost have like, it almost seems like he's got imposter syndrome in a way. He's like, all right, I'm messing up with my son. Like, I don't know how to do this. I need to talk to other people and kind of get another perspective on it, which I totally get. But it's definitely interesting to kind of see Dexter doubt himself so much. But that's where the episode starts. And I think by the end of the episode, he has fully embraced who he is truly meant to be. And that is kind of my little tease going into that. But we've got a ton of different aspects of this episode. The main plot, of course, is the serial killer dinner with Dexter, Leon Prater, all of that. But Harrison's got his own little side story this week as well. We get some background on a lot of these other killers that he meets and everything like that. But just kind of like general thoughts here at the beginning. What did you think of this, this episode, kind of the setup for everything, and, what were your thoughts kind of going into this? Because this was the big tease that we had this whole season. Like, this is what the trailers were built around. This is what the tease of the season was. Like, what happens when Dexter meets other people like him?
Yeah, no, I again, like I've said, I've really loved how they've paced out this season. I think typically this would be like an episode, like end of episode 1 or episode 2, 3 at the most, but them stretching it out to 4, I think the pacing has been immaculate and potentially one of the
perfect.
I think it's maybe one of the best paced out seasons of Dexter we've ever had. Like, nothing feels boring, nothing feels, like, oh my gosh, just get here. But also it feels like, we're taking our time. It feels real. It feels genuinely well paced. And everything feels so earned this week. I almost think it's even better, like, if you've seen the trailer. Like, I'm really curious to watch some, like, reactions of people who haven't watched trailers. The people like, fucking Peter Dinklage is in here? Like, what the hell?
It's like, oh, wait, what the heck is the ghost from Destiny doing here?
Like, this is a crazy cast. Easily the most stacked cast Dexter has ever had. Not to say Dexter hasn't had some big cast members in the past. There's been a couple, but
John Lithgow, obviously. Jimmy Smits.
Yes. No. There's been some, some
heavy hitters.
Actors. Yeah, but no, this, I think every character has I won't say every character, because there was a couple of that. Like, there's the Abracadabra actor that I'm like, well, I don't know.
David Desmalchian. I mean,
Yes.
I think the Gemini Killer there's a little bit more to him. I think in this episode revealed to me, because I had, again, well, we talked about this. We'll get to it eventually, but I had the big theory coming into this. I was like, all of these characters are not making it out of the first episode. Like, there's too many of them.
Yeah,
and that is a trap that I think you fell into. The show You is too many characters. Yeah, no, not you. The show You, that you fell into a lot of times is like it was over bloated with characters. But Dexter, being who he is, being back in his element, he's gonna thin the herd very quickly. And it is survival of the fittest serial killer. So,
no, it's definitely very, like, I do think it's such a fun. Not to say that Dexter has never like been in contact with other serial killers, because he 100% has. Like, he's done this almost every season.
Arthur Mitchell. Eventually, Miguel was another serial killer. Isaac Serco, not really a serial killer, but like a hitman mob boss kind of thing.
Yeah, but it is a very different dynamic to have it be like a. I do feel like
on good terms.
I think you're right, yeah, because I feel like he's never really been friends with.
No, he's always been very reserved. Like, every time, like, and he always does this. This is the same kind of layout, right? He assumes an identity. You know, in the past, like with Trinity, it was Kyle Butler, right? Now he is Ronald Schmidt. Or I like how throughout the entire episode, everybody was like, "Oh, this is Ronald Schmidt." He's like, "Call me Red." Like, trying to pretend like, okay, this is what he would do. But no, I think it's been really interesting to see how, like, I've been very interested to see how he ends up interacting with all of these people. And he gets to be a version of himself that he has never been able to show to anyone outside of his victims the moment that they are on the table. And he is being so honest while also hiding so much at the same time. Like, the stories that he tells, like, again, we'll get to it, but like when he talks to Kristen Ritter's character, Mia, Lady Vengeance, like, they kind of trauma dump and bond over their shared, childhood traumas and things like that. And he is being 100% truthful about Dexter's backstory, but conveying it through the lens of this dark passenger killer.
Yeah, and I think there's always, like, I think Dexter is always his most fascinating when he's dealing with, like, temptation, right? Like, I think that's an element that's always very fascinating. And
yes,
he truly is a boy in a candy store that's just like, can this be for real? Is this like, like?
And again, as Harry said, that is it too good to be true?
And yeah, I think, like, not to jump ahead, but like, I do think. Like, where he goes next is very fascinating to me, because he broke rule 1, day 1, and like, how is that going to work? And like, I think, like, what's very fascinating to me is, like, I think he could have got up there and told them almost the entire truth, and they would have been like, well, hell yeah, this is awesome. Like, I think if he was like, I killed Red, I am the Bay Harbor Butcher, they'd be like, bravo. And I think they would have welcomed him in, outside of the fact that the Bay Harbor Butcher is known for killing other killers, and that would have been like
that's the one little wrench in it. He is like, I think he is the monster that they tell stories about in that circle, right? Is like, I feel like these kind of characters are, high on life, sort of like on top of the world, nothing can stop us. But that one man, he scares me, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, he is Baba Yaga. He is the boogeyman. He is John Wick in a lot of ways.
It's cool to actually get to see the legend a little bit of, and we dived into this a little bit in like New Blood, where it's like he is this, like, now this 10-year-old,
the Bay Harbor Butcher. You know the nickname.
And like, even then, like, even when she's doing the story, it was like, but was it really him? It feels like everyone always kind of knew it wasn't him, but like, they didn't have any proof of it. So it's like,
I love how that's kind of like a conspiracy theory, like, top 10 conspiracy theories in the Dexter universe is like, was the Bay Harbor Butcher ever actually really caught? and you know,
is he still out there? Yeah.
Could he still be butchering people to this day?
Yeah, no, it's
Yes.
awesome.
Yes,
And
he
I
is.
loved, like, I think, like, this show does a really good job at, like, nostalgia, I guess is, like, what I'd say, because it's,
Yeah.
like,
Oh, 100%.
it doesn't feel, I mean, I guess episode 1 does feel a little, like, cameo. Oh, you know, look at the thing, you know? Like, there are those moments, too, but I think I love the little, like, this is the knife that the Trinity killer. Oh, it actually wasn't a Trinity killer, and you know I love the little ones. Like you have like the clown for like New Blood. It's like, oh, that is like that's not a big character, but it's really cool to see that like that continuity, you know, around. And I think this is a really cool way to let Dexter kind of like look upon his past and also remind the audience of some of these big things, like, hey, you remember season 1, you remember Brian Moser and stuff like that. And you know, I think bringing that back into modern day is very interesting, especially what Original Sin is doing right now. Like they're both tackling it. We also know he's in the season. Like we don't know yet, but it seems like he's in the season.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah. So I guess let's move into that. So Charlie picks him up, takes Dexter or Red to Prater's mansion. He uses his little fake thumbprint that he makes. You get that little, high tension scene where he's like, oh, sweaty palms. Let's, do the actual thumbprint there. And then we meet Peter Dinklage, Leon Prater. And it's such kind of a subversion to expectations, is because Dexter goes into this thinking, okay, the man who organized this is going to be just like me. And then he talks about, okay, the others are on their way. And Dexter's like, oh, so others just like me. Are you just like me? And he's like, oh, absolutely not. I'm just a big fan. And I think that's such an interesting angle, is because we kind of thought that Prater was, and he's doing all this like, philanthropic work around the city and stuff like that. Like you see a billboard with him with like the, NYPD later on in the episode and stuff like that. So it's very interesting to see that Prater is just kind of a big fan of serial killers. He's like, if somebody that was a big fan of true crime had way too much money and time on their hands, he's become this crazy collector. He shows Dexter his vault. General Grievous, this will make a fine addition to my collection. Like he asks him to bring a trophy to add to the collection table and everything. And like you said, we get to see all of these different elements from past seasons. We see the blood slides that Dokes took. Those were, Dexter's original blood slides, which was great. And he said, hello, old friends. And he's like, do not touch.
Do you
That was perfect.
I know this is coming towards the end, but like, does it, like he goes back to like the blood spatter, or like, he goes back to the blood print. Do you think he's going to take it back by the end of the season? Like, do you think he's going to get his original collection and start?
Oh, 100%. I could see it now. It was like Prater's mansion gets raided, and like they catalog all the evidence, and there's a piece of evidence missing. It's the Bay Harbor Butcher's slides. I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
It's interesting because I love that scene in the premiere of Original Sin. He's like, I'm a monster, but I'm an evolved monster, and it's like he's moved past the need for it, but he is in many ways relapsing
yes, he's falling back into those original primal urges, which they talk about is everybody's got a different name for it, the itch, the urge, that sort of thing. So I think that is very interesting too, is to see, yes, Dexter has been resurrected, but he also wants to fall back into comfort and habit and that sort of thing. But kind of continuing with the vaults, like obviously, like we mentioned earlier, we've got the blood slides, we've got the Trinity killer's hammer, and then Prater's like, oh, it's actually a misnomer. Did you know he killed in 4s? And Dexter's like, yeah, of course I did. The table that Brian Moser was killed on, all of these other artifacts, some real life. He's a collector. He has his way. You got the Pogo the Clown, but the New York Ripper, which got mentioned, and we know that Detective Wallace worked on that New York Ripper case as well. So that's very interesting, and that kind of again ties into all of these theories of like maybe the one that got away, and if she finds out that Dexter is infiltrating these people, crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's, she puts all the pieces together and is like, I could use this to help solve these unsolved cases.
Yeah.
You do get some real life serial killers in there as well. Ted Bundy, Charles Manson, that
Yeah.
sort of thing. I think that was really cool. You get little teases for the serial killers that we will meet at the party as well.
Yes.
Al, the Rapunzel, is his serial killer name. Neil Patrick Harris's character, the tattoo collector, of course.
That was
David Dastmalchian, the Gemini killer, as well as kind of the big one. Obviously, Kristen Ritter's character, Mia, Lady Vengeance, and I think the introduction of her to Dexter was like kind of the connection that you thought you were going to get right off the bat. And like when Prater explained who she was and what she did, is like, oh, she kills predators, basically, is the big thing, right? And abusers and things like that, which is so fun and so interesting. And Dexter's like, does she have a code? Like, it was basically Dexter's like, did we just become best friends? Like, that kind of thing. It's like they are so interlinked and intertwined. But that sole fact, though, I think that there could be a very interesting connection between her and everything going on with Harrison as well. Because think about it, Harrison's victim also fits the profile of what one of Mia's victims would have been. Yes, it's the disposal was the MO of the Bay Harbor Butcher. But what if the NYPD eventually starts thinking, okay, maybe these two killers teamed up? Something like that could be an interesting direction.
And also, like, I feel like there's a connection to Lumen there as well, right? Because Lumen had a similar. I'm not going to say it's your way of bringing her back. She's dead, right? But like,
that would be interesting if she got a mention at least.
Something like I feel like
like maybe Dexter's like, oh well, I had a friend who had a very similar mission to yours, or something like that. I think that would be very interesting.
Oh no, wait, Lumen's not dead.
No, she's not dead, but she's just gone.
That's right. Okay, they're all blonde. I apologize. They were a couple seasons apart. But no, it's going to be. It's going to be interesting. I do want to kind of pass it up a little bit, but I did have a thought. Oh God, what's his name? What's the collector's name again?
Prater. Leon Prater.
Okay.
Yeah.
I said a couple weeks ago that I didn't think he was our main villain of the season.
I 100% don't think he's the main villain of the season.
Okay. I kind of disagree now. I kind of now think he is. Because I think that's way more fascinating. I think it's really, really interesting to have a season of collecting serial killers, but instead of the one who is actually the serial killer, it's the one collecting them and bringing all. Like, I think that's slightly more interesting.
I think he's an antagonist. I think that he will be a target of the NYPD because he has all of this illegal evidence. But I don't think he is truly the villain. I still think it's Charlie. I think it's Uma Thurman's character. Okay, I think, she is very loyal to Prater and everything, but I think the moment that she starts seeing the cracks, and I feel like we're almost kind of getting those elements, like she is very, like, at the end of, even skipping forward to the end of the dinner party, Prater's like, oh, I think that went quite well. And Uma Thurman's character's like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever. Like, I'm just doing my job kind of thing. Like, I think that she seems very dark and mysterious and that sort of thing, and we were introduced to her before we were even introduced to Prater. She has already killed one of the serial killers that was supposed to be a member of the club because he turned on the group. So there is then precedent for her to potentially, very much so enforce Prater's rules to possibly the extreme. Which will then play into everything that we saw play out as the episode continued. But you go ahead.
I really like the aspect of, like, sometimes the most evil people aren't the ones that get their hands dirty. Like, I think that could be very interesting, where, like, he physically will not go out and kill anybody, but he will make everyone else do it for him.
Well, that goes back to the villain of season 5. Back to our Lumen season, right? The motivational speaker and everything like that. He had his friends do his dirty work. He did not ever actually commit
Yeah, sure.
the murders, but
You're
he
right.
had all of his underlings do it for him.
Yeah.
So you're right. That is a good parallel
And
for
then
Prater.
like I think a story about obsession could also
Yes.
be very interesting because that's something that Dexter can relate with on a very
Mm-hmm.
serious level. And I like, maybe this idea that he wants to be a serial killer, right? Like that's something he's had, that same drive, that same passion that Dexter has always had, but he does not have the ability to carry it out. So he lives those fantasies through this group of people, and it pushes him too far. And like I think
Yeah.
there's an opportunity to do something very different than we have
Mm-hmm.
with any other Dexter villain. And I'm not
Yes.
saying Thurman's character wouldn't, because has there ever been a female villain before? Has that ever happened? Lila, kind of.
Yeah, outside of Lila, no.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will say, like, in a weird way, that Dokes was the villain of that season.
That, and yeah, you could be like, Maria
Yeah.
is the villain of
Well,
season
because again, you had
7.
Dokes,
Like,
you also had the Skinner and all of that kind of stuff.
yeah.
But like, yeah, I always think of season 2 as Lila being the villain of that season. And speak of the devil, dude, like I got a couple of little Lila vibes there from Mia this week.
Christian?
As far as
Is that Christian's character?
Kristen Ritter's character, yeah.
Christian. Okay.
Yeah, so again, female serial killer that immediately connects with Dexter, understands his dark past and everything like that, is being kind of seductive, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, I think that is how things started out with Lila.
You're
and
right.
Dexter was like, oh, this person who really gets me, they understand me on this personal level.
Everything? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, care for a glass of wine, Mr. Passenger.
I do think I already like her more than Lila.
Oh, 100%. No, I really already like this character a lot.
I like her a lot. I don't know how much of it is I like her, or if I just like Christian Riddler, like as an actress. Like I like her in everything I've seen her in. And it is funny because I did say, like, literally, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but I was like, I'm good with love interest. Like, I don't think Dexter needs another one. I'm like, all right.
You're like, oh man, this one might work. And
hey,
to be fair, it's not another blonde love interest for you. So
it's not.
Hey, that's a win. He's broadening his horizons, right?
Sure. Do you think it's genuine? Do you think her friendship with him, the seductive nature, because I fell for it, like, until this very moment I was like, yeah, of course it is, but I was like,
yeah,
she's a serial killer, she could be playing some angle, but I'd also get if she was just lonely, right? Like, she's like a serial killer can't connect on the intimate level.
I think in the same way that Dexter partially is genuine with how he's interacting with all of these people, but also I think there is an ulterior motive. I think it's going to be very interesting once she figures out who Dexter really is, and once Dexter truly understands who she is as well. I think he needs to do his proper vetting.
Yeah.
Just like Harry said, again, like Harry popped up during the dinner, right? Dexter goes to talk to him, and he's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, these people are they're not your friends, they're your victims, is what he tells Dexter, which I thought was a very, very powerful line. But also, again, trying to, like, put his head on straight. And further on in the episode, you're supposed to be, killing these people. What are you doing? You're setting up a date with Lady Vengeance. Like, and he smacks him in the head. Like, come on. I think that's great. Is that the first time that he's physically interacted with his dark passenger? Like, I don't think Harry's ever, like, physically touched him or anything. Like, maybe he's, like, handed him things.
His sister did, for sure.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, you're right.
But that seemed different to me. But it's so interesting. It's so interesting. And then so at the dinner, we have a little show and tell time, and that's where Neil Patrick Harris's character, the tattoo collector, talks about his process as a killer. And he finds this young girl who's getting a new tattoo that he wants to add to his collection. And Dexter's like, okay, you've just made the top of my list. He is exactly somebody who fits the code. He is going to kill an innocent person. He has proof that this man is going to kill another innocent person, so he needs to stop it before it happens. And we'll put a pin in that, or I guess a tattoo needle in that. And I want to take a brief reprieve and kind of talk about all the other side stories that were going on leading up to that. But do you have anything else kind of on the dinner, on Prater, on Mia, Lady Vengeance, anything like that?
No, not necessarily. Yeah, like I think the execution was very good. I'm loving kind of this recurring theme for Dexter, where he loves playing with his food. He loves.
Yes, and I think Harry said that too. Is don't play with your food, and that is what has bit him in the past. Trinity, Miguel, Lila, even to an extent. Brain surgeon. Oliver Saxon.
But he's also not wrong either. Like, he wasn't completely wrong with Arthur, where it's like, yes, maybe you could learn something. And yes, you don't want to blow your cover.
Hot take, he should have killed Arthur in the kitchen.
Yeah, you're right. Arthur.
He should have killed Arthur in the kitchen, man. He should have killed him in the kitchen. He should have killed him at the construction site.
I will say him not killing Arthur the second he shot Deb pisses me off.
Or yeah.
Yeah, that was like, dude.
Or inspired his daughter to shoot Deb.
That's true, but he thought it was Arthur.
It was,
yeah, it was like, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, who else could it be at that point? Yeah. But, no, so the other parts of this episode, obviously, Harrison and Harrison's story overlaps with Batista's story, which then overlaps with the NYPD story.
Yeah.
So Harrison is feeling the guilt and regret over what he's done. And it is building. It is like a Telltale Heart situation, which I thought was very, a very good visual and kind of, ode to things like that, is he gets the watch back, and that is kind of the one piece that is still linking him to Ryan's murder and to his death. And like, yes, Harrison has kind of escaped from the police as far as suspicion goes at this point, but we also see the cops talking about it, and they're like, yeah, this is not a great alibi. Like, okay, you're living in the hotel, cool, but that doesn't mean that you didn't kill the guy.
Yeah.
You see Harrison kind of seeking out support from his friend that works in the hotel. Harrison, while Dexter had all of the Riz this week, Harrison unfortunately got none of it, apparently.
Yeah.
So, so sorry Harrison. But
yeah, he took a shot. He missed.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So
yeah, and I'm personally really enjoying this love interest. I think.
Me too.
More than the last. Not that I didn't enjoy the last love interest, but also I thought she was a little bland at times, a little one-dimensional at times. She reminded me of too many characters I've seen before, I feel like. And this one I'm quite enjoying. Like, I'm really loving the single mother vibe that she has going, and what if we're going to parallel? Oh, that could actually be really fun if we parallel the early Dexter days of new father in the picture with single mother kind of thing that we did with Frida.
Oh wow, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you're right.
Harrison is then
you're right. Harrison is filling that same kind of role. Interesting, very interesting. I like that.
That'd be interesting, and
I like.
To me,
that.
I read it we didn't have a chance to talk about what had happened. As it's it happens. You shoot your shot, it doesn't take it. You have to just let
just let things play out. But in the aftermath of that, though, she may or may not have said some things that, Harrison, you get him next time. Said some things that she shouldn't have said to a particular captain with the most passion. So Batista back in the picture, investigating. Harrison tracks the truck. Tracks that to Harrison, tracks that to the hotel.
Yep.
Batista and Harrison have a really interesting, a really great conversation there at the beginning. Jamie Batista mentioned thank you. I thought that was great.
I was so happy. I
loved that.
She got her bachelor's. She's doing well.
I thought she got her doctorate, is what he said.
Is it doctorate?
Or her PhD. Yeah, she got her PhD and is a middle school principal or something like that.
I think that'd be I said a couple weeks ago that I didn't know how they would reincorporate her. It's
Yeah,
actually really easy. Just have like her, like him go out to dinner with the sister for like or something, you know, like
yeah,
she
yeah,
doing something.
yeah.
And that's just
And
a
be like, oh,
cameo.
hey, I talked to Harrison. And she's like, oh,
Yeah.
little Harrison. Like that'd be
Harrison!
great. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be great. But I loved how Harrison's face kind of lit up and was like, oh, Jamie, like, yeah, she's awesome. Like,
I don't know how he didn't remember. I guess that makes sense though, because she was around low key
she was
more than
around
Dexter
way more
and
than
Deb.
Dexter and Deb back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say, of course,
Great
obviously
memory.
yeah, yeah. But
But
also too is
serial
probably things that
killers,
he was
yeah.
told as well. You know what I mean? And I'm sure Dexter probably told Hannah a lot of some backstory to tell Harrison, just so he didn't have a ton of questions. Yeah, yeah, we do
I
need
need
an
them.
Aster and
I
Cody.
need them.
I need them to show up.
I need them.
I want Aster and Cody to meet Harrison.
Yeah. Okay.
I want them to. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They're a duo of villains for a season. They've come to get revenge on Dexter for leaving them and faking his death.
No. Again, I think
Dexter.
I think if they show up, they're going to agree with Dexter. I think they're going to be like, "Thank you for avenging our mother and making sure that other kids don't lose their mothers." You know what I mean?
Okay, that is interesting because I feel like if it's out, like let's say everyone knows about Dexter, but the whole world learns about who he is.
Oh, that'd be crazy. The truth is, I am the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Oh,
that's how the season ends.
No, I think it'd be fascinating if one agrees and one doesn't, right? Like I think Aster would 100%. I think she would be like, no, there's evil in this world. The same evil that killed our mother, the same evil that hit and abused my friends as a kid. And like to a point, I think part of her knew what he did that night, like to her friend's father.
It was kind of like a don't ask, don't tell sort of situation.
So I think she would understand. I feel like Cody would side on the other side. I think Cody thinks of Dexter as a hero, as this Superman figure. He thinks of
the Dark Defender.
Yeah, but he's like, he's a killer. No way he's a killer. Dexter would never do that. And when he found out, I think he'd be crushed. I think he'd be distraught. Like, I think, and that would be, I think, a very interesting dynamic of like, I don't know how big of a role they could possibly have in a season, but I think it'd be interesting for them to see it differently. It's like, you didn't see what I saw when this was going on. Like, you were too young to understand the tragedy that we grew up in. Like, I think that could be interesting.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome. I hope that that's something that they save for a future season. Yes, it would be. Yeah, exactly, and it would be flipping the original dynamic. Yes, 100%. Awesome. And I like that direction. I like that idea. But back to Harrison and Batista, right? So Batista starts asking questions about the murder and everything like that. Harrison, again, kind of like a deer caught in headlights, but kind of talks his way out of the situation. And then his friend comes up and is like, "Hey, Harrison didn't know anything about this murder," and that sort of thing. And Batista's like, "Wait, what? Nobody said anything about a murder."
Yeah.
Like, I was just talking to him about his dad. Nobody said something about a murder. And then he puts all the pieces together, finds out that Ryan got chopped up, just like the Bay Harbor Butcher's victims. He goes to talk to Detective Wallace and is like, "Hey, I might have some info for you." Which is, that's going in the direction that I thought it was as well, is Batista is going to be kind of working parallel with them. We get another scene of Batista talking to Harrison, and this one was even better than the first one. Batista was like, he cut the crap, right? He was like, I'm done trying to play coy and to play nice, and is like, your dad is bad news. He got LaGuardia killed. He got your Aunt Deb killed.
Yeah.
He got your mother killed.
Yep.
And you're protecting him. And now he's out here and he's, potentially killed again. Like, he doesn't necessarily say that Dexter killed he doesn't reveal that Dexter's alive to Harrison. But he's like, you're going down a very dangerous path. You're going down a very dark path. And by not telling me what happened here,
Yeah.
You're becoming no better than your father, and I really hope for your sake you make the right decision. And he leaves.
Yeah.
But it is so interesting to see Batista go down this path this season. Like we talked about this before the stream started, is the joke originally from the old show was, between Batista and Quinn, 0 cases solved, like, oh, these 2 cops knock on your door, you're fine, like that kind of thing. Like kind of they're the screw ups of Miami Metro in a way. Like I know they weren't, but that was kind of the joke, is they were, not solving any cases because Dexter was always throwing everybody off and saving the, saving the solves for himself basically. But Batista has locked in and done some serious Batman level detective work, put all the pieces together, and is on a vengeance tear, trying to expose what he already knows is true now.
Yeah.
And he is doing this out of, I think, number one, trying to avenge LaGuardia's death. 100%.
Yeah.
But I think also Batista feels hurt and feels betrayed and feels like an idiot for allowing all of this stuff to happen
under his
nose, behind his back for over a decade.
Yeah.
He called this man a friend, a brother.
Yeah.
And he, again, like he said, he mourned his death. He spoke at his funeral, and only to then find out he's still alive. He hid that from him, and that he was this famous or infamous serial killer that the department was after for years, and again led to the deaths of many of his friends, Dokes, Deb, LaGuardia, and everyone else in between.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot fault Batista for what he's doing
No.
as somebody from the outside looking in. But as a fan of the show, as a fan of Batista, as a fan of Dexter, as somebody who knows what happens when somebody learns about Dexter's true nature, what is the first rule of the code? Don't get caught.
Yeah.
Go ask Logan what happens when you find out who Dexter really is. Go ask Dokes what happens when you find out who Dexter really is. Go ask Lila. You can't. They're all dead.
Yeah.
So
because it's interesting because it's like he's never outright, shot someone in the head for knowing who he is. And, because of that code is in place, like the only time he's come close is Maria, right? But I also think
then Deb cleans up that mess for him.
I also think he was in a very different headspace. Like he was in a very desperate place at the time.
Yeah, and desperate times call for desperate measures, and he will do whatever it takes to preserve himself.
Yeah.
Very much so. Honestly, a good parallel. Season 1 Oliver. No one can know my secret.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's so interesting what we're building to. Again, connecting all of these pieces of Harrison is connected to this death. It's the same style of killing and cleanup that the Bay Harbor Butcher did. And now this all ties into the end of the episode. Because Neil Patrick Harris, the tattoo collector, is off to do what he does, collect another tattoo. Dexter is kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't have all of his equipment.
Yeah.
But he uses his resources to his advantage and gets the tattoo collector on his table. And this is the classic setup. He's got the apron on. He's got him wrapped in plastic and everything. But Dexter's back to his old tricks. 2 nights the night, baby. He takes his little, blood sample. He does the blood slides, and I love that picture of Dexter just looking at the slides, holding it up. That's going to be my thumbnail for the video. And he's back to who he truly is.
Yeah.
I think, they had a great conversation. Neil Patrick Harris's character just kind of accepted his fate. He's like, oh, shoot, well, I've been on the other end of this so many times. I know what's happening here. Like, I know this is it for me. Just kind of tell me what's going on here, basically. Like, who are you? I'm Dexter Morgan. Who's that? The Bay Harbor Butcher. And then he freaks the freak out. I loved it. Again, you get the music swelling, you get Dexter's kind of release. And dude, it just was such a well-crafted scene. It was such a perfectly staged scene. The lighting, the dialogue, the music, the facial expressions, and the storytelling in that, in the dialogue and the inflections. It was such a well put together scene. And how I talked about last episode of him killing Red being, Dexter's true resurrection and Dexter's true kind of, reassumption of his past identity. It was even more so with this. Is he, for the first time ever, truly embraced who he is. He embraced the name. He called himself the Bay Harbor Butcher. Back to season 2, when Dokes found him. I got you. You're the Bay Harbor Butcher. I really hate that name. Like, he never wanted to go by that. He preferred Dark Defender, or as Batista called him, Dark Avenger. I think that was kind of funny. But he's truly accepted who he is. And I think that that's because of his interactions with the other killers, with Prater, by seeing his old trophies, and by talking through some things with Mia. And I do really think that that's going to be a very interesting direction to go in. But now he's killed Lowell, and there is now a vacancy on the council that will not go unnoticed. And Harrison's like, so what do you do now? And I love Dexter's little freak out is like, you're the one who told me to do this. Like, I'll figure it out. Like, this whole operation was your idea.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be very interesting. I think Dexter's going to find a way through it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like that scene was so good. That scene was so good. And then it carries on to the end of the episode. Harrison, again, all of these different ideas that have been kind of swelling, everything from Batista kind of rattling around in his head, talking about, okay, you're no better than your father, that sort of thing. He goes to the police station to try to turn himself in, and then you get a grab on the shoulder, turn around, Harrison, don't. And it's Dexter. Revealing himself to Harrison that he's still alive. Roll credits. End of episode. Interesting theory that I thought about. What if it really wasn't Dexter? Because him and Harry just very recently had that conversation, like, I'm not ready to go back and see him yet. What if he doesn't want to see me? What if Harrison has now manifested his Dark Passenger in the same way that Dexter manifests Harry? Because, again, he still thinks Dexter is dead. I know that's kind of an out of left field kind of thing, but I wouldn't put it past them. Like, I think at face value, Dexter's going to help his son make sure he doesn't make a mistake by turning himself in. But wouldn't that be an interesting subversion to start the next episode? And Dexter's somewhere completely different than, that scenario right there in front of the police station. Or maybe like Dexter's in the car watching this happen. Like, he didn't actually go up to stop him. Like, but he sees Harrison stop, turn around, look surprised, and then walk away. I think that would be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious because, again, I'm so impressed how long they've waited to have this reunion. Like, I think it's very ballsy to wait until potentially episode 5, if not longer, to do this. And I think that's pretty awesome. I'm curious to kind of see where the season goes from here, because this is technically what the whole theme of the season was supposed to be, going to find his son, right? Yeah. And he's really got distracted. I think that's really funny. It's like, ooh, shiny,
Dexter's always getting distracted. He's getting distracted by people, shiny objects, murders, everything.
So I think it probably will be Dexter, but I also would not be shocked at all if it was an illusion, at least for an episode, because I do think there's a fun aspect to play with of, like, is this real? Or Like, or maybe it is him, but he doesn't believe it's him for the whole episode.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think by the end of episode 5, Dexter will physically be there with Harrison.
Sure.
And they're going to be like, all right, we got to figure something out. Like, I'm investigating Prater. Batista's investigating you and me. The cops are investigating us. We're being very much so closed in here, and we've got to find a way out of this. And again, I still think that the best way forward and the only way forward and the only way out of this for Dexter is to work with Detective Wallace and somehow maybe play on her connection and maybe failed investigation of the New York Ripper that we had mentioned this episode, and pitch himself as the solution to the problem and say, hey, I taught Harrison to do this. He was just defending this girl. Like, don't throw the book at Harrison. Use me. And that's what, again, makes him the CI, gives him immunity from Batista's investigation as well. I think he could very easily solve all of his problems with one.
All the other serial
exactly killers. He's like, all right, I will catch and kill all of these other serial killers for you if my son goes free and you keep Batista out of my way.
Yeah.
So you could almost see the detective kind of keep trying to throw Batista off the trail, off the scent, which leads me to another very interesting point here, right? Again, as we talked about this a little bit earlier, is what if we somehow end up at a point where we frame Mia for Ryan's death? Because again, Ryan is the type of person that Mia would go after. Lady Vengeance would go after Ryan. So what if she's like the last one left? And Dexter's having a really tough time killing her because she is doing, for all intents and purposes, the same thing that Dexter is doing. And then he has to make that decision, maybe, is save Mia or save Batista. And
I'd argue
maybe Harrison makes that decision for him. And I think Batista's death is going to be an accidental death by Harrison.
I don't know.
Dude, there's so much. Like, I've not had this fun speculating in a while. And this was a big episode, too. This was over an hour. This was like an hour and 7 minutes, an hour and 6 minute episode. This was insane.
Yeah, I guess that would have been my only kind of, like, not even an issue. But yeah, I do think it kind of does drag at the end there just a little bit. Like, there's a point
but I think you need it.
Oh, it's still going? I agree.
I think because, again, all of this stuff, yes, you could have split it into 2 episodes, but I think you need the whole picture and the whole context to really get the emotional connection of the episode itself. And then I think everything else will probably be normal length going forward. But this was the big one in runtime and in reveals.
I know, like, next week is technically the back half of the season, but I think this was really almost like your mid-season point of just like...
Yes, if you were to say, okay, what's a mid-season finale, quote unquote, like this is it. Yeah, and then everything post this, I almost think like, and then the finale, true proper, will be episode 9, and then episode 10 is going to be more so like admin wrap up, kind of epilogue kind of episode. At least that's how I would hope that it is structured.
Yeah, I'm curious because this is the first Dexter series that's supposed to be getting a second season since the original, right? Like since 2012 is it? So I'm curious as like what threads do we wrap up? Are you right that we're going to like a different city come season 2? How much of this do we wrap up? Because like some of these characters, like Mia is a character I'd like to keep around. Like she's a character
I would too.
I'd watch a couple seasons with her, and play the long game. And same with Blessing, and same with these agents.
Yes. Which is, thank you for mentioning Blessing. That's the one element that we didn't bring up. Is just a small little scene, but Dexter sees Blessing and his family doing kind of like game night and that sort of thing, and he's like, "These are great people, but they're not my people."
And it's like, Dexter, those aren't your people either, buddy. Those.
Yeah.
He wants them to be, but they they aren't. And yeah, like I'm really enjoying like the, I've said it the last couple of weeks, but I think the show's strongest point so far are these characters, and I think
yes,
that's Dexter. I think that's Dexter. That's always been Dexter's strength, is being able to create these characters that feel like they have so much life and so much personality. Mm-hmm. It's almost a shame we killed off Neil Patrick Harris.
But that was my theory from the beginning, that he was going to die immediately, and Red, he did.
Like, I really liked, like the concept. Like it's interesting because all of these, like all of these killers could be full.
They could be. Villains. They could be, but I think it shows just how in tune Dexter is with himself, that he can kill a quote unquote big bad. He killed 2 big bads in 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And
I think this is one of the, like, someday it might be fun to, like, rank the serial killers of this universe or something.
Yeah.
Or, like, in terms
100%.
Of themes or whatever.
100%.
I think, like, I don't love it. Obviously, bad guy, right? But, like, in terms of a concept, like, a killer that, like, kills people and takes their tattoos is kind of awesome. That's kind of really 100%. Cool.
Like, every single one of these characters could have their own spin-off shows. And I think even Kristen Ritter talked about this at Comic-Con. If I saw a clip of her talking about, her character Mia and all of these other characters, how they're so unique. Everybody has so much character to them that you could go down that rabbit hole. You could have a whole show about
or something. Yeah.
Each of these characters individually.
Mm-hmm. And I think I do think I think we kind of brushed over it a little bit, but I do think it is fascinating. Mia kind of just being Dexter, like she is Dexter.
She's just female Dexter. Yes,
she is Dexter with almost, I don't know, almost better version of Dexter in a way.
She's
like,
Dexter with a more fine tooth comb, with a more targeted, with a more targeted audience.
You know what I mean? Like, it feels more like, I don't know. I feel like if you're in court, right? I feel like she would get more leniency than he would, right? Because he's like, any bad thing, whatever. She is
Dexter's code, he is supposed to only kill other killers. Yes, he's branched off of that to save people or to kill people who could potentially kill and that sort of thing. But it is very interesting to see the two of them, and I think that, again, I'm going to be very interested to see what happens if and when Mia finds out who that Red is. Dexter.
Who Dexter is, yeah.
Yes.
I think I don't know. It's going to be tough, because even then, Mia doesn't seem to necessarily like the people she's hanging out. Like, she doesn't like this community. It's just, it's good money. It's good money.
Yeah.
I think even Neil's character, she seemed to seriously dislike Neil.
Oh yeah. She's like, dude, if you try to take my tattoo, I'm gonna,
kill you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think she's 100% pro Dexter. I don't think so kill killers.
Well, if we had to pick sides,
me, we're good.
100%. Yeah. She's on Team Dexter the whole way.
Yeah.
I do think also one final piece that I forgot to mention here was, again, Dexter obviously assuming Red's identity, had to adopt all of Red's characteristics, and I thought the funniest running joke this entire episode was that Red was a vegan, and that the fact that hey, I've prepared this special vegan meal for you, while Dexter is like eyeing all of this tomahawk steaks and prime rib and everything like that, and it's like, nope, here's your vegan meal. I think that was the worst torture of all. Oh, you want to come back to my place for some pastries? Oh, look at all these pastries. Nope, here's your vegan kale whatever. And I'm like, Dexter, if you would have said one thing, like, just say, you know what, I'm trying something different.
I think I do really I think it's a really funny bit to be like, we kill for a living. We are some of the worst people to ever exist. But your diet, what can we do to help a quiet?
It was
it's so good. It's so funny. It adds so much to all of their characters.
Oh no, it's great. It's great. It reminds me, actually, I saw a TikTok at one point. It was like what was it, like the socially acceptable mob or something like that. And it was like, okay, what if the mob was like very conscious of like current social issues and things like
Oh,
that?
sure.
And that's exactly what this is.
Gary, it's global warming. We gotta do something.
Yeah.
Let's read through some comments here.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Do you think there's more to David's character? We didn't learn much about him. 100%. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
He's
again,
the only one so far that I'm like, I don't care much, but I don't know much yet. So I'm excited.
I think from the way that he was presented this episode, I think there's a very good possibility that once he figures out that other killers are dropping like flies, maybe he bounces and he's somebody that carries into another season.
But that's okay. See, like, this is why I'm even more convinced it's going to be, God damn it, his name keeps
Prater.
Yes, why I think he'll be the main villain, because that makes sense to me. Is like he now tries to go kill Dexter or something because he's taken away his toys. Like he is single-handedly.
Well, I think again he's going to send Charlie after him. Like I think again Charlie's the physical threat. Again, I think very much so it's going to mirror season 5. In a lot of ways. Like we have multiple villains. Sure. Just like again, season 5, Dexter and Lumen were going after all the little mini bosses to get to the one big head honcho. And that's what is happening here. But I do think that there's a possibility that if what the creatives have said is true, is that Des Malton's character, the Gemini killer, is going to end up either going off in his own way and Dexter goes after him later, or again he is going to be set up as potentially the next, maybe not the next big bad, but a threat for the future.
I will say I don't want every one of these killers to die, because I think that's been one of my pet peeves of the show is they kill off everybody they have.
But again, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Is Dexter supposed to kill him? Again, just like Harry, these aren't your friends; they're your victims.
I think at least one needs to get away. I think
100%.
And I feel like maybe that will be Christian's character. I think that would make the most sense. It was like, okay, you have to leave town, or I am going to kill you, or something.
But again, I don't think she fits Dexter's code though.
No.
Because again,
I don't think he has any issue keeping her alive. Like that checks out.
No, I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting conversation between him and Harry, right? Is like Dexter's going to make the case like she's doing the same thing that I'm doing,
right?
But there's probably going to be something that happens, and she shows a little bit of a darker tendency, even than Dexter, or less care for innocent life, or something like that. And that's going to spark Harry to be like, all right, you got to take her out now.
Yeah.
Not on a date. On the table.
Tinfoil hat theory, Prater is the New York Ripper, and actually he's the killer himself. I don't know if that's tinfoil hat, because I also thought it. I feel like that might be a little bit too obvious, in fact. I think he's way more interesting if he's not a killer.
Yes,
I don't like every villain kind of being the same stereotypical, like, I'm a serial killer. Like, they're still bad and Dexter needs to take care of them, but they're kind of like different. Although he would be a very fascinating serial killer. Like, I like the idea that he uses what typically would be seen as a disadvantage to his advantage. Like, I think that would be kind of interesting. I'm like, no one suspects I would be a massive serial killer, because why would they? Like, I think that.
Well, but I mean, he is a serial killer through all of these other killers. Like, whether he wants to admit it or not, he's forcing, or not forcing, but encouraging. Let's say encouraging these other characters and funding their extracurricular activities.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that is. Very
he's bankrolling these killers so that he can kind of fund and fuel his strange addiction to, and fandom of these killers. And like he tells Dexter is like, all right, tell me your plan next time you come through. Like this is going to be, show and tell. You got to tell me your process. Tell me about your next victim, like that sort of thing. And I think that's going to be very interesting.
And that's also interesting is because he'll know how to take you down too.
Yes.
The bad aspect is very it's like the classic like cartoon is like he knows like your every
he
move.
knows
How
all
do
his
we take
moves.
them down? Yeah, like that's
he's like a mazo.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now this is a good episode. This is a very good episode. I'm excited for. It feels good to just be excited each week for like a new episode of a thing.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here and just say every episode has gotten better and better and better and better.
I think I agree. Yeah.
I think the only ones maybe I'd swap is I think maybe episode 1 was better than episode 2. Yeah. Yeah. So I would say probably number 1 episode 4, number 2 episode 3, number 3 episode 1, number 4 episode 2.
Yeah.
And not that episode 2 is bad.
It's just a
I just think
just setting things in motion.
Yeah. So again, I think if we continue with this
too. So like great stuff.
Yeah. It was great stuff, but it was a little slower, I guess is the best way to put it, right? But not in a bad way. I just think, dude, this season is again going to continue to trend up, and if we again keep this momentum, keep this quality going, like you said, this could go down as one of the best seasons in the show's entirety.
Yeah, and I think like
this could easily be a top 3, top 5.
It's interesting because I think like for many people nothing is going to be the top 4, and I think that's understandable. I 100% understand that. I'm that way with like a lot of my Arrowverse seasons. It's like nothing's beating 1 and 2, and stuff like that. But like I don't know. Like we had issues with season 2. We had tiny issues with season 3. I'd even have it. I had some issues with season 1. Like there were some little things I didn't vibe with as much as other people. So like I haven't had that with this season yet. Like there really isn't a thing where I'm like, man, I'm really not liking the subplot with Blank. It's like
I think the only criticism you could give it is maybe an over-reliance on nostalgia and old episodes. Sure. But I think that's also the crux of the show itself. That's the whole point. It
is a revival
sins of the father, the past coming back to bite you, and trying to make a new name for yourself and resurrect yourself into this, new life and this new city.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those. I think it has a perfect title. I think Resurrection is a perfect title. I think it's very, we get a lot of these kind of titles a lot, and sometimes it's like, doesn't really fit that title. Like we just had like First Steps for like Fantastic Four, and like I came up being like, I didn't need that title, and I think Born Again has a very interesting, like very similar vibe. It's like, oh no, they really
It's like a double meaning as far as like Dexter's resurrection back from the dead, but also the show's resurrection.
The show's resurrection.
Daredevil Born Again. The show is back.
And like not only is it back, it feels like it's returning to the golden age of Dexter.
Yes.
Like what people love about it. I think the fan base even feels like it's been resurrected. Like
100%. 100%.
I obviously wasn't watching the show back when, and like TikTok wasn't a thing, but it feels like kind of feels like a massive show. Like it feels like
it does. Well, again, it was number 1. It's been number 1 on Paramount for like 4 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
It's every episode's getting like a 9.4 to a 9 point. I think this episode got like a 9.8 on Metacritic or something like that.
Yeah, it's hard to revive. I think it's hard to revive a show to like a more global audience. Like you can have a show come back and people love it, right? But maybe it'll get canceled because it didn't get enough viewership. It feels like it's one of the more talked about shows on right now. Yes. And that includes stuff that's like Marvel and DC and stuff like that. So it's like, I think...
Again, if it continues this trajectory, it's going to be my favorite project of the year. It's going to be my number 1. This was my number 1 most anticipated, and it is living up to that hype and exceeding it.
Interesting. Okay.
There's nothing else I'd rather watch over this. Like, I think this is, for me, number 1 project of the year.
Just like in general, movies
across and TV, movies, and games, even. Like I don't think there's been any great games that came out this year either.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull, I don't know why this is not loading. I'm trying to look up my like top shows of the year so far, and it's definitely in my like. What's my number 1 right now? I'm trying to think. I mean, I love Spider-Man a lot. I loved Invincible a lot. What's the one I'm missing that's like number 1?
Yeah. I would say probably this is number 1, maybe Invincible number 2, and then
Yeah.
Ironheart number 3 for me.
Interesting.
Daredevil Born Again, honorable mention.
I think I also watch a lot more shows.
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
I know you do.
Severance. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that a lot.
Severance. Yeah. Well, actually, it could, because there is one episode of Severance that's kind of like, it's a little whack. Like it's one of those, like, a character. It's a bottle episode for a character that's not
Okay.
super interesting, and people are like, yeah, you can skip that one. Right now, if it can keep this up, it's going to be a top 2 for me, I think. Unless there's a lot of shows coming out in this back half. Like, there's a lot of good TV coming. So, like,
yeah,
my list is about to shift, and I think actually that's a good transition. I think we're on a bit of a time limit today. We can go over it, of course, but we're talking about some Dexter Resurrections, and this is going to be Dexter Resurrections episode. This is episode 5.
Episode 5.
Halfway through the season. Very fun, very exciting stuff. What's your, I mean, how are you feeling now that we're halfway through the season? Are you feeling good about where we're sitting things? Are you feeling good about where things are placed?
I am.
Okay.
I honestly, I'm very happy with how the season has played out. Like, going into it, I wanted to know a ton, but then there was a point where I was like, okay, let's not spoil this for myself, right? Is like, there's a lot of information I'm seeing, the Dexter Daily account posts like, oh, episode 7, episode 8 synopsis, and like, all of these things, and I'm like, I don't necessarily want to know that far in advance. So it's been fun to watch the show week to week, speculate here with you, and see everything unfold. And also the fact that, again, I don't know a ton going into it, and I'm not trying to, dive deeper into things outside of what we've got currently. Like, up to now, episode 5, this is what we have to work with, and I almost don't even want to watch the episode trailers for future episodes now, as I just want to speculate on what we have currently. And I think we're kind of hitting the nail on the head with a lot of our speculation. Like, every single week, we're kind of nailing it, which is, I mean, some people would say that it would be bad that it's predictable, but I think that is the sign of a really fun show. Like, we've kind of talked about this over the last few weeks, but just the fact that it's something that is a weekly release, something that we can sit here, talk about, reminisce on, and speculate on what comes next. This is something that we've been severely missing over the last few years, and really, again, I haven't felt like this since Prime Arrowverse. Like, I think the last show that we really talked about in this vein outside of Superman and Lois, and I mean, Superman and Lois is an interesting case because that was not necessarily a show that there was a lot of mystery speculation on. Yeah, there wasn't a ton to be done there. Like, there was, but it wasn't like, okay, who's the man in the Iron Mask, or who is Zoom, or what is going to happen.
Or like season 1, there was a lot with like
like who really, and so, but having a show like this, like, yes, we don't really have a masked villain, but there are some interesting places to speculate on. Like, where does this season end with Dexter? Which killers survive and which don't? Who's the New York Ripper? Is Blessing the New York Ripper? Like, all this like fun speculation, as well as just the fact that the internet collectively seems to absolutely adore the season, the characters, the storylines, and loves, number 1, editing the show and like putting up TikTok edits and Instagram edits and things like that. But also, I'm seeing people loving to speculate on it. I'm seeing so many articles. I'm seeing, again, so much interaction from the fan base and kind of these, post-episode debriefs that they're posting on the Dexter YouTube page as well. Yes. Cool. is like they're going all in on this show and they're presenting Dexter like a big blockbuster superhero project when, think about it, when it probably, like when it first came out, I'm sure most people were like, oh, this is kind of like this is the serial killer show, but like it's mostly a cop show with a little bit of investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And, even back to some of those earlier seasons of Dexter, like, yes, there was mystery, but we kind of knew mostly about the villains like right as they were introduced. Like I think
Sure.
the biggest mystery was really back in season 1 with Brian and the ice truck killer.
Right.
Like that was one that they dragged out until mid-season, and we didn't really know. Like we knew that there was this serial killer out there, but we didn't know who they were or what their motivations were, that sort of thing. And they never really kind of recaptured that same lightning in a bottle, so to speak, in a future season. Like it was all very, I don't want to say formulaic, but it was not done in that mystery style.
Mm-hmm.
I think this season, again, like you've got so much mystery with Prater, with Charlie, with all of the other killers and their potential backstories. And then you've got the, Detective Wallace investigating Harrison, and you've got Batista investigating Dexter, and all of those storylines happening parallel, but then also intersecting at different points as well. And I think this week did a great job of kind of bringing a lot of these storylines to a head in multiple different ways, but also setting the stage for where the rest of the season can go, and kind of slightly changing the status quo that we've been used to this season. Is all right, Dexter is keeping his distance from Harrison. He's observing from afar. Harrison's dealing with the whole, Ryan Foster murder on his own. But now everything has come together. We finally get what this season has kind of been building towards. And I guess, in continuing on from it and stop, beating around the bush, dancing around it, Dexter Resurrection, episode 5, titled Murder Horny, which apparently wasn't the original title for the episode as well. There was a very interesting story as far as like how they came up with it. I liked how they dropped the episode title in the episode itself. It was part of the dialogue, and I'm a sucker for that. Whenever they do that, I'm like, all right, roll credits.
Yeah. What are we, some kind of Family Guy?
Yeah, really. But no, it was great. Like again, this was the culmination of everything that this season had been building towards. We got the
it's
the
like
fallout
a point for sure.
Exactly. Is we got the fallout from Prater's serial killer dinner. We got the fallout of how Dexter's mood and motivations and everything are changing after him killing Lowell. We've got, some new exploration into Kristen Ritter's character, Mia, and it confirms a lot of theories that we had, earlier on, and some of those seeds that were planted in the previous episode were fully able to flourish this week. But, of course, the big part of the story was, of course, the reconnection between Dexter and his son, Harrison. Episode 4 ends off with Dexter going to stop Harrison from turning himself into the NYPD, and that is exactly where we pick up. Harrison is shocked, surprised, confused, bamboozled. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing a ghost. You're supposed to be dead. What are you doing here? And Dexter's like, hey, we can't talk about this here. Let's go back to my place, and I'll explain everything to you. And just that initial scene where he was like, hey, I'm going to try to explain everything to you, are you okay? That sort of thing. And Harrison's just like, he's freaking out. He's got so many different things going through his mind. And the biggest part of that was still the guilt and the fear that surrounded Harrison. And I think that they played it so well. And they showed that dichotomy between how Dexter is feeling. He's feeling calm and relaxed and relieved after killing Lowell last week, or I guess technically in the span of the show, last night. But in context of the show, this murder that Harrison committed happened days, weeks possibly ago at this point, and it is still eating away at his soul. And I loved how they visualized that with the watch, right? they're talking about the murder. Dexter knows everything, and he's like, hey, let me hold on to that burden for you. You hear the ticking of the watch, and it like comes to a head, it, crescendos and then fades away as Harrison hands the watch over to Dexter, and he's literally physically carrying that burden
Yeah.
for his son. I thought that was such a great visualization. I thought, again, it was such a great way to see the dichotomy again between these two characters. Is Harrison is not like his father. He feels regret, he feels remorse for this killing that he, for this crime that he committed, even though he did it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Wherein Dexter, again, he feels no remorse. He is feeding into his dark passenger every time he commits a murder. And I think Dexter's starting to slowly realize, okay, maybe I am projecting this idea, this darkness onto my son because I want so badly for him to be like me. I want so badly for there to be someone else like me. And we see that a lot with Mia as well, as Dexter, again, projects and he wants this thing that he thinks is there, but maybe really isn't there.
Yeah, I think, like, that's the most interesting thing they could have done with Harrison, right? I think, like, Harrison just being, hey, it's Dexter but young, would have been very easy, right? Like, they could have pitched a whole show and, like, yeah, it's Dexter, but he's younger again, so we can do this for another 8 seasons, right? You could have totally done that. I think it's way more fascinating, though, to have a son that does feel, that does have compassion, that doesn't like to kill, at least not on the same level as Dexter.
And, like, he's capable of it. He's capable of it. He still has those impulses.
Yeah.
But not to the extent of Dexter. And I think Harry is being that voice of reason for Dexter as well. Is he's like, hey, take a step back, give him time, let him sit with this, and he's not like you.
And I would argue Dexter is now doing what Harry should have done, right?
Exactly.
Because after Original Sin, and I was thinking about this week, I think this is what Harry kind of wanted. Right? Like, not on the level and not for the same reasons, right? But I think Harry wanted to have the capabilities and the feelings to be able to take people off the board that he deemed unjust, or that, like, he saw the justice system wasn't working and he wanted to take care of that himself and he couldn't. And so I think in a very subconscious way, he pushed that on to 100%. Dexter, and he was able to put that on him. And he was about to do that to his own son too. And he's finally
realized it.
Wait, maybe this isn't what is best for my son.
Speaking of Original Sin, the comparison that Dexter made, he was like, hey, this is what happened during my first kill and my first urge. And I loved the fact that they actually just ripped footage straight from Original Sin. The scene where go ahead.
Do you think the use of the flashback in Original Sin was a bit too much? Like, it was fine, but it didn't need to be. I was fine.
No, I loved it. I mean, did you want to see Michael C. Hall in a bad wig again? Like, I think that's the perfect. Yeah. I think that's the perfect way to use it. From this, it branched the idea of, I think during the filming of Original Sin Season 2, they should film some specific stuff to use as flashbacks during Resurrection Season 2. I like how it tied into stuff that we had just previously seen, but also it's for those people that might have skipped Original Sin.
Yeah.
As well. And they're like, oh,
that's a good pitch.
There are all these stories with Dexter, like it's him kind of fighting those urges early on. And it's like, okay, let's see the different side of this. Harrison is not like Dexter, and Harry makes it very clear too in the episode, is like, Dex, there's no one else like you. When, in reference to Lady Vengeance, in reference to Harrison, but there is no one like Dexter Morgan. Yeah. And to get to see the origin story of that and seeing the differences and where those paths diverge between father and son and what led to, Dexter going down the path that he did, it's because he didn't have the right kind of guidance. As much as Harry wanted to do the right thing for his son, he was going about it in the wrong way. And now that Dexter has seen what works and what doesn't work, he now has the tools at his disposal to raise his son in the way, like you said, in which Harry should have raised him from the beginning. Yeah. Is not demonizing his urges, but also not molding him and forging him into somebody who is controlled by them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm curious to see what that relationship, like where does that go going forward? Because Harrison still has urges, it seems, right? Like, at least we did in New Blood, unless we're kind of going to try and step away from that a little bit, and that's fine if they do.
Yeah.
But, like, he is someone that still has always kind of had a bit of that urge in him, deep down, but also maybe you could be like, well, because he didn't have a father figure. Maybe subconsciously this is him, like, trying to connect to his father, or he didn't have a stable upbringing, which is where that kind of came, or something like that, So, like, maybe they could throw it up to that. But I do think it'd be a very interesting dichotomy if it's like, he hates killing, but he still has those urges. So, like, he can't stand it. He's not good at it, but yet something deep inside of him still craves it. And I think that would be even more of an interesting.
I agree. And I think that is what we're going to see with Harrison throughout the rest of this season. Again, going to our theory of, if Batista doesn't make it out of the season, I unfortunately think it's Harrison that's going to, whether ceremoniously or not, be the one that pulls the trigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think, as much as Harrison wants to separate himself from that, when push comes to shove, especially, like, again, what happened with Ryan Foster and the woman in the hotel, like, Harrison even said it in this episode, like, he could have stopped. Like, all he had to do was just stop Ryan from hurting her, or, like, when he was talking to Detective Wallace, like, he could have just called security, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think
Harrison
I just
knew that, as silly as it is, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Like, he has the ability to do something and the means to do something that most people wouldn't. And that is stop people from committing these heinous acts ever again.
Yeah, I think what it ultimately might be, I think he loves the feeling of killing, but he hates the guilt that comes with it. Like, I think he wishes he could, like, kill these people and just be like, all right, you're back, or something like that.
Yeah.
Like not having to deal with them actually being dead. If I, like, I'm no therapist, right? And it'd be very fascinating to get him a therapist seat again or something like that. But, like, if I
think they need family therapy.
oh yeah, 100%. And we did that. Did we do that last season? With
a little bit. Yeah.
That was fun. What was I going to say? I will say, someone brought it up, like, how they have, it being multiple seasons, and they think they'll do more with the New York Ripper next season. I hope we don't wrap this shit up this season. Like, there is too many very
100%
deep and interesting characters.
I want them to leave some loose threads. Like, tease them, but leave some loose threads. I think New York Ripper is one of them. I'm going to go out on a whim here and say the Gemini Killer is going to be one of them as well. As I think David Desmalchin's character. I think he's so mysterious right now that...
Even characters like Mia, I'd like to see more of, and I don't think it will be, but Prater. Prater's such an interesting character.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be my next point here, is we learned quite a bit about Prater's background, whether it's true or not. Like, he has this interview with this news reporter, and basically he's come from these humble beginnings. He was an orphan. He's a self-made billionaire and is trying to give back to the city that helped him as a kid. Is kind of his facade, but just the way in which he spoke about things, just his mannerisms, his facial expressions, the way that he was watching the replay of it himself, like at the end of the episode, and was so invested in it, almost like he's happy with his performance. I think there's definitely a lot more to Prater than meets the eye. I think he was hiding who he truly is, a lot during that original dinner scene. And while, yes, he might not be a killer like Dexter, like Mia, like everybody else that he invited, there is a lot of darkness in Praetor, and I am very interested to see where that goes. What is your theory?
Okay, tinfoil hat theory a little bit. And this is something like shout out to TikTok, because this is something I heard a lot of people kind of like mentioning. Is like, wouldn't he know what the Bay Harbor Butcher looked like? You know, like even if people don't know who Dexter is, Dexter was still connected to a lot of Bay Harbor Butcher cases. He was connected to
The Bay Harbor Butcher was Dokes.
Yes, but he was still like connected to a lot of those cases. You know, like Lagorda thought it was him, and that would have been, I think, public knowledge.
That's true.
Like a lot of that stuff, people have been like, I think he knows 100% who Dexter is. I think he knows that he's lying to him. And then this led me down a rabbit trail of like, what if this is all about him? What if he created this entire group just to lure Dexter in, because he knew if he got a word, this is like tinfoil hat, because he knows if Dexter found out about this stuff, he would 100% want in, and this has all been about trying to get him in. If that's from a fan's POV, or maybe it's something else, like maybe he has a vendetta against him, like maybe he hates serial killers, maybe he's super against them. This is all like a ploy. Which would be that's I'm jumping so many hoops to get here. Like it's not even funny, but I do kind of want to throw that out there just to be like, well, if I am somehow in the realm of the board, I think that could be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm never gonna say never, especially again when you have the theories going around there that Blessing is the New York Ripper. I've seen that Blessing's mom is the New York Ripper. I've seen Jonah, Trinity's son, comes back and is the New York Ripper.
Interesting. I'd be okay with that.
I so many like different random theories.
Prada, I've seen a lot too. Like I think that's the number one.
Yeah, people think Praetor is the New York Ripper.
Praetor,
yeah. So again, I think it's definitely something that will be explored. Oh, also Detective Wallace's partner, what is his name? Olivier. I believe people think that he's the Ripper as well.
I've heard people say her as well. That, like, I don't buy it.
Well, I've also seen theories that they're connected to the Gemini Killer, potentially. Like, the Gemini Killer has, like, a twin or something. I don't know. Like, they're just, like, random things.
Yeah.
So, again, I want to say that these are all very much so tinfoil hat theories. If this season is anything to go off of, it seems like the simplest solution is usually the solution. And we saw that a lot with this episode. That kind of go ahead.
I similar to what Maddie was saying, I hope they don't do it until at least next season. I really like the idea of there just being the serial killer out there, and
100%.
Just we don't get back to it. Even if you want to wait, it'd be kind of cool if it was like your final season shit or something. Like if we stay in New York for like all the seasons, which I don't think is true. Save it for like season 5 or something where you're wrapping up the whole. Like that could be kind of cool.
Oh yeah, no, I want them to do a long game like that because they've never done it. Like there's never been a long overarching multi-season villain. Yeah.
It'd be a waste if we introduced it now with now we have 5 episodes to play with this.
Yes, I would only say tease it maybe in the finale. Like maybe don't even show this character. Don't cast an actor if we haven't seen them yet.
Yes, yeah.
But just tease it out and say there is more, more to the story.
Yeah, unless it's someone that we already have in the cast. If it's like Praetor or something, then
exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, so continuing on, so the next kind of big story of the episode, of course, is everything going on with Dexter and Mia, and they go on, a couple little dates. They've got the bowling date and everything, which I thought was a great callback to the original show, and, Dexter always going bowling and everything. And I do love, too, how they keep bringing back the aspects of him still recovering from his injuries, right? It's like he's bowling, and then he's still, like, holding on to his shoulder. He's still not 100% as far as being healed goes. But all of these interactions between Dexter and Mia, get them talking. The big kind of crux of this episode is Mia wants to collaborate with Red, not Dexter, but collaborate with Red on a kill. And Dexter's a little apprehensive, but he's kind of head over heels for somebody who he thinks is just like him.
Yeah.
Literally just a female version of himself. Somebody who has a code, who only kills, abusers, predators, assaulters, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So he's like, all right, I'm in, I'm down. And that's where we get that scene where Harry's like, Dex, I don't think this is a good idea. Like,
yeah.
I'm warning you now, basically. And he gets to say, I told you so, a little bit later on as they're sitting down having the wine and everything, and they get a little bit deeper in conversation about their methodologies and that sort of thing, and they kind of, go into what their process is. And Mia starts talking about how she started off having that code.
Yeah.
But eventually the itch became too much, and she started just kind of indiscriminately killing. And she just enjoys the process of killing whoever. So she'll still go about it in the same way, but it doesn't have to be somebody who deserves to die. She will literally just kill anybody. And then that is, the switch flipped in Dexter. It's so sad, just like all of his hopes and dreams.
Another love interest can't be
just
with,
he's like, oh gosh, I'm cooked. Like, this is Lila all over again, isn't it? So it was then when he knew what he had to do. Like, it just, like, you could see it in his eyes. Like, he was like, all right, screw it. Like, this is how it's got to be, isn't it?
It does feel like they get to call out the audience a little bit. It's like, yeah, you stereotype.
It's like, you really think, it's like, you really think these two serial killers could have a happy ending? And again, Harry even says it. He's like, what do you think was going to happen? The Bay Harbor Butcher and Lady Vengeance team up and, ride off into the sunset together? Like, no, like, get a grip, Dex.
And it does make a lot of sense in terms, like, when you're list is so niche, right? Like, it's not only just bad people like Dexter. It's like, okay, these bad people that do these very specific things. It makes sense that you would run out of suspects eventually. And then it starts as like, well, this person might have done this. It's like, these people look like they may have done this, until it's like, it's a man, so let's just,
right. Yeah,
so
like, literally slowly, the lines are blurred.
Yeah.
But again, that shows you the difference between, just like Harry said, there's nobody else like Dexter. It shows you how those lines can be so blurred. Is like, maybe you have, a virtuous cause at the beginning, but if you let yourself be consumed by the darkness too much, then you go down that path. And I think it's a warning sign. It's a symbol of, okay, this is how Dexter could be without a code. This is how Harrison could be without guidance from Dexter and without a code. So as this is all happening in the background, of course, again, Harrison is still, worried about what's going on with, the Ryan Foster murder and everything like that. He talks to the detective again, and, she's again hitting him with some very tough questions, and he's back to the like, oh, so I'm a suspect again? And she's like, you're not a suspect still. So I loved that aspect, but you could see this playing out as the episode was going on, and that, of course, is that Dexter was going to end up framing Mia for the murder of Ryan Foster. And this was something that we talked about last week, because Ryan Foster fits her MO. So Dexter ends up sneaking into Mia's apartment. I loved the line where he was like, I thought the night would end with me at Mia's apartment, but not breaking in. I thought that was pretty funny. But he plants the watch in her trophy collection. When Mia comes back and brings the innocent victim with her, Dexter waits for, some stuff to go down. She hits the dude over the head with the wine bottle. And then I loved this scene so much. I think everybody did. Is Dexter in his hoodie, and he's got, he ends up calling the NYPD. He's like, I saw Lady Vengeance take some guy into her room. I think she's gonna kill him. What? No, it's Lady freaking Vengeance, dude. Get the cops over here now. I told y'all I saw Freebo.
Michael C. Hall is having a lot of fun this season with the various accents that he gets to do.
I love it, dude.
It's really, really fun. Yeah, and
it's so good.
I was a little sad about the whole Mia stuff because it's Christian Ritter, and like this is a character that I want in the show. I would like for the whole run, and not saying she still can't, right?
Yes.
Like I could see, she's not dead. She's just locked up in prison.
Yes,
right?
she's in prison now. Detective Wallace wants to talk. Detective Wallace wants to talk to her. We have Uma Thurman's character Charlie talking to her, and I think Charlie's a very interesting piece of this puzzle now too. Is we got that little brief scene with her mother who seems to be possibly terminally ill or just at least in intensive care.
Got up and read a story, and it's like, oh, that's okay.
So it adds a layer to Charlie. So, okay, maybe I was wrong about her being like all bad and possibly, the big bad of the season.
I don't think she's a big bad.
It seems like she is maybe only working for Prater for the money to help pay for her mother's treatments. That's what it seems like. So I wonder if Charlie could potentially end up teaming up with Dexter by the end of the season. Like that would be a very unlikely pairing. Is that on the surface, you would think that it would be the Bay Harbor Butcher and Lady Vengeance. But maybe once Prater figures out who Dexter really is, once Charlie really figures out who Dexter is, I would be hard-pressed to say Mia was not suspicious of Red. Because what happened? Lowell met with Red, and Lowell disappeared.
Yeah.
Mia met with Red, and she now got arrested. So there is a pattern here. Yes, Dexter even brought it up as like, okay, I can't kill her because if now 2 people end up dead, then that really looks bad.
This does
once is a coincidence, twice is a pattern.
Yeah, and I think like this does kind of put some stuff on my pot of like I could see Mia being the main villain. Like, if Dexter goes on to kill every other one, and she's the last one standing because she's in prison, she might put the pieces together. Maybe even Prater hires her to be like, all right, he killed all of our friends. Go kill this motherfucker or something. You know what I mean? Like, I could see... And they're the ones with that personal connection, so it would be a very personal villain for Dexter. Like right now, I wouldn't care if it's, like, the Gemini killer, right? I don't know who that is yet, but her... I think either her or Prater. I think it has to come down. Or I could be Charlie still, right? Because Charlie is a very personal thing. Like maybe she doesn't want to be in this. She has the most to lose out of all of this. So maybe she's trying to get out because that's not what her mother would want for her. And he's like, no, you know too much. You can't leave. So maybe there's some wiggle room there. Like maybe she could be I don't know. Like there's some things happening there. I don't know. But I'm curious to see where Mia ends up over the next course of the episodes. She has information. She could screw literally everybody up, and maybe that's why Prater's trying to get her out because she knows way too much about all these people.
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting, and I think the other aspect of this too, right? So Harrison and what's her name? Is it Elsa?
Elise?
I believe.
Elisa?
I think Elsa. So Harrison and his friend see the news and are like, "Oh shoot, this is crazy." Batista sees the news and is like, "Bro, what the heck is going? Like, what the heck is going on here? Like, I know this is not factual, right?" So Batista, again, he's still on the trail. Harrison has a sense of relief, which we'll get to in kind of that final scene with Dexter and Harrison. I absolutely loved.
Yeah.
But I still think that again, Detective Wallace seems suspicious of what's going on. Like, I don't think that she is the kind of cop that will just take this at face value. Because how did this watch, that I'm sure there's a record of Harrison picking up from the repair shop within like a 24-hour period, end up in the possession of a known serial killer? Who, yes, Ryan was a target that she would have gone after, but the chopping up of the body and putting into trash bags is not Lady Vengeance's MO.
Yeah.
What other killer's MO is that? And again, you've got the other piece of that puzzle there. You've got Batista, who is investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher, I think Detective Wallace is going to figure some stuff out, and there's going to be a big decision to be made here, right? And that decision is, do we go after, because I think she's going to, in the end, think it's Dexter that did it, and that Harrison's trying to cover for her, cover for his father, is what it's going to end up being. And I think that the big question, the big dilemma here is going to be, do I allow this guy who is taking out all of these other serial killers to roam free and continue doing what I can't do as a detective, as a police officer? Or do I bring him in, but allow all of these other killers to go free? So it's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thing. And I still think that we could get to a point where we get to my theory of Dexter being Detective Wallace's CI and going after all of these other killers. Again, especially if the New York Ripper is this, white whale of a, antagonist for her, right? Is I think what better way to go after such a profound killer than with the most infamous killer in this universe.
It'd be interesting. Do you think there's any universe where Dexter gets outed in this season? Because
what you mean, like he ends the season where he's like, the truth is, I am the Bay Harbor Butcher.
I want the Arrow season 8.
No.
The like Arrow season 6 equivalent where
that's like
it's me.
But that would actually, that's kind of funny, is literally the theory is that this would play out like Arrow season 6 into season 7.
Yeah.
Of like him working with the Star City Police Department and everything like that. Like
a prison arc would be so fucking sick. Can you imagine?
That's like the one thing that they haven't, that's the one thing that they haven't done is Dexter in prison.
Yeah. They're like, all these prisoners keep disappearing. Like, where are they going?
I don't think that they can do that though, because the moment that Dexter gets more globally outed, he loses his allure and his mystery.
That's true.
And that, I guess that suspense of will he get caught?
Go to like
Australia. Well, then he should have gone to Argentina with Hannah and Harrison in the first place.
Yeah.
You know?
Because, like, that was one of the reasons I was excited for this season. Like, I was excited to see this, like, outed Dexter who's, like, on the run and trying to get... Like, I think that's interesting. And to, like... I get you want to keep that mystery for at least now, but I think eventually I would like to get there. Because I think, like... That was one of the reasons I didn't like the original ending. I felt almost blue-balled. I was like, no. Like, I've been watching the show expecting him to eventually get caught. And I think he will eventually... Even if it's the final moments of the final show, I think he has to get caught. I think he has to get caught, or the show never ends. It goes on for 57 seasons.
It's until you're 90. Like, I don't like I honestly don't want him to get caught. I think in the way that it was almost satisfying to see Joe finally caught at the end of You, I think it's kind of the opposite for Dexter. Like, Dexter still has so many redeeming qualities. Relatively, as well as, again, now he's got to take care of his son, and I think that transitions us perfectly, because we then have Harrison and Dexter meet up back at Dexter's place and everything like that, and they kind of really come to a good reconciliation after everything. And Dexter's like, yeah, dude, I got your back. Like, I was not there for you in the way that I should have been as a father. My father pushed this agenda onto me to become who I am. And I know that that's not who you are. And I know that that's not the direction in which I should be pushing you. So I'm going to be here and be the best father for you that I can be. And if that means that I have to, clean up some of your messes sometimes, I will, of course, do that. But also, it seems like, too, in a lot of ways, is kind of the end point of this is I want to help you channel these urges in a better way than I ever did, is find a better outlet and, again, be there for you. And it just that kind of coming to terms with that and them being on the same page and just kind of the little reach across the table and it just them being back together as father and son. I think that that is such a good point to end this episode off on. And again, we've got a couple different other aspects. Like I think this all really came to a head because of that little conversation with Blessing and Blessing's mother earlier on in the episode, and that really did parallel the situation going on with Dexter and everything like that, and Harrison. So I think that that was, again, another great element. I love Blessing and his family and all of those pieces.
I just want him to be the butcher. I would hate.
So I saw a theory earlier, right? So Dexter got his new blood slides and everything like that. I loved how he tried to put them in the radiator originally, but then he put it in the little hidey hole that Blessing's daughter used. Imagine Blessing ends up finding the blood slides, because the blood slides are what came back to bite him originally. What is that reaction going to be like? What is that conversation going to be like?
I don't think it can be Blessing. Not saying it couldn't, like, in the story, but I think just like narratively I would hate that, because I do sometimes think there's a realistic thing that happens with the show, that like everyone in the cast is a serial killer, right? Like every new person we meet is a serial killer. I think the like first person Dexter happens to meet in this new city happens to be one of the greatest serial killers. I would hate that. That's too contrived.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I think that
but maybe someone around, like, what if it's like his daughter or some shit? Like, what if it's like
I don't think, again, I think that that's such a big red herring. That's just, I think that's just people trying to see something that's not there. I think it's a fun theory. I think it's a silly theory.
It's of like Savitar being Joe on the Flash. It has to be Joe. It's like, why would it be fucking Joe? Like, why would they do that?
So again, I don't think that's the direction that they're going. I think, again, Blessing is there to show that there are still pure of heart people.
Good people,
And again, that Dexter should have a friend. And I know that he talked about that a lot, about being alone and not having anybody that he could kind of share his burdens with and things like that. And yes, now he's got his son back, but again, he can't treat him in the same way that he treated some of his past partners. And I loved how, again, something I completely forgot to mention, Harry mentioned not only Miguel Prado, but also name dropped Lumen. And why would you name that? Was like simultaneously something I love, but simultaneously kind of also like, why would you name drop Lumen as like a serial killer in the same vein as Miguel Prado? Like, Lumen is still, in my mind, the one success story that Dexter had.
Dexter has,
you know, and also too kind of Hannah to an extent too. She ended off as an anti-hero, like, you know, that final bus scene, right? Yeah, and she raised Harrison, so you know, not a problem. But yeah, I love those little name drops. Also, obviously, I loved the references and mentions to Rita, and everything in that regard as
Trinity
well.
Killer setup, which, you know, we've said feels like they're really trying to remind
they're really
people. Like, guys,
they're literally
again.
They're hammering us with that for sure. But no, as we finally, I just love Dexter finally being honest with Harrison, and like Harrison said, finally the truth, and I loved that. But overall, I think while this might have been a bit of a slower, bridging, foundational kind of episode, I still think it was a great episode. Like, it wasn't, you know, as crazy as episode 4. I still think episode 4 is probably the best episode of the season.
This is probably my technical least favorite, just by like technicality.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Like, and again, I wouldn't say like it dropped in quality or anything like that. It's just slower, and it needed to. This is the calm after the big hurricane, after Hurricane Dexter. You know,
and it's setting up those final 5.
It's setting up the final few episodes. Exactly.
Because I'll be honest, I don't know where we're going. I feel like this first half we kind of had like a somewhat idea of where things were going to head, and now I'm like, I could go any of
there are a lot of elements, because again, you've got Batista still investigating Dexter. You've got now Mia in prison, who is talking to Charlie about what happened. You've got Prater trying to cover his butt while also still appearing as this, great philanthropist kind of character to the city and everything like that. You've got the elements with the other killers, the Gemini killer, Rapunzel, all of that stuff. I've heard people say that Rapunzel could be a bigger character than we think as well. Like that he might end up targeting Harrison's friend Elsa, because like again, I think he kills girls with ponytails or something like that, and she's got a ponytail, so like that could technically be something, again, grasping at straws, but that's not out of the question.
I'm only laughing because now we have a Rapunzel and an Elsa, and Jake's like,
"You're right. You're right.
What kind of Disney?
What are you? Yeah, what show are you guys watching?" I told y'all I saw Lady Vengeance in there.
I mean, Jake, out of context, how are you feeling about this season? Completely out of context. How are you feeling about everything we just said?
Well, I was thinking back to memories of watching the original show, listening to everything you guys have been describing for about 20 minutes, and I've been thinking, did we watch different shows?
Dexter kind of jumped the shark after.
Did you make it all of Dexter, Jake? The original whole run, or did you stop
I finished all of Dexter. I haven't seen any of Resurrection.
Gotcha.
Did you see that's fair. Did you see New Blood?
I don't remember.
Think back to 2020.
Yeah,
I'd rather not. But
because New Blood is the whole reason why Resurrection is a thing.
Yeah, it's a spin-off of a spin-off.
Yeah.
I think I did. I think I saw New Blood.
Sure.
That's the one with that's the one with Mr. Krabs as the villain.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I started hearing Clancy's voice. I'm like, okay, cool now.
Yeah. All right. To wrap up our Dexter talk, we're gonna go over a couple of comments here, and then we'll move on. Short Car said one day Dexter will learn Harry is always right. Is he always right though? Like, I don't think
Harry is always right. I think Dexter's memory of Harry is always right, because it's literally his subconscious. I keep saying this every single week. That's not really Harry. That's just Dexter's subconscious appearing as a familiar figure to him.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I did think about this. I thought this was very funny. Dexter, I know I have two other stepchildren, but you're the only family I love, Harrison.
Yeah.
Poor Astor and Cody. Justice for Astor and Cody.
Yeah.
The Stranger says, what do you think the perfect ending for Dexter? Because people have said it's not getting away and it's not him getting caught. So what's the perfect ending? We've talked about this. I still want him to be caught personally. I
think the perfect ending in a lot of ways, I think it's a end the story continues kind of ending.
Interesting.
I think it's a Dexter is at a point where he's, number one, a better father than Harry ever was to him. He's a better father to Harrison. Maybe he reconnects with Astor and Cody. Maybe he finds somebody who he can truly be himself around and connect with, and as a love interest. But then also just be unapologetically himself, right? Continue to stick to the code. Maybe teach his kids the code in a weird way, but like just sort of like a end the story continues kind of thing, like almost like a Stargirl style ending, like as weird of a comparison as that is, but like that's more so like that's not there's a definitive end, but that's okay, all these characters continue to kind of do their thing, and the story continues.
What's so fascinating about that original ending is they were really close to it being kind of a great ending, right? Like he realizes that he no longer has to kill, that's not something he needs to do, and then he wraps up his job. Deb is getting back her job, and he's going to live happy with this new girl and this that's his kid, and he's learning not to do that anymore. I think that's a good ending. That's good. And then the last 10 minutes are like, whoop, they throw it overboard.
Yeah, they throw it overboard with Deb.
Oh God, yeah. Dexter has to be one of the. I agree. I think that's only because they've done it so many times now. Like they've done.
This is Michael C. Hall's fault, right?
Yeah. Why?
I saw an interview and he was like, "Yeah, I was kind of the one that got the ball rolling on this." He was like, "Yeah, I talked to our creators and I was like, what if Dexter didn't die in the forest?"
Yeah.
And so that's why we've got Resurrection now.
Yeah. Because like you've like done him escaping from where he lives and being on his own. That's a fine ending. Him dying, also a fine ending, and you've kind of reversed that twice. So now I think you either have to
no. So again, he can never die. Like we can never fake out death or actually kill him again. Like we've done that twice now.
I do think it's funny that Harrison's like, you're just like fucking Michael Myers.
Oh
like,
yeah. He's like,
kind of.
No, he's like, you're like a horror movie villain. I do love that line.
Die is like, yeah, it was very, and I'm kind of glad they kind of make fun of it a little bit because it's like how he comes back is very like Hollywood scary movie.
Yeah, I like how he's like, oh, again, same explanation that they gave the audience in the first episode that he gave to Harrison is like, oh yeah, it was so cold that it slowed the blood and I didn't die, but I was in a coma for 10 weeks and
it was so
it sounds
dumb.
like when Oliver Queen fell off the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit.
What's going on, Lance? He said Angel's making my itch. Good for you, buddy. I'm glad that he can give that to you.
Yep.
Well, would you say that it's been touched by an angel?
Say, Lance, you might want to get some itch cream, buddy.
Yeah. I wouldn't actually be okay with this. I'd be okay if he died, but he's like an old man. You know, it's like Supernatural style where like he's like 90 and he's still doing it. He passes out from like old age or something.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty funny. But yeah, I think, Taz, you have any kind of final thoughts on Dexter this week? Anything that you want to say?
I think, overall, again, this show is so strong week to week. It's so strong week to week, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here. Again, that's the same thing that I say every week, but the fact that I am enjoying watching it, taking notes on it, making videos, talking about it on stream, speculating, and this is like this is the highlight of my week. Maybe that's sad, but like it's so enjoyable right now.
I've been there. Yeah.
And again, this is what I was prepping the whole year for, basically, is like, this is the moment, and I'm going to enjoy every single second of it.
Yeah, this has definitely been one of my favorite, I think, shows of the year so far, and I'm excited to see how they wrap it up. And, like, how nice is it? Do we have, like, a 10-episode season weekly this season?
Yes.
We've been covering it for the last 5 weeks. Now we get 5 more. Like that doesn't really happen anymore in this industry. So that's
and then hey, Original Sin season 2
early next
promotion
year.
I'm sure is going to start right after this. So buckle in
because we are officially about to hop in to some Dexter Resurrections. Now me and Taz have been gamming and gapping about Dexter for the last This is our
week 5, but episode 6.
Week 5 of Resurrections, and then we did like 10 weeks worth of Dexter previously, going through the original show. We've been having a very good time. Now, Alan, tell me a bit of your history with Dexter. Tell me when you started watching it, when you kind of joined the fandom. What's your kind of general thoughts on the franchise, just to kind of get your taste?
Yeah, so I am actually a newer fan, even though cool. I love this, this series so much. I literally started watching it last year on Thanksgiving. I remember specifically.
Oh wow!
I had been seeing like millions of TikTok edits. It was always a show that was on my radar, but it was just one that I never got around to watching for some reason. And I kind of fall into the same idea of like what I liked about the show as a lot of people. I thought the first 4 seasons are some of the best television that you'll ever see. The back half of the show got pretty messy. The writing was kind of all over the place. Sure. A lot of characters got assassinated. In my eyes, I thought that the spin-offs have been mostly good. I liked New Blood, hated the ending, and I loved Original Sin. And so far with Resurrection, I think this has been a return to form. I believe that putting it back into like a major city kind of gives it that vibe again, where there's a lot going on, even though it's not Miami. It kind of gives it its own, unique and distinct vibe that was a lot better than New Blood. I feel like too the humor's back right in Resurrection so far in these 6 episodes. That dark humor that Dexter has. So yeah, I know I'm kind of rapid firing here, but
no, you're good.
Yeah, so far what I've just loved that what we've gotten in these first 6 episodes so far. Some things that it's not perfect in my eyes. I feel like some of the storylines have kind of been a waste of time, and I know we'll probably get into some of that here. When we talk about episode 6 specifically, that kind of to me was the prime example of what I love about this show and don't love. But yeah. So far it's been great. I've really enjoyed these 6 episodes so far.
Yeah, no, I think we echo most of that. I won't say 100%, but yeah, I think we're in agreement that like first 4 definitely the peak. We've still, I think both of us enjoyed the later half.
Yeah, I enjoyed the back half of the series, I think, more than most people.
Sure.
The Doomsday Killer season is still my least favorite, but there were elements of those back half seasons that I really enjoyed. Like, I think season 7 is probably the strongest of those back half seasons. I think certain characters are really good. Like, Darren, you and I both liked Lumen quite a bit. I think Hannah ended up being a very strong character. And I think the ideas that they presented with Dr. Vogel and all of that kind of tying things together in season 8, it was a cool direction, but it definitely, that finale fell off, and it felt like they had to quickly wrap something up that they didn't plan on wrapping up, or had to deal with things in a way very last minute.
Yeah, agreed. And then I think we both like New Blood, but I think we were both kind of like, definitely something missing, and I do think we've loved Resurrection. I'd say I think we've said this is kind of within the top 5 of the show since kind of coming back. Like, it feels like it's, to me at least, right in that top 5. I'm not sure where it lands in that top 5, but it kind of feels like it's around that like.
It just depends on how it ends. It just depends on how it ends. Like, there's a couple, there's a few different ways, few different directions that they could take this season, and we know we're going to get more. That's the other thing, right? Is we know this doesn't have to end a story, that they don't have to wrap things up in one 10-episode season like they did with New Blood, right? Is New Blood was a very kind of tight, finite miniseries revival story, but this is the beginning of something new. So they can plant seeds, they can have things carry on. They don't have to be confined to these first 10 episodes, and we can really allow these characters to continue to grow and blossom and go into different directions as we continue on in this universe for years to come, and more spin-offs and more, more of everything, more Dexterverse.
I think that's why I really liked this episode as like a really good transitional point here. This was, I think most of the season could have felt like streaming TV. It hasn't, but like it feels like stuff you could have found in normal kind of streaming shows. This episode to me felt almost, it's not filler. It's not a filler episode, but it reminded me of a filler episode, which is maybe why I liked it so much, because most streaming shows don't have time for like a funeral episode. Where characters are just kind of like hanging about, chilling out, building out your story. And there's something so refreshing to that a lot of modern shows do not have the time to do. I think I miss characters just being able to like, all right, let's see where they're at. Let's kind of slowly build where we're heading for the back half of the season, and letting us explore where, like, what we're going to do. And I feel like there's characters just kind of like hanging out this week, and that was like kind of really fun to me that I've kind of missed in. Like, New Blood did not have time for that. New Blood did not have time for Dexter just to be like, I'm going to a funeral, guys. I'm going to chill here. People, like, they didn't have time for that because they had deadlines. They had things to do. So I thought that was one of the funner aspects of this week's episode.
Yeah, I'll echo that a little bit, as I think really these last 2 episodes, episodes 5 and episode 6, really work together as kind of one complete story. Like, they really tie into each other very well in a very similar way to how episode 1 and 2 were paired together very well. episodes 3 and 4 were paired together very well. And it's almost like you see that theme throughout the season is it's almost like little 2-episode pairs or little 2-episode mini arcs, I feel like. And then we're going to be going into this next little mini arc for episodes 7 and 8, and then the finale arc 9 and 10, wherever we end up going there. I think you will be able to look back at this season in retrospect and say, okay, this is how we kind of divide the storylines of the season. And I actually really like that. I think, in certain shows, there are definitely times where you can see like, okay, well, maybe we're at the mid-season. We got to slow things down a bit just so we can drag it to those 10 episodes. And that's not at all what they're doing here. Like you said, these are not filler episodes. These are more so bridging episodes. I like that term, right? They are bridging the gap. We had this really big rising action, right? And then now we're just kind of leveled off here. We're kind of getting used to the new status quo. We're kind of getting used to all of these character relationships and character interactions and seeing where each of our main focuses stand on certain topics. What's Harrison thinking? What's Dexter thinking? What is Prater and Charlie? What are they thinking about? What is their position on a lot of things? What's going on with Batista and what's going on with Detective Wallace and, the other detective? And, how are all of these storylines intertwined and how will they all converge eventually? Because we know that they will, and we've seen those things happen and we've seen those things converge already. Like the whole Ryan Foster story converged with Dexter's story, which converged with Prater and Lady Vengeance and everything last week. And this week is the big fallout from that. And I think, again, we go in a really good direction. So...
How about you, Alan? How did you feel about this episode 6? Because this definitely did feel like your kind of mid-season point. It definitely did feel like let's transition for the final 4. Like, let's be setting up what we're going to be going into in these final 4.
Yeah. Like I said, I enjoyed the episode overall. I think some of the storylines in this season so far I have been more interested in than others.
Okay.
I think the Blessing storyline is kind of one of the ones where I'm starting to get a little bit like, what are we doing here? Not that I don't like him.
You're in enemy territory, buddy.
Oh, yeah, dude. We're going to save it, but I got some ideas.
I have theories, I think, of where it's going, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, if there is not a little bit more to the storyline once we get to the end, it's going to feel a little bit like filler to me. And I feel, and I know it's not an exact one-for-one comparison, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Brother Sam storyline from Season 6.
A little bit.
Yeah, like, that's the vibe I get from it, and that ended up ultimately not meaning all that much. Now, again, like you said, Season 6 is definitely one of the worst seasons of the show, so we're not...
But it did still have a couple of good... It did have a couple good elements. It had one of my favorite episodes with the Dexter and Brian road trip episode.
Yeah.
It had one of my favorite twists, I think, with the fact that Doomsday had his own Dark Passenger.
Yeah.
And then the ending. I think the ending where... Again, I will say this line is... It's cheesy, but I love it. I'm a father, a son, a serial killer... kills him, and then Deb's like, bro, what the heck?
Yeah.
Still one of my favorite endings to a season. Like, you got to get through the rough patch to get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, like, I definitely see where you're coming, where it's like, maybe there needs to be a little bit more meat on its bones. Yeah. But I'd say this was my favorite Blessing episode because I think it adds a little bit more...
It adds so much depth.
Nuance to him. Because, like, so far he's the, like, nice roommate character and, like, he was kind of pretty one-note. Like, I loved his, like, one-noteness because I adored him as a character.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, there's not much there, and I loved the bit where it's like, can you imagine killing someone, Dexter? And it's like, I could never.
I mean, what is the first thing he said to him? Could you imagine looking into the eyes of a serial killer?
No.
As he looks into one,
and it's very good. But like, I also like how they, on a level, and I haven't had much time to think about this episode, because I literally finished the episode like minutes before you hopped in the chat.
Oh, really?
I just finished the episode, but like, I love the bit at the end when they're like, when he's confiding himself in Dexter, and Dexter's relating to him in a way that he will never know, that he will never imagine. And I do think it's very funny because like one of the main theories this season was like Blessing's like the killer, like he is the like New York Ripper. He's probably not, right? He's probably most likely not, but he is technically still a killer. Which
Put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. I saw some theories, dude.
Okay.
We're gonna get to it. We gotta chronologically go through this, but I've got some theories. I have plans that I cannot share with you right now. Like that is the position that I'm in. But we're gonna get to it.
What you have, I don't know what you have together, Taz.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. So.
A list of things you like to talk about?
Yeah, no, dude, I've always got a list. I'm taking. I feel like I'm gonna actually. Okay, one small little side note. I'm gonna be so happy to sit down and watch the season all the way through without taking notes. Like I feel like I'm looking at my notepad more than the episode half the time, and I only see it when I'm going through and editing my video. But side tangent out of the way.
Okay. Really, really quickly, just to interrupt you, I do want to read through these comments first.
Yeah, go for it.
And then we can do it at the end. We can go back through once you're kind of done. Maddie says, it feels like they're taking inspiration from the modern climate of serial killer shows. Serial shows. I assume they mean serial killer shows to understand where they went wrong before. And they mention, serial killer shows, and they mention, like you. I will say when he went into the bookstore, it was like
Moonies.
I was like, Joe Goldberg? Is that you? And it's like, no. Although it felt like it.
I've seen people say that, and I'm like, as much as I would like to see that crossover, like Joe Goldberg gets folded in seconds.
Oh no, he's a one episode. He's a one episode. Oh, he's like a half an episode villain.
Yeah.
He's the side quest villain of one episode. Not even.
He's like he's like, oh, you've gotten in my way. I might as well take you out now.
Yeah.
For sure. It's also heavy to remember that season 3 is getting greenlit alongside season 2. That did come out this week.
I did see that as well.
Do you think there's a chance? Just put it out there. I'm not sure how true this would be, but maybe that's the plan. Like maybe it's like a 3-season plan. They're like, okay, we have this story for 3 seasons.
I've heard there's even a 5-season plan at least.
Yeah.
I believe that's what I saw.
Talked about 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Scott Reynolds did, yeah.
I think at least 3, but I think possible 5-season plan. Again, I'm seeing a bunch of mixed information on things, but that's
I feel
like I remember seeing that.
I do personally want a roadmap, right? I don't necessarily want them aimlessly doing seasons for the next 10 years. Do
you want a Paramount press conference where they're like, okay, this is the Dexter timeline?
No, but I want when they pitched a show, I will have hoped they're like, okay, this is a show people are very passionate about. We are bringing this back to get it right. I hope they had a ending planned when they brought it back, because I do think you have got to get it right this time. When you don't get it right the first time and you bring it back and you do it again, and a lot of people still didn't like how it ended, I think you have to be either one, like we've pitched, literally never end it. It goes on like Grey's Anatomy style for 27 seasons. Yeah. Where you find a point where it's like, okay, this is what we want to do that we think people will be happy with.
It's interesting. I feel like there's not a definitive end point or an end plan. I think their whole idea was fans were not happy with how the original series ended. Fans were not happy with how New Blood ended. They seem to kind of like the direction that Original Sin was going. They want more Dexter. It's very popular online. Michael C. Hall wants to come back. We can get some original cast members back with like Batista and everything like that. Quinn, Masuka, rumors that Brian's coming back at some point this season as well. Harry, obviously, and the opportunity for tons of other original cast to pop up in other spots. And they're like, all right, let's just see where this goes. The cast wants to do it. The fans want us to do it. So let's do a season. Let's see how it goes. Let's put everything we can into it. Let's leave it open-ended. Let's have some ideas, but don't put yourself into a box. And I think sometimes that is tough too, right? Like with New Blood, right? They put themselves in that box of, okay, we want one season to wrap up and an entire 8-season show. and one bad season of that show that left a sour taste in fans' mouths.
You have to be flexible, as I think the balance I'd say. I want them to have an idea in mind. That doesn't mean they have to stick with it, right? If they're approaching that 5th season, they're like, listen, we have a lot of great ideas still. Maybe pivot, maybe do it. If it's in the best interest of this cast and this crew and the story of Dexter, then again, I'm okay if you do 10 more seasons, as long as it makes sense within the character and what they're doing here. I'm also personally, I would be satisfied if they were like, okay, Dexter's done, Original Sin is kind of what we're focusing on. I'd watch 10 more seasons of that. I think that would give me my Dexter fix, along with the Trinity Killer show that we heard that we're getting. That I think would also kind of give me that fix. If you want to do 3 seasons and that's the end of this version of Michael C. Hall, then I could be okay, I'm still getting that Dexterverse stuff in there as well. So we'll see.
I don't think there's an inherent issue with having an endpoint. I would actually prefer them to have it, only because of how the original show went.
Yes.
I think New Blood's inherent problems was they did have an ending for New Blood, but the execution of getting to that ending was just completely botched. Yeah, it was I enjoyed New Blood for 9 episodes, and then episode 10 just rushed everything that it possibly could have, and it was, to me, part of me, even though I enjoyed New Blood as a season more than season 8, I feel like the ending was worse. That was so unholy satisfying that, I don't know, when I look at how they're doing, a part of me in what they've said feels like they do have an ending in mind.
Right.
But like you guys said, that they want to be able to remain flexible, so then that way if they have all these, good ideas to keep the show going, and the actors still want to do it, that they could keep going.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Let me speed run a couple through a couple more of these. I'm thinking it's going to be a good end. Maybe not for me though. LO, the Harrison character. Talk about the season or the whole show.
I think partially the season, but partially the character as well. Yeah. Again, I think. I will still put this out there. My theory still stands. I think Harrison is going to be the one to kill Batista, whether intentional or not.
Agree.
I think that it's like poetry. It rhymes. Batista gets too close to something. Yep. Dexter is not the one to pull the trigger, but somebody close to him ends up having to do the deed in order to protect Dexter, whether they wanted to or not. And then it mirrors Deb. And they even mentioned how much Harrison is like Deb this week.
Yeah.
And that is almost the final nail in the coffin of La Passion.
Yeah. and you know what though? Also I think there could be something really cool with Jamie as well. Jamie comes back into the picture to visit or maybe for the funeral. She meets up with Harrison.
Yeah, and there's a picture that she posted. There's a picture that she posted that she was with one of the Dexter creatives again. Yep.
There's some.
Yeah.
It's gonna be rough. Short car said I agree with Alan. Blessing storyline seems like it's going nowhere. If they make him the New York Ripper, they're going to lose me. Yeah, to me, again, we talked about this last week. I think that's too on the nose for me personally. The first person in New York he happens to meet happens to be one of the biggest serial killers in the city is a little too coincidental to me. It's a little too heavy-handed. I don't know.
Yeah. I get you.
Lost Alan again. And Harrison pointing out how quick Dexter and meet new people compared to Harrison definitely makes me feel like Blessing could be more than he's letting on. You know what? I'll say this. That only works to me if he met him on purpose. If Blessing was purposely in the car to pick him up because he knew who Dexter was and this was his plan the whole time to get close to him. You know what I mean? I think that's the only way that works for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't a coincidence. This was his plan the whole time, kind of thing.
Yeah, or at least he finds out that way. Are you hearing some feedback?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not anymore. It was just that one time.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Yes, you can dive into here.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we want to wait for Alan to get back?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
What are some of these other comments? I'm trying to thank you for all the amazing comments, guys. I already read that one. Would have been cool to see Joe's name in Predators. Oh, that would have been a really fun.
I've seen some edits with that. It's pretty fun.
It can be like,
the Eat the Rich Killer.
Yeah, have it be like, I don't know. It's like Mo Slowberg or something. Like it's like it's not him, but it's like a
or like a book or something. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that would be cool. Oh, a little feedback, I think.
Yeah, I'm hearing it again. Still. Try to see. Yeah, Alan, is that? I think. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was his mic.
Yeah, but that's okay. A saying that's always stuck with me is you got to know the destination before you hop into the car and start driving. You can take all the different types and routes along the way, but the destination stays. I agree for the most part. Like I think there's something to gain from a joyride, but if you don't eventually stop and smell the roses, then what's the point of?
How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know what wind is favorable if you don't know what port you're sailing to?
Yeah. At very least, I think the first 3 seasons will have some understanding, thread, or story that will be resolved by the end of the 3rd season. I could see that. It's like, I'm actually kind of okay with that, where it's like, okay, we are planning a potential end after 3 seasons, and then we reevaluate with our cast and our crew if we want to do like 3 more or something like that.
Yeah.
Like do these arcs over 3 seasons. Actually, I would actually be very fine with that if like every 3 seasons is a different city. So like we do 3 New York seasons, and then it's like, okay, now we're going to Australia, I don't know, somewhere different, right? And then they do 2 seasons would actually be okay with me. Like 2
Dexter abroad.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to like take him somewhere very like obscure, somewhere like way out there or something.
That would be interesting.
Antarctica, I don't know. Kind of like Rita's death with a semi-ending wrap of.
Yes. I mean, the first 4 and the second 4 are very distinct. Very distinct. So I think if you do that, then that would be great. I think that would be really, really interesting to do.
Agreed. So. What do you guys think of Arthur Mitchell as the Ripper theory?
You mean Jonah, probably his son?
Yes. In season 6, explained he attacked Dexter with.
Yeah, I don't love that as much.
I think
it's as much as Blessing being the Ripper's a little bit out of left field. I think that would be a real deep cut, and like how many people would really care, if that makes sense, and like what would his motive be to like why did he end up in New York and that sort of thing. Yeah. Like it seems very contrived. Like yes,
I think
we've had
could make it work.
You could, but like I almost think that in the best way possible, or the best way possible to bring that character back would be him slowly ending up emulating his father. In a similar way to how Harrison is trying to emulate Dexter, Jonah ends up emulating his father and becoming like the next Trinity killer.
I think there's some cool things to do with that character if you want to go that route. Like I think there's some really nice parallels you could have between maybe make him more of a Harrison villain, right? Because in many ways, there's some parallels between like the Trinity killer being kind of both their fathers in a way. Like we both birthed the serial killer within them, and I think there's a dynamic that could be had there. Or even even then, you can argue like Dexter brought the killer out of both of them in a very similar way. You can argue like there's some poetry to be had there with that character if done well, if done with grace. But then you also, like we said a couple weeks back, it's like you have to write that, like you kind of have to explain to like the new audience who this guy is. So it'd be interesting. Alan said, "Sorry guys, I'm having issues on all my devices. All of my devices at this point. It's okay, buddy. If you want to hop back in, you're more than welcome. If you just want to call it today, that's all up to you. Just don't feel guilty or anything like that.
Yeah. Let us know. Let us know.
Yeah. I do think with that being said, that we are going to hop into your main notes here.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just jump right into things. So Dexter Resurrection, episode 6 of season 1, titled "Cats and mouse. I thought it was cat and mouse, but it's actually cats and mouse.
Yes.
Cats, multiple cats, and that definitely plays a role here. But kind of like we were discussing earlier, this is a good follow-on from last week's episode. Episode 5 ended with Dexter being able to frame Mia or Lady Vengeance for the murder of Ryan Foster, effectively kind of clearing Harrison's name in a lot of ways, trying to get some of the heat off of him, but also eliminate one of his adversaries in a lot of ways as well. Because obviously throughout last week, we do learn that Mia is not as code dependent as Dexter is and that sort of thing. So that's kind of where we leave off last week, as well as Batista's investigation into Dexter and into Harrison kind of ramping up as well, and that all comes to a head this week. But sort of the main plot, sort of the A plot here for a lot of it is the funeral for Blessing's mother. So that's kind of where we start things off here. It starts off on a fairly somber note. Blessing comes out and tells Dexter, "Hey, my mother Prudence has just passed. We're gonna have a wake. Let's pay our respects and that sort of thing." So we've got Dexter calling up Harrison, kind of rain checking on him. But then Harrison ends up coming over and bringing him a suit and everything. And that's where we get one of my favorite scenes of the episode was, again, the father watching son sort of thing. And we got the callback with Dexter teaching Harrison how to tie the tie, and Harry looking very proud of both of them. And we get some references to the original series. We've got Harrison talking about how he doesn't want Dexter to go to this alone. He thinks funerals suck by yourself, because he experienced that with Hannah. And we've got that big confirmation. And I know that I've grasped onto this theory like, oh, Hannah's still alive, still alive. Yeah, I think that pretty much confirms it. That
Dexter also had a funeral and he's not dead. So
yeah, but like the way that Harrison talked about it, I think it's pretty much set in stone. No more Hannah, which is unfortunate, but it's a nice way to again tie the original show into Resurrection here very nicely. So we kind of go into go ahead.
I do hope that we can at least somehow get that actress back in some regard. Like even if we kill off the character, it really does suck though, because I do think both those characters kind of need closure over one another, because I do think they haven't talked since the ending of season 8, and I really want to see the emotion out of both people, like him telling her exactly what he was thinking, why he did what he did, and letting Hannah get all of that emotion out, because I bet she was pissed. I bet she is irate that she just gave him his kid and made him raise him, and like there was a lot of emotion there that I wish we could see on screen.
But I do think in a lot of ways too, I feel like she understood more than anybody else would have as well. Just understood wanting to get away, to just separate yourself from everything after all that had happened. I think, there's some understanding with that too. And I think, again, slowly through this episode, I really like how that relationship between Dexter and Harrison continues to blossom and continue to grow. And you continue to kind of see the dichotomy between the two of them. While, yes, they do have some very similar tendencies. Harrison's got his darker tendencies. Dexter has his darker tendencies. But the way in which they interact with people is very different as well.
Yeah.
Seeing how they both interacted with Blessing's family. Like Dexter comes back and has sort of all of his awkwardness. Like he, says his, dumb, awkward Dexter things. Like when they're saying the nice things about Prudence and everything. And he's like, all right, Dexter, pick a cat. And he's like, oh, I'm going to miss her food. Okay. And like everybody starts laughing. He's like, I don't know what to say. Like I can't fake being sad. And then he sees Blessing's right, and then he sees Blessing's daughter crying, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, right, sure, I gotta cry too."
Yeah,
and all of those things. Again, he fakes human interactions and human emotions very well. Yeah. Whereas on the other side, Harrison's awkward, but for a different reason. Like he feels out of place. He doesn't feel like he belongs, and he's like, "How did you make friends with these people so quickly? Like you've been in New York for 2 weeks. I've been here for 10 weeks. Like how does that even happen?" But it's because Dexter has kind of perfected how to present himself, and Harrison hasn't truly figured out who he is just yet. Yeah. And I think that's a really big aspect of that. So kind of what did you think about this sort of this opening here?
I loved like every kind of aspect of that. Like I think my favorite shot of this show, and I think maybe one of my new favorite Dexter shots, is when you kind of have the close up of Harrison putting on the tie, and you slide over, and it's Dexter, and you slide over again, and it's Harry, and it's the three of them with the suit and tie on, having that family moment. I got a little like teary eyed. I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a heartfelt moment. This is such a great moment between three of those characters, and like I personally loved the funeral aspect of this episode. I feel like we've done funerals in the past, but a few times, yeah. I guess never in this approach to it. I think this is almost I don't know. This is going outside of the show and just like real life commentary of it all. But I think this is like the perfect way to have a funeral. I've always said this. I think the traditional funerals kind of, not to insult anyone that has done this kind of funeral, but like kind of the best way to do it, where it's like we're not all sad and crying about how they died, but we're celebrating how they lived. I love that stuff. I think that's the best way to do it. They're all celebrating, they're all drinking, they're all talking about them. And I love the aspect of like, okay, they love these cats. They had too many cat stuff, so everyone has to take a cat home to remember them. And I was like, that's such a good idea, because that's not only like a good tribute to the person, that's also a good way to clear out their house and get rid of the stuff where we don't have to do it. Or like, that's such a good idea. I'm gonna write that like in my will to have that done for me, because that's brilliant. Like everyone has to take a Funko Pop home with them when I die or something. So now someone's gonna kill me to get all my Funkos, so I probably should have said that. But no, I loved the funeral stuff this week. How about you, Alan?
Like I said, I enjoyed the scene, and I enjoyed that portion of it. I just again, it's like until we get closure, until we know where this is all heading, I think I'm like, well, if it ends up amounting to nothing, was it really necessary to spend half an episode doing this? Right? Like
I think yes, for the emotional character building side of things. I think it's to show Dexter that it's okay to have emotions.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing, right? Is to show Dexter how important family is, and that it's okay to let your emotions out at certain points. And I think that that's something that he has to now teach Harrison, is because he himself learned from Harry how to bottle up his emotions or to fake his emotions in front of other people. But I think that is what is causing the most stress for Harrison currently, with him having to hide everything that's going on, with him still bottling up all those feelings and all of those emotions from killing Ryan, and from later on in the episode having that vision of wanting to kill the landlord and things like that, as he thinks that he's becoming like his father. And what Dexter needs to tell him, and what he kind of gets to, I'm jumping ahead quite a bit here, but by comparing him to Deb, and by, doing all of that, kind of telling him that it's okay to feel emotions, it's okay to get angry sometimes, it's okay to, again, show your emotions, and that's what makes you you, that's what makes you human. And that is something that Dexter has always said about himself, is I'm not human. I don't have emotions.
Yeah.
But as the show has progressed, you've seen how Dexter's emotions have evolved. And I think now seeing Harrison with those emotions, those same emotions that Dexter is trying to bottle up, it gives him a completely different perspective on them.
Yeah. And I do think also, I think you needed an episode. We've been doing this last episode kind of set it up and we set it in motion, but I also think you needed an episode to let Harrison and Dexter rebond as father and son again. And that was one of my favorite aspects of just them being like, oh, we're not fighting, they are good again. And I'm glad it wasn't instant. Like, they could have instantly been like, oh yeah, we're good again. But like you needed last episode to let those feelings out. And this has been the week of like, oh, I have my father again. And like I love the line from Harrison where it's like, it was hard to lose you twice. And that's an aspect I never really thought. It's
said,
like,
I'm glad you're back.
Yeah. Like, the aspect of like he thought he was dead for like I guess I never really took into consideration the trauma of that. It's like he thought he was dead for what?
10 weeks.
Like 18. What was like 18 or so year, or like what 15 years?
Okay, you're saying. Oh yeah.
I think they said it was 12.
12 years.
Yeah, 12 years. Yeah,
12 years without a father.
From the end of Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he thought he was dead for another. He thought he killed him for 10 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, and like that, that trauma is like, I finally get my dad back and I murder him. Like that is trauma that I didn't even take into consideration.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh shoot, I killed my father because he has this dark side. Yet me killing him shows I have just as much of this dark side as he does. How can I ever live with myself? How can I ever live with this?" And again, I think last week the biggest thing too is when Dexter took the watch and was like, "Let me carry that burden for you." He feels like that is now his responsibility as a father to be there for Harrison in the ways that Harry was never there for Dexter.
And that makes me subscribe to the Angel theory even more that you've had, where he kills Angel because he can't let someone take away his father again, right? Like he can't lose Dexter again. You know what I mean? It's like, oh god, like it's good poetry, but I don't like reading it. If that makes sense, it's like no, it's good. I just don't like to hear it.
Yeah. But on to the another aspect of the episode, right? And that is everything with Prater and with Charlie. And Prater sends Charlie to go investigate Red's apartment after Mia's imprisonment, so to speak. And she realizes, hey, this guy hasn't been here in forever.
Yeah.
What's going on? And then I love how Dexter gets a couple phone calls. Okay. He gets a call from Prater, and he's like, "Hey, Red, I'm outside your apartment," which was so reminiscent of Trinity calling Dexter, "I'm right outside your house, Kyle."
Yeah.
Like, I think that was immediately what I thought of in that moment. I thought that was hilarious, but he's like, "Yep, nope, not home. Skipped, somebody got captured, somebody's, out of commission, MIA. Like, what do you think I'm going to do? Of course I'm going to, leave my job, scramble my identity, that sort of thing." And then Prater's like, "I expect nothing less."
That was such a good, like, I think that's one of his best, like, last minute lies, because it 100% makes sense. If someone found me, broke into my house, sent me a group of serial killers.
It's like, dude, do you think I'm that stupid to go back home? I've been made. Like, no, I'm, and that's literally perfect for that kind of character. He is all about being as off grid as possible with his very loud, gaudy green Best Buy pre-built gaming PC. But
I'm still like I guess I'm probably gonna get brought up later, but I'm feeling more confident about my theory from last week.
Okay.
Not to the degree, because I think what I pitched was a little bit too tinfoil hat, but I still think Prater knows that he's the Bay Harbor Butcher. Like that I'm still subscribing to that, because
I think somebody knows.
I went a little tinfoil hat last week where I'm like, the only reason he does what he does is because of the Bay Harbor Butcher, and he created this whole thing just for. I think that may be a little bit much, but I do think he's maybe using this group as like leverage, and I think he maybe likes what Dexter is doing. I think that's going to be the reveal. Is like, we are worried that he's going to get to Dexter because he's being too obvious about this and he's killing them off one by one. I think that's.
But it's almost.
It's like entertainment for him.
Okay, so let's branch off of that theory, right? Okay. So say Prater makes these gatherings, and yes, it's to gather the like-minded individuals, gather all these serial killers. He's got this weird like serial killer fetish, basically, is what it is, right? Is he likes their trophies. He likes observing what they're doing, seeing the method, seeing the process, because he could never bring himself to be a killer personally, but he's a fan of their work. And I think that maybe at first seeing his trophies drop like flies maybe is a bad thing. Mm-hmm. But then he's like, oh, maybe it's like survival of the fittest. Like, if there's another, exactly, the serial killer Hunger Games. If there's another killer that is killing off these other high-profile killers, then why would I even want some of these other people in my exclusive club? They're not good enough. They can't hack it. That's not necessarily the exact direction that we're heading in next week. Again, we'll get to it when we get to it. But I do think that would be an interesting aspect to add in there. Like, you're right, is that to some extent, whether he knows Dexter's the Bay Harbor Butcher, or he just thinks, or he just knows Red is taking out these his competition is the best way to put it.
Yeah, because like that's another aspect. Like you would also think he would know what Red looks like. You know what I mean? Like I feel like he would.
Well, no, but that's the whole reason why Red was the perfect disguise, because they kind of looked similar, and he wore the hoodie the entire time. He was the name of the game was anonymity with that character, right?
But I feel like that could be a twist almost of like, you don't think I know what every single one of these suspects looks like? I've known since day one, Dexter. You know what I mean? Like I feel like he had like, even though that was his thing, I think he has the resources where he could at least have known exactly who he was and what he looks like, and probably had cameras set up like in his house. You know, like I feel like I would not put it past him to just be like, "You're not Red," but I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna see.
Yeah. It's like let's wait and see how this plays out.
Or maybe like that's when he finds like that's when he becomes a fan. I was like, "Who is this guy?" Dexter Morgan. He was a part of this blah 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 case in this case, and he's connected to all these Bay Harbor Butchers.
Yeah, you're right.
He's the Bay Harbor Butcher. You know what I mean? Like I could see that also being the thing.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. That would be very interesting. There definitely is a lot more to Prater than we know on the surface.
Yeah,
but
I'm so excited how it unravels.
These last few episodes are going to be great for that. But other aspects here, right? We've got a little bit of Harrison thinking about going back to school until he sees the price, and then he's like, never mind. We'll find a different path. We have him do a little bit of, I mentioned this earlier, we have him do some babysitting for Elsa again.
Yeah.
We learned that she's living under maybe not the best situations for her and her son. And that definitely upsets Harrison a little bit. He sees how it's affecting the kid as well. The landlord comes by, Harrison sticks up for them, and he has that vision of stabbing the guy in the face with a fork. Yeah. And I thought that was such a great callback, not only to New Blood, where he had visions like that previously in that series, but also a callback to the original show with Dexter, how he would have those visions of like the freakouts. Like the biggest one that comes to mind is the Miguel scene, right, where he like destroys the lab and he yells Miguel, and then Miguel opens up the door. 9 holes tomorrow? You bet.
Yeah.
Like, so that's been happening on the show forever. So it's again another cool little connection between father and son. But again, obviously we get to that point at the end where Dexter talks to Harrison about, again, that is the part of him that makes him human, right? Is that he sees the darkness, but he's not letting it consume him. Yeah. And that, I think, is, again, going to be the biggest thing that Harrison has to work on and work towards going into the back half of the season, the end of the season, and into future seasons.
Yeah.
But then you've got the whole Batista aspect of things. And so this clip of Batista talking to Detective Wallace and the other detective, that was something that they posted right before the episode came out. And I commented, so let's do a little bit of live research. So I commented on the post on the actual Dexter account.
Behind the scenes.
Right. And this is what my comment said. I said, Batista is literally signing his own death certificate at this point.
Okay. Yeah.
That got 953 likes. So almost 1,000 people in the Dexter comment section agree that Batista is sticking his nose somewhere it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
He tells Detective Wallace about his theory. He literally name drops Dexter, Bay Harbor Butcher, and Harrison Morgan. And I love how when he's like, oh yeah, and his son Harrison, and Detective Wallace is like, oh, I know Harrison Morgan. Like, okay, you had me, you lost me, and then you got my attention, right? Yeah. Like now I'm listening.
Like I titled the Dexter part of the title. I said, did Dexter Resurrection ruin Angel Batista? Because I've heard this criticism from people so far, that like they've made him annoying, they've made him blah blah blah. I don't think they personally made him annoying for me. I think he's just opposed to the main character. And I think anytime you do that, he's gonna come across as annoying.
This is the entire point of his character right now. This is the
weird if he
exact same
didn't.
thing. It's the exact same thing that they did to LaGuerta, right?
Yes.
And they explained it in this episode. He references the New York Ripper case when he's talking to the two detectives. He's like, did you ever have that one case that always bothered you, that one unsolved case that you could never get off your mind? Points to the New York Ripper case. The Bay Harbor Butcher is that case for me.
Yeah.
Literally, his ex-wife died investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher. His friends have died surrounding it. Dokes, Deb, countless other people in his life have been either uprooted or killed in pursuit of the truth. Dexter has, left a trail of bodies, so to speak.
Yeah.
Alan
says, I agree with Taz. I believe Batista does not make it out of the season. It does not ruin the character for me, though. This is the most natural progression of the character. You know what? I'm going to stay by my guns. I think you guys are right. I think he will die. But I'm sticking by it because it will feel so justifiable if he can make it out of here alive and I am somehow on this side of history. Because I think it's the most, it makes sense, but obviously it's also the most obvious route they could take this season. I think it'd be so fascinating if they switch gears.
But here's the thing. I think the theme of the season has been being obvious, right? So let's think back to all of the points that we've hit correctly this season, right?
Yeah, we've hit a lot.
It is Dexter framing, Dexter framing Mia for the murder of Ryan to help Harrison. We got right the fact that Neil Patrick Harris would be the first one to die. We got it right that Dexter would take Red's identity and use that to infiltrate Prater's organization. And then also now this week, the other big piece of the puzzle is the Gemini killer.
Yes. That
there was more to the Gemini killer than meets the eye. No, he's not an Autobot or a Decepticon. But there's more to the Gemini killer than meets the eye. So back at Prater's place, everybody gathers. Fun reference. I don't really know if this was necessarily a reference, but when he walks in, Al tells Dexter, "Oh, hey, nice get up, James Bond." And we have young Dexter who is playing James Bond in the new 007 game. Was that a reference? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I think that's kind of fun either way. But basically, there's a big meeting. Prater gathers the remaining killers and is like, hey, Mia's in prison. Lowell is MIA. We gotta lay low. We gotta kind of, stay out of the spotlight, do our thing. And don't worry, just stick close to me. Yeah. Everything's gonna be fine. He then sends Charlie to kind of help take care of things. Charlie goes and finds a fixer, I guess is the best way to put it, pays him off, and then that is an aspect that comes back towards the end of the episode as well. But before we get there, let's talk about the big cat and mouse game of the episode, which is, of course, Dexter investigating Gareth, a.k.a. the Gemini Killer, finding out his MO. He kills in pairs, that sort of thing. He follows him to a bookstore, which this is the bookstore that we mentioned that looks like Mooney's from You. Gareth goes to the serial killer section, opens up the book, throws a bookmark in there. Dexter opens it up, and it's on the Gemini Killer section, right? So he learns a little bit about Gemini, and then he's curious, so he flips to the page about the Bay Harbor Butcher, and he looks so disgusted when he turns to the page and sees Dokes' picture there.
Yeah.
But in the same vein, Harry seems so proud that his son has made it into the book. So I thought that was a really funny kind of dichotomy there.
There was that one edit that seemed so real to me.
Yeah.
Maybe you sent it to me. Maybe I sent you. I don't know. But like he opens the book and you have surprise, motherfucker, and then it transitions to the I thought he was really in the episode. I thought when he opened up, he saw him in the book or something
that'd be funny.
in his head, and when it didn't, I was like, oh man, I wanted to hear it again. I wanted to hear him say it again. Oh,
No,
but no, that was.
but that's.
I
No,
really.
but that-
I mean, I assume you're waiting to the end to mention it, but like, I do think that's a very good twist. Is like, oh, okay, he kills in twos, and it's like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That's cool.
he kills in pairs, but why?
And that's such an interesting, like, I assume they're twins, right? So these
Yes,
twin
and then
serial
so
killers
also
are-
too, there was a tweet that I saved from Scott Reynolds. He is somebody that posts a lot from the set. He's a writer for Dexter. He posts a lot of behind the scenes photos. I think he might be the main, like, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but like, is he? I think he's the main writer. Like, I think he's the guy. That, like, the main guy. But basically he put out a tweet. He said, "I've been asked about Gareth's twins' name, and the answer is Gareth. Their mother named them both Gareth, part of their damage. So I guess 2 Gareths are better than 1. Hashtag Dexter Resurrection."
Very
fun little tidbit of information.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this was something, again, that we've been building towards. This was something that I had thought since the beginning.
Okay.
Again, I was like, okay, not the twin thing, but that Gemini was going to be a big part of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that either he was going to become self-aware, get the heck out of Dodge, and come back for a future season, or he was going to be a big adversary for Dexter. And it seems like what has been said about this is that he is going to challenge Dexter in a way that nobody has ever challenged him before.
Yeah.
Dexter thought that this was very straightforward, right? He's like, you know what? Whatever. Top of FBI's most wanted list. Like, you're just another killer.
Yeah.
I've taken care of, hundreds of people like you. Like, there's nothing different here. I love how when they go back to the house, or when Dexter goes back to his house and Gareth shows up and everything like that, he's like, "Oh, let me make you a drink," and all of that, and he puts the M99 specifically in his cup because he knows Gareth is the kind of guy to mistrust him, so he's going to then have them swap it.
Yeah.
And then he still takes the one with the M99 in it, passes out. Dexter does his little celebration dance. He's like, yes. Like, he's like, I didn't
either.
Right. Yeah. He was like, I didn't think this was gonna work, but I freaking knew it was gonna work. And he got him literally makeshift table, nothing special. Literally, he didn't even do any of his normal ritualistic things outside of taking the trophy.
I guess because there was a party going on, he didn't want to make.
Yeah, he was like, all right. He's like, all right, let's just get this done quick and dirty style. Ties him up on the floor, kills him. But as he's doing it, Gareth seems to want to tell him something, but he's like, I've heard enough from you for the night. And then that is when Dexter has to end up cleaning things up fairly quickly. He kind of throws the body into the bathroom behind the shower curtain and everything. And then that is when we get the big scene with Blessing, because earlier on, Blessing kind of blew up at his son-in-law talking about, the whole thing with the ice, right? He's, goes off on a small little thing. Obviously that happens because he's under a lot of stress. But then he tells Dexter a little bit of a backstory about how he had a very tough upbringing, how he was, I believe he said he was born in Sierra Leone is the country that he mentioned, and he was part of a militia and all of this kind of thing. He was forced to be a soldier, and, he even killed somebody in the past. And then he got a fresh start when he came to America. His mom literally saved his life. And that is the burden that he now has to face living a life without his mother, is that, for a lack of a better term, that grounding rod, that lightning rod that kept him grounded and kept him a good, decent human being is now gone. And he doesn't know how to carry on with his life past that. And Dexter understands that more than Blessing will ever know, because he lost that same part of himself multiple times. He lost Harry, then he lost Rita, then he lost Deb, then he lost his son for a while, until eventually reuniting. So Dexter really understands where Blessing is coming from. But I think the biggest and most important aspect of that conversation was when Blessing said that his mother told him never to bring the darkness into your own home. Right? What has Blessing done? He has invited Dexter into his house.
I love that line so much.
Dexter has brought the darkness into his house, but Blessing brought the darkness into his house as well. And then this is where all the theories start to swell, right? Blessing admits to killing one person in the past. Dexter has done this before too, right? Where he's like, "Oh, I've killed somebody," or like, a small little thing, right? Is you tell a little bit of the truth to get people on your side. But sometimes it's deeper than that. And obviously, you know where I'm going with this. The whole Blessing is the New York Ripper theory, and there's a part in a trailer, and I need to scrub through the trailers again to actually find this for myself. I'll put it up on screen. If you guys are watching this on the version of my video, when this is posted, I'll find it. I'll put it up there. It's going to be right on the screen for you guys now. But there's a scene in one of the trailers where it looks like it's the back of Blessing's head, and he's like twirling a sword, like threatening some civilians on the street. And that is the big thing that everybody's tying to it and being like, oh, Blessing is the New York Ripper. And the big theory that I saw from the end of this week's episode is that now that Blessing has lost his mother, who was the only person keeping him level and calm, that he's going to slowly start to slip back into his old ways of the New York Ripper. And we are already starting to see that happen where he's losing his cool, he's having outbursts, and he's doing things that we don't normally see him do. And all of these aspects tying together, like I jokingly said this at the beginning, but his first line to Dexter, or one of his first lines to Dexter was, imagine looking into the eyes of a serial killer.
Yeah.
Yes, dramatic irony that Dexter is the serial killer, but also could be ironic in the sense that Blessing is also a serial killer.
Okay.
And maybe, again, people identify that kind of stuff in each other. Dexter identifies that with a lot of people. And maybe Blessing saw that in Dexter originally too, but saw that maybe he did it for the right reasons. If that makes sense, right? And maybe Blessing thinks that he has some sort of righteous cause in a lot of ways. But obviously, like Harry has said to Dexter, even in this season, Dexter is the only person like him. There is nobody else but Dexter who actually has a noble cause. Outside of now, hopefully, Harrison.
Okay, let's play into this a little bit. Let's play into this. If he is, and that's the reveal, I really like the idea. I feel like we've never properly done this. I like the idea that he doesn't know for a while longer, right? Like, don't really dive into it this season, right? Because this season has to be the Praetor and the like trinity of serial killers. I kind of like the idea that you reveal it to the audience first, and Dexter doesn't know. I don't think we've ever really seen that before, at least not long term. Where it's like Dexter is in the dark, and Dexter like really leans into his friendship with, with Dexter, and like his connection with him, and they're hanging out more, and they're connecting more, and behind the scenes we're seeing like throughout season 2, like he would be the season 2 villain. We also never seen build up like that before, right? We've never seen a big bad setup season, season blank, and then into the next season. That would be something new, and
it's very
refreshing.
Arrowverse.
And it's what it is exactly. Slade Wilson. That's the whole like you set him up as a friend in season 1, and then he's the big bad of season 2. Like I'm slowly liking elements of the story. If you can write it in a convincing enough way. Again, you have to have it's been his thing the whole time following Dexter, because it all being like a coincidence does not work for me. I think that's very lazy writing. So it has to be
I think maybe again, the universe has a funny way of bringing people together that need to be in the same place. I think just as much as Dexter tries to learn from other killers, the other killers learn a lot from Dexter as well. What has Dexter learned from Blessing? He's learned how to be vulnerable, how to balance life with your family, and how to actually devote the time and effort necessary to having a healthy family relationship. But then once Dexter finds out who Blessing truly is, then he can see, oh, maybe it's once again that idea that Dexter always gets in his head, like it's possible to do both.
Yeah.
Right? It is possible to have the happy ending and to have both aspects of it, the killer and the family man.
Yeah. Alan says, I think it would present a moral dilemma to Dexter as well. Someone who would fit the code but clearly has turned his life around and show Dexter a way forward in life with more balance. Yeah.
Once again, the Brother Sam connection, right?
Yeah.
Because Dexter was, it's like the reverse of Brother Sam, right? At the beginning,
Hannah,
Dexter was, and Hannah as well, but Dexter was convinced Brother Sam was still up to his old ways. Like, people don't change. But then he was proven wrong because Brother Sam really did turn his life around. But now he's maybe seeing it from the other side of things, where he's only seeing the turned around version of somebody's life, but then learns about what this person has done in the past and what they're capable of. And is that enough? Does that mean that he fits the code in that aspect? Because I think part of the code is, are they likely to kill again?
Yes.
Right? So is Blessing likely to go back to being the New York Ripper? Is he going to kill again? Or is he going to be able to fight his own darkness and his own inner demons and continue on the morally just path that he has currently gone on? And again, I know how I like how I'm talking about this like this is 100% fact, like it's Blessing as the New York Ripper. Who knows, it's probably Detective Olivier or whatever his name is, right? Like it's probably something silly like that, but this is fun to speculate on. This in a lot of ways is the Tommy Merlin is Prometheus theory, right? Like it's that kind of wild and ridiculous coded. Yeah, it's that ridiculous, but that's what makes it equally as fun to talk about and to speculate on.
And it's so interesting because we haven't even seen the character. Like it's just like a name that's been dropped in the background. Like it could be no one, right? Like they could never.
Yes, and I love how the fan base is just blowing this out of proportion. Yeah. But again, it's very Arrowverse. Like they dropped villain names.
Very
like
Savitar,
they dropped Savitar. They dropped DeVoe.
Accelerated Man.
Yeah, like they name dropped a lot of these things that didn't always come into fruition. But I think they keep hitting you over the head with it, like New York Ripper, and it's part of multiple storylines too.
Yeah. Maddie says what I think could happen, which they sometimes do. The big story is wrapped by the penultimate episode. However, the underlying story is put full force in the finale, like in New Blood. Perhaps.
Yes. Yeah. I like that. I like that idea. I really do. Again, also similar to Agatha, where penultimate episode was the finale, and the finale was the epilogue to the season.
Yeah.
I think that works in a lot of aspects. Do you have any other elements on the Blessing side of things? Because we've got two other big points to talk about, and that's really the end of the episode and where we're heading with now this new status quo of Dexter thought he killed somebody, but there's actually a second somebody. And then obviously also the failed attempt by Batista.
Yeah. No, I think in terms of Blessing, I think we mentioned most of it. Like, I do just want to highlight that one line that I just loved a lot, where it's like, never bring the darkness into your own home. I can already tell this going to be
like the music swelled at that point too.
Yeah,
like the music got darker.
You have like broken my brain. Where like anytime a person says a line a certain way, I'm like, that's an edit. Like that's 100% going to be like a transition of him doing his knife flips or whatever.
Yeah,
so, it was
again. I'll remind me. I'll send it to you after the stream. But I messaged you on Twitter yesterday. I was like, hey, let me know once you've seen the episode. I've got some things to send you.
And like I will say too, like I did start the episode like them doing the recap. I was like, is the wife the like New York Ripper, or I'm sorry, the mother is like the mother of the New York Ripper, and that's why they haven't seen of him for a while.
Oh, and here's the other aspect of that. Thank you for reminding me. So it was very sudden that Prudence died, wasn't it? Yeah, she wasn't doing great last episode, but to just start this episode with her being dead is a little interesting, isn't it?
Faked her death?
No, not faked her death. What I saw, speculated on, theorized about, tossed in the ring, tinfoil hatted, so to speak, was that Blessing got into an argument with his mother and ended up accidentally killing her. And that's what happened. And then he's back to New York Ripper. Yeah. And like there was something like, I think I didn't look at it super closely. Again, I'll pop up a picture on the screen when I do the edited version of this. But when she's lying in the casket, like she's got some like head wrap on, and basically like people are like, oh, that's covering up the wounds to cover up the fact that Blessing actually killed his mother.
Yeah, they don't really go into how she dies. Really,
yeah, they're just like he's just like, yep, she died. It sucks. It is a little weird, right? So I think to the extent of what Alan said, right, earlier on, is like if this stuff is not explained, it's going to feel a little bit weird that it just kind of happened.
Yeah.
Right? So again, more fuel to the fire, just like the fire that Dexter threw Gareth into after he killed him.
You want to bring up the Mia stuff? Because I do have...
Yeah, I have some thoughts. So, like we said earlier, is Charlie paid off this fixer to I'm not even gonna say the term, but to do a thing to her that you've seen in real life as far as what happens to people in prison.
Yeah.
But basically puts out a hit on her.
Yes.
And it makes it look like she offed herself, but she didn't.
Yeah.
But that is a piece of the puzzle silenced, or a possible loose end tied up, right? Is Prater's like, okay, well, you got caught. You're not in our little club anymore.
Yeah.
So we're going to dispose of you.
What's so interesting is, like, until this very moment, I assumed she wasn't dead. Like, again, I literally just watched it. I literally just got done with it. I assumed that was fake. In my head, I was like, somehow they faked her death in prison and they got her out, and they're going to they're getting on. They
would have shown it. They would have shown it in the episode.
And again, I just finished it, but like I was thinking like, oh, they have her, like they brought her back and she's gonna be living in their little crew and they're gonna blah blah blah.
Dude, that body was cold.
But now that I think about it, it is like, okay, I guess it makes a lot more sense that they would just want to off her.
Yeah, that body was cold.
But maybe it's a fake body. They like, he has enough money. He could make a little robot body and throw it in there and make it look like it's real. But if he's dead, though, to me, that almost pisses me off a little bit, because
it does. But also here's the thing too. As fans, we were hyping up this character way more, right?
Yeah. We were talking spin-off shows, bro.
I know. Like... Well, here's the thing. That was before we knew that she really didn't have a code and all of that. So, again, here's the thing. I think all of these killers are a means to an end, right? I was honestly convinced. I was like, oh, cool. Gareth is gone. Now we just have Al left. You know?
Yeah.
Al and Prater.
Yeah.
But, obviously, again, now we don't.
Yeah.
But the whole side of things too here was that Batista was accompanying the detectives to go talk to Mia because he was convinced if he showed Mia the picture of Dexter that she would recognize him, which is very Quinn inspired, because what was Quinn doing in the back half of the series was when he had Liddy investigating Dexter, is he went around showing people the picture of, the sketch, and is like, do you recognize this man? He wanted to, actually, funny enough, he wanted to show it to Jonah, who was in witness protection, and was like, do you recognize this man? But basically, he thought that if Mia recognized Dexter, then that would confirm his theory. And again, I think it's so funny that everybody's putting all these pieces together. Detective Wallace knows exactly what Harrison did. Batista knows exactly what Harrison and Dexter are up to.
But they have no proof.
But they can't prove it.
Yeah.
And it is the Dokes meme. Everybody this season is Dokes. I know something's off, but I just can't prove it.
Yeah.
And I think that is the funniest thing. But it also shows us that Dexter and Harrison's days of being free are numbered unless they do something massive. Which, again, I'm still going to fall onto this theory as well, that I think there's a possibility that Dexter ends up working as a CI for Detective Wallace and gains immunity for himself and Harrison against Batista.
Yeah.
And then Batista still doesn't let it go. He still continues to investigate, and then that's how he winds up dead.
I think I think the more he kills, though, the more his leverage kind of disappears a little bit, right? Because like 3 are gone.
There's
right?
less and less people to corroborate his story. Yeah.
I think the Gemini killer. Did I say that right? Gemini killer?
Yeah, the Gemini killer.
Yeah, I think that would have been his biggest leverage, right? Because he's like the number 1 on the FBI list. And I guess he's still there. He's still alive, but I guess I have a lot of questions about him. And
so which Gemini killer did he kill, right? So in my mind, I'm thinking that there's an idea guy and an execution guy.
Yeah.
And I think Dexter killed the idea guy. Like, I honestly have a hard time believing that Gareth won.
Yeah.
I don't even think he killed these people. You know what I'm saying? Is I think there's a brain and a brawn to the situation here.
Yeah.
You know what? The weirdest comparison that I'm going to make, they're like the Mahler twins.
A little bit, yeah.
Right? Is like there's one that is, all execution and one that is going to be like kind of all smarts in this one, right? But
which is why I was a little disappointed he didn't get to like talk to him before he killed him, because I wanted to see his reaction, that he's not just some low-life fan that has taken up after him. He is the Bay Harbor Butcher. Probably has a much bigger kill count than the Gemini killer.
Dinky little Gemini killer, yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like I bet
he was
he's
it's so funny.
He
was so full of himself. He was so full of himself. But then when he realized that he was going to die, he got super squeamish. So again, that makes me think that this is not the Gemini that's actually been killing people. Surprise.
Yeah, no, it's
but yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where this goes. I like how Dexter also at the end of the episode just had the internal monologue like, what the heck?
Yeah. And I think that might be his downfall, because I think honestly he might be the one to out Dexter to
Yes, there's a loose end. There is now a loose end.
It's like my brother. I haven't heard. I don't know. I assume it's my brother. It's like my
but he
brother,
can't say anything because I doubt Prater even knows that there are 2 of them.
He would have to reveal that, right? He would have to.
Yeah, so he would have to. A good magician never reveals his secret.
But like you said, if he is not the smart one, he might have to then be like, listen, I'm in trouble. Like someone's coming after me.
Yeah, but I think that's an interesting idea, though, right? Is like this version of Gemini, right? So he was doing like he left a clue, and what did he say when Dexter asked him about like why did you leave that in the book, or who did you leave that for? And he said for myself.
Yeah, that was.
And
good.
it really was for himself.
That was so good
for his brother. Yeah. But yeah, Maddie, that's the question.
Sorry.
We both keep clicking it at the same time you click it. Do you think they both fit the code? I would say yes and no. Again, I don't think that this is a case of Dexter killed somebody that didn't deserve to die. Obviously, this Gareth was at least an accomplice to these murders. again, I think that he was the brains of the operation. I think he was the one who planned it, who came up with their MO and that sort of thing. But I do think his brother that we are now meeting in this next episode, when they go on this retreat to Praetor's like secret mansion wherever they're going, I think that he is the one that's actually the one who's doing the executions, so to speak. And that's very interesting too, right? Is what was the killing that they talked about? It was a father and a son. And what has this whole season been about? A father and a son.
Yeah.
So Dexter and Harrison are technically could be the next Gemini killer target. Just like we talked about last week, how Elsa could be the next target of the ponytail guy, Rapunzel.
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe he'll become the muscle villain of the season, I guess. You know what I mean? Like maybe he's going out of his way.
Yeah, like the physical match.
To Dexter because he killed his brother, and then maybe Praetor kills him. Like maybe he kills him
because he sees Dexter him so much. Well, here's the other idea, right? Is maybe Dexter uses this to his advantage. Is he uses the fact that Gareth now wants to come after him because he killed his brother, but then he flips it and makes it look like Gemini just went crazy, started taking out the competition.
Yes.
And now he's trying to kill me.
Yeah.
So then Praetor sends Charlie after him. Charlie takes him out pretty easily.
Yeah.
Dexter plays the victim like he kind of always does. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Red is free. Red is free to go.
Because now Dexter has a secret. Like he knows his secret is he has a secret twin.
Yes.
That tried to kill me. Like he came after me, so I.
Yes. So they both. You're right too. They're both holding a secret back that will expose the other one. So it's mutually assured destruction too. So maybe neither of them can come after each other.
If he still had the body, he would have this in the bag, right? Because he would have proof. He could be
but there's no proof that there's even a twin.
Yeah.
There's no proof.
That's again, that would have been so good because he could have been like, listen, he came after me, he tried to kill me, I have the evidence. I think being open and honest about it would have given him the trust of thank you for telling me. He's probably the one that's killed Jessica Jones.
Yes.
And blank and blank,
he killed Jessica Jones.
Jessica Jones and Doogie Howser and the guy from The Flash, I don't know, he has all. He
killed Abracadabra.
Yeah. Because he is Abracadabra, so that doesn't.
Yes.
Still, he gets the point.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting. I'm fascinated to see. Seems like next week might be a big moving point episode. Seems like they're in their little retreat episode, and whatever that means is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot more about Praetor next week. I think we're going to learn a lot more about Praetor. We're going to learn a lot more about Charlie. And we're going to, I think, too, in the other aspect that we really don't know a ton about, and
Family
that's, yes, that's Al. That's Rapunzel.
Yes.
And I think that he's going to be a lot more of an adversary than we're kind of writing him off as he's kind of the goofy teddy bear, kind of
man,
yeah, but in a lot of ways I think he's probably just as dangerous as Trinity. So don't let that get out of hand too quickly either. Any closing thoughts, theories, anything like that?
I don't think so. Again, I think this one was probably one of the more straightforward episodes. I guess I would technically call it the weakest, and I feel like I'm saying that every week, where this is by technically my least favorite, but I don't think that's because it's a bad episode. It's just these episodes have been so strong that this
right.
Is
it can't. It's it can't overtake episode 4
or 5.
It can't overtake episode 5. It can't overtake episode 1 or 3.
Right. It's just been a very strong season, so I think an episode this kind of stands out a little bit more than the others.
But this is this is the calm after the storm.
Mm-hmm.
We're still getting Dexter's killed somebody in like every episode almost.
Every episode, which has never happened.
It's episode 2, 3. Well, no, not episode 2. Well, did he? No, episode 3.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6. So
Which
that's four. That's four
is his
bodies.
Highest skill rate that he's ever had. Like,
yeah.
Typically, it's like he'll kill one at like the beginning of the season, maybe the middle, and then the end. Like he doesn't. We don't like it happens off screen a lot, but like a lot of it we just don't see, which is makes sense.
Yeah.
You hire like Neil Patrick Harris and like Jessica Joe, Christian Riddler, and did I say Riddler? You know. When you cast all these very famous actors to play your characters, like they want to show their death scene on screen, and I'm curious because like how do you? It's gonna be hard to top the cast this season. Like how do you? Top
and
this?
that's weird, right? But do you really want Dexter to be a show where they rely on a star-studded cast?
No, I don't. But when you cast like Peter Dinklage as I assume your main villain, that is tough to beat. You know what I mean? And I think since the show's come back with Peter Dinklage, with Mr. Crab, with Original Sin also had a very big actor, the guy from Grey's Anatomy, right? Like all three have been very star-studded cast, and I wonder if that's going to be the theme of the show, where each season or like most of the season has a very big cast member coming into the fray. To play your kind of main antagonist would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be. But again, I think solid episode. Yeah. Again, more so a bridging episode than anything else, but we are headed in a really interesting direction for the final 4 episodes here.
Yep.
7, 8, 9, 10. This season's going to finish all for the bang. Batista, your days are numbered. I really think it's going to be Harrison that ends up killing him. I think Gemini is probably not too much longer for this world. We might have back-to-back Gemini kills episode to episode. But yeah, everything's really kind of coming to a head here. And I think the aspect that I'm almost the most curious about is just how do things wrap up and how do things end with the state of the investigation, right? Is which side does everybody fall on? Like, does Detective Wallace side with Batista in taking down Dexter? Or does she understand the lesser of two evils and all of the good that Dexter is doing and the good that Harrison has done, which she's already admitted? Like, hey, I don't blame you for doing this thing that you may or may not have done, right? So, I think that that's going to be very interesting, but very excited to see where the rest of the season takes us. And Dexter Resurrection, great as always.
Great, yeah. I want to go back just very, very, very slightly to the Harrison stuff, because I do think we kind of skipped over a lot of that. I really enjoyed. This is like a weird side tangent, but like I really enjoyed the asthma representation. Like I have asthma. I grew up on like the inhalers and stuff like that, and like black mold was such a fear as a kid. So like there was this weird kind of feel seen a little bit there. Yeah. But like I did really love the worst landlord you've ever seen in your life. Just very stereotypical landlord.
You'll get your rent once you fix this door.
Damn door. Yeah, no, it's great. And like I'm like, you know what? Do it, Harrison. Like I would also have a hard time not killing this guy in his. I was like, you know what? Hell yeah, murder this guy. But I was also worried.
Too, he doesn't fit. He's kind of he sucks, but he doesn't fit the code.
Says who? I don't know. Yeah, no.
I mean, inadvertently, leading to people getting sick, and there's a case to be made. There's a case to be made for sure.
I do think it's interesting. We kind of jumped over the kiss as well. Like we're not addressing it, and I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think that's very normal for teenagers to have an awkward moment and they don't talk about it because it's awkward, and let's just pretend that it didn't happen at all.
Harrison's failed attempt.
Yes, I think as long as they address it by the end of the season, I'm okay with it. But right now, it is like,
it's the bottom of the bottom of the importance. Yeah, it's
That's
like, all right,
fair.
yep. It's like, yeah, well, that thing happened. All right, well, I've got more important fish to fry right now. Like, I'm still kind of maybe sort of being investigated by the NYPD.
Yeah.
And my dad that I thought was dead, that I thought I killed, is actually back from the dead. And also this captain that is from the past is also now on to us and investigating us and all of this. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Harrison as a character is significantly better than 100%. He is
100%.
Yeah.
Again, if this was the Harrison that we had in New Blood, I would have been just as happy with a Harrison series on his own.
Yeah. I'm still not completely rolling that out either. I'm not 100% against it.
No, I think in a lot of ways, like one of my favorite ways for Resurrection to end would be if Dexter retires and passes the mantle onto Harrison. Like that would, like, as silly as that sounds. Yeah.
That's how you kind of keep him. Or you just say screw it and have Rita come back, and Rita's kind of on his shoulder. Or Hannah. I guess Hannah would make a lot more sense than Rita would, but I think that'd be funny. It's like the opposite, where it's like, don't kill him, Harry. You know, it's like the opposite of I'm sorry, Harrison. They said they didn't expect to get all the cast as they were all their first choices for the role, but it was just the strength of the script that convinced them. I believe the script is very very strong, and I don't think any of them are like that insane except for Peter. Like I think all of them are like down for the cause in terms of TV roles. With Neil Patrick Harris started on TV. Christian is mainly a TV actress for the most part, but then you have like Peter Dinklage, which is like, holy shit, how the hell did you get him? That's crazy. But like, that's also very cool. And we'll end with this final comment here saying, I think it's inevitable we go back to Miami. I agree.
Alan, there is a scene from that this season on trailer where we see a Miami Metro police car and what looks like Quinn in the background. So I'm guessing we go back and check in with Quinn in Miami at some point this season. I believe it's Batista probably making a call and possibly bringing in the cavalry. Or it's that final phone call going out saying, hey, your buddy's dead. Yeah.
I think Alan mentioned something about it earlier, but I am fascinated to see what we're doing with brain fart.
Batista?
No, the other one. My brain. One I didn't like for like 7 seasons.
Oh, Masuka.
No,
or Quinn.
The other one. Quinn.
I was like, I just mentioned Quinn.
No, Quinn. Yeah, no, Quinn.
Joey.
I like, because you could easily just do like the same line of command we've been doing for 10 seasons now, where it's like, Dokes dies and someone wants to investigate their death, which leads to LaGuardia.
It's just
and then
a domino effect, yeah.
Yes, leads to Angel, and then Angel leads to Quinn, and then Quinn leads to Masuka.
What, Masuka? You think Masuka's going to investigate this? No. No.
It's going to be interesting. But, fix my hat. Let's dive into the big meats and potatoes, and then maybe at the end we'll do a little slight Peacemaker prep for next week. But let's talk about Dexter. I almost said Original Sin. That's not it. Dexter Resurrection. What's it? Episode 7.
Episode 7. Titled Course Correction.
We're at the end, man. I mean, not the end. But like we're beginning.
We're
of the
approaching
end.
the end. Yeah. We're in the final third, really.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, let's start with you, Alan. Since you didn't get to spread your opinion that much last week. I mean, what was your opinion on episode 7? Because again, I feel like this is an episode where we are kind of gathering our pearls. We are setting things up. We are placing the dominoes for them to fall. And then I feel like over these next 3 weeks, it's like, oh, we are getting ready to go. We are heading towards that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely really enjoyed the episode. I think the storylines that they kind of left us off in on the back half of the episode, I might have preferred a little bit more. I'll kind of just start off with, the whole situation with the twin Gemini.
The way he took him out, I thought was a little bit rushed and a little bit Scooby-Doo villain writing of how it resolved.
Sure.
It was cool because like we got to see Dexter finally kill someone. Like he said, I'll never get used to killing someone in front of an audience. So that was really cool just to kind of get that. Yeah. But the way that kind of played out, I wasn't the biggest fan of. Now I did like the scene before where he had to do his show and tell for Prater. And he kind of unmasked himself, right? It really was like the Dark Passenger that was giving that speech and was talking about all that. So I did really like that. And then, I don't want to just run through everything, but, the back half, I felt like once we got into the stuff with Harrison, the stuff with Batista, was probably some of the most satisfying stuff that we've seen in any Dexter media. So far. So yeah, I was high on it, and I felt like I'd finished very strong and gave us like a really good indication as to where we're going these last 3 episodes.
Very fair. Very fair. How about you, Taz? What was your kind of like general feelings?
Dude, so Dexter Resurrection, Season 1, Episode 7, Course Correction. And this episode is literally just like, again, I keep saying this every week, but it is everything culminating. It just keeps getting to that boiling point. So we pick up literally exactly where we left off at the end of last week's episode, post Gemini kill, post Dexter learning that there is a twin brother to Gemini, and it really puts things into perspective from last week's episode and makes everything make a lot more sense. Like, why was it titled Cats and Mouse? Because there are 2 cats, the 2 Gemini killers, and Dexter was the mouse. Why did Gemini leave the note in the book? I left it for myself being my brother. Like, all of those little small elements come back to, into the limelight here. Yeah. But kind of the big jumping off point this week is they go up in, as Al said, their Whirlybird, and, go to this little kind of retreat off, in a remote section. I don't know where it was. I guess it's on the outskirts of the city. And Prater is kind of like in a state of panic a little bit. He's not really running, but he needs to kind of regroup, right? So he gathers everybody that is left. We get a nice little tribute to Mia, and everybody seems actually very upset and disappointed, especially Al, that she's dead. But obviously we know that it was Prater and Charlie who orchestrated the whole ordeal and everything like that. Yeah. But while they are at this little retreat, we get to see the other side of Gemini. We get to see the juxtaposition of the Gemini that we saw in last week's episode versus the Gemini that we see in this week's episode. And I do love how David Desmalchin really does make both versions of the characters seem different. We don't get a confirmation on my theory, but I really still think that one of them was the brains, one of them was the brawn. And as we see in this episode, they don't really have much brawn without, either of them, together. But it was interesting seeing how, the Gemini from last week was a lot more full of himself, a lot more, braggy, I guess, about kind of who he was and what he did. This version of Gemini was a little bit more calm, calculated, reserved. But you could see that they both kind of had their overlap in that. I think it was really cool seeing kind of the different presentations. We get to see Al's, presentation of how he goes about killing. I pegged this early on. I think another one of my theories is like Al is going to be a much larger threat than we originally thought as well. And he might be the craziest and most sadistic of them all. He's going after these, younger girls with ponytails, and he strangles them to death. And we get to kind of see later on in the episode, he's not a fan of blood, which is why he strangles and everything like that. I think he's going to definitely play a larger role in this next episode. I'm going to say it again, I speak it into fruition. I don't think Al makes it out of next week's episode.
Well, he's the last one, right?
Yes, he is.
That's crazy.
He is. And then that leaves 2 episodes worth of Prater, Charlie, and possibly the New York Ripper and Batista. But I think next week, Al is going to be used as an example. Because the episode title is The Kill Room is Where It Happens, or something along those lines, right? My suspicion is that either this is going to be Dexter kind of showing Harrison his process, or Batista is going to walk in on Dexter doing his thing in the same vein of Deb walking in on Dexter at the end of season 6. But that's something to talk about a little bit later on as we get to the kind of Batista side of things.
Do we think we will meet his family by the end of the season?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think they're more so not necessarily a plot device, but just an element to show, hey, again, there's this killer that has a family, but it's to kind of, make Dexter think, can I have it all or can't I? Sort of thing, right? Yeah. But speaking of like Dexter and his psyche, I really loved the presentation, the show and tell that he did for Prater and the group, right? He talks about living through this veil, through this mask of, red, and that the dark passenger is his true, authentic self, and he is only ever his true, authentic self when he is in the heat of the moment, when he's about to make a kill. It's, for Dexter when he has somebody on his table, but he then kind of uses that as a bridge or as an analogy to the dark passenger killer, to this Red Schmidt that he's presenting to everybody. And it's such, it has so many meanings to it. Not only is Red Schmidt a mask for Dexter to wear in front of these people, but then Dexter is the mask that he wears for the Bay Harbor Butcher, in the same vein that Red is the mask for the dark passenger killer. And we've talked about this a little bit earlier in the season as well, is that Dexter lying to these people, but telling snippets of the truth. And the best way to go about telling a convincing lie is to sprinkle elements of the truth in there. And I think, his conversation with Harry before he went out there, again, that physical interaction, that physical touch that, again, we saw, a lot during New Blood with Deb and everything like that, but just how emotional Dexter got when he could, again, truly unapologetically be his most authentic self. And I think that is what he really yearns for, what he really wants out of life, is to find people who he can be himself around. But I think he's also learning that it's not these other killers, because they all have these flaws that Dexter doesn't have. And that's something that Harry keeps pointing out, is that these people are not your friends. They're all monsters. Like, that's what they discussed, is they are all psychotic. They have this, deep-rooted affection for the art of the kill and everything like that, whereas Dexter has a morally just cause and does it, yes, to feed the dark passenger, but he is a killer of killers. He stops people like them from hurting anybody else. And speaking of, that is where we get to the Gemini kill, which I thought was I know you didn't like it, but I thought it was orchestrated perfectly. I loved just him sitting down, being so calm, kind of bringing in the elements of, being a fan again. And then he goes into the brother bond, right? He's like, oh yeah, I had a brother once. Is it true what they say about twins? Do they have twin telepathy? Do they feel things?
Cool. I did
you feel a burning sensation in your chest last night around 8:20 p.m.
He loves showing up.
When I stabbed your brother in the chest with my knife and then threw him in my furnace?
Yeah.
Did you feel that? And then Gemini goes off. Dexter uses that as his ploy to then publicly, like you said, kill in front of an audience, take out Gemini. Like he said, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He kills Gemini 2. He frames Gemini for the murder of Lowell. And, gets himself out from that, suspicion and, throws that suspicion off. And I think, again, that is just Dexter being smart and in the moment and, using his environment to his advantage. I think Charlie is definitely suspicious of what's going on. But I don't think, in a weird way, I don't think she cares in that regard. I think she knows just as much as Dexter how dangerous these killers are.
Yeah.
And if there is somebody taking out these other killers, she's not going to stop them as long as they don't come after her boss, Prater.
Yeah.
And he's the other element. We learn a lot more about Praetor's backstory and, the deep-rooted trauma with the man who murdered his parents and how he wrote to him in prison, and all of those elements of how he, grew his affection and obsession with serial killers. And it definitely adds some fuel to the fire that, again, there's continuously more and more to Praetor than we thought. But I really loved that conversation with Dexter and how it carried on from Dexter's presentation. And again, being unapologetically your authentic self. And I think that is a really big and really good theme of this season. Is it's been more so about Dexter's self-discovery and rediscovery of who he was. New Blood was a character study of Dexter Morgan when he tries to hide his true self. Resurrection is a character study of Dexter Morgan when he does everything in his power to truly be who he wants to be and who he is meant to be.
I think Praetor is in a very interesting spot where, like, I'm very happy with what we're doing with him. I think right now, if they execute him properly, I think he could be top 3, top so of the villains that we've had on the show, depending on where we take them. Is he ultimately going to be... Because so far, he's not a villain. So far, we haven't fully committed. And I was thinking about this last night. I was like, okay, once he kills Modern Family Guy, I don't have his name in my head yet, right?
Al, aka
yes,
Rapunzel.
yes. If we kill him, then what happens, right? Because then the group is gone. There is no more group. Does he then kill Praetor? He can't kill Praetor.
Because Praetor doesn't fit the code yet.
Yeah, he hasn't killed nobody.
Yes, he's an enabler, but he doesn't quite fit the code just yet.
But very dangerous to Dexter. He knows
Yes.
all of his secrets. He has the money and resources. He could pick him up, put him in a plane, and drop him in the ocean. Like there's nothing, you know what I mean?
But
like,
something I thought about tying into our theory, or tying into your theory specifically from last week, right? You were like, what if Praetor knows that Dexter's the Bay Harbor Butcher, all of that?
Yeah.
I don't think that he knows. I think there's a good chance Charlie knows, and again, is keeping that close to her chest. But the moment Praetor finds out who Dexter truly is, I think that makes him only adore and look up to Dexter even more. Because he's like, oh my god, you are the ultimate serial killer. You've been taking out all of my prized possessions because they, fit this code that you've developed for yourself. I think he would find that so interesting and so intricate, and again, feed into that obsession that he has. So I think whether he finds out or not, Praetor is still going to want to be on Dexter's side. 100%. However, Dexter is going to have to find something that Praetor has done or does that makes him a candidate to be put on his table. And I think that maybe that's how an element that could carry on. Like, what if this season ends with Dexter wanting to kill Praetor, but he can't because he doesn't fit the code? He hasn't necessarily done anything that he can kill him for. Right? I think that would be such an interesting piece of the puzzle. But, Dexter's mask slipped a little bit this week for sure. I loved the element, too, where he was like, you know what? I wasn't always a vegan. I want to try all this food. I was like, finally, you get to eat. Finally, Dexter gets to eat. But yeah, is like he could have very easily outed himself right then and there. He took a very calculated risk in killing Gemini. But I loved it. And I think, too, another element of that, I know it's a little bit further on in the episode, but he keeps the bloody glass, puts Gemini 2's blood in the same slide as his brother. I was just waiting for some little comment, right? Like, okay, kill together, die together, or something like that. Now you both have found a permanent home right next to each other. Like, I think that is such a poetic end for the Gemini killer. I loved it.
Parallels a lot to him and his brother. Like that's something I didn't think of.
Yes, and Brian Moser mentioned, so already a 10 out of 10 episode for me.
Yeah, and I wonder, because that is an interesting thought where, like, he could have been the Gemini killer before the Gemini killer if he didn't kill his brother. Like, that
I killed my brother. Him. I killed yours too.
Can you, like, that's a what if story, actually, I'd be fascinated to see, of, like, a story where Brian kind of wins, and he wins over Dexter, and, like, he convinces him, you don't need the code.
Read.
Just do
Well,
this. You know what I
read the
mean?
book. Read the books.
I know.
Read the books. Brian's alive in the books, and they get up to some shenanigans.
Here's
Doesn't
what
the
I'll
books go
say.
supernatural though too?
Yeah.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
the Dark Passenger is an actual supernatural
Like
entity.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a whole alien.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a the like Venom symbiote. That's like
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and we've been planning on it. On doing a read through. I found a thread a while back of like the differences
All the
between the Dexter
changes,
show
yeah.
and the
Yeah.
books. Yeah, so that'll be very fun to look at some point.
But
yeah, Darren, what are your thoughts on all of this? I know I kind of went through like the first half of the episode there. I was just rolling.
I want to kind of meet in the middle with the Gemini death a little bit because I did think it was fucking awesome. I also agree that it was. There was something a little off to me as well, where it's like, oh my gosh, okay, we're doing it right here. I really enjoy though because I feel like we haven't had a lot of like public executions from Dexter, right? Like there's even. What is it? That one from season 5, like in like the gas station when he just like randomly kills like guy in public, right?
But even then, that's not in front of an audience.
Anyone
like,
else? Yeah,
he's only killed in front of a very select few people, and sometimes not even on purpose.
Yeah. So like I enjoyed that like that breath of fresh air. It's like, oh, this after 11 seasons of Dexter, you need to do deaths that feel new and unique and fresh. My thing though was like I really thought we needed a bit more of the Gemini killer. And someone said that inside the chat here earlier, where like this is supposed to be one of the biggest killers of all time. I personally didn't see that. I personally didn't get to see that. And I know we are short on time. I know there's only 10 episodes. They have to keep things going. It's not a negative thing for me. But I was like, I don't feel the impact of this guy. Like this guy is supposed to be bigger and better than everyone else in the group. And he kind of felt like he was the easiest to take out personally. Like he killed both of them very quickly, in my opinion.
Yes and no, but I think to that extent is it was used as a way as well to show just the skill difference between Dexter and these other killers.
Sure.
The Bay Harbor Butcher is the
greatest,
the most successful serial killer in modern times in this universe.
In the universe,
right? Yeah. So again, even Dexter at this, older stage in life with, some health issues as far as scars, like, his shoulders even a slightly handicapped Dexter Morgan is so, outclasses all of these amateurs in a lot of ways, right? It is, and I think that is the perfect way for them to set that up. Like, yes, this show is about Dexter, and he needs to be moving like we remember him. It seems like he's killed a lot of people, but he really hasn't this season, right? He's killed the real Red. He's killed Lowell. He's killed Gemini 1, Gemini 2, and that's it. It's four people. That's it. I mean, he got Mia arrested, but he didn't kill her.
Even then, though, I feel like the gap in between has been so much quicker than we're used to, because we talked about this, where it'd be like one in the first episode, then they'll wait like 6 episodes, and he does it again. It's all like off-screen kills.
I mean, like the vetting. Well, I love it though. Is like the vetting process has been so quick. Dexter has been forced to think on his feet and make adjustments. Like he can't go about his ritual in the same way that he always has. He's in a new city. He's in a new environment and a new scenario, and he has different things to worry about. Like he's not even really worried too much about his MO. Like he's only chopped up a body or two, like he throws everybody in the furnace now. Like he, very haphazardly gets his trophy.
And it helps.
We did get a mention though too, when Al was talking about his stomach ache, and Dexter's like, I know a remedy for that. I can throw you in the bay. In his mind. I'd love that.
That was great.
And I think it also probably helps on his case. He doesn't necessarily have as much of a Dexter Morgan life than he used to, right?
Yes.
Like, even in New Blood, he had like a girlfriend and like almost stepdaughter. He had all these, he's working at this place. He doesn't really have a job. The only real ties to Dexter Morgan himself are Angel, which already knows, and then
Harrison
kind of household.
Harrison,
but like, he doesn't know what he's up to all day. Like he doesn't have to be like, all right, guys, I'm coming in at 12 o'clock to do my shift, and I have to, like he doesn't have to deal with what he would have in Miami. So I think this allows him to just like, well, killing is my day job kind of now. Like this is what I'm focusing on. And
again,
we haven't
he's
seen him do the ride
his
share.
truly authentic self.
Yeah. No, I think that's definitely very fascinating to see a more cut and loose Dexter that doesn't have as much of an identity to hide from, which I personally like that aspect of Dexter. Like I think that's always very interesting to like, all right, I had to clock in at the police station at 7 and blah, blah, blah. But I will say, and this is probably something you're going to get into later, I wonder if they're going to make that transition to Harrison instead. Like have that be Harrison's side hustle instead, which is what they're kind of setting up here. I was like, oh, that's interesting. We might end back up at the police station, but from someone else's POV, which is going to be fascinating.
We'll talk about it when we get there, but I still think Dexter ends up back as a forensic investigator by the end of the season too.
Okay.
Do you think in Miami?
I think we have to go back eventually.
I think we do.
Final season, we have to be back in Miami.
Yeah. I think
again, but I don't think obviously we're not heading into the final season, so we can take our time. We can take our time getting back to Miami. I think eventually, yes, we will go back to Miami. We will go home eventually, and that, again, I would like that to be where we end. But I think that there's actually so much set up here in New York, and I think that that perfectly transitions us to the other half of the episode, right? It's Harrison going to the tour for this College of Criminology. We kind of look at it from the perspective of he wants to follow in Dexter's footsteps and be, a forensic scientist, that sort of thing. Yeah. But no, he actually wants to be a cop, like his grandpa Harry, like his Aunt Deb, which I think is a great angle there. We also through that
really, really quickly.
Yeah.
Especially with what we set up last season with like him imagining his dad like Batman. And I feel like that's a very good transition to be like, okay, what's the closest thing to that I can accomplish? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Controversies about police aside, was like, okay, I can be a real life hero, in a vein.
How can I go about this legally?
Yeah. I can take down these villains. Again, it goes back to like the whole Harry thing, because that's what Harry was, where he's like, I want to do this, but I can't. But my son can. Like my son can do what I can never do as a cop. So it's interesting seeing this full circle thing with him.
Well, I think it goes back to last week or it might have been last week where Dexter had that conversation with Harrison where he told him like, "You're more like Aunt Deb." Because she always felt like she had to prove herself as a cop and live up to her dad's name. And maybe Harrison kind of looks at himself that same way, where he's like, I want to live up to my dad, but I want to do it the right way, not the way he does
it.
If he ever gets visions, I'd love it to be Deb. I think that would be fascinating.
Oh.
That'd be a good way to bring her back, too.
Because, because I feel like they actually are very much like, because they both have killed, but they don't like doing it. But it is in their past, and they're both trying to be cops. Like I feel like you said, I do think Harrison is much more in line with Deb.
At least this version that they're setting up.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, but no, I did really like this element of the episode. I think, again, Harrison going through this tour and everything like that. We do meet a new friend. I believe her name was Gigi. I feel like we knew a little bit about this character before the season started.
Oh, did we?
I think that she was promoted before the season started. Okay. But so she's kind of the tie to the school portion of things, and this ties into everything that they're setting up with like staying in New York, right?
Yeah.
Harrison can go to school. We finally get the meeting of Dexter and Detective Wallace. Because Detective Wallace just so happens to be at the school giving a seminar on none other than the New York Ripper himself. And we get to finally hear the New York Ripper's voice. We get to see a little bit more of his MO, kind of the aftermath of some of the kills, and learn that the New York Ripper has been inactive for quite a few years, but Detective Wallace started her career investigating the Ripper.
Yeah.
I don't think that they gave a specific time frame on how long the Ripper has been inactive. I remember at one point hearing like 5 years or something like that. Not this episode, but I feel like in a previous episode that they had said something about him, being inactive for 5 years. Elements that we also know is Prater said that he's terrorizing the same streets that he, walked as a child. So not necessarily eliminating Prater as a suspect, but just, that there's that tie there. We hear the voice, and it just seems like a normal dude that has a modulated voice, so without an accent. So does that completely eliminate blessing? But people can disguise an accent. I think a part of it too is maybe I think that Prater is not necessarily the Ripper, but I think Prater is working with the Ripper. What if Prater's the one doing the voice recordings?
Ooh.
Not even, maybe even without the Ripper knowing, right? So Prater is so invested in the details, in the minutia of these killers.
Right.
What if with the Ripper being inactive, Prater then takes it upon himself to kind of, adapt the personality and, keep the legacy, keep the legend of the New York Ripper alive.
Okay.
But then when he starts becoming active again, then maybe there's some butting of heads and some conflict in that regard. Again, there's still an element. I will pop it up on screen again when I do the edited version of this, but we have a dude in a hat with a sword that looks like it's Blessing from a previous trailer. Yeah. I'm not saying that means that he's still the Ripper, but I think that it's still not off the table. I think out of everybody else that people have been speculating on, Jonah being the Ripper, the fiance of Blessing's daughter could be the Ripper, Prater being the Ripper, I don't think that that's a thing. Detective Olivier being the Ripper, I think that's another theory that's been thrown around quite a bit. I think the only one that actually fits the age of the Ripper would be Blessing, because if the Ripper has been terrorizing the streets of New York for an extended period of time, I think the only one that could be in that experience point, in that experience level, would be Blessing. I'm going to die on this hill until I am proven otherwise. But I think that there is still a possibility that he is a blessing in disguise.
Silly. I think
tinfoil hat can come off now. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think I'm still not out of the realm of I could see it being a character we don't know yet. We're kind of just setting the realm up. We're setting this up. And
they're hyping it up too much for it to be that.
It's definitely not Jonah either. Sorry, Darren.
No, someone.
It could be. I don't know. I'm a little more sold on Jonah than I was.
Have you guys seen the TikTok videos of the actor?
Yeah.
He's done cameos and
he was like, I just got back from New York, guys.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
The other one, I don't know anything about this New York Ripper stuff. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Listen. Yeah. I don't want it to be Blessing now, not because it's bad, but because I was so hard against it at the start of the season that I was like, that's fucking stupid. It's not Blessing, you idiots. And it's the more we get closer, it's
it could be.
Gosh damn it! It's my Robert Downey thing all over again, where me and Jordan did a stream on the Doomsday thing, but we didn't know it yet, and we started off the thing, and I'm like, do you hear that stupid theory that Robert Downey Jr. is going to be Doom? And then
because it was rumored for weeks before they actually announced it. Yeah.
Dude, I think we keep speaking things into existence. I was editing because again I'm a couple weeks behind on videos. I was editing my episode 5 video, and I was like, oh, what if Gemini has a twin? And I was like, how did I call that? How did I call that?
Crazy.
It was just a random, off the cuff thing, and dude, this season has been so fun to just
it's been so good. Yeah,
it's been so good, and I think so. A lot of people could look at it in a bad way, we've predicted a lot of things, right? But I think that is showing good faith from the writers, right? That means that they're giving us what we want in a lot of ways, right? Without even being in the mind of a fan, right? They are giving us exactly what we want and kind of planting the right seeds, right? It's a good puzzle. They're giving us enough puzzle pieces to figure it out on our own if we want to look deep enough. And I think that's been my favorite element of the season so far.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's turned us all into detectives
been fun.
Angel Batista, who again keeps stepping up his game. But before we get to Batista, I did want to briefly mention, while we're still on the topic of the Ripper and everything like that, number one, Harrison needs to stop looking guilty as anything.
Oh my God.
Every time Wallace is in the room,
guys,
he's
I'm dude, You are not your dad. I'll say that. Like,
never take Harrison to a casino and put him at the poker table. That's all I'm gonna say.
Never.
No.
Don't take him there. But I loved the interaction though between Dexter and Detective Wallace, right? When he was like, "Oh, well, actually, the spatter is more consistent with a longer weapon," and he does like his movements, and he's like, "All right, out of character, bye." Like, he slipped back into old habits, and I miss that Dexter so much. I think that's another piece of the element of another piece of the puzzle that like I think Dexter's going to end up working with Detective Wallace one way or the other, whether it's on the up and up as an actual forensic investigator, blood spatter analyst, or as a CI. I still think working as a CI would be, again, the perfect full circle thing for Dexter.
I've seen some people say that they thought Detective Wallace was like suspicious of him in that moment, and I don't think that was the case. No. I thought it was like she was like, oh, she
was in awe, like she was like, oh my god, like I'm seeing a real professional at work. Like finally, I think because again, Wallace takes her job so seriously. Yeah. She's such a good detective. Well,
she's like
seen that
Dexter,
all throughout the season. Yes, exactly,
all season.
Exactly. Yeah. She's like, oh, finally, there's somebody else who is so caring about the job and knows the details. The devil is in the details.
I think you guys nailed it. I would not be shocked at the end of the scene, like one of the final scenes is her going, like, he's innocent in her eyes, like he's tricked her somehow. Batista is like, he's either dead or like they've ousted him as a crazy man or something.
Yeah, I didn't love how Dexter was gaslighting everybody into thinking Batista. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's lost it. Yeah, he's been through a lot. He's gone off the deep end.
But a lot of what he said really could be backed by what he's been through, So it's like
true.
You're like,
and
oh
I mean,
man, like,
dude, it's true though, dude.
His friend was a serial killer. He got divorced twice, and his ex-wife died.
Yep.
He's retiring, so you could be like, it's like a midlife crisis. Like you could do that stuff. It's like, oh man. But yeah, I wouldn't. Now that you guys have said, I would not be shocked if they end the show being like, "Do you want a job? Do you want a job helping me solve crimes again?" That would be
it'd actually be great too. You know what? Actually, in a lot of ways, who Detective Wallace reminds me of is the Sarah Michelle Gellar's character in Original Sin, the forensic investigator. Sure, again, very like battle hardened, woman in charge that sees a lot of potential in Dexter.
Yeah.
And I can see that. I wonder if she could ever show up. Like,
I would.
We don't know. I mean, it couldn't be the same actress, obviously. Like they would have to recast for older, but like.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume that she's still in Original Sin season 2 as well.
Yeah. It depends where she ends up. Is she dead, or does she retire, or did she, get written off? Or something?
I think in another interesting turn of events, what if she ends up being a villain? Again, we've never outside of Lila, outside of one or two episodes with Mia, still have not had our true like female big bad.
That's true. I will say though, I don't know if I want another member of the crew to be a villain.
Of the crew, and that's
3 is a lot. 3 is like, okay, you need to vet your people better.
Yeah, true.
I want to speed run through a couple of these comments and then we can talk about the back half of it here.
Then it's Batista time.
The Gemini Killer has felt a little overhyped. The concept was cool, but not too much was done with it. I would agree overall.
It makes sense, but it makes sense in context of the show. Gemini overhyped himself.
I think in general, I just want to add something real quick before we move on. I think in general, that scene like with Gemini wasn't overall like. I don't think the actual scene disappointed me. It's just more the fact that with this whole group of killers, we're kind of speed running through all of them. Like, I don't think we've had a lot of time with each one to really get anything. And then when you get these actors of the calibers that they all are, it's like, it just helps. It just feels a little disappointing where I'm like, man, we just really went through.
I would agree.
I see where you're coming. I see where you're coming from on that. Is it they all feel like glorified cameos in a weird way. Yeah, but to me, not in a bad way. Like, I don't need a ton from these people. Like in Dexter's eyes, they're so inconsequential. Yes, they are big time, big name killers in their walk of life. But again, as opposed to Dexter, they're nothing. They're just a villain of the week. They're literally just a villain of the week.
Yeah.
I think maybe this season, and I think the seasons have been nearly perfect for me. I think it's been a fantastic season.
Oh yeah.
I could see them maybe working better with that old 13 episode formula they had in the previous seasons. Like I think spending a little bit more time on these tiny little things, I think could have been in its favor.
Yeah.
I think it was 12 episodes, not 13.
It was 12. Yeah.
Was it 12?
Yeah, it was 12.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. But still, like, actually, 12 would be perfect. Just like 2 extra ones, maybe an extra on Gemini, maybe an extra on Mia. I think maybe could have done a little bit. But again, like, it's literally the biggest nitpicks I can give it. Like, it's like it's still fantastic television in most every way.
Yeah.
Where was I? I lost where I was. I think the New York Ripper is leading into next season. I really hope it isn't Jonah, though, after the voice comparisons of between them both.
I think I agree with that. Yeah. I don't think the New York Ripper is really going to play into it.
Oh no. But it's been such a great slow burn. And again, we talked about this last week. Is they've not really ever done that before. Is slowly in the background set up a potential villain for a future season.
Yeah.
Well, I think we said this even. Like, I think it'd be sick if they waited like couples. Like if they like
he could be like a looming background threat that like. Oh, maybe
Thanos.
This is like maybe he is the like because again maybe if the New York Ripper really is as skilled as everybody thinks that he is, maybe he is really the true match for Dexter.
Yeah,
like the only other killer in the past that has been that true kind of one-on-one match for him has been Trinity.
Yeah,
that's why I feel like it actually works out if it's Jonah, because then it's like the storytelling aspect of it. It's like the one guy you let go all those years ago is going to come back and be your match.
But I think that would almost work better if it was like a Harrison villain. I think Harrison versus Jonah, I would like to see a lot more.
It kind of parallels Dexter versus Trinity because
I
Trinity
think it would be
was
a cool
his match, from back in the
original
run. Yeah,
I think it'd be a cool arc though. Like imagine the writers end up doing something with Jonah because there's been some outcry to bring him back, right? Like, okay, well, he's not the New York Ripper, but like, what if we brought him back for a 2 or 3 episode arc where he's tormenting Harrison and Harrison gets to take him out or something like that. I think that'd be really
I'd be down
cool
for that actually.
Or if he was a cop by then too, and it was like legal.
Oh, then he gets to
I actually wouldn't mind that. I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
I think you have to write it right. Like, I think it could come across very like, oh my god, all right, let's do that.
Yeah,
I think it has to be written. But again, if it's any comparison to what we've got this season, I think it would be. Like,
when you look at everything that's happened so far this season, a lot of the stuff that we have praised the show for has kind of been fan servicey-esque things.
Fair,
but it's just been written
it's been
so
tasteful.
Well.
It's been so tasteful.
Yeah, and it's like they took their time and they're carefully doing these storylines the right way, right? We're not just trying to rush.
100%.
Yeah.
Agreed. Jeffrey just coming by to say hello. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hope everyone's having a good day/night. Thank you. Maddie coming in with, I think Prater's willingness to cover up everything tied to him or the group will lead to him, to him using Charlie to take someone out. That might be innocent.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
That is true. I think, just to go back to my, like, Prater knows everything, there was a scene when he was so quickly to kind of dismiss Charlie's concerns, or it's like, oh, did he know exactly what he did there? But he was like, don't worry about it. This is just his thing, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or was it really just like anxiety? Because I do agree with you, Daz, where it does feel like he's unraveling. He's like, oh, my toys.
He slowly
like, I'm losing all my toys.
Went from calm, cool, collected to like a little scattered. I think I think scatterbrained is the best way to put it.
But again,
desperate.
There's only one OG left, right? And that's
which is Al.
Yeah, Al's the only OG left.
But again, he's so focused on his new prized possession, which is Red. Now.
Yeah. But again, once you take him out, like once Al goes up, because I agree, probably next week.
Yeah, then Red is the last man standing. Like,
it's like,
how does that look? How does this end?
Yeah.
And I think too,
it better not end before Dexter gets enough money to pay for Harrison's college, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I think too, though, that was kind of my problem with the Gemini kill as well. As I was like, I just didn't buy that Prater would believe that. Like the story he gave about how he just attacked them. I was like,
it's very contrived. Yeah,
it's very contrived. Yeah,
but again, I think it's in the moment. I think Dexter made everybody see what he wanted them to see. That's again Dexter in the master of manipulation and the art of deception and framing the story to fit his narrative.
Yeah.
But again, that like it would also make sense if he knew. If it, like he's like, oh, that's just his thing, you know, like he's just this thing. So I think
it's like, oh,
I think it kind of leads in.
That's my butcher.
Yeah.
I would not be shocked if there's a scene like next week where like Al is dead and he's like, I think it's red. He's like, I know, or something, where it's like, what? It's like, no, I've known the whole time. This was my whole plan or something.
I don't know if you guys have talked about it before, but I always thought it was weird that the original, like the real Red, was calling himself the Dark Passenger. Like that felt like a plant to me a little bit, you know, from Prater. But that felt like a plant. I'm like, I don't know.
Hold up.
He gave him the idea.
My! Wait a
gave
second.
him the idea to lure Dexter out. Yeah, that was.
My! That because the Dark Passenger set Dexter off and set the entire series of events.
Yeah.
But did anyone know that name besides him?
Well, that's the thing about that theory that I'm like, how would he have known that? Like,
but Prater knows. But again, if Prater is such a knowledgeable collector, he would know everything.
Yeah.
That is such an dude. That is. I love that theory. I love that theory.
Who else knows right now? Who else has he told about the Dark Passenger? Deb? I think Hannah, right? Didn't Hannah know?
Yeah, she knew.
Like Hannah
they
knew
killed
that
together.
name?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Hannah knew that name.
Yeah.
Bring back Hannah. She's been working with Brett.
Technically Lumen.
Lumen. I mean, that goes in into your like theory has that like Lumen is still alive out there.
I mean, she is still alive, but we just don't know where she is.
Where she's at,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Hannah. I'm thinking like Hannah's like Hannah knew. Okay, this goes into your like crackpot theory. He's like, okay, she was so mad at Dexter for leaving him and like abandoning their family. She teams up with Prater to catch him, and like it's just it was me, Dexter. It was me all the time.
Yeah,
no.
And I've always too, at least from the characters from the original run, I have always thought that Matthews knew more than he let on.
Yes. I think it was a situation of like he knew, but he didn't want to believe what he knew, so he chose to let it go.
Yeah,
you know?
I think a couple characters were like.
I'm a little more tinfoil hat on that. I think he actually knew because him and Harry were best friends. So I'm like, I don't know.
And
like just the way he acted in that conversation after Maria brought the theory of Dexter being the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Let it go, Maria.
Yeah, I was like,
you think Dexter Morgan is the Bay Harbor Butcher?
Yeah. And then the conversation that he had with Dexter, where like he was kind of like, you know, giving him a little bit of the detective run.
Do you think I'm the Bay Harbor Butcher?
Yeah.
No.
And I'm like,
no.
I don't know.
I was there with Lundy. I was kind of there with him too.
Yeah.
Whereas like I think he kind of maybe suspected something. I think in the back of his mind he's like, maybe. And I think maybe if he would have lived a little longer, maybe he would have pieced it together, been like, oh, it was you.
Lundy found my slides.
Yeah.
I was so upset when Lundy died. I was like, I would have loved to have had him a little longer. Yeah.
You haven't been on when Darren and I have talked about this. Our pitch for the Trinity spinoff is that it is a young Lundy series where he's investigating Trinity for the first time.
Because that was always the case for him. That like this season they've talked about like the case that got away. That was always the one for him. So I would love that. But haven't they said that like John Lithgow is gonna voice his inner monologue like how Dexter does?
Yeah.
So I'm still a little weirded out about what that series is gonna be.
I think it'll be interesting. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna watch it, of course.
I do kind of agree because that's the only non-Dexter like show
related one.
So it's okay, what does that look like? Because
if we want to expand the Dexterverse, like we gotta do weird stuff, right? Like you know, when Legends was first announced, we're like, oh, we're gonna take all these random like B, C tier characters and throw them on one show. Like, how's that gonna be any good? And then,
hey, buddy,
the rest is history. How's it going?
Okay, I'm gonna throw this one up, and then we'll move on to our next one. Bit of a wild card theory here. The New York Ripper is a tie-in for next season, but the discovery of Prater's vault when he's inevitably exposed leads to the detectives finding out who Dexter was right.
You're right.
That kind of feeds into your theory.
I like that.
About Wallace offering him a job after she realizes.
I do again. That reminds me. Thank you for saying that, Maddie. That I still think that when they raid Praetor's vault at the end of the season, Dexter's blood slides will be gone. The Bay Harbor Butcher's blood slides will be gone.
He gets them back. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yep. Yeah.
I could see it being a thing where it's like you kind of touched on it earlier, Taz. This is kind of a spin on that. Like maybe I don't know how this would work because he wouldn't want that, but like maybe he's so bad. He was such a bad serial killer. Praetor was like, I need you to stop because you are too much of a menace. He's been paying him off to stay away or something. And then once he's dead, no one's paying him off anymore. And he's like, well, I'm back. I'm not getting paid for it anymore. But again, I don't know if that'd work because he likes serial killing. So I don't know if that would work in that favor. But
I did think it was weird. The phone calls I thought were a bit weird. So I'm like, why would a serial killer who's been on the run or in the shadows,
why is he taunting his victims?
The victims, yeah.
I think that's definitely another tally in the camp of it's Praetor doing the phone calls. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. What's this one? Just really quickly. There's also a theory that the code to the vault is the inmate number that was on Praetor's lesson to kill the okay, maybe.
Yeah, to the one he was writing the letters to.
Clue. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. That'd be cool.
Okay.
But yeah.
I mean, Guys, what's up?
Yeah, what's next? Something that we didn't mention from that little scene in the college was the kind of the wrap up there with Dexter and Harrison kind of sitting there after the whole presentation had happened,
so
and they just have that nice little father-son bonding moment where, he's like, do you really think that of me? Like, that I can't love, or like, basically I'm a heartless killer. And Dexter is like, what? I don't love in the same way that everybody does, but I know that the way that I feel about you is different than how I feel about every other person. And that is like the most sweet, heartwarming, yet messed up thing that Dexter could say to his son, but Harrison understands it, and that is the father-son bond that we've been looking for. Dexter buys a $40 hat to show how proud he is as a dad. Again, Dexter, you can afford it. You're being paid off by Praetor. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I still think also Dexter needs to use Praetor's money to send Harrison to college. Like, Harrison doesn't need to have to worry about that. I think that'll, that's his why is he doing it. And I think that would be cool too to tie into, again, that other theory that the whole reason Charlie's doing this and working for Praetor is to pay for her mom's hospital bills, is what it seems like it is.
Yeah, I think that's the most vulnerable we've ever seen Dexter in the show. Like, there's been these elements of it seeping through, but thinking back to season 8.
Yeah.
Like thinking back to the season 8 thing, and again, I know there's issues with season 8. There's a lot of it, but what I really did enjoy about season 8 was its dive into like, okay, how do you operate as a human? You physically cannot feel for other people, and her being like, wait, I guess you do, but why do you? And I think this year especially, it's not like,
it's like,
oh
so
my
you
gosh,
really aren't you aren't a textbook psychopath after all. Like,
and I think showing that of like
layers to the onion.
I love that sequence where it's like, oh my gosh, is that what he thinks of me? Oh no, I'm such a bad father. I need to do this and this and this. And like season 1 Dexter would never. Season 2, 3, 4 Dexter would never. I mean, there's a whole, like when Rita dies, it's like, it was me. It's like, no, Dexter. Like, you got to get out of that headspace, right?
Yeah.
This is a different version of that character. He has grown so much since that point. And I would agree. I think that stuff is probably the highlight of the season for me.
Yes.
It's like everything in regards to Dexter and Harrison, and then also just Harry getting to watch being like, oh, I'm such a proud father. Getting to watch that was... And
I did love, too, he's like, oh, I wish I could be here to see his graduation. And Dexter's like, but you aren't you? But then he disappears.
Yeah.
I have a theory on that.
Interesting.
To what we're heading to.
Are we going to head towards another part where Dexter is who he needs to be and he doesn't need Harry again?
Yeah.
Did you have a theory?
I don't want that to happen.
I think someone else will maybe take their place.
I did. Yes. No, we have discussed like, okay, maybe he has a different dark passenger every season.
It's Brian or something.
I think it's what? Brian. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's like, what if he goes down? Darkness? I was gonna say that. What if he goes down
after
But
after Angel dies, maybe like he feels so guilty about that.
No, so then I know I love Brian so much, but then the other side of it though is like he's like, oh, he's becoming such a good father. He's opening up emotionally. He's having these familial ties and making new friends and sticking to the code directly. But if Rita is his light passenger, right?
I would like that even more. Like,
right?
I would actually really like.
But it's Dexter, and Dexter's got to do some crazy stuff. And dude, if we get Dark Passenger Brian for a whole season, like that would be insane. Because again, that is my favorite episode I think of the entire show. When they go on that road trip. Yeah, which is, again, weird that my favorite episode of the show is from my least favorite season.
It would be... I do kind of like this idea that there's, like, levels to his Dark Passenger. Like, Harry's always his neutral. And then Deb is where he's his lowest. And then, Rita would be where maybe he's at his best. Like, maybe next season he's like, he's a great father, he's doing everything right, blah, blah, blah. Something happens at the end of season 2 that really
What if he's just being pulled in all these directions? What if we get a mix of everything? What if we have Rita at times, if we have Brian at times, if we have Harry at times, and maybe we get Deb, and like
it's
that's
like
how we bring... Yes, exactly. And like they're pulling Dexter in all of these directions is like, go all in and be, just Father Dexter, and that's Rita pulling him towards that. Go all in and just be serial killer Dexter. That's Brian pulling him in that direction.
That'd be really
balance
cool,
the two of them, and that's Harry and maybe even Deb pulling him in that direction.
I would really like that towards the end of the series because I really like this idea that he's slowly kind of losing himself as he goes through the end. Yeah. So like his personalities and his thoughts are more jumbled there, and he's not thinking as straight. He's gone all over the place a little bit, similar to where we were like the first episode of the season, where he's like not in a good
seeing
headspace.
all the ghosts and everything like that.
He's like all over the place.
Yeah. That would be very interesting.
Dokes would be another one I'd watch a whole season of.
I feel like I love that early run, but like there's so many characters that I feel like they just killed too early. Like I'm like I would have loved more Dokes. I would have loved more Brian. I would have loved more Trinity. And it made those seasons what they were, and I think it
makes them so special.
Effect.
Like think about how big of a Dokes is such a cultural icon now. And like he's made a resurgence. Originally he was the surprise. He was the surprise guy. But now he's the I just can't prove it guy. Right? Like he's come back and like he's got a whole different meme. And it's not even from Resurrection. It's just people going back and watching the old show and liking the funny thing of him watching Dexter in season 2. Like I think that is great. He's had a generational run.
Yeah, and they kind of reference that, right?
Yes,
Angel does
perfect segue.
Right, I was like, oh my gosh.
No, and I love that. I loved how Dexter is like decompressing from everything, right? He feels good. He feels like he's in a good headspace. He's in a good spot with Harrison. He's in Prater's good graces. He just took out the other Gemini. He puts them both in the blood sled like we talked about earlier. He's like, oh, it feels like I'm back in Miami. He hears the music. And, everybody having fun upstairs, but then he hears Batista's voice, and that puts a wrench in his night. Batista talked to Blessing earlier on in the episode. Hey, I'm an old friend of Dexter's from Miami. Blessing, being the guy that he is, embraces him, with open arms. Talks about how great it's been to have Dexter around, and it's great to have seen Dexter and Harrison's relationship, develop and evolve and stuff like that. Dexter goes upstairs. Surprise, hermano, and that hug was so tense, and like I saw somebody pointed out,
Angel's face changed too.
His face changed, and it's like he doesn't love him anymore, which is so sad. But that it's so tense, and he's like, I remember when I taught. It's like, I remember when I taught this guy how to salsa 30 years ago. Like all that stuff, it ties back to Original Sin as well. And
I love this scene where it's like, it's just like I'm back in Miami. It's like, oh shit!
Wait a minute!
Nope. You know what that means?
Miami's here.
Like, it's so funny though because Dexter's been kind of brushing Batista off this whole season. Like, he's not an issue. He's not a threat. He's not an issue. Whatever. Yeah. And then it's so tense, and then he's like, "Hey, buddy, let me drive you home." And that's when we have the real discussion, and Batista airs everything out. He's like, basically, I'm coming after you after what happened to Dokes, Maria, to Deb, like, you're responsible for all of this, and I am not going to rest until I have exposed you for who you truly are. Dexter turns to him. If I am who you really think I am, there's no way this can end well for you. I'll take my chances. And that is like so. Oh, dude.
Again,
he doesn't want to do it.
The part of that I loved so much is after he says it, and then Angel says, "I'll take my chances, buddy." You could just see the sadness in Dexter's face.
Yeah,
because he
like,
knows.
I know.
He knows this is not going to end well. Like, there's no going back at this point, and that was so heartbreaking.
It's the point of no return.
Yeah.
If they would just sit there and talk it out, like, literally, I feel like. So I saw some of the interviews, some of the post-mortem of the episode, right? And so we had Michael C. Hall as well as Batista talking about kind of like the end of the episode and stuff like that. And like Batista still kind of seems like he wants to hold on to some shred of hope that his friend is still there. Yeah. But at that point it was like, kind of a Star Wars moment of like, well, then my father is truly dead. Like, that was kind of his realization. Like, okay, well, Dexter is too far gone. There is really nothing that I can do. He drops the AirPods in the the little side pocket there. I thought that was funny, just because we've had the AirPods be an element for Harrison throughout the whole season, and it's like an Angel's super high-tech tracer. He just dropped his AirPods in Dexter's your car. Yeah. Like,
I feel like he would have noticed that instantly. I think Dexter, being who he is, would have been like, he left his AirPods. It's probably a tracker, and like threw him out. You know what I mean?
Batista, you forgot your AirPods. Oh wait, he can't hear me.
Kind of goes back to what Taz said about how, like, I don't think he necessarily takes Angel as seriously as he should.
No,
because he even made the comment to Harrison in the car, like, he'll. I can't remember what it was. Something about
food. Basically, like he'll get bored. Yeah, he'll get bored.
Yeah.
He'll miss the food of Miami and go back home before you know it.
Yeah.
And like that is who the old Batista was. Like thinking back on it, right? Batista throughout the original series was like, he was a great friend to Dexter, but he was kind of a screw up in a lot of ways, right? Like he, failed marriages, and he got bamboozled by Lila, and all the stuff that happened with with LaGuardia and the retirement and the non-retirement and
promotions that he screwed up.
And like all of his squabbles with Quinn and all of the nonsense that caused.
I want him to have a win.
But also too, speaking of Quinn, right? Quinn was suspicious and caught on to Dexter before Batista was of the wiser. He thought LaGuardia was insane for thinking that Dexter had anything to do with anything. But now the switch has flipped. Like, yes, it shows the passage of time. It shows the maturity. It shows that Batista kind of got out from under the rock he was hiding under and actually decided to look at the world from a real perspective and be like, oh, all of these things that surrounded Dexter, maybe that wasn't a coincidence. Maybe there's more to the story here. And then obviously in New Blood, when he got that confirmation, oh, Dexter really wasn't dead, like, well, that's weird.
Yeah.
And he really cracked open the most important case of his life. Again, the meme of like 0 cases solved between Batista and Quinn from the original series. And then now he's like, the best detective he ever could be, which is hilarious.
Which again,
I was just going to say, I think too that like that 10 years between season 8
was a lot,
and New Blood, it probably changed him as a detective. But
yes,
you got to think, to that original run, Dexter was always getting these criminals before Miami Metro could. And then all of a sudden he was gone. And I bet you Batista was probably solving a lot more cases now that they actually were able to get those people.
You're right.
So that maybe that spun the wheels in the head of Batista there too, because he's like, oh, like, once Dexter disappeared,
so much better.
Like, what's going on? Yeah, like what's going on?
These cases,
and when someone did get a case, it went to Deb, because he would just kind of move things in her favor, give her little hints and shoves. I will go back just a little bit because you guys kind of brushed on. I thought it was very interesting about like sitting down and talking about it. I'm breaking down exactly what he's done. Like, because he is fundamentally wrong about a couple of things. Like, he brings up Deb. It's like, well, I didn't. I mean, I technically killed Deb, but not really. That was, what's his face. And then brings up, Maria, and it's like, well, that was technically
Deb in defense of Dexter. But yes, yeah. Dexter didn't pull the trigger. And Dokes, again, he didn't pull the trigger. That was Lila. So I think if he, to an extent, if he explained that, yeah, sure. But also, again, I think that shows, once again, by Batista mentioning all of those conveniences that led to these characters' deaths, to his friends' deaths, that it's going to put him in the exact same spot. Again, I think he's going to be caught in the crossfire, whether that be Charlie or what I really think is it's going to be Harrison, unfortunately. Harrison is going to have to make the tough call that Deb made, is going to have to make the tough call that is going to save his father, because what is he going to choose, right? The guy who's trying to tear his family apart and take his father away from him again that he just got back? Or his last chance at a normal life and family and, again, living the life that he wants. Like, Harrison finally has what he truly desires. He is, going to be going to college. He has his father back, Dexter's doing the right things, and he has that guidance, and, he's made new friends now and all of that. Like, I think that Harrison, whether it's with, thinking or without thinking, he's going to end up having to, make the tough call. And I guess that's the theory, that's the debate, that's the question. Again, next week's episode is titled "The Kill Room is Where It Happens." And that's going to most likely, again, be Dexter investigating Al and taking him out. I think next week ends with Batista discovering the kill room right at the end, again, in the same vein of Deb. And then episode 9, Touched by an Angel. That is either Batista's death or
something
his near-death experience, and maybe that's the episode where we actually get them both sitting down and hashing out the differences. Like, maybe Dexter really fully explains who the Bay Harbor Butcher is, why he does what he does, and kind of exonerate himself in Batista's eyes. And that is the only way that I see him getting out of the season alive. That is the only way. If it's not done that way,
I really hope he lives. I really hope he lives.
Me too.
If only for the reason is, like, I do think it's a little bit, I'm not going to say it's lazy writing, but it's a very predictable writing if he does die, because people were saying this episode 1 of the season. And I think
I don't like the fact too of bringing back a character just to kill
him. Yeah, because then, like we talked about last week, it's a cycle of violence. Like, okay, what happens next?
Then Quinn comes to investigate and he kills Quinn. Right?
And
then Masuka comes to investigate and then you kill Masuka. Like, you're not going to do that.
Yeah, no, it's a cycle of violence. I don't know if I want. And again, I want Angel to have some kind of, like, I kind of think he needs a win. I kind of think it would make that original show so heartbreaking to, like, revisit if he just dies in the end. He loses after loss after loss after loss just to get murdered.
Yeah, I do think it would be great though that Batista does get to close the case, whether he can actually publicly say it or not. He can at least have some sort of closure for himself.
Yeah, I agree. And I kind of agree with you, Taz, on like how the episodes are probably going to be structured. Where I think he'll get to the kill room in episode 8. I think episode 9, though, will play out very similarly to the episode from season 2 with Dokes, where they kind of have that back and forth where he's in the cage. And I think that's how we're going to get that dialogue between him and Batista. But ultimately, I don't think Batista is making it out of the season. I think, like you said, it's more a personal closure for him than actually catching Dexter. And then I have a theory, we could get into it now about who's going to be the person from Miami that's going to carry that story forward. And I think they're setting it up for Joey Quinn. And I know he's been a very inconsistent, like, to me, he's one of the most inconsistent characters from that original run. There was so much about him I liked, but then other times I'm like, what are we even doing with this
Joey Quinn?
I had so much beef. We were going through it the first half.
And I was like, dude, just wait. And then...
And then the final season, he's like my favorite character.
He's great,
I'm like, what the hell?
It was obviously self-defense. That single moment is where he won me over.
He was.
Yeah.
That's going to play a huge role, though, I think, into his arc that's coming, because somehow, even though Batista's not going to catch Dexter, I think he's going to leave a nugget or something for Joey Quinn And when Joey realizes that, hey, I always had suspicions about this guy, and because I didn't take action and try harder.
Oh God! And now Batista's dead.
Now Batista's dead. I could have saved Deb, who we were so close to rekindling at the end.
Yes,
dude, that arc, that's going to be
somehow Joey Quinn returned.
Yeah, literally, that's where we're at this point.
But you know, our theory too is that they reunite with Dexter at Batista's funeral. Is that Quinn and Masuka come up to New York, or they all go down, or they end up all going down to Miami. For Batista's funeral, which it would look.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt so much.
Dude, I don't want it to happen, but they're making it so hard for us this season to like Batista. Like I still like that would be awful too, right? Is take such a fan favorite character and make him so unlikable in a season because he's against your protagonist. And again, not unlikable because he's doing the wrong thing, but he's unlikable in the fact that like, dude, just drop it, just go back to Miami, like just get away. Like
I keep seeing people post the Walter White gif of him screaming in the car, like, "No, Angel, go back to Miami, go!"
Or like the Interstellar where he's like banging on the window. No,
No. But I mean, it's the thing that I think hurts so much about it though is that it's actually the most natural progression for his character, right? So it's like,
it is.
It's good writing. But it's like, it was kind of one of those things we always wanted after New Blood. We wanted that showdown between Angel and Dexter. But now that we finally got it, we're like,
no,
be careful what you wish for a little bit. So.
And again, I think my ideal was going into the season, okay, he unveils him, and then people know, know who Dexter Morgan is. He won, but he has to go on the run now. He has to leave everything behind. Which is what I thought the season was going to be. The way New Blood ended, I was like, the world's going to know about Dexter Morgan. It's going to be him on the run with trying to get his son, avoiding the police. And I could still technically maybe potentially see it, but I think what we're setting up for next season with Harrison, he's settling down for college. I think our theory is about him working with the police again. It doesn't seem like we're leaving New York. It feels like next season will still be there as well, which we had theorized maybe we go somewhere else every season or something. So it is interesting. I will say, I think at the very least, though, even if he does die, I do need them to lay everything out on the table. I think he needs to know everything that's happened, every version of this, and I think he needs an episode to debate it in his mind. Was he a good? Was everything he did good? Because again, he's done some things in his past that aren't the most morally clear. He's done some, everything with Lila and his wife and blah blah. He's been in legal troubles in the past. So, I want to see him being shit, was I wrong? Maybe there is some truth, or maybe there is some morality to what he's doing, and then he has to be no.
Well, that's why I think it's so comparable to that episode. It's going to be comparable to that episode with Dokes, because that's kind of what that was. That was them going back and forth on whether or not what he was doing was right compared to some of the things that Dokes did. That's where I think that's the type of debate I think we're headed for.
You know what Dexter and Batista need? Communication, trust.
La pasión.
Yes.
No, for sure. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else on your giant notes that it has?
Yeah, no, I think we pretty much hit everything. I think that's pretty much the whole episode there.
I want to bring up our new love interest for Harrison as well. Because I actually really enjoyed her this episode. I thought they had a lot of chemistry. They're very cool.
Harrison taking after Dexter's taste, I see.
I definitely, I've loved all the memes where it's yep, he takes right after his father. He has all the riz, and it's that's really fun. My only concern, and I think Dexter's normally pretty good at romance drama for the most part, but I am slightly worried we're opening up to some Dexter season 2 stuff that me and Taz weren't the biggest fan of in terms of the love
teen
triangle
drama.
Of it all.
I didn't even really think about that, but you're right.
Is this new girl and she's gonna be wait, are you dating someone? It's you didn't, or you weren't really interested in me, and then she gets jealous.
You're right. You're right.
We're definitely heading towards
that. Is what's her? Oh, right, and too also the other element too. Elsa she's got the ponytail, so I think she's going to be the target for Al next week.
Oh,
so Harrison is spending all this time with the new girl who has shown interest in him. And he's completely forgotten about you know.
Do you think Harrison kills him? What if Harrison kills Al?
Oh, and then that ties into the episode title is the kill room is where it happens. So Harrison goes after him, and Dexter has to show basically he calls Dexter when he's got him. He's like, hey, help me with this. Like, show me how to set up this kill. Like, show me how to do this without without spooking Wallace again.
Yeah,
that's a good theory.
I like that. Yeah. And then again, Batista can still walk in on both of them. Yeah. And be like, oh god, now this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
And I know the leading theory is that if Batista is going to die, that it's going to be Harrison. I don't buy into that. I mean, look, first rule of the code is don't get caught. I mean, look, if Dexter's in a position where Angel's got to go, or he's going to get caught, I think Angel can go, and it can be by Dexter. I think so.
Really, if he kills them without it being against the code, I can't support Dexter as a.
No, I think because again, Dexter didn't even kill LaGuardia. Like, you know, Dexter wasn't even going to kill LaGuardia. Like, he was literally just going to kind of let it happen.
Yeah.
Like, I think Dexter, to an extent, yes, the code matters of like don't get caught. Like, that's why he killed Logan, right?
Yeah.
But he's not going to actually kill one of his friends. Like, I did see somebody look at that scene again from season 6, right, where Deb finds out, and then when Deb is like, "We've got to call this in," and Dexter just like gives her this death stare of like, "If you call this in, I might have to kill my sister."
Yeah,
like that. Like that's I think the closest that he's ever come to like
getting to that
really.
point.
Yeah. But again, I think at the point that he is now, I don't think he could bring himself to kill Batista. Because at that point, too, he's just proving to Batista that he is who he suspects him to be.
Yeah. But I think, though, this season's been about embracing the darker side. And it's like...
then that could tie into your theory, though, is if he kills Batista, yes, and then Brian is the dark passenger.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, little brother, you finally gave in to your darkness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because look, I was kind of at that point at the end of like New Blood, which has been one of my criticisms of the show. They didn't really address that as I wanted to. Like, he killed an innocent man.
I hated that. Yeah,
I was like, that. I don't know.
I did hate how they brushed over it.
That whole finale with New Blood just caused so many problems in my eyes.
But I think this episode or this season this season that they're like, let's just sweep it on the rung. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
Episode 1, they jumped like 1,000 hurdles. It's like, wait, how the fuck?
It's like, all right, don't worry about Chief Bishop. Don't worry about Logan's death. Don't worry about anything else. We're gonna slowly distance ourselves and basically pretend that whole show didn't happen outside of the father-son bonding moments and Harrison shooting him at the end of it. Yeah. And then keep funnily referencing it too. I agree. I really
like New Blood more than people do, but like other people do.
Agreed.
But, I mean that ending, like I don't know. I don't think I know anyone who justifies.
I don't know, like
that ending was, but
in a weird way though. Like when I watched it, I didn't have a problem with it just because I knew it was going to continue. But I think if you watched it in that moment and thought that was it. Especially again, like back with season 8, and you thought season 8 was the end of the series. If you watched that and thought that this is how it ends.
Yeah.
Like I know, my mom watched the show when it was first airing. She was very upset at the end of season 8, and I kept and that was kind of the portion that like kept me from watching it. Is every time I wanted to watch the show, my mom was like, "It doesn't really end great," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And then she was really excited when it came back for New Blood, and I was like, "Hey, Mom, how did it end?" And then she was like, "Yeah." It is what it is.
And then Original Sin, worse, honestly.
And then Original Sin came out, and then it's like, oh, now.
I think it's the execution of it because, like, I really like in theory what they're doing with, like, okay, Harrison having to kill his fathers for his sin, like Harrison is taking after his father. That's great. It's just like
good.
The speed of it and how we get there. It's like, whoa, I don't feel satisfied because we spent so much getting to that point, and what Dexter has to. But then again, like the whole death scene, like I think that him killing the cop, what is it? What is it? The cops. I forget the top.
It was like the gym or the wrestling coach or something. I can't remember his name. Yeah.
That works if it's the end. If it's like the final episode, you never get more because it's like, oh, Dexter breaks. Like that's
he's desperate. Yeah.
That's the worst he's ever going to be. And he is now a full-on villain. You have to take him out. Yeah. And then when you bring it back, it's like,
that doesn't work.
So just, all right, whatever. But yeah, I think that's all the thoughts I have. I think we'll go over some final comments here that we've gotten, and then yeah, pretty much the show, I think. There's also a theory that we already answered that one. Gotcha. Dexter's really going to get beat by the Find My iPhone app. Yeah, that's really funny.
Yeah.
I thought, like, in the moment, I thought maybe he had like a recorder in his pocket or something, because that would have been interesting. Where he's like, like
trying to get a confession, but
yeah, like
but I think here's the thing. I think Batista, he wants to catch Dexter in the act.
Yeah.
And again, that'll tie into this next week's episode. I think in a lot of ways.
Interesting. My good friend Noah, how's it going, buddy? I have a mini theory that Dexter could reasonably spin the tale that the Bay Harbor Butcher wants him gone and keeps chasing him, and the reason why Dex went into hiding was because he was suspected. Well, that's interesting. Don't mind the giant motorcycle that just went.
That was Dexter running away.
Yeah, 100%. The Bay Harbor Butcher was in Miami PD and put Deborah in the hospital.
I think that was piggybacking
like tying into that.
Yeah.
So I see where you're going with that. Maybe, but I think it's just as contrived as like, oh, I'm Peter Parker who takes the pictures of Spider-Man. Like, how do I get these, very specific things? It's like the Bay Harbor Butcher. Oh, that's not me, but I know him.
Yeah.
Like, no. That's Batista wouldn't fall for that.
I'll be honest too. I always thought it was contrived that for like 6 seasons after Dopes was found out and killed, he still was killing, and no one was like, a lot of patterns from the Bay Harbor Butcher are still going on, and where it's
nobody.
One.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and nobody went to go check the bay again.
Yeah.
No fishermen.
Well, they had the theory that they were like, he put the bodies in a current, so it would end up, across the country. But I'm still like, nobody ever saw these bodies pop up on shore one day. Like, I don't know.
And the only time that you actually got the comparison was when Deb found out and was like, oh, the plastic, the ritualistic killings, that sort of thing.
And I think after this week's episode, there was no convincing him that he's not the Butcher, right? Like, I think
I mean, the way that he acted was like, I mean, Dexter told him. He literally said, if I am who you think I am, this isn't going to end well for you. Like, that was his admission of guilt without saying it.
Yes.
That was his Walter White moment. That was what it was. It was like with the garage scene with Hank, where he pretty much tells him like, yeah, it's me, without telling him officially.
Someday, Taz, we have to take you through breaking.
Yeah, I know. I need to.
Oh, you've never seen it?
I keep saying no, and I keep seeing Darren talk. No, that's okay. That's okay. Trust me, I'm not going to remember. Again, that's another suggestion from my mom that I have to watch. But
if you like Dexter, it's not a serial killer show, but it's that like.
Well, I keep seeing you talk about too that Better Call Saul is actually better than
I like
than it.
I disagree with that, but it's close. Like,
okay,
the fact that a spin-off show like that is even close to the level of the original to me is
I think it's 11 perfect seasons of TV to me.
Wow. I'll agree with that. Yeah.
Wow. Dude, there's so much on my list. There's so much on my list.
I think if you like the personality and the sadistic side of Dexter we get in the show, you'll love Walter White.
No, and I love Bryan Cranston too. So I think that
gosh.
Oh, it's the role of his life. That's literally his. Yeah. He even said it himself. He's like, I peaked. I'll never get back to this.
Oh no, I thought he peaked as Zordon in the Power Rangers movie. But...
he's in I don't know if you've seen it, Alan, but he was in the studio this year, and he's like, he's such a good.
I haven't watched that yet, but I've heard nothing but great things. That's on my long list as well.
So good. He's probably his most different role I've seen from him. Like I've really missed the comedy side of Bryan Cranston. Yeah. He gets to play a maniac. It's so much fun.
He's very underrated when it comes to comedy. I mean,
he is so good. Yeah, I want to see him in more. I think he's kind of been on the TV side for a while. I'd like to see him getting back into the movie. The movie realm. Yeah. That was a different life, but the same dance was a great. That was a really good one.
That whole conversation, even in the apartment,
so good
because it was so subtle and like I said earlier, I had to catch you, before it was just like, I loved those little jabs that they had with each other.
Yeah.
And then Blessing's like, "Oh, so sweet. These two friends reuniting."
Yeah. It's like, you have no idea what's going on here, man.
Yeah. Which again, like if we are diving into like the you know, like if he is the like New York Ripper, it's like, oh, that's another
Layer.
Oh God, that's a
Yeah.
oh my God!
Yeah.
Imagine Blessing, like again, Blessing is the Ripper. He knows who Dexter
he's
is,
the one
and
that
he
kills
kills
I was just
Batista to
thinking that.
protect
Yeah, wow.
Dexter.
Wow.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
What if he
That'd be
tries to like
crazy.
befriend Dexter? Like
I like-
he knows.
Yeah, dude. I like
Yeah.
how it's so like we're so dead set, no pun intended, on Batista not making it out of the
Yeah,
season.
we're
It's
just like,
not
how
a
does it
speculation of will he die. It's who's gonna get
How,
the chance
or
to
yeah,
kill
yeah.
Batista? Yeah, who's gonna
Yeah.
kill Batista?
I mean, I'll be happy if it doesn't happen. Honestly, I will. I
I'm
will.
Bran. I'm like,
Yeah.
please, let this angel live.
Yeah.
He was gonna kill Dokes and frame him. That is true.
That
That is
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
But like, you know, that's kind of been the thing I've always liked. It's like he's always pondered it. Like it's always been in the back of his mind. It's like I have that if I need it, but he's always been able to keep away
Mhm.
from that. And like again, the like Maria thing I'd argue is his closest outside of the New Blood stuff. And that
Yeah.
was like, okay. I like to think maybe he could have pulled himself back. That like
Yeah.
maybe he could have found it in his soul to maybe give himself up if given the right. Because even
I
him with
don't-
Deb was like, all right, Deb, whatever you think is the right thing, I will try and do. And maybe I'm just a naive person. I believed him in that moment of like, okay, you're going to listen to this and you're going to try and be that better person. But it was kind of taken out of his hands a little bit. But maybe he was bluffing. Maybe he would have, I don't know, turned around and shot her or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I don't. That's an interesting idea. I don't think that Dexter was necessarily ever really planning on killing Dokes. Like, he was gonna frame him, but like, I think that he
agree
was
with
gonna
that.
try to get out of that scenario without killing him.
Yeah.
Because
I
again,
think you're right,
because
yeah.
again, Dokes didn't fit the code.
No.
Yeah.
You know,
I think he would have turned
outside
himself
of
in.
catching him.
Yeah,
Outside of
don't get
catching
caught,
him,
yeah.
he didn't fit
anything
the
else. Yeah.
yeah. Again, in a lot of ways, Dokes was very much so similar to Dexter, and he was very cruel, and he killed the criminals when he needed to.
Yeah.
You know,
I love that scene when he's like he has to save him from the drug dealers that captured him. He's like, I gotta take you back, man. I'm sorry. It's like
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
save you. Like he could have just let them kill him. You know, he could have just sat back and he would have been free of it all. But it's like, no, I have to save you. I'm like, gotta take you back, buddy.
That to me was always kind of like the little tease that they gave us of like, oh, if he didn't die,
in another
maybe
life,
in another life,
they
this
could
would
have
have been
been.
a thing where
been
like you know
partners,
maybe
yeah.
he knew and he kind of helped. Maybe I don't know, but you know I feel like I was like, I feel like we
Yeah.
should have got more Dokes like that.
That
You'll always be sick, Morgan.
Yeah.
I give me my like what if Dexter series where it's just all
I'd
these
love
what
it.
if scenarios. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the ending. I just don't love the execution. 100%.
New
I couldn't
Blood,
agree.
No pun
I
intended.
couldn't agree more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Miguel never brought up how Dexter was the Bay Harbor butcher in season 3.
No,
Was that
he
a-
didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. You're right.
That's
I
true.
didn't even think about that.
I love Batista's version of surprise, motherfucker. I agree.
Surprise, hermano. That was great. It was so good.
Yeah.
Touched by an angel equals return angel. Batista, please, please, please. Yeah. Angel
I
of
didn't even
Bishop.
think about
Yeah.
Angela Bishop. Yeah. I didn't even think
Again,
about
I
that.
think that they're still trying to distance themselves as much as they can from New Blood. So I
Yeah.
doubt. I
think
think
at
again that
some
little
point-
explanation. Yeah, I mean, I
At
think,
some point,
yeah,
I think she'll
we
come back,
continue
yeah.
on. Yes. But I don't think that there's a place really for her in this season.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
We touched on it like episode 1 time where we're like, we dislike that ending for her character if it is the end. Like we
Yeah.
hate that unless we circle back around.
Yeah,
And
basically, it's like she just folded under the pressure and
Yeah.
that was
you know
weird. I did not.
got out of Dodge, took
Yeah.
her daughter and dipped.
Maybe it was like she was fearful of her daughter's life. She's like, I can't do this, so I'm going to let you.
Yeah, it just
But-
again speak of contrived. I think that again those little
Very contrived.
explanations to again explain away Logan's death and explain away Bishop's investigation into Dexter, just to get the plot moving in the direction that they wanted them to.
Yeah.
Again, I can overlook it because it got us to the point that we are now.
Yes.
But if we are nitpicking at things and finding like, okay, do I have any issues with the season? That would, in my mind, be the only gripe that I really have with it.
And I don't even think it's this season's fault.
It's not. It's just they wrote them. Yes.
It's like
they did the best. They had to. They hit the ball basically into the rough, and they had to do their best with getting it out of there, and just get it back into play. Get the ball back into play, and we can go from there.
Agreed, yeah, because the whole thing is like, okay, I'm doing this because I owe you for what you did for me. It's like, yeah, but that's why you let Harrison go. Like that was it.
That was...
You owe Dexter nothing else. You let him have his son have a free life, and now it's you going to prison. And after everything she saw, it's so silly to me that she would be like, no, like she had it all.
Never mind.
Well, then too, it comes back like I know they said it in the show, but like Dexter was dead. Like they were like,
they keep bringing it up. They mentioned it. They mentioned it. They mentioned it again in this episode too, where Charlie was like, "Oh, a couple inches to the right or to the left, and you would have bled out." And Dexter's like, "Been there."
Yeah,
you were dead.
And I love the line. I think it was either last week or the week before, and we talked about this. Where
it was a couple weeks ago. Yeah,
where it's like you're like
you're like a horror movie villain.
Jason,
like you just keep you just keep coming back. Yeah.
It's like 100%. Our next show. What are we talking about next, Taz?
Dexter.
Yeah. Hope that doesn't get you either. But that
usually the intro is fine. The intro is fine.
Yeah.
Anything else? Count your days. Paramount will be at your door. Trust me.
Yes. Yeah. Dexter Resurrection. We talked about this last because I wanted some separation between our heartbreaking original sin talk. But Dexter Resurrection, episode 8. A lot of people, spoilers for the season, by the way. Or the episode, I guess. There's a lot of speculation before the episode this week of, is this the episode we say goodbye to a certain someone? And he is still with us for now, because of what next episode is titled. People thought, oh, maybe we kill him this episode in the funeral, or the morning, or whatever is next week's episode, or something like that. But he is our sweet baby angel. Angel is still with us. He's still in one piece. He's gotten it close. I will say this episode does some things for our boy Angel where I'm like, oh boy, buddy, oh boy, what are they doing to you, my boy? All right, what was your general thoughts on episode 8 of Dexter?
Surprise, hermano. Dexter Resurrection, season 1, episode 8, titled "The Kill Room Where It Happens." I love this episode title, by the way. Yeah. I think it's great. I think it fits the episode perfectly. We follow on exactly how I thought we would from the end of last episode. We have Dexter and Harrison's relationship continuing to grow and flourish and change and really become the father-son dynamic duo that we wanted to see. Dexter is still kind of reeling from the events of last week's episode as well, taking out Gareth. He has now eliminated Gemini. He has eliminated Lady Vengeance. He has eliminated the actual Dark Passenger Red. He has eliminated the tattoo collector with Lowell, and now he has one of Praetor's killers left on his list to put on his table, and that is, of course, Al, aka Rapunzel. And this episode, again, brings a lot of elements together. Dexter's very laser-focused this week and trying to juggle a lot. And he slips up a little bit this week, but he recovers. Like it's a little stumble, but he recovers from it, right? So all while Dexter is formulating this plan to get Al on his table, he calls him, he sets up this meeting that they're going to go meet after Al goes to see Hamilton. I thought that was pretty funny.
It was funny.
But the episode opens up with Batista peak investigation. Again, where was this detective work back in Miami? He's got his whole theory murder board. He's got his voice recordings. What did this remind you of, by the way? Because I immediately pinpointed this is his Lundy moment. This is his special agent Lundy moment. He's got the voice recordings. Basically captain's log. I'm investigating the Bay Harbor butcher. I've placed a tracer in his car. Angel's AirPods were the were the hero of the episode. This is the culmination of everything that we've been looking forward towards. And as well, we also get more elements from Prater. We see Prater setting up this, charity gala for the NYPD. We see him get a little heated with his people, but in a good way, right? Is we see him as, present himself as somebody who cares. He's like, oh, this looks great. But what event are we setting up? This is a gala for injured police officers. Yes. Where's the wheelchair accessibility? And the lady's like, oh, sir, I'm so sorry. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. Take the week. You'll figure it out. But just make sure it's perfect. And then they have Prater has this conversation with Charlie, which I love this scene. Charlie's like, I don't trust Red. There's something up. I have a bad feeling about this. And Prater's like, what do you think Red's doing? Do you think he infiltrated our organization, killed Lowell, set Mia up, killed all of these people? Yeah. Do you think he instigated this fight with Gareth and killed him? Like, no, these people were not who we thought they were. I trust Red. I think he's a good guy. And Charlie's like, I am not buying this for 1 second. And Prater is showing his true colors when he tells her, like, hey, do your job. What is that job? Protect me. So just get on it.
Yeah, it does put like I guess it puts a little nail in the coffin, just a little bit, to my theory that he does.
It does.
But
it does.
He could be just like furthering protecting Red / Dexter.
Yes.
Like him being him again, I rewatched the scene from last week where like he jumped in really quickly. We're like, nothing to see here. Let's let's move on. He dismissed everything.
Oh yeah, Gareth. Yeah, he was crazy all along. Don't worry about it.
Very quickly, and then he defended him even further to Charlie itself. Like that could have been a moment where he's like, oh no, I've known the whole time. She's like, what that? You know what I mean? Like that could have been a moment, but he didn't. And maybe he's even protecting Red from his own people. So it's like, maybe I'm not throwing it out.
I would never say never. And there's another theory that I saw thrown around. I'll mention this too because it seems like anytime we mention a theory, it comes true. That I saw something that maybe the pen pal of Prater, the guy who murdered his parents, was the original New York Ripper, and when he died, Prater took over for him as the Ripper.
Interesting.
Very interesting angle. I don't necessarily subscribe to that theory, but I think it's interesting.
I also have a theory.
Okay.
Semi unrelated, but it does revolve Prater, I guess.
Okay.
Gigi is undercover. I think.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Hold up.
This is the episode where he kind of approaches Harrison for the first time. Oh, you have a son.
Gigi
She just kind of showed up one day and instantly fell in love with Harrison.
So you don't think that she is Lumen's daughter?
No, I think she's a spy for Prater. I think he looked into it himself. I think
is she Prater's daughter?
That'd be more interesting, but I think that's a little bit too I think that's a little too fanficky. You know what I mean?
But that's such a that is such an interesting theory. I would love to. Okay, let's dive into that when we get to that part of the episode. But okay, let's put a pin in that. I love it. I love the idea. I love the idea. But okay, back to Dexter setting up his investigation or setting up the vetting and everything for Al. I love the conversation in the car with Dexter and Harry. Dexter and Harry were on fire with the back and forths this week. Like that was something that my mom told me. She watched the episode before I did. She was like, pay attention to Dexter and Harry's interactions. Like they were on fire this week. Harry was like, really, oh, you killed all... Yeah.
I gotta read this comment. I need them to reveal who the Ripper is because I've been seeing some crazy theories that it's Quinn. Can you imagine if it was Quinn?
Okay, hey guys, final theory. The New York Ripper is actually the president of Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
The end.
This would be the craziest reveal out of all. It'd be the dumbest, but it would be the crazy. I'd be like, what the hell?
It's Lieutenant Matthews.
Yeah. It's Harry. Harry's been alive this whole time.
Oh my god.
Actually, it kind of makes sense. Actually, a little bit.
No.
He's the right
No.
age. He wanted to kill. It would
No.
Sorry, I didn't mean to totally throw you off. I just thought that was funny.
But yeah. Anyway, Lowell, Mia, Gareth, you're losing all your friends, is what Harry tells Dexter. Now Al is the only one left. I like how Dexter was going through deleting all the contacts and everything like that. He sets up the meeting with them. We get to see Dexter go prepare the kill room, again tying into the title of the episode. I love seeing him in his element. Every time Dexter does a Dexter thing, I will eat it up until the end of time. Wrapping the store in plastic, it's a wig shop, which is perfect for Rapunzel. He's like, I don't have time to go get all the photos, but he's gonna know why he's here. I also loved the little reference. He's putting things up, and he's basically like, "Oh shoot!" Like he's like, "Oh, I'm carrying this whole thing on my," and then he trails off, and he's like, "Obviously, it's the shoulder." But I think again, that's fun.
Yeah.
I think this episode just had some really good one-liners, some really good, just little quips and just intelligent little dialogue. I think they did a really good job with that. But Batista again continuing his investigation. When he was walking on the street, recording those voice memos, tracking, his AirPods, tracking his tracer, again, very much so Lundy vibes. And we all know what happened to Lundy when he got too close to the serial killer that he was investigating. But like every single moment this episode, I was like, dude, just leave it be. Leave it be. Leave it be. But then that kind of takes us over to the Harrison side of things, right? So Harrison is at the park with Elsa and Elsa's son. They're talking about everything with the landlord, and then that sets up kind of what seems like the B plot of the episode, which eventually becomes the A plot. So Dexter and Harrison end up having a conversation. They sit down to eat, and he tells him the most unrealistic part of the show so far is that Angel's AirPods didn't die. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh no, also did you notice it didn't say Angel's AirPods this week. I would have to go back to the previous episode. It said Angel's AirPod, not Angel's AirPods. Which was interesting. I don't know. That's just, yeah. So anyway, the conversation between Dexter and Harrison brings up everything with the landlord. Harrison's feeling very guilty about what's going on. He thinks that his confrontation is the reason why he's going down this path. And not fixing the mold issue, not fixing, everything that's going on. And Dexter's like, hey, let me take care of it. Like, no, he doesn't fit the code, but I'll look into it. I'll help you out with this. And this is all the while he is investigating Al, trying to get him set up to go on his table. But he waits outside of Hamilton. Hamilton lets out. Al doesn't come out. And he calls him. He's like, hey, dude, what's going on? And Al ended up skipping out early because he didn't like the rap portions of Hamilton, which is the most hilarious thing ever. But we discussed this last week. Al was either going to die or get away.
I'm happy that one got away.
And what happened, yes, I think that was kind of what we thought was going to happen. I kind of thought it was originally going to be Gemini that got away because he seemed like the smartest out of all of them. But I think it kind of makes sense. Is the one that you would least expect. I think Al or Rapunzel seemed like the least threatening out of all of them, which is kind of why Dexter left him for the end, and he somehow underestimated him, right? Is Al ended up slipping through his fingers, and this set Dexter off. Like, he spiraled throughout the rest of the episode after Al got away. And I love the reference that Harry made too. He was like, is this your version of hangry? It's like Dexter can't feed his dark passenger now.
Yeah. I do think that's interesting. I think, again, leaving one out there is very realistic. Like, if he would have got all of them, I'd be like, all right. And this leaves him open to return.
Dexter, like, I hope it's
not the season. I don't want them touching Al this
season. No. I think that's a season 2, maybe a season 2 threat, maybe even a season 3 threat.
I like the idea. Maybe he's a main villain. Like, I'm really liking these ideas that we are now setting up our big bads for future seasons. Like, make this be a character that we're enjoying, we're liking.
Yeah. I would say maybe we get a little glimpse of him, like say whatever happens at the end of the season happens, and then he gets like a little, like sees a little news report, right? Like Prater's dead, or New York Ripper caught, or Bay Harbor Butcher is back, or whatever, and he's like, oh shoot, that's who Red was.
Dexter. Yeah, then goes after Dexter in like season 3. Like if season 2 is the like New York Ripper, which I assume it will be, then the season 3 is like Al or whatever.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. I don't think it is. Just throwing it out there. No way Al's the New York Ripper, right? There's no way that's possible, right?
No.
Okay.
No. He's going back to Wisconsin.
Okay.
Going back to
but like
he's going back to his cheese, and he's going back to so he's got some business to attend to. Let's just say.
Just to play devil's advocate, like the New York Ripper's been inactive for a couple years. Like maybe. I don't know. Just kind of throwing it out there as like a hypothetical, but it like seems unlikely. But I was like, is there a sliver of that? I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, it is. In the moment, I was like, oh, I don't necessarily like that he got away. Like this seems kind of contrived. Like Dexter definitely, again, let that one slip by. It is totally his fault that he didn't kill Al. Like he had so many opportunities to have done so previously.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of those, again, that is going to come back to bite him in the end, right? Al is going to be a threat for him later on. And I think he's kind of underestimated him in the very same way that he's underestimated Angel all season as well. And we're seeing that build and build and build and build. Before we get to the climax of that, though, take a little bit of a step back. Dexter gets some more acupuncture from Blessing's daughter. Yeah. He's all relaxed on the table. Once again, Dexter lying on a table. Very funny, very poetic. But he talks to her about, she's asking him about his about Blessing, her father, and everything like that, and whether it's right for him to be so protective of her and want her not to leave and that sort of thing. And she's like, "Oh, you wouldn't do that to your son, would you?" No. And Dexter's like, "Oh no, I'm not always watching him, even though he kind of is." But then he lets slip the backstory that Blessing told Dexter in the previous couple episodes. And this kind of sets her off. She freaks out. She's like, "Oh my God, my father's not who I thought he was," and she storms out.
Yeah.
And let's just cover all of this all at once, right?
Yes.
Later on, Blessing is coming to talk to Dexter while Dexter's actually using his wife as a tool to get some information on how he can, combat the landlord and everything. But he's like, "Dexter, we need to talk."
Yes.
And this broke my heart. He said, "Dexter, you betrayed me." Yes. And again, this feeds into my theory, though, is Blessing is becoming more and more unhinged. He is looking like he could do anything at any time. How would you feel if your son knew you had killed a person?
Yes.
More than one person.
Like in this scene, I was like, damn, he's getting more evidence on his side. He's getting more fuel for his him being the New York Ripper, because it would make sense. He's telling his daughter kind of hints and trails to maybe his past as a killer. That makes him closer. That makes him subconscious and scared that they're going to figure out the rest of it. I am still standing by that it's a misdirect. I'm still standing by that that's not what we're doing here. Mainly because I said it at the start that it wasn't going to happen, and I have to stand by my stance. I'm nothing if I'm not loyal to my stupid stances. But now it's becoming like a little too obvious to me. It's like, oh yeah, that like it feels
the
like
guy
that's what
that
they
seemed
wanted.
like he was calm, cool, collected, like Dexter's best friend.
Seems too easy. It seems too obvious of a theory,
dude.
But maybe that's just us, because I've been watching the Blind Wave reactions, and they haven't mentioned this once. Like it is nowhere in their mind that it could.
Again, we're crazy tinfoil hat theorists. We're literally sitting here talking about a 45-minute episode for 1 hour plus every single week, dissecting every single frame,
so
and maybe we're the crazy ones. maybe we're looking a little bit like Batista did this week. I think that's a fun parallel, right? Is we are acting exactly like Batista is like, oh no, Blessing's the Ripper. Oh no, Jonah's the Ripper. Oh no, Detective Olivier's the Ripper. You know, all this craziness, right? But if there was going to be one character that we've seen so far that is constantly getting teased that he could be the Ripper, it is Blessing. Like, it's becoming more and more a possibility and more realistic every single episode, and we still haven't gotten our little scene that we've got now. We've got 2 episodes left. Where's Blessing's sword? Where's the sword, man? But again, I'm gonna die on the hill. I'm going to plant my feet firmly in that theory. I think that he is the Ripper, and I think we're gonna get that revealed to us within the next couple of episodes.
I think you are correct. I do think you're correct, but I'm staying in my lane. So if it's not, I can celebrate it. I like the 1 in a million chance where I'm like, I was fucking right, let's go. which I am also staying in with the Angel. I am committed that by next week, by episode 10, he will still be alive.
Okay. How about this? If Batista dies, do you have to wear a Batista hat for an entire stream?
I would do that for free, but okay.
Okay. And if if Blessing is the New York Ripper, then I expect a public apology. No, I'm kidding.
We'll find something. Get a piece apart.
Yeah.
But no, I think they have to be smarter than that. I think killing them off is a bit lazy, if I'm being honest, because I think that's the easy way out. I think that's the way everyone thinks is going to happen, and I think the writers know it.
I know, right? But he's going down the Lundy path, though. He's getting too close. He's going down the Lundy path.
I think it's so much more fascinating if Dexter has to find another way. Because, this week tells me...
I was literally going to say that. So, that perfect segue, right? So, Dexter is, again, trying to feed his dark passenger. He's having his fun back and forth with Harry. Is this your version of hangry? Look at you, Dexter, losing all your friends. Yeah. Like, is Blessing going to be a problem? You're seeming more upset than usual. And he's just like, finally, go away, Dad. Like, I don't want to deal with this, right? Like, I don't need this. I don't need to be, sit here and have you lecture me, which is funny to say is I don't need to be lecturing myself is basically what he's saying at that point, right? So he tries to still satiate his hunger for the kill, feed his dark passenger, and he goes after Vinny, the landlord. Not my cousin Vinny, but Vinny, the landlord.
That was unexpected. But I appreciated it.
I kind of saw it coming at, like, as it was brought up in the episode. I was like, oh, he's already got the kill room set up. Al is not going to be on the table. Okay, it's going to be Vinny. But I was like, is he going to let Harrison do it? Is Dexter going to do it himself? But they actually went the interesting third way out, which is that Dexter actually does not kill him. Mm-hmm. And I think it goes a long way to showing Dexter, it shows Harrison, it shows the audience, it shows Batista that killing is not always the way in which the Butcher does it. And I think it was a fun callback to New Blood as well, because remember when Dexter was telling the story about the clown to Harrison originally, and then Harrison was like, oh, and you let him go, right?
Yeah,
I let him go. But this time he actually let him go, and this was the right call to make. Yeah. Because by scaring the landlord, he then helps Harrison, he helps Elsa, he helps all of the tenants in the building. Day saved, Dexter is the hero.
Yeah.
He then also feeds the theory that he gave to Detective Wallace previously, that Batista is crazy for Cocoa Puffs and has gone off the deep end and has become just kind of insane in his old age. I liked how Detective Wallace was doing her own research throughout the episode. Yeah. We see her investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher case as well. We get some great references to the original series. We get some references to Original Sin. We see, Captain Spencer from Original Sin.
Nice.
Again, makes me sad that we're not getting that show back. But we have Wallace doing the investigation. And Batista doing his own investigation, he finds the wig store, the wig shop, just in the nick of time. He gets in there. Dexter's already done what he needs to do. He lets Vinny go. He runs out of the building. Batista is frazzled and bamboozled as far as what the heck just went on. Frantically calls Detective Wallace. Wallace and Olivier get down there, and Batista just starts rambling. He starts yapping. He's like, Dexter this, Dexter that, Bay Harbor Butcher. He's still active. Like, he was going to kill the guy. Which guy?
Again.
Which guy? Did you were following him? Do you have a warrant? Like, where's the body? Did you set up the plastic? Did you let the guy go? Did you get a description? Did you question him? Where's the chain of custody? What is going on here, Batista? Like, you're sounding crazy. And all of this to be said, that it makes Batista seem nuts. It makes him seem insane. It makes him seem like he's got a tinfoil hat theory. He's got a, Blessing is the New York Ripper theory that he's trying to spin to Wallace. And then Wallace again continues her investigation. She goes straight to the source. She calls Miami Metro and asks to speak to the lieutenant in charge. Hey, Lieutenant Joey Quinn. It's me. Joey freaking Quinn. That was great. I loved it, dude.
It was very nice.
I loved seeing Miami. I loved seeing Quinn. We got confirmation that he's got his promotion. LT Quinn, it looks good on him. And Wallace calls and is like, hey, I've got a question about the Bay Harbor Butcher case.
Yeah.
The what? I'm sorry, is your phone not working? Oh, no, it's working perfectly fine. Did you say the Bay Harbor Butcher? Yeah. Batista's down in New York investigating it, and then Quinn just gets the eye roll. Like, what is this old man doing? He just retired. Why is he investigating this? We've been down this road before, and something that I basically talked over immediately when the episode ended is Quinn, once again, I think is in Dexter's corner, right? Quinn has gone down this path before. He investigated with Liddy, right?
Yeah.
Back in the original series. He, made all of those remarks to Dexter. Oh, a little warm for gloves out there, isn't it? Like, he's gone down that path.
Yeah.
But eventually, him and Dexter kind of reached an understanding, which obviously leads to it was obviously self-defense in the season, or the series finale, or the original series finale.
Which
I
is...
think,
like puts him in a very interesting spot if he does die in next week's episode, because then he has to ruminate about okay, how do I feel?
Shoot, maybe I could have prevented this,
because we've never seen. I guess we kind of had it with Miguel in season 3, but someone finding out that's a part of the law system that kind of agrees with what he's doing. You know what I mean? I feel like we've never seen it that POV.
I mean, Deb kind of
Deb,
to that by the end. Yeah. I mean, Deb was trying to. Deb was trying to set. I mean, Deb wanted Dexter to kill Hannah. Like, come on.
It took her a while.
It took her a minute.
Yeah. I'm curious, and that was the final nail in the coffin. That's what I think fucked him in this entire thing. If he was still in charge, he was still doing his thing, but he lied. He lied to them, which in that case, all this goes out in court, right? He could take all this stuff, but you didn't have a warrant, you didn't have permission to do any of this. If you were still an active police, an active, what is it, sergeant?
No, he's a captain, and you're right. That's the other big element too. Is oh no, Batista retired a couple weeks ago. And Detective Wallace is he's no longer with law enforcement. No, he's retired.
Now they could arrest him.
They can arrest him for impersonating an officer, tampering with an investigation, as well as falsely accusing someone, as well. Which is so interesting. Do you think that's where we end it? Oh, what if
him in prison instead of him him dead?
Oh no, I don't know. That'd be interesting. But I just think it's so crazy that Dexter is so good at worming his way out of things and just gaslighting everybody in his life into thinking that he is not the butcher.
Which I think this is all kind of subscribing to the theory that we crafted up next week with him kind of working with her going into next season. Like after all of this, she's like, "Oh, he was crazy this whole time, but you're a genius.
Yeah,
come work for me. Come help me on this case."
And that would be so great. Is Dexter working for the NYPD while Harrison is in school trying to become a cop? I loved the sentiment at the end or towards the end as well, when Dexter and Harrison are kind of sitting there discussing everything that went down. And Harrison makes that reference, like, yeah, there is another way, right? Like, everything does not have to end in sheets of plastic, right? Dexter did leave a present wrapped in plastic for Batista.
Yeah.
But there's another way, right? Like, Dexter doesn't always have to kill the bad guy. And sometimes showing that restraint is more powerful than the kill itself. And I think if Dexter can learn to find that satisfaction that he finds in the kill from his son being proud of him, or from saving a life, or preventing the destruction of other lives, maybe that's where we're progressing to. I think Harry had a funny thing too, is like, how are you going to get out of the situation with Batista? He's like, are you going to just stop killing? Or like you could just stop killing. And Dexter was like, no. Absolutely not. Like, no, what do you think? Like, what am I going to do? Stop breathing? No.
He's tried. He's tried before.
He's tried and failed multiple times in the past. But I just, dude, so this is all coming together. We'll come back to that in a second. Let's again backtrack a little bit to the Harrison storyline of the episode as well. The other Harrison storyline. Harrison and Gigi go out. They go clubbing. They go partying. They talk about the police academy. She's, making some jokes. He's like, oh, there's, so much more to, law enforcement than being a detective. My father was a blood spatter analyst. He helped so many people, and he didn't have to be a cop. So you don't have to either. And I think, that's maybe was less for her and maybe more for him. I think maybe Harrison, while he might be going into it wanting to be a cop, in a way, I think maybe he might be a better fit for blood spatter analysis or something else, right? Maybe he really does truly follow in his father's footsteps like that, but he's going to school for it. And then I guess that brings us to the other big thing of it. What do you think with all of the, I guess, the big thing that Harrison did this episode?
Well, I mean, I want to first off state by saying my man. He takes after his dad.
Yeah, but dude, I saw a thing on Instagram right before we started. It's like no DNA test required. Harrison, Harrison with a blonde girl just like Dexter,
like a broken blonde girl. Yeah, that was funny. But like the more I think about it, the more I'm almost feeling very convinced about this theory about it being a plant, because it's all so perfect. This right as soon as he kind of breaks it off with Elisa, right? As soon as that happens, this Elsa, this magic, beautiful, hot girl comes into his life at the exact moment that she's going to be at, and they hit it off instantly. She says all the right things. She relates perfectly to what he is going through, and they hook up, and he's the happiest he's ever been.
Yeah, dude, I think this was the first time Harrison's really truly smiled in a while.
It is all too perfect. Well, there's also this like other girl where he doesn't quite know if it's going to completely work.
Yeah,
like it's all
too good to be true.
Perfect, and coming in at the right time. I think a couple episodes back when people start to disappear, Prater's like, okay, I'm going to do my own research. I'm going to see what's going on. He looks into it. He finds, and I guess in this series I have to throw away that he's known this whole time, kind of thing. I had to throw that in the garbage. But he's doing his research. He's like, oh, Dexter Morgan. Okay, I need to learn more about you. Yeah. So then either hires or it's a niece or whatever.
Maybe Charlie's daughter, potentially, because she was standing outside the restaurant, smirking and smiling and laughing like she had some sort of part to play in this.
But then they have that huge fight about it. I think if they were in on this together, they wouldn't have had
You're
that
right.
fight. You know
You're
what I
right.
mean? Like, I think
You're right. No, you're right.
I don't know if that works completely, but like he hires them and they get close to her, and then like she has a look when he's talking about like his dad and like how proud of him and what he does, and I think in that moment
And
she's like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like I think at this point, I think that's the point she starts falling for him, where she's like, oh damn, this kid is good. His dad is probably good. I'm horrible, but she still commits to it anyway. She still does it. And then in the elevator, I think she's like fully falling in love with him at this moment. And I think internally she's like, fuck, what do I do? I actually like this boy. Oh my God. And that's why he shows up at the thing. He finally shows up to himself like, oh, you have a son. Interesting. You know, like after learning some intel. And again, I don't know how much Harrison has told her. We're not sure. It seems like all surface level, but maybe just enough to piece stuff together for something. Which I think maybe could be the cliffhanger for next week, or like one of the cliffhangers of next week's episode.
Yeah, but it was enough that the end of the episode, we get again another parallel to the original Dexter series. Is we got Prater walking into the restaurant where Dexter is sitting down having a meal with his son. He walks in and he's like, hello, Red. I didn't know you had a son. In the very same vein of, hello, Dexter Morgan.
Yeah.
So here we go, dude. We're in the home stretch now. Final 2 episodes. Touched by an Angel, episode 9, and then I actually don't know the title of episode 10. I'm gonna leave it there. I don't want to know the title for episode 10 yet. I'm probably gonna crack and watch the trailer for episode 9 pretty soon here. But overall, that setup there, I think everything, no pun intended, is going to be out on the table come next week's episode. Angel is going to make his final push to try and expose Dexter for who he truly is. I think Wallace is going to have to make the decision of, is Batista truly insane or is he onto something? Dexter's going to try to salvage his relationship with Prater, but might, end up having to just come clean with who he is, what he's done, in order to protect his son. And I do think that you are right. I think there's going to be some sort of rug pull moment where Harrison learns that Gigi was working for Prater the whole time, and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, it started out as, a job, but, what we had is real, and all of that kind of thing.
Very
and
classic.
Yeah, and there's a possibility maybe she doesn't make it out of the season either. I think, that might be
you think
another...
he kills her?
Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe Prater kills her, or Charlie ends up killing her, or something like that. I think she gets caught in the crossfire somehow, and maybe that's some motivation for Harrison next season. And...
I was almost thinking Harrison kills her.
Oh no,
no. He is so mad in the moment. Like, we've seen what happens when his anger takes over. You know what I mean? Like, he's so angry for being...
No, because then that would totally undermine... I think that would totally undermine his arc, right? His arc was going from, I killed a bad guy because he was going to do a bad thing, to I can be better and do things the right way, do it by the book, and I'm convincing my dad to do things the right way and to do things by the book, and having him kill an innocent person, then he fits Dexter's code at that point, right?
But then, and I don't really want this, I'm just like playing devil's advocate, then we have an interesting place where Dexter's getting better and Harry's getting worse, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's improving because of his son, and then his son crossed the line. He's like, fuck, oh my God, no. You know what I mean? But I feel like maybe there's a dynamic there, but I would agree. I wouldn't be very unlikable character if then. But then you would have an interesting thing where like my son fits the code kind of thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like, no, what do I can't kill my own son. You know what I mean?
No.
But I know we have to get out of here soon. I need to get you have stuff to do. I have one final thing I want to say until next week. And again, I don't subscribe to this because I'm on the other side of it, but let's pretend I am subscribing to the Batista's going to die next week.
Yeah.
Could it be Prater? Could Prater be the one to kill him because he's trying to sponsor Dexter? He wants to support what he's doing. Is it going to come out? I know it was you, Dexter.
Maybe.
I know what you've done. And I want to support you in this. And
like
someone tries to get in the way. Maybe Batista crosses the line. He's like, "Fuck, I'm gonna take care of this myself," or something.
And maybe he uses it as like a a show of good faith, right?
I took care of this
Hey
for
Dexter,
you.
hey Dexter. I know what you did. I know that you impersonated Red. I know you took out the other members of my serial killer fan club.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad about it. I'm actually impressed by it. I know that you're dealing with a little bit of an issue. I am a big fan. It's fine. It's great to finally officially meet the Bay Harbor Butcher himself.
Yes.
I know you're being investigated by one of your old colleagues. So I had Charlie take care of that for you. You know? And then that's maybe what sets Dexter off, as in, like, that's how Prater ends up on the table. Or something, you know?
Yeah. That's
that
the finale.
Would be like, I know I had that theory that Harrison is the one that ends up killing Batista.
I think I like this version better.
I think that this preserves Harrison's integrity
and Dexter's as well. And then it leaves Dexter on the side of Batista of, like, I know he was after me, but he was a good man. He was a good man.
He was a good man. He didn't deserve this, all of that. And then it gives Dexter that motivation going into the finale, like, Prater must die. Is I thought that I was just killing the other killers, but Prater is just as bad because he's an enabler, and he is bringing these kinds of people together, and I can never allow a gathering like this to ever happen again.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I feel that might be pretty spot on. Again, I don't want it to happen, but I feel like the Gigi theory and this theory kind of combined. I could see.
Yeah, dude, I think you're on fire. I think two really good theories this week. I think that you are very much so on the right track with a lot of those. I think hopefully I'm on the right track with the whole Prater situation, with the whole Ripper. New York Ripper. And then, dude, this might be. So I told you at the beginning of the season, and this is my last thing. I had shirts for every single episode, and the one that I've been saving is I have like a Hawaiian shirt like Batista would be wearing, and I'm saving it specifically for next week. So it's going to be great to kind of break that out of the package and wear it, and hopefully I am not wearing it to Batista's funeral. Hopefully I am not wearing it to Batista's funeral, but it seems like we're heading there.
I'll check on Amazon, see if I can find something to bring in the. Let's hope not his funeral. Let's hope it's his wedding or.
But I've got the shirt. You get the hat, and we'll we've got some good.
We'll put it inside the thumbnail of us wearing it. Yeah. Okay, this is our cutoff point. We have to get out of here. I know we got to get out of here. I'm going to speed run the hell out of these last couple comments. Ben 10 Live, when? October. I think after this episode, Dexter could potentially get a restraining order against Angel, which will temporarily stop his investigation. I could see it. If he doesn't die, I could see it. Angel really showed off the Miami Metro 20% homicide solved rate.
Oh God, you're right. I thought about that. He then just like fell right back into the old ways.
Yeah. I think Quinn would definitely be suspicious of Dexter since he faked his death for years. I think they would at least have to have a conversation about, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Angel flew too close to the sun. He sure did. I think you're right, Taz. Dexter's line about people changing versus being killed this episode also suggests Dexter might stop seeing killing as the only solution. That'd be cool.
It's not the only way.
Of his character. And
again, he's trying to be better for his son. That's the only reason he could truly
Dexter's
go down a path
resurrection.
Like that.
Yeah. Which we were kind of there at the end of season 8. Like he was kind of at a point where like, oh, I don't have to do this anymore, and then we kind of.
And then Deb died, and then it all fell off the boat and into a hurricane.
Agreed. So with that being said, we'll be back next week for more.
Yes.
Taz, where can people find you? Are you working on anything you want to shout out, promo?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. YouTube.com/ToxicTaz. Be on the lookout for those Dexter reviews coming sometime this year.
Incredible.
So, yeah.
After the credits next Monday, it will be more of what we talked about today. It will be Alien Earth. It will be Peacemaker episode 2. It will be the penultimate episode of Dexter Resurrection. maybe a funeral, may not. We might have another returning guest next week and the week prior. We shall see. We'll see what happens. And then Pipeline this Thursday. Ronan Unchained is back. We are continuing our MCU retrospective with Guardians of the Galaxy and Avengers Age of Ultron, 2 very big MCU movies, so that is going to be a lot of fun. Check out any other stuff I have going. All the other shows I'm on. Ranger Nation's been fun. The new Superman show we're doing is fun. Nerdcast, all the stuff that I'm a part of. Go support all of that. And yeah, I will see you folks on the flip side. No, I'm it's gonna be interesting. I'm excited. Got some fun stuff.
I like that. Let's put Crypto in here. Crypto and Eagly team up.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
That'd be
awesome.
Sick. That'd be sick. Do you have any last theories on just characters you'd like to see?
No, I think that pretty much hits everything except the cameo of Batista. Yeah, exactly. Batista will show up, but which Batista? That's the question.
Mm-hmm. No, I think the one from Dexter Resurrections. Dexter Resurrections season 9. Season 1, episode 9, the penultimate episode. Taz, can you believe we have 1 week left of Dexter? We are 9 episodes
already
into
at the end,
season.
man.
I'm sad we're not going to have much Dexter to talk about. A couple weeks left and we're done for a while.
Yeah, dude, we're done for I was excited to go into Original Sin season 2
Sin
mode.
In a couple months. Yeah, we were gonna be man. Like February, we have more to talk about. No.
But hey, I guess that just means I have a little bit more time to get my videos up. So
that is true.
But
episode 9. This has been. It feels like this has been the catalyst of this whole season. It feels like there's been this like ticking clock to episode 9, us patiently waiting for what this episode could mean, and we called this. Again, spoilers for this because we are going to be heading into what actually happened. So if you're not caught up on Dexter, yeah,
bring your flowers, bring your tissues, because.
I bought this hat. You brought your little
my
Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting because, like we said earlier, like I think our first week of it, we called it. We were like, listen, he's back in the season. How are they going to handle this without doing this? And I think we were both at first at least, very adamant about it not happening. We're like, don't do this.
Yeah.
And I think in every week we became more
content with it. We kind of accepted the inevitable.
Is a good answer, yeah.
I don't like it. I don't agree with it.
Right.
But I accept it.
I feel very similarly how it came out of Avengers Endgame, where it's like, listen, I'm sad that Iron Man is not with us anymore. But I was kind of planning for it for an entire year. Like I knew I had a feeling.
It didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nowhere. It was.
It would have been more of a shock if it didn't happen for both. I'd argue.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? That is true. But I think playing into what we talked about when we first started this stream tonight is not only is tonight, but they telegraphed this very much so from the beginning of the season. Is they were slowly preparing us all season long for the inevitable. We got a ton of different connections and ties and parallels to, characters of the past and what their ultimate fates have been. And just the fact that anybody that goes down the road that Batista went down this season has very rarely ever been able to walk out on the other side of it. So,
yeah.
Dexter Resurrection, Season 1, Episode 9, Touched by an Angel. the episode that we've all been patiently awaiting and dreading for the last 9 weeks.
Yeah.
Right? This is... Yeah, go for it.
I just want to say up front, because I do kind of want to talk about this stuff kind of first, because I think, like, we're going to be dancing around it the whole time, and I kind of want to talk about it up front just where we can, like, okay, that's out. That's out in the open. I will say I am very proud of our joint forces. I don't know if you saw the post I posted on TikTok of our discussion. Yeah. I was kind of a little speechless. I was like, that's kind of fucking exactly what happened. I was like, holy shit.
Again, why are we at Dexter's writer's room? Please hire us.
It's interesting because this episode confirmed that theory, but kind of debunks a couple of the other ones I've had this season, where I was like, I'll take it. I got one of them right. A couple others. Yeah. And I guess I'll have some altered versions of them this week that we can talk about once we get into it. But rest in peace. I will say I feel kind of okay with it. Better than I thought I would. I think just because it's done with so much respect.
So much class. So much elegance.
Class, respect, and is probably the most respectful death scene in the entire show, because they really spent an entire season on it. You look at something like Rita, where it's like, that's such a good death scene, but it's
so abrupt.
It's abrupt, and a couple episodes early, I was like, what are they doing with Rita? I was like, what the hell? Yeah. I was like, this is weird,
Or Deb's death that literally came out of nowhere.
I guess the only one kind of close would be Dokes. I feel like Dokes and Angel are pretty close.
Dokes was pretty telegraphed. Yeah. I think LaGuerta, too. Again, it very much so it paralleled, because she started going down that path of no return, and you knew that she was not going to make it out of that.
Yeah.
And now same thing with Angel, is Dexter warned him. He's like, if I truly am who you think I am, this is not going to end well for you. Yeah. And it didn't. It didn't, and I'm excited to get to that point. But let's go
stage. Down the road.
Let's set the stage. Let's take it from the top here. So Batista, of course, has been getting closer and closer to the truth. We get kind of that recap of everything that had been going on, and just kind of the descent into madness, basically. Right? Is that everything that Dexter told the detective Wallace about Batista, he is making that gaslighting become a reality, right? He's making him seem crazy. He's making him seem unstable, I guess, for a lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Right? And that is kind of where Batista starts the episode. He gets that big warning from Wallace as well. Wallace calls him in and is like, hey, we got a call from Lieutenant Quinn saying that you retired. So you are impersonating an officer.
Yeah.
Interfering with an investigation. We are just out of courtesy going to give you a day to get the heck out of Dodge. And I was like, dude, go to Miami. Go back to Miami. Go home.
Yeah.
They took his shield. And it's sad to see that this is the final hurrah of Angel Batista. Is he is stripped of his rank, stripped of his reputation, and stripped of the one thing that he seemed to have trusted the entire time we've known him, which is his gut, right? He had this gut feeling that he followed, and he didn't care if it cost him his career. He didn't care if it cost him his integrity in the eyes of people. He knows he knows that something bad is happening, and he's the only one that sees through the lies of the Jedi. And he mentions this. He's like, that's what Dexter Morgan does, is he takes the truth, he twists it, he manipulates it, and he puts on a smile. He puts on this fake attitude that, he could do no wrong. But Batista has finally seen through that facade and is brave enough to try and confront that, which I think is such great character development for somebody who started out as not only like the best friend of Dexter, but somebody who was just kind of stumbling his way through life, right?
Right.
People like to make the jokes about it all the time, you know. Quinn always brought up his, you know, his failed marriages and, you know, your kid doesn't want you and all this kind of stuff. Like, you know, can't solve a case. You know,
Right.
you were going to be lieutenant. Oh wait, no, you're still a sergeant. Like all of these things, right? He's gotten past that, and with age comes wisdom. And with time passing from something, you get to look back at things in a different light. And I think that was maybe one of the big critiques a lot of people had is like, oh, you know, Batista couldn't solve a case back in the day, and now he's like, you know, super detective. But I think that was a good thing because it shows growth, it shows progression, it shows that this is not the same Angel we left in Miami. He has had some time to sit in the aftermath of having all of his friends die and disappear around him over the last almost decade, you know?
And you also called it like earlier on in the season, because now Dexter's also not there interrupting the police's investigation, right? Because he was always taking all the stuff for himself and like cleaning up any trace of, like, you know, we saw it in the show, like they were always under budget or undercut because they weren't solving their cases. There was always 20 cases open at a time because he was fucking with the investigations. So now that he's gone, it makes sense that they would get a lot more done and they could do a lot more with it. And I am curious about it because it goes into the end stuff, but I think like it makes most sense talking about it here. I'm so curious about like the response of said death because, like, okay, they took away his badge, they told him to go home. Following day, he's dead. Right? So do these agents be like, wait, who killed him? Because my first thought, if I was a cop, I'd say, was it Dexter Morgan? You know, did he get too close to the sun and did he kill him? Because to me, that would lead into an interesting spot where maybe next season she's after Dexter now, right? Because like we've had a bunch of theories about that, but like what, she's a smart cop, and I feel like if she sees that, she'd be like, that's not normal. Who would have done this? So you know, I think that's going to be interesting to me.
As much as we've said throughout this whole season is like, oh, we're going to get a reunion in Miami, you know, everybody's going to get together for Batista's funeral. I think he's going to have the exact same funeral that Deb had, which is going to be burial at sea, missing Batista. The story of, unfortunately, the story of Angel Batista. Right. He flew too close to the sun, and he faded off into obscurity. He retired and traveled the world.
So
never to be seen again after this failed case. They will never know he's gone.
And the only person I think would be Quinn.
Yes.
I think Quinn's going to know.
I think Quinn is going to know. Right.
Yes.
Quinn knows that Batista was investigating, and that is the one piece of the puzzle that's still
and I think that will lead him
checked is Quinn and maybe Masuka to an extent. But I don't think Masuka is going to look too far into it. But Quinn always knew there was something up with Dexter. And the fact that Batista never came back from his New York trip to try and confront Dexter, like he's going to I think Quinn knows exactly why Batista is there. Like Quinn knows that he is investigating
the Bay Harbor Butcher,
the Bay Harbor Butcher, and he thinks that it's Dexter. Like I think Quinn knows that. And I think another piece of this too that I'm kind of going off on a little tangent is that
that is true.
Nothing other than tell some funny jokes and be lead forensic investigator. But something that didn't really come back into play this season was the whole aspect of Batista legally declaring Dexter alive. Right? How did this not show up? How did Prater not run his face through DMV records? Right? How did the people of New York not realize like who Dexter Morgan really is in that regard? Why did Prater not look back at his old Bay Harbor Butcher files and notice this forensic investigator working those cases? Does Wallace know that Dexter
there was a bit of I've said that there was
suspension of disbelief.
There's always been little connections between Dexter and the Bay Harbor Butcher, even if it's just his job employment.
Yeah.
I do think this episode, and we'll get there in more detail once we get there, but this episode showed to me that Prater is less impressive than I thought he was, I guess, this season. Because the whole season, I went into it thinking he was this mastermind that knew all these things, he was keeping everything close to his chest. He's kind of just flying by the seat of his pants a little bit.
He's just a fanboy. He's just a fan. I love it.
Kind of an idiot a little bit.
He's kind of a goofy guy, but I think Peter Dinklage, dude, he has got to get some sort of crazy award for this.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's awesome. He is awesome.
I can't wait Dexter to be back in the Emmy nominated.
Yeah, in the award
categories.
season.
Yeah, that's gonna be really cool. It being back after all these years.
Yeah, but dude, Prater was great this episode, and I think we'll come back to some of that Batista stuff in a bit. But the episode really kicks off with Dexter and Prater, the follow-on from the Red. I didn't know you had a son, and that is kind of the big overarching story of this episode is while Batista's doing his investigation, Dexter is doing his best to stay out of Prater's crosshairs, and not just for himself, but for Harrison as well. Because now that Harrison is involved, now it's personal, right? It's one thing to come after Red or Dexter. Yeah. It's another thing to come after Harrison. And now that Harrison has been swept up into this guilt by association kind of thing, he is now on a tear, right? He's got to get to the bottom of this, and he pushed it one step further by sending Charlie after Harrison and having a little bit of a conversation. And I loved how Dexter kind of went into overprotective parent mode. And what did he do? He fully embraced the Dark Passenger, the persona of the Dark Passenger, and perfectly replicated the MO of Ronald Schmidt.
Mm-hmm.
And
only outside of keeping them alive, which he does not do very often. Or Red didn't do very often, I should say.
Yeah. But Dexter did his homework. He vetted Charlie. He found out why she was working for Prater. This all kind of falls into what we've been discussing this whole season ever since we learned about Charlie's mother. So she's working for Prater out of fear and out of necessity. She is a former decorated military hero and all of that, and she just needs a way to get some money to provide for her mother who is sick and dying. That's some motivation that you can get behind. She thinks that the whole operation is cuckoo banana pants, right? She thinks Prater's a nut job. She thinks that all of the serial killers are insane. She hates the job, but she does it because she's good at it. She is a security guard first and foremost.
A lot of money.
There's a lot of money, and what is her job? Her one job is to keep Prater safe. And if that means, having to fight and wrangle serial killers, that's what she's going to do.
Right.
Because that is the only way in which she can ensure a safe and possible future for her mother. Which it's something that you can definitely get behind and sympathize with, which makes me really think that her and Dexter will find some common ground come the finale. Yes, she is still on Prater's side by the end of the episode, but again, it's purely out of necessity. It's because if she doesn't do Prater's bidding, Prater is either going to cut the funding, which would be the best possible scenario. Worst case scenario, Prater pulls the plug on her mother.
Yeah, I can't decide which one of them is going to die in the finale. Maybe this is getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I can see it going either direction, where Dexter and Charlie team up to take down Prater, or Prater kills Charlie for various reasons, for maybe betraying him or something. Because I can see a path with both of them continuing on, but not both of them at once, if that makes sense, right? I think one of them has to die. Selfishly, I kind of hope Prater doesn't die because I don't know if Peter Dinklage would take on 2 seasons of a show. I know he's literally did 8 seasons.
I think the safe bet is go with the trend, right? Dexter has never let a big bad live at the end of the season.
I kind of hate
that. A big bad has never gotten away. So going with tradition.
Started. You know what I mean? I think. I think it'd be a damn shame.
It will be. It will be. But I think going with tradition, he's got to die. I think. Yeah. I think Praetor ends up on the table. Dexter's gonna kill him for all the stuff that he's done, and most importantly for killing Batista. Yeah. And Dexter is going to do what he can to help make sure Charlie is provided for, and her mother gets taken care of in the way that she needs to. And there was I'm not going to say it, but there's a behind the scenes photo that they posted weeks, if not months ago, with something from the finale that everything's falling into place and it just makes sense. And I think that set photo specifically, if you know what I'm talking about, is why I think we're getting the thing that I said earlier with Batista and the burial at sea in the same sense that Deb got. Is it's going to be a secret body disposal / he'll unfortunately join the other serial killers in the incinerator because Dexter can't have that coming back on him.
I will say,
and I think they're leaving. As much as we've set up a lot of stuff, I don't think they're leaving
New York.
I think they're leaving New York at least temporarily. At least Dexter's leaving New York. Maybe Harrison still stays, and you've got some aftermath.
About the New York Ripper.
We can come back. We can come back. This is a multi-season plan. I think we're gonna take some time away. Let the heat die down.
Miami. There's a funeral, right? They're gonna have. Well, I guess maybe not a funeral.
No, there's no funeral because they don't know that Batista's actually dead. We're the only ones that know Batista's dead.
Damn. Okay, let me pitch. Let me pitch the other season. That it won't happen, but I would really like Dexter making the selfish choice and the bad choice of what the hell, making the selfish choice to work with Praetor, right? I don't think that's how this happens, right? But I kind of really like the alternate season where it does, because that is, I think, something very new. Having him be almost like a serial killer for hire, I think would be
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. He literally said it in this episode, let me be your benefactor.
I want to see it, though. I think that would be again, it's not going to happen.
It'd be interesting to see, but no, I don't. Yeah, there's no way it's going to happen.
I kind of like him because, I could see him outweighing the pros a little bit of being you killed one of my best friends, but also the opportunity for you to bring serial killers to me by the masses is a tempting offer. You could do what you do on a global scale, on a much higher scale. You could take down.
But how could you justify doing what you do when you let in some cases, the worst offender live and walk free? Right?
In his head,
at that point, that makes Dexter no better.
Self-defense. He killed him because he tried to kill him. You know what I mean?
It was okay, Quinn. It was obviously self-defense.
It was self-defense, and Dexter morphs reality to his bidding, right? He was willing
Batista
to kill
said this episode.
Maria because I was but I have to keep this thing, kind of thing.
Interesting that you brought that up, right? Okay, I guess we're just gonna jump to it, and then we'll clean up. We'll clean up after that. We'll clean up after it. I know we're very scatterbrained tonight, but I think it's that shows how crazy this episode was.
Is the best way to do it. Yeah.
But so end of the episode, Batista goes to Praetor and is like, "Hey, this is Dexter Morgan, not Red, not Ronald Schmidt. We have Dexter go meet Praetor. Nice to finally meet you, Dexter Morgan."
Yeah.
Or should I call you the Bay Harbor Butcher?
Yeah.
And then he just starts fanboying out. I love saying it. Don't you like how it rolls off the tongue? Bay Harbor Butcher. Bay Harbor Butcher. It's great. So again, Peter Dinklage is a fantastic actor. But he has served up Batista on a silver platter to him. It's hey, here's your ultimatum. Kill Batista, and I will be your benefactor. We will do what you do. We will travel the world. We will bring serial killers in for a week at a time, learn what we want to learn from them, and send them to their watery grave. And I like how Dexter weighs both options. He's well, Batista has made my life difficult. what's the first rule of Harry's code? Don't get caught.
Don't get caught.
So therefore, he would be honoring the code by killing Batista. But then he also remembers the friendship. He remembers Miami. He remembers the fact that he cannot bring himself to kill an innocent person. Usually. Unless their name is, not Teddy, Logan. Unless their name is Logan.
Whatever the guy at that, that truck stop was.
So he can't bring himself to kill an innocent person that he knows well, right? So think about it back to the old seasons. He didn't. Well, I guess okay. So he can't kill him. He lets him go. He does the the fake out with the knife, and he cuts him free. And we think that at that point, Batista and Dexter are going to team up and fight Praetor. Like I wanted it to be, for a lack of a better term, the moment in the in the Last Jedi when Rey and Kylo Ren team up and fight the Praetorian guards. Like I thought that's what was going to happen, but Batista attacks Dexter and is like, "Hey, this is for Dokes. This is for Maria. This is for." This is for Deb. This is for everybody that you let die. And then Praetor flips out. He grabs Charlie's gun, starts firing willy-nilly, and kills Batista, which I think is a much more appropriate death for him than my original theory of Harrison being the one to kill him. I'm so glad that didn't happen.
I'm super glad it wasn't.
And we mentioned
Dexter
it last.
himself.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't Dexter himself.
Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't the New York Ripper that killed him.
Yeah.
Probably, unless Praetor somehow is actually the Ripper.
I hope not. Yeah.
But yeah, man, so he pulls the trigger. You get the funny, him waving as the door's closing and Charlie's pulling him to safety. Dexter almost hit a crazy trick shot throwing the tomahawk at him.
In like a circus, like he's dangerous.
Yeah,
he's a kid.
He is a kid in a candy store. Yeah. He is not. He has no regard for human life whatsoever.
Which is why he can't be a serial killer. I think it takes away all the interesting elements of him if he's. Is this the first villain that's not been well, I guess he's a killer now, but hasn't been a serial killer?
Well, I mean, up until this point, we don't know if he is a serial killer.
I guess, but
no, I mean, Lila was a serial killer technically.
Okay.
I think what you have to kill 2 or 3 people to be a serial killer, and she killed at least one person that we know of, 1 or 2 people.
I don't know
previously, and then Dokes.
I just like how different it is from every villain we've had so far. Like he stands out among the crowd, in my opinion, which is good. I need that. I think.
Yeah. But so okay, so continuing on. Let's finish out this scene. Right, so Batista is on the ground bleeding out, and I love how Dexter is actually kind of freaking out. He's like, "Oh shoot!" Like. I know I warned him, but this was not supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And in Batista's last moments, Dexter tries to tell him the truth. Like, yes, you're right about me, but not in the way that you think. Like, I didn't kill Deb. I didn't kill LaGuardia. I didn't kill Dokes. And Batista, this is, again, the most gut-wrenching part of it all, is he's like, I know, I don't care. You are the reason why they're dead. Whether you killed them or not, it's your fault that they're dead, and now I'm going to die for the exact same reason. And that just shatters your world, especially when you've watched this show in such a quick succession and you see them have such a great friendship and such a great bond. In the original series, to then see that just fall from grace and see how distraught it makes Dexter by watching his former best friend bleed out in front of him, absolutely hating his guts. And for the final thing that he says,
that
Dexter Morgan, screw
fuck
you.
Yeah.
And
like
he
to
just,
see holes blood.
Just the primal screen or the primal scream cut to black.
Didn't have that for Rita. Didn't have that for Deb. You know, and I think it's really funny.
Yeah.
It's just,
Well, no, but that's great. That again, that shows progression.
growth.
That shows
Yeah.
that he has emotions, right?
I
Think
agree,
about how emotionless he was. Like again, that is actually kind of crazy. He reacted to Batista's death so much more than he reacted to Rita's death, to even Deb's death. So it just, but dude, it's sad. Again, we knew this was coming the whole season. I bought the shirt for it. I knew it was gonna happen. There was no beating around the bush. There was no fooling ourselves. It was telegraphed the whole time, but it still hit me like a truck. I was still so sad. I wanted to cry after watching this episode. Like it is tough to watch such a beloved character have to go out like this. Like he goes out triumphantly. He goes out as a hero. But the way he goes out makes Dexter seem like such a horrible person, though.
Yeah.
Because it's just yet another person that he let die. And I want you to...
Yeah.
So here, pull up that tweet that I just sent you, or that I sent you a second ago. This is a poster from one of the early seasons.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
With all the original cast. They're all wearing red, except for Dexter, who's wearing white. And what do we notice about this photo?
I'm pulling it up. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna save it first.
What do we notice about this photo? Something is not like all the others. But while you're doing that, though, it just, man, I know we said that we didn't want this to happen. But yeah, here we go. Dexter, Deb, Dokes, LaGuerta, Harry, Batista, Rita, all wearing red, all now dead.
Yeah.
And where do they live? Inside Dexter's head.
Mm-hmm. I've been replaying that Diggle quote from Arrow, season 6 all week. That big argument scene, and it was like, "You leave a trail of bodies every damn place that you go."
At least my trail of bodies doesn't include my own brother. Oh wait, it does.
His does.
Also, where's Biney? I think he pops up next week. I think here's the thing: if Dexter, so the big thing, right, is Dexter's now locked in the vault. Mm-hmm. I think this is where we get round 2 of our ghostly visitors. And I think we get to see people we didn't see previously. So I think this is where we get Brian. I think this is where we get potentially somebody else that we haven't seen in the vein of a Rita or a Deb or something like that. Right? Like I think that's the perfect opportunity. Dude, what if we get really cool. You know what else I'd like to see? Brother Sam. Because of, that element has been there a little bit this season, right? With Blessing and that friendship there. But also, what was Dexter's little mantra here at the end? He was like, I know in times like these, most people will pray to a god. He's like, I don't really believe in all that stuff. And then at the end, he was like, hey God, kind of help me out here, please. Like, I think that would be kind of funny if Brother Sam popped up.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. No, if brother Sam popped up, I think that would be pretty funny.
Like, my son, you've disappointed me.
No, it's Lucifer.
Yeah.
No, but I think that would be funny.
And what's his face from season 1 of Dexter played Satan. Rita's ex-boyfriend. have
oh yeah, Paul.
Paul. Yeah, that's it. He played Lucifer on Supernatural.
Oh, that'd be funny. But I think that's where we're going. I think we're gonna get some ghostly visitors. I think that will make Dexter being in the vault not feel so bad and make him not feel so disconnected from the outside world. But I think ultimately, another theory that I saw that was pretty interesting is that something that Charlie was doing maybe when she invited Harrison or had Harrison come up, give her the room service and everything, going off of Prater's orders.
Yeah.
What did Harrison say specifically? Again, Chekhov's gun. Charlie took Prince from Harrison, or could have taken Prince because she kept the dishes, the silverware, and everything like that Harrison has been touching the whole time. How do you get into the mansion? How do you get into the penthouse? Biometric scanners. Do you think Charlie gave Dexter an out by putting Harrison in the system so that Harrison can ultimately save Dexter from the vault and allow him to get out in time to stop Prater? What if this has been the plan all along, whether Dexter and Harrison know it or not? Maybe Charlie is playing her angle and using this as her opportunity to take down Prater once and for all.
Right. I think it'd be cool to kind of like... I think Harrison will play a big role in next week's episode. I think he has to.
Yes.
I think he has to.
Yes.
It'd be interesting if, like, I don't know. I almost think he has to kill again next week. I don't know why. I think for it to come full circle, I think something big happens with him. I do think he needs another big death to kind of like cement him in a certain direction. Because I don't think he can be good all the time. Like I think he's going to fall into that as I sometimes
his life has been a little too on the uppity up
something
the last
needs to
couple
happen.
weeks.
Let me bring up the Gigi thing, because I do want to address this one, because I was very headstrong about my theory about like Prater hiring Gigi and doing all this stuff. I think this week does debunk that theory.
I think there's no connection whatsoever
with Prater and Gigi. I am going to stand on... I still think there is a twist with Gigi. I still think Gigi is not who she is saying.
Yeah, because it's too convenient that she would hit it off with Harrison so quickly, and that she would single him out of the crowd of everybody. And if she's really doing all of these tours, again, what was so special about Harrison? Why
about him?
Right. And again, too, is why are things going so well so quickly?
So swingingly. And listen, I actually really like her as a love interest. She's probably my favorite love interest for Harrison.
Well, I think they complement each other very well. I think that they both have a very similar sense of humor and things like that. I think the jokes this week were great. They were like, "Yo, Blessing's really got everything in his car," and Dexter was like, "Come on, man. Come on."
I did think that was really...
That scene too, where there is good stuff this week.
Yeah,
Dexter's like, I think I've got a pack of cards. You guys want to play cards? And then Harrison looks at it. He's like, Dad, I'm not like 12. We're gonna go
have
fun.
Cards with Dexter. That sounds great.
Yeah, dude. If Michael C. Hall invited, was like, hey, let's play cards. Dude, I'm staying up all night playing cards.
Fuck yeah! Oh, that sounds fun. Actually. I thought that was fun. And
Michael, this is your open interview or your open invitation to come on here and play some cards.
Let's play some Uno. I'd love playing cards with Michael C. Hall. But no, that stuff is great. Again, if it's not if she's just a normal girl, I will also enjoy that, because I do like her character, and I'd be down to watch their relationship develop. But again, I think it's too good. I think it's too neat. I think it's too clean. I do have a feeling the end game is going to be Harrison and Elsa, even though I kind of prefer Gigi right now.
I will say, I think maybe she gets caught in Prater's crossfire or something like that, right? I wonder, though, imagine that's what this next episode is, right? So getting Prater to serial killer level, right? So he has been, collecting all of these killers over time. If Batista is his first kill, I think we see him kill 2 more people next week. To fully cement him as a serial killer. So then again, when Dexter puts him on his table, he kills Prater as yet another serial killer and basically adds him to his own collection.
Okay, so
I still think that Dexter's going to take his blood slides at the end of the season 2.
Yes,
or at the end of the season, also not at the end of season 2. But
so, what do we think? One of them is Charlie. Do you think Charlie makes it out then? If we are content with
I think Charlie deserves the happy ending. I think she deserves to get... I think she will get Prater's empire.
Oh, interesting.
I think she will get Prater's empire and actually continue the work that he's supposed to be doing. Because I think that's such a natural progression for her. So she continues the philanthropic work with the galas and helping out the police force and everything like that. I think that that's what she is going to do and obviously take some of that money and use it to help her mother.
Interesting. Do you think she helps Dexter?
I do. I think she helps put Harrison. I think she helps put Harrison through school.
Oh, interesting.
Because I made that joke before. I was like, oh well, how is Dexter going to pay for all of this? But
because
if
part of
Prater's money.
Well, yeah, no, like I like now I'm thinking of like, well, maybe we do get a little bit of what I was just saying.
I think a split story as well for next season is partially it takes place in New York and partially it follows Dexter wherever he goes. I think part of it too is him maybe letting go and letting Harrison live his life a little bit on his own. But eventually the stories will connect. Like, again, imagine maybe Quinn does come to New York.
Right.
And that's that connection is like, hey, Dad, like somebody else from your past is here. What do we do about it?
Well, now I'm almost thinking like the thing that Prater is offering, maybe she doesn't hate. Right? Like she hates serial killers. She is like disgusted by them. And she doesn't like what Dexter does. But maybe she's like, but you can take more of these guys out like you have been. I'm going to help you do that. I'm going to give you the resources to go do that.
So maybe evil, so kind of a spin on my CI theory as well with like, Detective Wallace.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to know anything, but I will give you some of Prater's money. I will support
you
some in
resources.
The way you wanted to go do that and take out all these other, because I do
maybe she gives him like a quest list basically, right? So instead of inviting the killers to come to them, she gives him Prater's like master list of like, okay, hey,
that is a fun
these are all of the other, here are all of our other known killers currently, known active serial killers across the world. Dexter gets on his boat and travels the open seas, and he's like a serial killer pirate basically. Just like imagine that would be so
Dexter
cool. Like, maybe every like every episode, maybe it's a new location. Like that would be expensive.
Or no?
I don't know. Like I'd like Harrison to go with them, but I still think that there's going to be some New York story. Like if we still have these elements, like Harrison going to school and potentially Charlie still being the benefactor, and the New York Ripper and Detective Wallace and stuff like that. I think we have maybe a split story where Harrison and everything that's going on in New York is half of it, and then Dexter on his quest to clean up the rest of Prater's minions basically is on the list, and then that's where we get maybe an episode devoted to Al, aka Rapunzel, coming back, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So in the same vein of literally my favorite episode of the series, when Dexter went on that road trip with Brian in his head,
right.
I think maybe again same sort of thing, Dexter road trip, take out any remaining known killers. That is my pitch for season 2. Yes.
No, that's fun. That's fun. I still like the idea of like, I don't know, him working with the police force again and like going back into that in New York. But I'm down with your idea. I like it. Maybe you can double down with our pitch of like each episode is a different dark passenger kind of following with them, like every
that would be very cool too.
You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, is maybe and it matches up with whoever the target is for that one. It's like, okay, this is somebody that would be, you know, Deb would help me very well with this, or Harry would be a good help here. I did also think that Harry was surprisingly absent from this week's episode. Like he was there in a couple,
just a little bit.
Yeah, but he wasn't there a ton. But I definitely do think we're gonna get the episode for the finale is gonna open with what's the plan here, Dexter?
Yeah,
just a classic line, classic Harry line.
Yeah, no, I want like when I think when we get to Al, it'd be really fun to do Rita as like this family man, you know, like about like, do you really want to take away someone's father, Dex? You know what I mean? Or, you know, I think that would be,
and then kind of maybe Trinity on his shoulder as well.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, and then that's where we incorporate our pieces of the Trinity. Jonah's on the list.
John, yeah.
And then that's where we get some stuff for the Trinity prequel and young Lundy. Dude, maybe that's why Original Sin got canceled for season 2. Maybe season 2 of Resurrection is that ambitious, right? Think about how expensive that would be, though, to be in a new location, maybe a big name actor as the
episode.
killer for every episode. Maybe it's not every single episode. Maybe it's like 2 episode arcs or something like that. Maybe it's a vetting episode and a killing episode. But I really think that would be such a cool layout for the show, is take that show on the road with the option to just go back and plant your feet in New York eventually again, or plant your feet back in Miami.
Back to Miami, yeah. I do think there needs to be a season in Miami eventually.
100%. 100%. But I think even if Quinn and Masuka don't find out that Batista is dead, I think by the end of it, though, they will find out that Dexter is alive. Maybe Dexter helps with... I don't think we're going to wrap up the New York Ripper now, but like maybe there's some sort of... Maybe there's like an article, like, again, because this is the thing that Masuka would get, right? Maybe it's like in Forensic Illustrated, right? It comes out, it's like, new breakthrough in the New York Ripper case. You know, Detective Wallace cites... former Miami Metro homicide for a forensic investigator, Dexter Morgan, with helping her, crack the code on the New York Ripper's weapon. And then Masuka's like, wait, Dexter? And then Quinn, then it sparks, a light bulb in his head, like, oh, New York, Dexter, Batista, Bay Harbor Butcher, all of the pieces falling into place. I think that would be actually pretty cool.
The only way we wrap up New York Ripper next week is if it is Prater, and I will be so fucking disappointed. I will be so sad if we wrap. Like,
Did you also see that they confirmed that the New York Ripper is not Blessing? That there was an article that came out. Yeah, they were like, "Yep, it's definitely not Blessing."
Interesting.
But also, I don't know.
The one I'm sure about. At this point, he's the one. I was like, it's most likely.
Yeah. Well, we did also get that big apology with Blessing. Did you think that it was a little too fast? Because I did. I think he forgave Dexter way too quickly. Is Dexter just like, Blessing, my friend, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dexter, you betrayed my trust. How he is,
though. I think
that's okay. Bring it in. What can I help you with?
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe that is just who he is.
He hates having that grudge.
But again, where's the... Maddie said what I was going to say. Where's the sword? Where's the scene with the sword that's in the finale?
What's he doing? I know I've been anti-Blessing this whole time, but I'm fully in now. I think
unless maybe it was such a. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry I cut you off, but maybe it was maybe it's a red herring, right? Maybe Harrison maybe Harrison employs Blessing's help. It's like, Blessing, Dexter's in trouble. We need to assemble a team. So Harrison's squad is Blessing. It's Blessing. It's Blessing. It's Detective Wallace, Detective Olivier, the random guy from the hotel that keeps wanting Harrison to steal cars with him. Gigi, and yeah, that's his squad that rolls up to save Dexter from the gala.
Right. It'd be so funny if they purposely did the shot for like a fake out, because they're like, okay,
it's got to be in the finale. It's got to be in the finale. There's no other way.
They're like on a walk and they walk past like a museum and it's like, oh, look at this sword. And he picks up a sword and says, this is cool, and then puts it away. It's like that's
with all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle weapons.
Yeah. Okay. I know we've covered a lot, and there's still a lot to cover, I bet. But I'm just going to go through some of these comments, and maybe it'll spark conversation as we kind of start to wrap this up. Where's this one? Batista knows Dexter only targets dangerous people. Why would he try to confront Dexter alone? What are we talking? He didn't. We talking about like a couple weeks ago with him in the car.
Yeah, I don't. Well, here's the thing. That's exactly why he would go after Dexter. Because if he knows that the Butcher only kills people who deserve to die, he's going to put his money where his mouth is and assume that Dexter wouldn't kill him. And he's using that to confront him. I do see that you just corrected. Yeah, Prater.
Alone. He said Prater alone.
So, okay. So, yeah, that was kind of stupid.
Yeah.
But he didn't know who Prater was. From his perspective, Prater's like, oh, rich dude that's helping out, underprivileged people and, injured officers and things like that. Like, he didn't think he was gonna get captured. He didn't
And
know
just,
Prater
like,
was just as much of a psychopath as Dexter.
And like, not to be like ableist, but like from his POV, he's probably thinking, I can take it. He's probably like, that's not a threat for me, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, you probably didn't expect him to be like, if something happened, he goes,
It's like, oh, he's just a crazy billionaire. Like, what's he gonna do to me?
Right. But also, like, I think at this point he's at the end of his rope. Like, this is literally
this is a Hail Mary in the fourth quarter, last play of the game. He's just lobbing a shot downfield. Yeah.
Which is interesting. And he handed the detective badge. My theory is Quinn will be the one to come and pick up the badge next season, but then he might see Dexter.
I like that. That.
Cool.
That's interesting.
This is a little off topic from Dexter, but I'll answer anyway. Darren, I don't remember. Did you say that you like Kimberly more than Kat? In my opinion, Kat's better. I'm more nostalgic towards Kim, but I think Kat's the overall better character. This is a reference to Power Rangers, by the way.
Yes.
Just in case you were wondering.
I kind of figured.
We just wrapped up Kim's last episode on Party Nation this week, so it's very relevant. Let's be honest, what would Masuki even do? We were talking about that earlier. Yeah. I do hope we get more of him over the next couple of years, though. Like, it doesn't have to be in huge, big ways, but I would like him to get a full episode with Dexter. Actually, yes, because I want him to interact with Dexter again. I want an episode to... I don't know if the...
I want to see more of young Masuka, too.
Did they say if they've done his wedding yet, or no?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
I would like that. I would like to see the wedding.
Wait. Oh, wow. Imagine. It's like, he's like, oh, Batista didn't show up to my wedding.
He didn't show up. He must not care.
That's...
We must only be work friends. Now that he's retired, he doesn't want to hang out with me. Oh, man. After this episode, I'm very interested to see what happens to Charlotte at the end of the season. Me too. I could see it going either way. I could see it. She dies. She survives. It could go either way for me.
I will say this episode is making me upset that we did not get more Uma Thurman throughout this season. Like, she was very underutilized early on.
Which does make me think maybe she's alive. Like, she doesn't die.
Yeah.
Because
I think there's so much more to explore with this character.
If I didn't have this episode, I'd be a little pissed with her character.
Yes.
Because I didn't care about her before this episode. And now it's like, oh, just include her and she's good,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Shortcard says, I think Prater dies.
I
ultimately agree. I ultimately agree. Like, I would like to see him live. Just because, like, we've talked about this, like, a big pet peeve of mine. And I understand you have to do this. But, like, I hate that you have to kill off every, like, rogues gallery for him. And I do feel like in many ways we haven't even cracked the surface of what makes him threatening. Like, I want to see Dexter...
I think it's just the fact that he's so unhinged.
So unhinged. He has so many resources. And they've been friends 90% of the season. Like, I want to see them at... Like, I think it'd be fun for this season, them being friends. And then if you did another season, now they're at odds. And how does he work? How does he go against someone with so much resources against him?
Yeah, I think the only caveat, the only negative in that regard is the fact that this would be so offbeat for them.
Right.
They've never allowed a villain to span multiple seasons.
Agreed.
And with this whole season of them building up Dexter as being kind of, in a weird way, the strongest that he's ever been, with the most to juggle. Like, he's had to juggle a new life, his son, his injuries, and all of that, yet he's still making it work.
Let's do it like John Wick Part 2, where he hires the biggest and baddest, like, serial killers he's ever heard of. I was like, you have to kill Dexter Morgan. You know what I mean? Like, we've never seen... Like, this season, none of them knew who he was, or, like...
Yeah.
Like, they didn't see him coming. This season, it's like, oh, it's the worst of the worst.
Oh, wait, actually, hold on. I like that. You know what? Imagine Prater gives the order, so maybe it's not Dexter going to hunt down the other killers. Maybe it is the opposite, and Dexter is the one being hunted. and
so then
flipping
you can stay in New York and also do that story.
Yes, so it's flipping the whole idea of the show on its head. Is now Dexter is not the one with the upper hand. Dexter is the one who is then being hunted, like he has hunted so many of his victims. No, he's never been hunted outside of with Serco.
That causes a lot of stakes.
Yeah.
Which, does that include the New York Ripper, right? Is that how we include him into the story?
I always thought that when we get to the Ripper will be the big kind of foil for Dexter.
Agreed.
Like he will be the Ripper will be the reverse Dexter. As he will be his threat that he can't take. Yeah, he'll be the threat that he can't take down in an episode.
Yeah.
And I think that, to your point, I think you get a little bit of that, okay, a villain that spans multiple seasons by introducing the idea of the Ripper this season and then fully diving into who he is, his backstory, and the ultimate conflict and meeting with Dexter in season 2.
Okay. There's a lot of, like, potential pitches this week. And then next week, we could be like, we were right. We called it, and we pitched 100 different optional timelines.
Yeah,
not really.
It's like we're right because we threw everything at the dartboard. Something is bound to hit.
We're so smart. We just named every possible outcome we could. What if Dexter leaves? There's a time jump in season 2. Starts with him returning to New York. Maybe I can see it. Maybe.
Dexter Resurrection season 2, Lost in New York.
Like, why is Trump here? That's crazy. Just down the hall, just Dexter walking past him. Oh my god! But then it's a never-ending cycle of violence. If Dexter's arc is understanding justice, I think it makes more sense for him to turn down Prater's offer. I do ultimately agree. Yes. I just would like to see it. Just like selfishly, I want to see that arc. I just want to see what that looks like.
Yeah, no, I think you're right though. I think it's good character development for him to turn down the offer, but I still think that there's a open part of him going about it in his own way, working with Charlie and going about it in a better way, either working with Charlie or working with Detective Wallace. Maybe instead of Charlie being the one that has control of the master list, maybe again, like to my original theory of the NYPD, right? The NYPD raiding the vault. They take all the trophies except the Bay Harbor Butcher slides, and then Wallace gets all of the info on the Ripper and all of these other active killers, and she's like, "Hey, Dexter, I know you've had experience. You've taken down the Bay Harbor Butcher. You've taken down the Trinity Killer. You've done all of this working for Miami Metro." And then, you'll get your inner monologue. Oh, you don't even know the half of it.
Right.
But she employs Dexter to then work for the NYPD, come back to work as a forensic, blood spatter analyst, drop the your car job, and come work for the big leagues again, buddy, while Harrison is in school. I think that's the way that you stay in New York, or stay in New York, or stay based in New York with Dexter traveling for work. And him traveling for work is him going to do what he does. And maybe Wallace catches on to that at some point.
Okay, here's what I'll say then. Or, here's my question then. We don't think he's going to accept the offer. And I ultimately...
No, not from Prater.
He's not going to do that. Would season 1 or 2 Dexter accept that offer, do you think?
Ooh. I think end of season 4 Dexter would accept that offer.
Interesting. Because that was going to be my question. If you said, yes, he would have, then I would have been like, well, what about season 4? And then I would have said, well, what about season 8 Dexter? Would season 8 Dexter have accepted it?
No, I don't think season 8 Dexter would have accepted it because I don't think he believed in himself enough to accept it.
What about start of season 8? I guess is the better question. That's him kind of
at his peak.
Yeah, almost at his peak. Yeah. You think he
Yeah.
would have? Okay.
Yeah.
Even if he knew he killed Batista, right in front of him, you think he still would have done it?
I don't think.
With these, like,
I don't think.
content.
I don't think Dexter in any. I think he would have taken the deal, but I don't think Dexter in any season would have killed Batista. Because again, think about it. He didn't kill LaGuardia. He didn't kill Dokes.
No.
He didn't kill Deb.
I'm just saying, like.
Oh, just take the
him
deal to travel. Yeah.
Like he knows that he did that to one of his friends. Is there any season of Dexter, of versions of Dexter, that would have said yes, I don't care? Or
it's such a different spot though, because
it's interesting.
Dexter had reason to hate LaGuardia by the end of it because she was making his life miserable, right? Dokes always Dokes but Dokes always had it out for Dexter, so he was like, oh well, like Dokes, I was gonna kill him anyway. He definitely wasn't, but he justified it in his mind of like, okay, well, yeah. And then Deb is the one that it really hurt because he had to pull the plug on his sister.
Yeah.
But I think again, the reason why, let's bring this full circle, the reason why Batista's death hurts so much is because it is the culmination of that cycle of violence. Batista exposed Dexter for who he truly is. While Dexter thinks that he's on the right path, he thinks he's doing the right thing, he's getting that justification and that satisfaction because his son is happy with what he's doing. Harrison was proud of him for taking out Gemini. Like, that was cool. He was like, oh, you killed the Gemini killer? Like, he's insane. And he's like, it wasn't just one. It was twins. And he was like, oh my God. Like, you know, it's great to have that validation. But to then again go back to it and have your best friend of a decade plus come back into your life with one solid purpose, and that is tearing your new life down and exposing you for who you truly are, digging up all your dirty laundry and airing it out for the world to see, and his final words being, F you.
Yeah.
Like, that is rough.
Interesting for sure. All right, let's get through the rest of these. It's 4, I believe, and that's in reference to the serial killer bit.
Yeah.
How many deaths does it take to become a serial killer? It's 4. Narito said they're stealing Star Trek's red shirts. I did think about that one. She sent it a little bit. I could see it. I could see it looking like Star Trek a little bit. What did you think of the blessing scenes this episode? We touched on this already a little bit.
Three or more murders.
3 or more. Okay, interesting. Blessing was good. This episode told me, I was like, oh, it's more set up for New York Ripper. But if you're saying it's no longer the case, I don't know.
Again,
I'm not sure
it was an article that they posted on Dexter Daily. It was an interview with one of the writers, I believe.
Interesting.
I can't remember.
I mean, listen. Here's what I'll say. Won't be the first time writers or showrunners have lied to us.
Have said,
we went into season 2 of Superman Lois, and they told us it was Doomsday, and we were like, what was it? What? No. And then they're like, haha, we got you. And then it was, it was Doomsday. And we're like, oh, you suckers, you know. So it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah,
that has happened.
That's true. Yeah. Again, also too, why would you come out 1 week before the finale and be like, yep, good job, fans, you got this one, you hit the nail on the head?
Are you trying to, I don't know.
Right, or are you saying this just to think, throw us off the track?
We're like too good. They're like, shit, we gotta say something they don't think is him. We're gonna talk about Gigi a little bit. I don't have to go into that much, but I enjoyed her this week. She was fun.
Yeah.
I like Cool Dad Dexter. That's like, just for production. You know, I thought that was really fun. I thought it's fun seeing like nervous Dad Dexter. They made sure to show that Predator dropped the gun and left it in the vault. That is true. Is that going to be a part of his like? Is that a compromise? Predator gets arrested with the information he has. That'd be interesting. That's a compromise.
And then maybe Prater is Dexter. Like Dexter and Prater become pen pals in the same way that Prater was pen pals with the man who murdered his family, or his parents, might I say. And then
that would be a bit of a compromise.
And maybe Prater's like, maybe that's the CI. Right? Is maybe, again, Dexter goes to work with with Wallace, and Praetor's in prison, and they use Praetor and his knowledge of all of these other killers as a way to, you know. But here's the thing, though, is as far as the NYPD knows, Praetor's just a collector. He's obsessed with serial killers, but that doesn't make him a killer.
Yeah.
That there's no proof that he's gathered these serial killers before.
And
he might know who they are and where they are, but that's just because he's a big fan.
Yeah. And without even, like, I don't know if I can even believe he could, like, hold up in jail. You know what I mean? Like, he has so much money and resources. Like, we've seen what he can do to people that are in prison. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I think he could.
True, right? He wouldn't. Yeah. He wouldn't stay for very long.
It would be. Yeah. I don't think I don't think he'd even get there. I think he'd just pay his way through. It's like, no, that's false. You know, whatever.
Blasphemy.
Oh yeah. Scott Reynolds said in an interview a few weeks ago that Al is everything Dexter thought Trinity was at first. Oh, that's interesting.
Yes. That's
fun. I like that. Do you think they'd actually go down the path of Quinn's already knowing Dexter's a killer?
I think he has had his suspicions, and with these circumstances surrounding Batista's disappearance, it will all but confirm it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's always kind of known, but I think he's refused to think about it. He's just like, I'm looking the other way.
It's kind of like a Lex Luthor knows Clark Kent is Superman sort of thing, but he doesn't want to believe it because it's like, how can goofy Clark Kent be Superman? How can, silly little quirky Dexter be the Bay Harbor Butcher?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I think Quinn knows, but chose not to pursue it in later seasons because he was worried about how it would affect Deb. And Elsa's child. That was a reference to the other thing. The Dexter Avengers. Why would he try to confront Praetor alone? Oh, was that what we were saying earlier? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was correct. Okay. Angel was always low-key throwing hands. Angel was low-key throwing hands.
Yeah. He held his own there for a minute.
And Dexter was willing to die there as well, which I thought was interesting. Like I actually really like this scene where he
kind of accepted his fate.
Kind of great. Like I'm much happier with that than the potential of him killing him. Like he would rather
Angel kill him, than have to be forced to kill his friend, right? Which again shows that there's that shred of humanity still there.
I don't know if season 1 Dexter would have thought that way. He probably would have killed. He wouldn't have outright tried to kill him, but if it's like him and himself, I think he would have fought back. I think he would have been like, "Fuck no! What? No." It's Ranger Nation, not Party Nation. You're right.
Some nation.
It's a nation.
One nation under comics.
Yep. A bit like season 7. I'm not sure what that's a reference to, but
when we were talking about the killers hunting Dexter, because Serco hired all of the hitmen in season 7.
Man, season 7's so forgettable to me.
I think again, season 7 is the best of those back half seasons. Interesting. Because I think Serco is the best non-villain villain of that era.
Well, I think that being said, do you have any final thoughts, final feelings, anything before we wrap up here?
I think everybody should have pour one out for Mr. La Pasión. Have Batista's favorite drink, which was some tequila for him. Honor him well. Wear your shirts. Hawaiian shirts proudly. Wear your fedoras or your detective hats proudly. Drive your Firebirds, and
into as many bar fights as you possibly can. And,
solve as few cases as possible.
Solve as few cases as possible. Cheat on your significant other if you can't. No, please don't do that. Please don't do that.
But no, dude, David Zayas as Angel Batista has been so great, and I'm so glad that they got him back. Yeah. I'm so glad that they got him back for this season. And if you saw the post game interview, basically, he seemed so happy and so content with where Angel left off. And again, Dexter is Dexter for a reason. There's always a chance for him to come back now as a dark passenger of his own.
Yeah, I hope. I honestly really hope we kind of keep that thread going. Like we've said, like I love Harry every episode, but I kind of really like the idea. We can just
I would love a revolving door. I would love a revolving door. I think that would be so fun. It just logistically, can you get these actors back to do it? But again, I'm so glad that he was game to come back. Like, that's insane that they got him to come back in such a pivotal role for this season.
Series regular role. Like, they did him very well. I guess if it's like, depending on how many seasons we get of the show, you could have a cast member a season. So, like, Harry was this season. Next season, it's
Brian,
right? Next season, Brian. Then following season, it can be, let's say it's Angel following season. And then next season, it's, I really want Rita. I really want Rita as like a dark
and because we've already had that happen though, because we've had Deb in New Blood. I think as much as we'd like to see Deb again, that was her season.
That was her season
as
already.
The passenger. Yeah. So I think we need, like you said, we need Rita, we need Brian, we need maybe a Dokes season. Could be kind of fun.
That'd be really fun.
Yeah.
My pitch. I mean, give me Hannah. I'd like more Hannah. That'd be a fun way to bring
yes.
back.
Also, like almost, loved the reference to her this week as well.
Yeah.
And also Rita was name dropped too. So I just love them just honoring the past, honoring the legacy.
Honoring the past. Yeah, no, like Angel was always one of my I literally just watched it, obviously. I can't say always, but like two is my top two characters. Him and Deb were my characters. But I'd argue he's the heart of that original show. But I think the way it's done, the way they honored it, it's probably one of the better lead up to a deaths in the entire show. And it's like the only way I could accept it. And it's done with so much love and so much passion. And I'd argue it makes him a better character.
Would you say La Passion?
Yeah. I think it's done with so much, like, I think it makes him a better character. I think it makes him a stronger character in the end. I know people disagree with that. Some people hated him this season, but I thought this made him such a stronger character.
Yeah, I think it, respect the past, embrace the future. Such a great send-off to an original character that you don't get to see a lot of times. Like, imagine they did something like this for Deb or for Rita.
I know. Deb deserves something like this, man. It is a damn shame.
Yeah. But yeah, Batista will be missed. And again, big round of applause to the actors, to the writers, to the showrunners, and everybody involved for, again, making such a passionate show.
Yeah. We have two final comments here, and then we'll wrap up the show. These two seem like it'd be a fun way. What is Dexter? But
Dexter is Dexter, but what is Dexter without an angel that lights the way?
Okay,
I like that.
I see what you mean. Trying to do. Yeah.
I see the vision. I see the vision.
Okay, I don't know what to say there. And no,
that's
we
okay.
got you.
That's okay. I see the vision. He's the heart and soul of the show.
Yes,
is what it is.
And then one final comment here to wrap up everything. If I got to choose a person, like a real person, to be like, I'd choose you, Dexter to Angel in season 2. I love that scene so fucking much. It's such a beautiful scene. Such a great ending scene.
Cry myself to sleep watching Dexter and Batista edits of their friendship from over the years.
It is. Okay, here's one really final thing I'll say. I am so sad that Original Sin can't be around, because just imagine the parallels they could now tell with Batista, and you could see the before things that were like foreshadowing to what's to come. And now I had to say goodbye to both versions of him. Like we could have kept him in our lives. We could have kept all these dead characters around.
You could have kept La Passion alive. Come on.
We could have seen how he got like his first marriage and how all the cases he really did solve in his career. Damn you. But yeah, with that being said, alrighty, we're going to be moving over to Dexter, the
Dexter Power Hour.
Tonight's
what I am going to be calling the season finale. Let's hope we don't have to restrict those statements in court in like a year.
Yeah,
that particular comment didn't age too well, as our good buddy John Diggle would say. but no. Season finale, I have enjoyed the hell out of this ride, Taz. This has been such a fun, unbelievably fun show for this show that we've done over the last couple of years. Like, I think this is kind of like climbed the ranks in terms of like the shows we've covered over the last couple of years. Like,
this is right up there rivaling Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights are fun. Gotham Knights was ironically some of the most fun
It was
I've had on this
some
show.
of the best streams I think we've had.
The
ever.
combo of Superman and Lois and Gotham Knights was pretty peak. That was a pretty peak.
Yeah.
I never watched Gotham Knights, but comparing it with having it in the same sentence with Superman and Lois feels a little disrespectful.
Listen, we had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, again, it's not even necessarily like about the show. It's about the discussion
that came from it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
That didn't send. Okay, but let's start with you, Taz. Let's just off the bat, thoughts, feelings, expectations. How'd you come out of this episode feeling?
Yeah, man. So Dexter Resurrection, season 1, episode 10, the season finale, and Justice for All. Dude, they just didn't miss. They didn't miss one single episode this entire season. We're coming off the heels of the big turning point episode, of course, with Batista's death last week. And this week had the very tough job of wrapping up all the various storylines that we've had set throughout this season. We had to figure out what was going to happen with Prater. We had to figure out what was going to happen on the side of the detectives and everything like that. How was Harrison's story going to wrap up? We're just moving everywhere.
What is going on?
Trying to fit everyone in. You know what? For now,
okay,
hold on.
I'll get back to it when we're back to normal.
For now, we're doing that as I fix
Oh God.
Okay.
Keep going.
Hi, Lance. How you doing?
Sup?
How is everybody's storyline going to wrap up, basically, right? And now Lance is gone.
It's fine.
Just keep
I like
talking.
being in disembodied voice.
How's everything going to tie together? And I think we did the best that we could with the confines of a single episode. I think this was the best finale that Dexter has had since probably the season 4 finale. I don't think necessarily it tops it, but I think it is, able to be talked about in the same breath. And I know we're going to do our season ranking at some point. I think I still need to let this sit a little bit. I kind of want to go back and rewatch the whole show or the whole season with the added context of everything that we learned throughout the course of the season. But bottom line, Dexter Morgan is back. The Bay Harbor Butcher is butchering again, and he's not messing around. Again, this has just been so fun to watch week to week, so fun to cover week to week, so fun to make content on week to week. And I'm sad that the season has come to an end, but you've got to be optimistic in the fact that we might have sacrificed original sin, but I think Resurrection is hopefully here to stay, especially if the ending is any indication. I think while, yes, it is fairly open-ended, it could be a solid end. I think it opens the door for much more than it closes the door on. And I'm very excited to see where we go next within this universe, because I think we're finally in such a great spot with all of our characters. Again, Dexter is back on his true path, his true mission. Harrison has been redeemed tenfold from where he was in New Blood.
Kind of disappointed on that one.
Really?
If I'm being completely honest, I kind of wanted him to be a serious. Like I went into Resurrection feeling as if he was going to be like the next Dexter, like he was gonna like be the next serial killer. Like I wanted that.
I think
I don't know why I just
he's
did.
not though. Like
yeah, I think that was kind of the point, was that We all wanted that. Dexter wanted that, but that's not what Harrison wanted. That's not who Harrison is. Will he kill when push comes to shove, like to protect somebody, or if it fits the code? Sure. Is he going to stop Dexter from killing people who fit the code? Absolutely not. But is that going to be his first way he solves a problem? No. We've had multiple conversations with Dexter and Harrison throughout the season of drawing comparisons to how he's very similar to Deb, how he, is taking a lot of elements of things that Harry taught him but using them in a better way, and that Harrison is the person that Dexter wishes he could be, who he's not so consumed by his darkness that he doesn't need to feed this dark passenger. Yes, he gets angry sometimes. Yes, he has darker tendencies, but that just makes him human. And he is not as broken and messed up as Dexter is. Yes, they're both, born in blood, whatever. But they're not the same. And I like how they've grown so much closer throughout this season when Dexter realized that, yes, he's my son, but I don't have to burden him with everything that I've been burdened with. I don't have to treat him in the same way that Harry treated me. Maybe I can actually take some of that burden like he does with the watch, earlier on in the season, but just take some of that burden, teach him, and have him learn from the mistakes that Dexter has made and from the mistakes that Harry made in raising Dexter.
Yeah, I think, because I'd say that's kind of like New Blood's problem with Harrison. Jesus, name lost me for a second. I think in that show he's kind of just like Dexter's son, and that's it. That's his entire personality. It's like, oh, I'm son of Dexter, and that kind of being the ending of any of his character at all. Where in here, I think it was really smart to not have not have Harrison interact with Harrison for the first almost 5 episodes. You let him live his life on his own. It almost feels like the Harrison show, and I think the Harrison show is just as interesting maybe not as interesting, but I think it's also uninteresting show on its own. Where if they just spun him off into that, I'd probably still watch it. I think that was a fun aspect to it. And it's kind of the best of both worlds, when you're watching a spin-off show where it's oh, this spin-off show is good, but I miss blank character that was in the original show. It's but this is kind of the perfect piece of that, because you get that and you also get this. It's a bit of both of what you kind of love from it. So I'm currently very happy with where we're going with Harrison. Long term, I am curious though, where are we going, in 3 seasons time, 2 seasons time, where does Harrison sit long term? Does he slowly inch away from where Dexter wants him to be, or does he inch closer to where Dexter currently? I'll be curious to see what direction they take him.
I will say right now he likes to eat.
I was just about to say that. But what I will say is I think she's gonna end up getting caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
Because
Gigi?
yeah. I think Gigi's going to end up getting caught in the crossfire, or she's going to find out who Dexter really is, and she's going to have that dark side.
Yeah.
Ooh. And notice how he just isn't around the other chick and her son anymore. Just out of nowhere. It was I don't even remember the last episode they were in, but it's just
they dropped that
episode 8, I think.
As soon as they introduced
was when
Gigi,
they were out on the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, we all had this theory that Elsa was going to be a target for Al or Rapunzel.
Right. And that never happened. Maybe next season?
I don't know.
I was going to say, they're pocketing Al. He's definitely coming back.
Yeah, but also, why would they? I think they said it more so Dexter's going to go after Al. And this is something that I want to talk about a little bit later on. But again, we kind of mentioned it. Dexter World Tour, he's got all the files. I think this season, why it's going to cost so much more is Dexter, yes, is based in New York now, but every episode will be him looking through the dossiers, finding a killer, and going to a new city.
But maybe that's what brings him back. right? Like he's off to kill Al, and like he gets like a call from Harrison like end of the season being like, Dexter, I need your help. She's kidnapped. Al's here. He's like, what? What? So he has to go back to New York, which like takes the whole season kind of full circle to finally kill Al. And Al's almost like your big bad of season 2. Maybe he's not at that level. Like I'm not sure if he's big bad worthy. I don't know if you're gonna make.
I don't think he's big bad. I don't
villain,
think he's big bad worthy, but
I think he's just a creep.
He's a creep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely. I don't know. I think they might reveal that he was secretly the most dangerous out of all the
That's what
the group of the Killers Club. You know,
I love that he's the one that lives. I think that's such a great element to it because he's the one that's like, oh, he'll be the easiest. You know, you
think, yeah,
but it's like, oh,
watching how he hunts is genuinely unsettling. Like,
oh yeah.
And the fact that he's able to separate it so well, like we saw that with the like Gemini killer. I'm sorry, not the Gemini killer, the Trinity killer.
Trinity, yeah.
Where it's like he has such a good balanced life at home. He's such a good father. And it's like, oh no! And the fact that he's able to have that life is showing that he's the most fucked up. Like, for all we know, I was going back home and like beating his kids and his wife. It's like, oh no! Like this is really bad.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but I do also like before we get into kind of the main meat and potatoes of the actual finale itself, I do love how this season continued the theme of what Dexter is all about, right? But just on a much larger scale. So Dexter finds his big bad. He finds the killer of the season and befriends them, thinks that he can learn from them, trusts them, ends up having them do something that they shouldn't, and that formula still exists this season, right? You know, trusted Prater too much, Prater kills Batista, Dexter has to kill Prater, obviously, right? But we got to see that on a much smaller scale too throughout the season with the other killers, and I think they all really served a great purpose. Like, he learned a little bit of something from everybody, and in a way that you didn't normally see him with those kind of like villain of the weeks, right? Like, yes, all of these killers ended up kind of being relegated to something as small as but they seemed more important, right? Like, I feel like I will remember these kills and these vetting phases and things like that a lot more than just say a random, think about it, like, how many random villains of the week do you really remember Dexter killing? Back in the original series, like, you remember the big guy, right? The 7 foot tall, like, I forget what his name was, but you remember that. I remember the couple that was doing like the human trafficking and stuff like that. Right. But like, I don't really, you can't.
Season 1,
right? Like, you don't really remember a lot of those. I remember Freebo, but like, it just
wait. What? I don't remember that.
That was from like
what?
The original show.
I know. I don't remember that.
Which one?
The human trafficking ones.
Yeah, they were in like in a junkyard, and then like he thought it was
Jordan
just
Chase.
the husband. No. When he thought it was just the husband, and then it was actually the wife that was in on it too, and he ended up killing both of them.
I don't remember that either.
I love how like when he kills, like he exhales as
you're proving
their
our point,
last breath too.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to rewatch.
I remember, like, wasn't she like a cop? The one, it was like this, like.
Oh no!
Like,
that was like the sharpshooter that she like killed the family. I remember that one too.
I really remember her. It is because they like use that in all the like edits where it's like, are you gonna rape me? It's like, no. Like, why? Why are you all about?
Why do you always go there? Yeah.
That. It's like, stop it. And I use that in like all the edits to show he's like a good guy because he's not gonna do that. And it's like, they're basics. That shouldn't be your standard, guys. Come on.
I have a question.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
What is your question, caller?
How do we feel about how he handled Prater?
I thought it was good.
Yeah,
like with the whole like not putting him like he didn't put him in the slide. Like, I was sitting there like, dog, like you're giddy as hell. Like, and then he just tells you like,
because it's the greatest torture that you could
No.
give a fan
For
of
him,
serial
yeah.
killers, right? Is you just went off the beaten path. Not only did you not give in to his temptation, but you didn't even give him the satisfaction. Like, this is like his, like, you know, fetish fantasy to be killed by a serial killer, probably, right?
Yeah.
And to have his most prized serial killer not even give him the time of day to, you know, not even consider him important enough to be a trophy in his collection. That's an awful way to go out.
Yeah.
And
I
that
just felt like
just
he was rage baiting him the whole time. It was
exactly,
so good.
exactly.
He was though, like he was
He was,
legitimately
yeah.
rage
like he
baiting
did
him.
he did the little, like, when he was explaining stuff, he's like,
yeah. So good. His performance in that episode was just like he win an Emmy.
no, Michael C. Hall brought, like, let's take a moment and just say Michael C. Hall brought his A game tenfold in here, right? Like, you could have just kind of phoned it in, but like he went 110%. He gave just as good a performance in Resurrection as he did in any prior season, if not maybe even better. Like, he felt like he had more of a personality. And obviously that's kind of the point of Dexter, but like you really got to see that growth of how much the near-death experience changed him, how much having his son in his life has changed him, and how much it impacted him, I think, too, having the visits from his ghosts at the beginning of the season as well, and kind of recontextualizing his entire life up until this point and restructuring his mission, refocusing, going back to Harry's original teachings, learning what is the important thing here. And the important thing about Dexter is not killing to satisfy his urge or killing to feed his dark passenger. It is using that urge and that dark passenger, but finding it an outlet to do good and to protect people, and that's what he did. You saw him at the beginning of the season kind of slowly getting into that portion where, you know, he protected your car driver, and Harry's like, did you just kind of put yourself in harm's way to protect somebody and not get a kill? And, you know, doing all these things, showing restraint in certain ways, like letting the scummy landlord go, not trying to kill Batista, literally letting Batista almost kill him because he's not that kind of guy, right? Dexter is such a different person than where we left him, and it's such a great juxtaposition to where Dexter thought that at the end of season 8, Dexter thought all he does is destroy people's lives and get his friends killed, and that he needs to just remove himself, and what he does is not meaningful whatsoever, and life would just be better off without him. To where we're at now, where he fully embraces I am Dexter Morgan, I'm exactly who I'm meant to be, I'm exactly who you want me to be, and I can't wait to talk about that a little bit further. But
that was
like,
so perfect.
And
it's so literally perfect.
Yeah.
And like, what's so interesting about that though, is like he kind of are still playing devil's advocate, because you could be like, well, look at all the serial killers he took off the board this season, and look at all the good he's doing. But then we also have like Batista's laying on our floor dead because of the decisions that Dexter has made, and it's like, I'm
not putting Batista's death on Dexter. Batista's death is his own fault because he wanted to be the dumbass and go on this revenge plot. Everybody told him to go home, and he did not listen.
But he's still a killer, man. Like, he's doing the right thing. Like he died a hero.
I think we forget that in the real context of it, Dexter is a villain.
Dexter
is Batista going after him. He's a realistic.
Hero,
it is the right thing to do.
I would actually, this will be a fun debate one day, but I'd like to argue that Dexter is nowhere near a villain. We've seen villains. Dexter is not a villain. Joe Goldberg from You, he's a villain. Dexter is not. Dexter has killed some innocent people, but he's not. He's not. But he's not a. But that doesn't necessarily. That sounds awful. But that doesn't make him a villain, right? Like, he understands what he's done wrong. He has repented for his original sins. Ha ha ha! Very funny. But like, he's not all bad, right?
I
like
know, he's
at the end of the day,
all-
at
no.
the end of the day,
No.
the good outweighs the bad.
I think
And
he's
if you can
justified
have
what he does. Yeah.
redemption arcs of these villains in comic books and stuff like that, Dexter is anything but a villain.
Right.
Yeah.
Even in the Dexter books, as far as I know, Brian became kind of a hero. Like, he didn't kill Brian at the end of the first book, like he killed him at the end of the first season, and they became kind of a duo.
I need to
You
read
know?
the books.
I would love to
can
read the
get-
books too.
I can get 100%. I can get 100% behind everything that Dexter does, until New Blood, where he kills the cop at the end of the show.
And
That was
Harrison,
my first moment where I was like, "You have crossed the line. You have
Harrison
stepped too
even
far."
called it out too in episode 10 and said,
Which
"Why
I
are you
like a
calling
lot.
me from Batista's phone?"
Yeah,
Last
the
time you
last
did
time
that,
you did this,
Officer
it was
Logan.
Logan's. Yeah.
So, Dexter, obviously, he's a very gray character. I'm not, I don't think he's in either camp. You could really consider either. He's
Right.
really more of an anti-hero.
100%, yeah.
From
Yeah.
Batista's perspective, though, this was your best friend for 20 years.
Right.
The Bay Harbor Butcher was put on your other best friend, Dokes, right? Your wife got killed.
Rightfully
And
so,
then-
because Dokes was an idiot.
I mean, he was doing his job too, though. They're just doing their jobs, right?
Sergeant Dokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, he goes 10 years of thinking that Dexter is dead. And then Angela Bishop calls him out of the blue and tells him, "Hey, he's actually
real
alive."
villain.
And I have the same theory that your ex-wife had before she died, that he's the Bay Harbor Butcher. What did we expect Batista to do? Just sit at home and not do
Yeah.
anything and not go after him? Like
Either
that?
way it goes, Batista was breaking the law regardless. He was
Well,
not
yes,
a cop.
That is
Yeah.
true.
He was
That is true.
That is true.
literally
Yes.
he was lying at every turn. And honestly, I think he was forcing himself to believe, I'm still the captain of Miami Metro Homicide. Like,
Yeah,
he
he walked around
loved
with the
saying,
badge. Yeah.
he loved saying that shit. Like
Yeah.
stop, bro. Like,
But this is his
Chill
last
out.
chance, man. At this point, he does not care. He doesn't care. Like, this is his final thing, and if
Yeah.
he dies doing this, then it's worth it in his mind, which I think is valid, especially to like what he thinks has happened. Like, he thinks that he's outright killed his ex-wife. He killed, Deb. He's killed all these people. He killed Dokes, and I think from his POV, I think he's justified. I still really wish we could have had like a sit down. Like, I wish he could have like binged Dexter 1 through 8 and then like sat down with him and like, "Oh man, that's crazy, man. Maybe you are." Like, I kind of want to see like for him to have fully seen the full picture. But that's also like, I think that's also the like tragedy of the situation and like nuance of why that's so perfect is like he does die hating Dexter, and I think that is really good. And just that like, fuck you, Dexter, like Dexter Morgan. It's like, oh man. But again, it's so nuanced. Like, it's not like neither of them are perfect in the end. Like, both are kind of flawed characters.
I'm
but
perfect.
I think makes them. No, you are not.
I will say though, like
I have to
go ahead, Lance.
hop out. I'm the only
Okay.
only parent here, and my kids are going insane.
hey, you're not the only parent here.
I'm talking about at my house.
Oh, at your house. Oh, okay. I was like, what?
My wife's at school. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
He said,
That's fair.
"Screw you guys. I'm the only responsible adult."
That's fair.
why is
Alright,
your
buddy.
diaper only on one cheek?
Good luck, Lance.
And on
Good
that
luck.
note,
We'll have to
good see
talk Dexter more when you've got time.
Yeah,
Bye, buddy.
Pencil me in for next. I'm gonna figure out a way. Pencil me in for next Monday too.
Okay, Dexter will be over by then, but sure.
It's over already, but yeah, we can still get on and talk Dexter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, bud. See ya.
All right. See you, man.
I will say though, just because I wasn't on last week, I kind of want to talk about episode
ahead,
9 a
yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
Now
go for it.
I have to explain why. So I watched episode 9, right? I loved the episode. I thought it was one of the best Dexter episodes ever. And then I get online to see some Russian asshole has leaked the entirety of episode 10, and I saw the spoiler about Brian, the spoiler of how Prater dies, and there was another one too. I can't remember what it was.
Probably the boat.
In the boat, yeah, him on the boat, dumping out Prater's, 3 little trash bags that he was in. And so I didn't want to come on because I know we like to theorize and stuff, and I didn't want to come on knowing all the answers of what was going to happen.
And you just had to sit there like,
yeah, and I didn't want to do that, right? So I loved episode 9. I loved the scene and how they handled Batista's death. Having some time to think about it, though, I get a little nervous on if that was exactly the right decision.
Oh, interesting.
Because how many times have we looked back in this series in particular and said to ourselves, man, I really wish they wouldn't have killed this character, Brian Moser, James Dokes, as early as they did. And I kind of wonder... I kind of wonder, did they kill Batista a little too early? We're never going to know until we get later in, a few more seasons and see where they go. Right.
I think this should have been a 12-episode season. That's my argument. That's my argument. I think we killed Prater way too quickly. We should have sat in his evolution a little bit longer. And I think you're right, is we needed a little bit more Dexter Batista. Like, I needed to see Batista see and catch Dexter in the act.
Yeah.
Right? I think that if we had those two elements, that this would have been the perfect season. I think maybe my biggest criticism of the finale is it was amazing. It wasn't perfect because it felt rushed. I felt like they tried to squeeze 2 or 3 episodes worth of story into one episode.
Yeah,
they speed ran Prater's change in this is his first kill. He's a serial killer. He's got the itch. He's got the urge. He wants to continue to do it. And then 5 minutes later, he's on the table and he's dead. And he's in his 3 little trash bags, like you said.
And he was kind of a bitch, if we're being honest. The way he was reacting, I was like, wow, this is a total flip. How scared he was. I was like, wow,
and also too is think about what the showrunners and stuff said before the season started. They were like, oh, well, maybe Prater isn't the big bad, or maybe these characters are gonna, continue on for much further. And the only 2 that are gonna come out of this are Al, Charlie, and then we got the tease that Mia is probably still alive too, because if you look at the dossier files, it still says active. So
she's been very heavy with implying that she's still alive.
Yeah. So those are all elements, and again, I don't want to be negative at all. I think this is literally my only nitpick. Again, there are small other things, but I think if this season was 12 episodes, if we got to just sit in things a little bit more, expand a couple more things with certain characters, this could have been a perfect season. And Alan, I saw you post on Twitter talking about people comparing this to the season 4 finale and basically saying don't think that this is superior to the season 4 finale, and it's it's not.
It's not.
As much as peak as it is, this season would not be where it is without season 4.
Yeah.
Right?
There is
season 4 is the only reason why Resurrection works. And again, I'm not trying to downplay it at all. I loved this season. I think it is for all intents and purposes, the perfect revival of an old series.
I agree with
but
that.
It's not necessarily right there on the level of the original show. Not as big of a gap as Born Again to the original Daredevil.
Yeah.
But it's not quite there. There's a couple things that they, again, relying a little too much on nostalgia and trying to condense too much stuff into 10 episodes.
I do think there's a little tiny itty bitty bit of recency bias that's going on, just a little
100%.
bit.
Yes.
I love it a lot. I think it's great. I do think 9s across the boards is a little much.
Yeah, I saw that rating. I was like, that's especially compared to season 4.
I'm wondering too. I wonder if this is mostly coming from people who haven't rewatched the original series in a while and are still the most recent, the most fresh memory they have of the original show is New Blood #1, but also the final 4 seasons.
Yeah.
It's in contrast to season 8 and New Blood.
Right. Unlike with us who have all watched the original show in quick succession within the last 6 months to a year.
Yeah. I think this show is one of my favorite seasons of Dexter, but I do think even within it, it's like, okay, there's that little thing there, and that little thing there, and that little thing there,
Mhm.
and that's fine. All shows have that. It doesn't need to be a 10 out of 10. That is completely fine.
No.
But it's like, there are a little bit of nuances I think some people are overlooking just because of what it's kind of been following, which should be celebrated. I love a good comeback. I love when something, when like a show can kind of, go off the wayside and do all this stuff, and it comes back swinging. One of my favorite feelings in TV was like Arrow season 5, where you come off of season 4 and it's like, all right, and then you go into season 5.
You hit the ground running.
Dude, where was this?
Yeah. The biggest thing I can say for the season, it was at a breakneck pace. There was no lull in the action. Like, yes, we did get one or two little bridging, slower episodes, but like there was still a lot happening, and I think it's also very overwhelming. Like, again, I really want to go back and rewatch the show without having to sit there and take notes the entire time or think about what I'm going to say, on stream or in a video and that sort of thing. Is I think just sitting there, watch it on the big TV and everything like that, grab my popcorn and just binge through it at my pace, I think I'll appreciate it even more. And I think, too, watching it maybe with people who haven't seen it yet will be a fun experience. Like, I'm excited, like I said, I'm excited to go watch the show with my roommates. I've been talking to them about it, and they're like, oh, like, yeah, we want to watch Dexter. So I'm like, oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'll watch. Absolutely, I'll watch it again.
That's fun.
I think, too, for me, like, because I've seen people in general, just like you said to my tweet, like, overhyping the quality of this season, and particularly the finale. Like, I really liked the finale, and the reason I liked it is it really felt very similar to the finales of the first 3 seasons of the original.
Yes.
Because in those seasons, it always wrapped up in almost like a perfect bow.
A tight-knit bow, yeah.
And then
it's that final scene. I think it's that final scene that people are gauging as the entire finale, because Dexter said everything that we wanted him to say in that final scene. Is, again, I am Dexter Morgan. I'm who I am, and I'm not gonna apologize for it.
Yeah.
Little wink, nod at the camera. You're on your boat. The boat is called the Getaway.
I miss the boat so much.
Which is perfect.
That's the season 4 finale title too. Yeah.
Yep.
Which I love that.
Maybe that's what I was missing from the last couple seasons, was just that damn boat. I don't know. There's something special about when he's on the boat and he's just talking to himself in that night air. Like, something hit me. I don't know if you saw it, Alan. There's an edit on Twitter right now where they have that scene.
Put the original end music on it.
Oh, I reposted that like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I was like, that's perfect. And like, I am glad the show is hopefully getting more seasons. Like, I don't want it to end.
No.
But if it did, let's just say it was canceled and this was it.
Yeah.
It would be a pretty damn good ending. Like, that as the final scene of the show is pretty damn good.
I'd be a lot more satisfied with it than the New Blood or original series ending. Yeah.
And I do think I finally agree with you. Like at one point in time, we kind of slightly disagreed. I said the show should end with him being caught. I think this episode showed me, no, it needs to be a quantum leap ending where he just keeps doing his thing. And it's like a story continues.
And the story continues.
I think it might have to be a story continues kind of thing.
If we're going to keep going, it needs to be definitive, because that was the whole point of New Blood, was to bring it back to make a better ending than what they did in the original run. And then they just, shot Dexter in the heart in the worst way possible. But if they're going to continue this, I think it has to end definitively. We need an answer of
Dexter finally kills every serial killer, and there's nobody else left in the world to kill. He kills every serial killer. Nobody is brave enough to become a serial killer.
Yeah.
And so Dexter has absolutely nobody left to kill.
Dexter becomes
king. So he just has to rest on a grateful universe, I guess.
Yeah.
That's how it ends.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through some of these comments, and I'm noticing a lot of them are kind of things we haven't touched on yet, so we'll just be a great
then you guys say general thoughts, and then I'll kind of give my quick little rundown of my big bullet points and everything.
Yeah. Short said, I enjoyed the finale a lot. My one complaint would be Elsa and her kids' story.
We did mention that, yeah.
It seems kind of forgotten. There is quite I think that would be my main issue with the season, is there are characters
certain stories that were kind of dropped.
Which is listen, I think I've almost got in such a loop recently with a lot of these shows where I'm almost expecting them not to these like limited series or shows that don't come back for 5 years. We had this issue with like Skeleton Crew recently where I said, if we get more, this is not an issue.
Yeah.
If we don't, it
It's
is.
an issue.
Kind of
Then it
thing.
feels like
Where it's
dropped
like,
and forgotten
yes.
storylines.
So
yes, where it's like, that's fine if we come back to it. But if it's it, then I'm like, well, what about that thing? And maybe it's okay that some of those stuff were paused if we're coming back to it in season 2 or 3 or 4. Blessing, I'm kind of on the fence about where it's like, we didn't get back to him, but is that okay? Is it okay that we didn't get back to him? Is like, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. But...
Yeah. All right. Fine. You just made me think about it. Let's just talk. Let's just talk about it now. Let's just talk about it now. What happened to the blessing with the sword scene? That was something that was from. It wasn't even a trailer. It was kind of like a this season preview kind of thing.
Yeah.
Partially like an interview. It was literally like a half a second clip that you see from the back. Yeah, from the back swirling the sword, and it looked like it was on the streets of New York. So
I think Dexter
could it have been a,
I think I saw him like in the corner.
I was going to say, so it couldn't have even been a flashback. So how did this crazy scene happen? Why did it hit the cutting room floor? And what storyline did we brush to the side?
So I have a theory about why some of these storylines... Yes, about why these storylines... There are a few storylines that feel like they were shortchanged. And if you guys remember, I didn't even watch Dexter at this time, but I know immediately after New Blood, it was never confirmed. The rumor, though, was that we were going to lead directly into a Harrison spinoff.
Yeah.
I think some of the storylines, because especially where they start Harrison off in this season, were kind of the remnants of the story ideas that they had for that series. Because even him killing the guy in the first 3 episodes, compared to the Harrison that we get to by episode 10,
very different.
You're right.
Did not feel like the same Harrison. That felt more like the Harrison that we got in New Blood, rather than this Harrison in Resurrection. So I think that some of the the Elsa storyline with the kid, I think that was all more for his spinoff, the original idea that they had here, and they kind of used those ideas, and then Dexter being alive to kind of bridge between New Blood and this show, and that's kind of why they feel like they were maybe underutilized or didn't match and didn't belong. Like even when Lance brought that up earlier, I'm like, I kind of get it because that felt like where they were naturally going, even though it didn't work at all. But
and I do think maybe as well that these are storylines that would have been explored if this was only one season, but maybe like halfway through, they realized, oh, this is doing really well. This is doing better than we thought. Let's maybe chop a couple of these things out. Let's cut a couple things short so we actually have more story to tell in future seasons. But like it just, it does feel like we're getting shortchanged in a way. It feels like we're being sold a game that has DLC to be added at a later date. It's like, as silly of a comparison as that is, it's like we got kind of half a story for a lot of things. Like what is this blessing story? Was that a flashback? Was this, implying that he is the New York Ripper? Was this implying that he was, aware of who Dexter was and was going to try to help him? Like, we talked about it last week. Like, was Blessing going to help Harrison get Dexter out of this predicament or something like that? And it just... not that it negatively impacts not that it negatively impacts the viewing of the season, but it just like I wish we got I want more, and I know I shouldn't, is we should be so happy, and I am so happy with what we got, but it just it just little things.
I think I almost think it kind of adds to your New York Ripper theory a little bit, because if they are saving blessing things with the sword for season 2,
then it just allows us to drag it a little bit longer.
It does make me wonder that they're just like, well, once I saw how good it was doing, and after they were like, maybe even after the internet reaction to the New York Ripper,
we can drag this out. And that's why also too they can say it's not a lie that they came out and said Blessing is not the New York Ripper, because it's whatever this random name is.
I
have it written down too. Don
Don
Thampt.
Yeah.
Yeah, Don
Yeah, at
Thampt.
first I was like,
So
is this
I
a
think
character I don't remember?
one of two things
Fake
with
name.
one
Fake
of
name.
one of two things with that. Yeah, either an alias, fake name,
Yeah.
or number two, Dexter was going through those files. A scene that we didn't see is he saw the file in the New York Ripper. It said Blessing, takes the name off, throws it to the side, puts a random name on there to save his friend from some investigation, and he's going to do some investigation of his own.
I think I don't know if that would really add up though with like the character development that Dexter has had this season, because like you said, he's kind of leaned more into like, I'm doing this for justice. Yeah, like I'm doing this for justice. So I don't think he would react very well to finding out that Blessing is the New York Ripper.
Right,
like,
but then that is still, though, Dexter at his core, though. He's like, oh, wait, my friend is the New York Ripper. How did I not... Yeah. Right, well, he's like, how did I not... Number one, yeah, save him for myself, but also, what else can I learn from this guy? Because he did such a great job of fooling me.
Yeah. I was spoiled. I'll say I sent you a message, Taz, being like, "Damn it, I was just spoiled for the final episode," and it was another damn TikTok. It was like an edit with that like screenshot, but it was edited to say Blessing. I was like, "God damn it, I was spoiled for such a big thing." And then when the scene happened, I was like,
"Who the hell's Don Thampt?"
I was like, "What the hell, man?" I was like,
Yeah.
"All right." I'm glad I wasn't spoiled, but it was just like I was like a. Because like I was like looking at the name, was like, okay, which old Dexter character is this that I forgot about, or like what character of the season I forget their name? It was like, nothing's coming up. It's just random guy from on Facebook or something. It's like it wasn't coming up. So yeah, I think it makes sense. It's a fake alias. I think that makes sense. Sure. Because like, can you imagine if it wasn't? If it was just like a new character we haven't met, I'd be like, that's a waste.
But I do think it is a possibility though. I really do. I think that it's a possibility, and then they do another kind of like big name actor casting. Mm-hmm. You know, that's a possibility as well.
So, I gotta throw out my theory of what I think it is now at this point. I think I can't remember his name. I mean, maybe that's how underwhelming it might be if it ends up being real. The detective, Claudette's partner. So I think it's him, and my reasonings. There's two main ones, especially after this last episode. There was a lot of parallels of how Batista was obsessed with the Bay Harbor Butcher in the same way that Claudette was obsessed with the New York Ripper, and that being the case that got away. I think they're leaning very heavy into their relationship expanding, right? So it seems like they're starting to... I don't know about like relationship or anything like that, but it seems like they're starting to.
I got that a little bit too. Yeah.
And I think that would parallel very nicely with what we got with Batista, realizing, oh, even if they're only friends, this is my friend for many years, and it's actually the case that I've been pursuing all this
Olivier
time.
did take an extra second staring at the weapon before he said anything. He did kind of pause there for a second.
My second reasoning for believing it. They made an emphasis twice on his shirt, on the one hand it being too short than the other one. And my wife pointed this out to me. The New York Ripper had not been active for a long time. What if it's because he got an injury swinging the whatever the hook is, and he had to get some type of surgery, and that's why maybe his arm is shorter than the other or something.
Or maybe that's why he uses such a long hook to make up for the fact that he has one shorter arm than the other.
That could be it too.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I feel more on board with that theory because that seems like something that maybe they can go back and say, okay, we were kind of planting the seeds the whole
think
time.
that would maybe make the most. That would make the most sense, and that's been the theory kind of from the beginning.
Yeah. I just don't think it was till the end of the season where we started to really go, okay, now I'm starting to maybe think that might be the route that they're going.
Yeah,
you know?
And I think too, as much as we're kind of married to the Blessing theory, like there's not enough evidence, and it's very much so circumstantial, and we're trying to see things that aren't necessarily there just because it's kind of a fun idea. But I am still very intrigued. I hope somebody in an interview asks about this. If not, Dexter writers, showrunners, producers, Michael C. Hall, actor who plays Blessing. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. But like, somebody needs to ask them about that scene. That scene is say, here's my evidence. Where is it?
Yeah.
Where is it? What happened to it? Give me the full story. Give me the full rundown because I am intrigued. And if they just say, I plead the fifth, then we know that we're getting more.
There's something there.
Yeah. But if they sit there and they fully explain it, then we know it's a cut story. You know?
And I think you might be like, I do think your theory is like, I think it's either him or Blessing at this point. Like, I don't think there's any other character right now.
It's either him, Blessing, or a completely new character that we've never met before. Those are the three. Those are the three
wild
options.
Card, like something. Yeah, and I think the only reason I was against it for so long, I was like, I don't care about this guy. Like, if they ended the season, it was like it's him. I'd be like, I don't give a shit. But with this being a season 2, they have time to make me give a shit. They will have more time to do so than any other villain so far because you have introduced. He had a whole season and potentially another season. I'm still kind of hoping they don't do it next season. Like, I love the idea that the New York Ripper is your Thanos.
The final boss.
He's just looming the entire time.
Slowly inching his way. He's our big bad of the entire thing. He's the guy that or maybe I really like the idea if he has almost this masked character. Maybe he fights in season 2 or something, but he gets away and you can't find him. It's like there's
then that would finally give us our masked Dexter villain. Is masked with a voice modulator and everything like that, and we still
very Flash style.
That's the thing that throws off a lot of our theories is that we got that audio and it doesn't sound really like anybody that we have.
But
seen
also
so
too, have you heard interviews with the actor who plays Blessing? He doesn't actually have that accent in real life.
He doesn't. Yeah.
Oh really?
Okay. Yeah. Which it's very jarring to hear him speak
normal
speak with a normal accent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do still think too. I think it would kind of be. It wouldn't put it past them because another character that seems somewhat out of place is Gigi. I feel like she's got some ties to the Ripper too. I feel like she could be the Ripper's daughter. If it's not Blessing, she's the Ripper's daughter. I mean, even if it is Blessing, she could technically still be the Ripper's daughter. That's how Punnett squares work. So technically,
I might be on the other side now completely because I went very hard about 2 weeks ago where I was like, she is the twist. She's the big twist of the season. I said, Alan, that she was working with Prater. Prater hired her to investigate Dexter and his family.
And Harrison,
and I was like, I was so convinced of it. And last week I was like, nope, doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, there's still a twist coming with her. And it ends that she's just girlfriend. And almost by the end, I was almost like, you know what though? I'm kind of happy, right? At least right now that it's not, because I like Harrison having his own little supporting world of characters that's in his life. I was almost relieved that he wasn't.
That boy's getting active too. My
God, that's
Harrison, man. Dude,
he's got to go.
Down,
Harrison better have raided Blessing's car a little bit more thoroughly.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
Yeah.
Pause the scene. Listen, if a significant other of mine said that to my parents, I'd move the country.
Oh my God!
I'm never talking. Can you imagine?
So embarrassed. Oh my Lord.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I'm done. I was like, we have to break up. I'm so sorry.
I can never bring you
for
around
you.
And slides it under the blanket.
He's still under there. Yeah. Oh God.
It's for you.
Yeah.
The nerve was crazy, but again, I kind of like that he gets to almost have his Rita, right? I like that he can have his little, at least for a while, right? Because obviously something will happen Eventually. But I like
it's
that
ending in tragedy, though.
Yeah.
There's gonna be something bad that comes from this.
There's still the Elsa of it all. We have a little love, and again, I'm afraid of what that ultimately could be. I miss shows having a good supporting cast of characters that are just around our characters' lives. Streaming shows have really lost that in these last couple of years. I'd argue New Blood kind of struggled with that, where it's that was characters there, but I don't give a shit about 90% of the cast.
They replaced everyone from the original show with people that
less versions of
at
them.
all charismatic. We didn't care about them whatsoever. Right. Yeah. This show did definitely try to bring that back and tried to get stronger supporting characters for sure.
Yeah, even Blessing, where again we've been having fun with those theories, but there's part of me that kind of just likes that he's just a nice guy. There's he's our new Batista kind of, where he's he's the guy, he's the friend character that we get to have, which I like a lot. Yeah. Okay, let me get back on these comments before we get too far behind here. This one kind of goes into what you guys were kind of saying there a couple minutes ago. For when we get to it later, there was also a cut shot of Dexter finding a ponytail out in the wind.
Oh,
I didn't see that. That's
interesting.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You think there was some owl stuff that was cut or just teased?
Probably.
Again, yeah. I'm sure there were. If we dive deeper into things, I bet there were 2 different versions of this season. Yeah. One version where everything gets wrapped up in a tight-knit 10 episodes, and one where seeds get planted to then be, dove into a little bit deeper in the future. So maybe there is a version of this season where Al does kidnap or kill Elsa, and Dexter kills Al this season. And maybe there is a version of this season where they just come out and say, "Oh, Blessing is the New York Ripper," and that sort of thing. Like, I think that would be interesting, and I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah.
To have those multiple options, and I think that's a good idea. But I do also like now that we'll get to see maybe a different version of this story, one that actually gets time to breathe. Because again, going back, that was my big criticism, is I think that this season did feel a little rushed. Like, I think we did a little too much, or we tried to do a little too much in just 10 episodes, which it ultimately would have made it feel even more rushed if we had all of these elements, with a side story of Al, killing Elsa, and a side story of, who is the Ripper, and this and that, and like, it just is too much. It's too much, and I think them being really tight-knit in some of these episodes, like, I think that it was really good. Like, I think the Gemini arc worked great. I think that beginning few episodes of Dexter leading up to killing, the real Ronald Schmidt and everything like that. I think, the dinner and the introduction episodes were great. I think really splitting this season up into little mini arcs worked perfectly.
Yeah.
I think episode 3 is kind of like really where it took off.
Yes.
Like, the first 2 episodes were kind of getting its footing and merging the bridge between that and New Blood.
Which is why 3, they came out at the same time.
Yeah. And then 3 is kind of where it moved forward. So okay, we're getting away from that. We're doing our own thing here. Yeah. I agree.
For sure. I think the side stuff will tie into an overarching arc for Dexter. I think eventually he'll let go of the blood slides. I mean,
we've done that already, though.
He's got him back,
No. Oh, by the way, thank you. I had this theory from the first episode.
I mean,
those are mine. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was great. Yeah. No, I liked his little scene of him collecting all the little things from
he just raided the vault.
I thought that was
kid
really
at candy
funny.
store. It's like, all right, yep, I like this, I like this, I like that. Yep, and those blood slides, yep, those are mine. Thank you.
Yeah. What do you think of the detective this episode?
I actually really liked her. I've grown to love Wallace throughout the season. I think she's kind of a quirky character.
I need more of her desperately.
But it seems like there's so much more to her. Like, staying alive is her jam, and that's how she works, and also how she lets loose and dances, which is kind of funny. And again, like you said, we saw kind of a different side of her too, pointing out Olivier's sleeves is your sleeves are still uneven. It's are you gonna just stand there, or are you gonna actually come out here and dance? I think that was funny. She actually has some personality. It's not all Harrison, I know what you did. I know you killed Ryan Foster and that sort of thing. And
I don't want to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to diagnose a fictional character if they're not this, but seems like great autism representation of someone who has autism. It's someone who it has to be done this way. I have to do things this way. I have to listen to this. I have to do this. I have to point out when your sleeves don't match. And the dancing bit, I didn't like that at first. The first time I saw it, because I was like, "What the hell? That's a weird scene." But the more I thought about it, I do that same thing. Where sometimes you hear a certain thing or do a certain thing. It's I have to do this when this thing happens. So when that song comes on, I have to dance to it. I have to. I have to stop exactly what I'm doing. And the more I thought about it, the more I actually really, really like that scene. I think that does a lot for a character. It almost feels they're not, obviously, but in a small way, it kind of feels like I was okay, she'll get a spin-off show where it's obviously not.
Everybody could get a spin-off show.
Yeah.
Mia gets a spin-off show. Detective Wallace gets a spin-off show. Harrison gets one.
Or supposedly Trinity's getting one.
Is kind of what I mean
anymore.
By, probably not.
I think she gives the main character energy where it feels like she's having an entire day when we're not watching her, and we just happen to turn on the TV when she's on screen. It's the kind of what I mean by that, where it's like, she is the main character of her POV, and we're just not watching her right now, which I think makes her very interesting. And again, I think, going back to like making really good new characters for our characters to enjoy, this is something that I think Daredevil really failed at in their newest run, where it's like, and I don't think it's their fault. They were cutting between two separate footages. I think it will be better next season, but like they failed to make me care about anyone new, and I only cared about the old ones. And I think this is something they are nailing right off the bat, that they need to get right when it comes to bringing these new shows back. You need to make us care about the new people, not just the people we watched 20 years ago. So I think that's really good.
Well, I think too, I liked her better in the second half of the season. So she kind of feels like another example. I feel like there was different ideas when they first started filming this compared to what we got towards the end. Because I feel like even her arc, like, she kind of gave up on the Ryan Foster kill. Like, that just kind of got dropped.
That's another thing.
You're right.
Yeah.
She was suspicious after Mia got framed, then Mia died, and then she was like, oh well.
They just kind of gave up on it.
Well, I guess back to the New York Ripper case.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it kind of fizzled out, which is also kind of normal, though. Like, when you stop getting evidence, it sizzles up. And I think Batista, like, distracted her so much more on, like, the Bay Harbor Butcher stuff, so it kind of went on the wayside. I'm wondering if we actually go back to it at some point, though, because I think she's going to have questions after what happened to Batista, and I think
especially if Dexter starts working more closely with the NYPD next season. I still think, one of my only theory that actually didn't come true this season was Dexter working with Wallace and working, with them. But I still think, he kind of did. He gave them the idea of the the murder weapon, and they saw it, and they saw the theory confirmed. So I think that now that's going to trigger Wallace to be like, oh, like, Dexter knows his stuff. Like, maybe he should try to, maybe bring him out of retirement and have him work for us.
I would love that. Love it.
So, what do they think happened to Batista, right? Like, they're going through, and, like, he, the day after they told him to go home looking for Dexter Morgan, he is found dead in a billionaire's closet where has all the serial killer stuff. They don't think Prater's the Bay Harbor Butcher, right? That's not where we're going? No?
No, I think maybe where they're going is Batista was investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher. Prater is a crazed serial killer fan. Maybe he caught wind of it, and then he didn't like the idea of a cop poking around. Prater kills the cop to get him off his back because he knew too much. Like, I think it's a very simple explanation. Is basically Batista was poking around in something that he shouldn't have and got caught in the crossfire.
Yeah. So you don't think this puts a spot on Dexter's back at all?
No, I do. But in the general public's eye, right? That's the general public story, but I do think that Wallace is not going to see it that way. I think she's the one that is going to be like, okay, well, Batista was investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher. Prater is a fan of serial killers. Quinn from Miami called and seemed to be spooked when we were talking about the Bay Harbor Butcher. Dexter seems to know all of this stuff about serial killers. Kind of odd, huh?
Yeah.
Harrison was also involved in this murder that happened in a very similar way to the Bay Harbor Butcher killings. What we learned this season is Wallace is not dumb. If anything, she is one of, if not the smartest detectives we've ever known on this show.
Yeah.
So she's going to start putting the pieces of the puzzle together. The ultimate question is going to be, when she finds out that Dexter is the Bay Harbor Butcher, not if, when she finds out that Dexter really is the Bay Harbor Butcher, does she care enough to try to put him behind bars, or does she want to use that to her advantage and maybe, again, use that as leverage and make him a CI for them, or at least have him come back and do some forensic work and be like, okay, like, this is not the way that I do things, but if you don't do what you do, people like the New York Ripper get to go out and run free. So that is where my job ends and your job begins. And I think that would add such an interesting layer to Detective Wallace as well.
Yeah. I think too. I think Quinn might be the kind of the one who lights the fire and gets the pieces put together for Wallace. Because I don't think Quinn,
even unintentionally.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think Quinn is smart enough to kind of figure it out and bust him on his own.
Like, back in Miami, like I hired this private investigator. He kind of disappeared, and all this stuff. You know, Dexter was wearing gloves in the middle of the summer. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and that's gonna kind of make her realize, not him, right? Like he'll probably know at some point, but
I still think that that Quinn knows.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think it's one of those things, again, I've mentioned it in the past, is like Lex Luthor knows Clark Kent is Superman but doesn't want to believe goofy Clark Kent could be Superman. I think in the same way Quinn knows that Dexter was kind of into some shady stuff and kind of probably assumes that he's the Bay Harbor Butcher, but like doesn't really want to cross that bridge. He's like, all right, this doesn't really concern me. I'm not gonna bother with it. I think that's the route that it goes.
I think,
but I did love too how Dexter, when he got the voice, or when he was listening to the voicemail, I missed them.
Yeah,
like,
that was awesome.
And how he was really just torn up about Batista's death too. And again, we got to talk about some of the big points. I got to kind of speed run through them because I know we're going, pretty far here. But like, and I think that this was a great way to do things. It's just kind of scatterbrain, just all of our thoughts out there. But I loved too how Dexter had to really sit with this death as like, this is probably the death of a friend that has affected him the most. Outside of Deb, obviously. But like he literally sat with it and is like, why is this affecting me so much?
Right.
And Harry's like, it's because you care. You know, it's because you care, and you care that your friend got caught up in this madness and has become another victim. And in the same vein too, I do like how Wallace gave Batista put Batista's hat on his body too at the end, is like, hey, Captain Batista would want to have this. This is his. I did like that, how there's some sort of reconciliation there, even post-mortem.
And I also think he probably associates Miami Metro with Batista. Like, that was his first real friend there. He taught him how to salsa, which again is a compliment to Original Sin. And like, it adds so much. And can you imagine what it would have been like next season? You get to add all of the little foreshadowings and all the elements to make it. I won't go down that rabbit hole again, but I'm still very sad. We don't get to do that. But like, I bet that, it's almost like the death of the old life a little bit. It's like that was the final like big piece of the puzzle where like my old life is gone and now I have to embrace this new setup, which is why I think the final couple minutes is perfect, of just like, I miss Deb, I miss my old life, I miss what I had, but it's time to look to the future and what I have now with Blessing
something new,
and my son and his son's girlfriend, and this future I have here with what the Dark Passenger has for me too, which is probably the brightest future the Dark Passenger has ever had in terms of like freeness to do what he does best, which I think is such a cool thing. We haven't really touched on it yet, and I want to bring this up. People were asking about Brian, the Brian cameo this week.
That was what I wanted to talk about. Biney, like, it was great. It was brief. It was small. I think we all kind of knew this was happening. The actor teased it before the season came out, with posting the picture of the shirt and everything like that. It wasn't surprising. So again, I didn't really feel like I got spoiled on anything. I thought it just felt like I was just waiting for this to happen. I thought it was great, and I think it proves our theory that depending on the scenario that Dexter's in, that will determine who his Dark Passenger is at that point. And I loved it.
I'm not going to say I was a little underwhelmed, but it was the most, I'll be honest, like, I think it's the most point at screen cameo we've had this season, where like in the ones in the first episode, like, they felt like they had a real narrative tie to what was going on. He appears just for us to be like, oh, that's crazy. And that's fine every now and again. I'm not mad by it, but it's definitely, he didn't add anything to me. Like, we've been talking about this for about an hour now, and it's just now coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it was nowhere near as important as his cameo in, what was it, season 6?
6,
Yeah.
I'm also not a big Brian guy, like we've talked about previously. Like Brian is, I think he's kind of overrated in my opinion.
I love him though. I love
love
him.
the
And
idea
he
of
had
him.
some good. He had some good lines. He teased him a little bit. Like I think that was great.
It threw me off how deep his voice is.
Yeah, I did notice that too. I did notice that. Like he was doing his best Batman impression.
It was like it sounded like a Green Goblin, which is obviously fine. He ate. It's been almost 10 years since he appeared. It's
I think he looked good. Like I think all of them that came back.
Yeah.
Like I think everybody looked really good for again. This have been 20 plus years.
I think for me, the cameo was better for what it represented rather than for what Brian gave to it, because I think in any other scenario he would have stuck around for a little bit longer, but it was kind of to show how much Dex had actually changed, in that he basically was like, I don't want to see you, like I don't want to deal with
like
you
I don't
anymore.
need you anymore, like
And
when I go down that path,
Harry.
it's like when I go down that path, nothing good comes from it. Like Brian, I know you're there, I'm glad I killed you.
Yeah.
And like that's
I love that. Yeah. That was
because you saw him kind of contemplating that at the beginning of the season. Like it's a
Yeah.
good little tie-in, because when, Prater shows him, it's like, oh, this is the bed of the ice truck killer. Maybe if Brian Moser had somebody to lean on, maybe he wouldn't have ended up like this. And
they shut it down,
Dexter's
like, nope.
fully committing to it. It's
Yeah.
like, no, like I commit to the bit. I killed him because he needed to die.
Yeah. Agreed. All right, let me try and get through a couple more of these. Do you guys think I should watch Dexter? Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Spoilers. We've been
Yes.
spoiled.
Of course.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I may have missed something, but how did Charlie continue to be able to pay for her mom's medical bills after Pryor died?
That's a good point.
Prater dies?
Yeah.
Also, why did her mom miraculously, why was she miraculously in a state that she could be wheeled around in a wheelchair,
Literally,
talking and like, seeming pretty lively, like
Yeah.
when she was literally hooked to a hospital bed every other time we had seen her? I think that here's the thing. I still think that Dexter kind of helped Charlie out a little bit. Like Dexter did some cleanup there after he killed Prater. Like I think he put certain things in line. Like Prater's not dead in the eyes of the public. He's just missing. So I think he might have, set certain things in motion so that, Charlie and her mom get taken care of.
Right.
Probably put a little aside for himself so that Harrison gets taken care of. And Dexter did something for himself, which was take Prater's boat.
Yeah.
Is I think that he kind of got all his ducks in a row and got one final little hurrah from that. But also, too... Oh, go ahead.
I kind of just read it as, like, we'll figure it out, kind of like energy.
That's true, too.
Like,
Yeah.
It's like, listen, this thing happened. There's nothing I can do about it, but I'm going to try and take care of you to the best of my abilities. I'm going to try and get this done for you, but we have to get out of here first. And she is a character I hope we see again. I hope this isn't the end of Charlie, because I do think she's a very...
Charlie Brown. I love that.
Very fascinating character that we haven't even touched the surface of. And, like, Uma Thurman, great actress.
I was going to say, and again, Uma Thurman absolutely killed it.
Yeah, so I hope to see her back. Maybe not next season, but maybe a couple seasons down the line, just being like, oh, okay, it's you.
Yeah.
I definitely have some questions on the boat and how he is to get away with that and keep the boat.
Boats. Yeah, it's a famous boat.
Like, and it's like a huge boat too. It's not like Slice of Life,
Yeah, no, he's got like a double decker yacht basically.
Yeah.
You'd be better.
I don't know. Just suspend your disbelief. It's called the Getaway. Come on. Okay, so if you could
buy another smaller boat with said money.
I was gonna say, question for you two, and question for chat. If you could have the Slice of Life or the Getaway, which boat are you choosing?
Oh, Getaway, 100%. I'll live on that thing. I don't even care.
Yeah, this one
Darren?
looks big. This thing looks
Yeah.
again, you can live in it. That sounds great. Awesome.
I don't know. There's still something about the Slice of Life. Like I think
In the
just
cold
a nice
New York
little,
weather, though,
nice little fishing boat.
Let's
No, I'm
take
just saying,
this
like
one
in your
to
day-to-day
Miami.
life. Not if you're Dexter. I'm just saying in your day-to-day life.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd want to be on those like Miami waters with that beautiful wind and oh my gosh, what a...
I was thinking that. I'm like, dude, Dexter has to be freezing cold on those waters.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Because it was snowing a couple episodes ago. And, like,
That's
now
true.
Now he's out on
That's
the
true.
water. I'm like, it's got to be freezing.
One more thing that I did want to talk about as well. Okay. Just the team up of Dexter and Harrison. Like I know we kind of talked about it a little bit, kind of at the top of it, but just the scene where Prater had Harrison held hostage. They were kind of doing the back and forth, and they seemed so on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
I love how Dexter, pointed at his chest like, "Hey, kill me, don't kill my son." And he's like, that's a great idea in theory, but I don't leave witnesses. And then I like the mention of like, don't forget about your protection. And then he had the M99 syringe, use that. I think that was perfect. And then Harrison also mentioning the fact of like, can this please be the last time you tell somebody to shoot you in the heart?
Yeah,
that was nice.
I
loved it. Loved it. I love their dynamic. I think the father-son crime fighting duo basically is going to be so fun to watch in season 2.
That is the biggest improvement from New Blood is their relationship by far.
Good.
Yeah, Harrison's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think again we've been giving everybody their flowers. Shout out to Jack Alcott, playing Harrison, amazing. Like you, tenfold improvement, and I don't even think that the performance in New Blood was his fault. I think that was a writing decision.
It was the writing.
That's a writing decision, 100%.
Yeah.
But like he just seemed more comfortable this season. Like he was just like who he was meant to be in the same way that Dexter was who he was meant to be, and maybe that's the point. Is maybe New Blood again? They're both putting on this facade. They're both pretending to be somebody that they're not, and now finally they can both be open and honest. Everything is out on the table, and they are unapologetically themselves.
I was wondering why I love that scene so much, and it reminded me of something. I was like, I've seen this scene before. It is just the Arrow season 2 finale with Oliver and Slade with Felicity when he has her by the throat and he's going to kill her, and then she has to like stab him with the serum. It's like just kind of that scene again, which isn't bad. I'm not mad about it, but I was like,
the scene with Count Vertigo.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. All right, let's get through some of these. Dexter dropping Prater's body in the patrolled waters by the Statue of Liberty.
Nobody cares about what happens in New York. Come on.
Person of interest may not have been the smartest move.
Well, he dropped it in the same wave that he said goes up the entire coast of the U.S. So that's how he explained that. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah. I did. I hated it. I laughed at it. But I did see a TikTok that was talking about, did he need 3 bags?
No, well, I saw people laughing at the fact that he was only 3 bags.
To be fair, though, the bags were a lot smaller than they normally are. I'll point that out.
Yeah.
They were like full-size bags before.
But maybe that helped, to not be suspicious. Like if they find 3 bags, it's like, oh, this can't be Prater. He wouldn't need 3 bags. I don't know.
I saw another TikTok where he was throwing the bags, and then when it hit the water, it was like, boop. It was so small. It was great.
Oh my god.
The internet can be funny and creative when they want to be.
Yeah. Also too, I know we shouted him out last week, but Peter Dinklage,
fantastic.
Okay.
Amazing. He should get an award for a best supporting. I think it is such a diabolical character. I think that's the best way to describe him. Like he was just.
I wasn't on last week, obviously, so I didn't get to talk about the scene in episode 9 where he brings him into the room with Batista, and then he just starts fanboying out. And he's like, "I love it." I was like, "Oh, that was so good."
Which is why it's so perfect that he did not give him the satisfaction of giving him any of the Bay Harbor Butcher victim treatments.
Exactly.
It's just unceremoniously. I'm going to let you say your piece. I'm going to say my piece. I'm going to rage bait the heck out of you. And you're going to die and end up in a few trash bags. That's it.
It's so different than where I thought he was going because, most of the season I did think he was almost this, mastermind character that's known everything the whole time. It's been, controlling everything behind the scenes. And that also would have been really cool. I think that would have been awesome as well. But I do think there is something cool that's just,
he was flying by the seat of his pants. He was just a fanboy that was way over his head.
Yeah,
I think he was a mastermind with everyone else, but then when he met Dexter,
blinded by
you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it.
He knew nothing.
Dexter's the one. There's no one in this world when it comes to serial killers that's better than him.
I think he might be in my top 3 villains for Dexter. I don't know if that's a crazy hot take to say. Which will
I'd have to. Yeah, again, we need to do. I need to do some thinking, and we need to do some rankings at some point. But like, I'm not sure where I'd put all of this. Again, I loved it. I loved these characters. I think again, Peter Dinklage played a great villain, but I don't know how this could compare to people like Brian, like Trinity.
Yeah,
I like him way more,
even
Brian.
Miguel Prado to an extent. I
think villain ranking wise, I don't know exactly where. I think the season as a whole, I can definitively say I know exactly where I rank it. Personally.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try and get through. Speed round. The scene of blessing with the sword, and also had Dexter with the look at the group later. And yes, we talked about that. Cut. How do you guys feel about the New York Ripper reveal? I think we're on agreement. You have to wait and see.
I don't think it was actually the reveal.
Yeah. I think it was just a we'll continue to be continued kind of thing.
Which I'm glad we got at least something, because if we got nothing at all, I'd feel a little like, oh well, what about that?
Right.
Thing?
What was all this set up for?
Yeah. I feel like the cancellation of Original Sin may have scared them, and they don't want to risk any loose threads set up for future seasons. I think the episodes would have been done way before. Unless they knew.
Again, this actually ended it in a way more open-ended kind of way. What they probably originally were going to do. Yeah, is that really kind of, I guess, allowed them to go full force into it? Again, I think if we were to go behind closed doors, behind the curtains, and see what that board of directors meeting looked like, it was all right. You either get Original Sin season 2, or you get to do all the fun craziness that you want to do with Resurrection season 2.
Right.
Where do you go?
Resurrection.
And they're like, okay, let's just go full force into Resurrection, take out some of these definitive endings, and let's actually let them play out a little bit more in future seasons.
Yeah. The New York Ripper reveal felt very much a wrap up in case the show doesn't get continued. Also could lead in. I do kind of feel like that where it's like I do kind of think they were taking precautions just in case they weren't.
Yeah.
Because again, like outside of just like the New York Ripper of it all, I do feel like most of it does feel wrapped to at least a point where like.
And I know I said it before, it really feels like those first 3 seasons where it was like they wrapped everything up for the season storylines, but they left crumbs for stuff that they could pick up in the future.
And I think
it feels identical to that. Yeah.
I think every season is going to be written just in case it's their last, because they don't want another season 8 of especially in this year's climate. To be fair, I think every show unfortunately should start doing that with all their shows. I love a good cliffhanger, but in today's TV climate, you can't afford it. You can't afford but we didn't get a season. You can't do that anymore. You just can't. Do you guys think Dexter intentionally
Dexter International
intentionally left the Ripper file for the detectives to find?
Yes.
Yes.
Like again, especially if he changed the name on the file, 100%.
Yeah. There is so much for Dexter to learn from Blessing. If he hasn't just fooled him, but he looks like he looks to have legitimately grown from his past, something Dexter wants to do. That is true. He has a great home life, right?
I think that's again
Brother Sam on a much larger scale.
Yeah, because it's what he wanted Arthur to be, right? But successful kind of thing. So that's interesting. If you guys could pick any actor to be killed in Dexter, who would it be? Personally, I think Tom Ellis would be great. Oh, this is such a fun question.
Ooh.
It's one that I've seen, and so it's kind of obvious, but I would probably be cool with Matt Mikkelsen. I think that could lead to some pretty good Dexter.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what I love that they've kind of set up with this season, obviously, but having this mystery folder for next season, is we have really turned Dexter into Knives Out a little bit. Is that now every season can be like
an anthology.
Yeah.
Which of these incredible actors want to be a part of our show? This season was please do our show, but now after how good it's done, it's no. Now you get to be a part of our thing.
Yeah.
So which of these acclaimed actors do we get for this season? I think is really kind of a cool element.
And then they don't have to stick around either.
It's just a one and done.
Yeah.
And that seems so much fun as just an actor. It's I get to be killed awesome. This is
by Dexter. Yeah.
And like all of them don't feel like, like I'm not sitting here this season and being like, that's Neil Patrick Harris. Like it just feels like a different character. Oh, that's that's the guy from Game of Thrones.
Look at him.
It's like they fell into their roles so much that I don't see it. Like they do such a good job with it. So yeah, I don't know who I'd want. You know what? Andrew Garfield. Let's get Andrew Garfield up in here.
That'd be crazy.
That would actually be so much fun.
Yeah. He would probably love to do that. Because it's so polar opposite of what he normally does.
Yeah. It'd be awesome.
All right. I think here's my pick. This one is very on brand.
Okay.
Christian Bale.
Okay.
That would be almost an impossible get, but the fact that they keep referencing American Psycho, I think that would be the perfect big name actor to get for the show.
Do you want to be meta with it? Get Penn Badgley.
Yeah. That'd be funny.
No, he'd have to be a villain of the week. I wouldn't want it to be a season-long thing.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean... But then I think he has to be a good guy to like twist people off.
Yeah.
You like go through the seasons like
throw people off.
Bad, and it's like, oh no, he's like an angel. He's like a priest.
He's Bro Goldberg.
Yeah.
He's like a victim in the season or something. Like that'd be funny.
Yeah. That would be funny.
Here's my evidence. Give me the full story. I don't want to get Batista'd by the writers. What does that mean? Okay, cool. Do you think we ever get Angel back? Maybe if Quinn takes up the investigation, he reaches out to her.
Oh,
Angela, Chief Bishop. I
was wondering why that didn't make sense. Okay.
Maybe. Because again, I think if this was a one and done show, obviously she never came back. But the fact that she was kind of left as a loose plot thread, maybe if she does find out that Batista died, then she's like, oh shoot, what have I done letting Dexter go out, like letting Dexter free, right?
Yeah.
Or also alternatively too, what did I do by bringing Batista into this? Like technically it's her fault Batista died. Technically,
yeah.
Because she reached out to him. He was chilling. He was ready to go to Masuka's wedding.
Yeah.
I think with how flimsy the reasoning of why she let him go kind of indicates to me they don't even want to touch anything with New Blood. Yeah,
I don't think any of those. From it. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going back to Iron Lake or any of that stuff.
No,
I think in her case, I do think there's more there, and I want to.
Oh, there is, yeah.
There's certainly more there, but they wrote themselves into such a corner with New Blood that they almost can't really explore it with how far they've progressed now.
Yeah, they want to get away.
Yeah, I think we just need to distance ourselves from that and say, again, New Blood was what it was. I enjoyed it way more than I think most people did, but we're in a new era now, and that's, resurrection all the way forward.
Do you think the detectives will see there's a BBH?
Bay Harbor Butcher. It should be BHB.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what's... Okay.
BBH.
Bay Harbor Butcher display spot in the vault.
Bay Butcher Harbor.
Yeah.
In the vault, but the slides are missing.
I've seen that theory. A couple of people bring that up, that there was a slide, and they didn't show whether or not he took it or not. I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the plaque. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that'd be such a big oversight by Dexter not to have cleaned that up. I think he probably just wiped all traces of the Butcher from there. But also, that does seem kind of suspicious, though. Every large killer in history except the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Yeah.
With Angel Batista dead on the floor, who is
investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher. And it's not like somebody would just pull Bay Harbor Butcher out of thin air, because again, Wallace knows that Wallace and Olivier know that that's why Batista was there.
That's why he was there. Yeah, which again, like, I think
for him to not be a part of it is a little suspicious.
Yeah, I think Wallace is going to continuously be a pain in our side, or our character sides, I should say. Like, I think that's so like, again, if I was in this case, it was like, okay, he wanted the Bay Harbor Butcher. He was like going after the serial killer. The following day, he's dead with all the serial killer stuff around him. I'm thinking, I'm going to Dexter first. I'm calling him into my office immediately, being like, what
happened?
Where were you last?
I know
night?
exactly what happened.
What's your alibi? Yeah,
right, because he doesn't really have a solid alibi for his son, but like that would get thrown out in court instantly.
Hello, Mr. Morgan. Where were you yesterday at approximately 9:42 p.m.?
I was going to say Harrison was spotted there. I know he turned the cameras off, but he was on that footage. Yeah, he was on that footage. So
he cannot be an alibi. Blessing's not going to do it for him. I don't think he would, at least. He doesn't have anyone else here, so it's like he'd kind of be fucked if that was the case. So, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Is there anything that we haven't mentioned yet that you guys want to get off our chest, either for this episode or this season of Dexter, or even what's to come, what we may want to see going into season 2?
I think I've honestly, as much as I would, again, I could sit here for 3 hours. I think I'm going to cut myself off now, let it sit for a week. And if Lance comes back next week, then maybe we can discuss it a little bit further.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to leave it there. Again, I loved this season. I loved this finale. I loved this episode. I love these actors. I'm just excited and hyped and hopeful that we see this for many years to come.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope. I don't know what the long game is. I don't know how long we're going, but I enjoyed the hell out of this season. And we're not completely done with Dexter stuff. Like, we have one show. Me and Taz have talked about maybe going into that like little animated mini series that they put out.
I have, I never watched.
And we do also have to go through
books.
all of the the differences between the shows and the books. So that would be pretty fun, and then maybe actually read/listen to the audiobooks.
I put the book in my watch list, or like in my Audible thing today. I was like, I might just start listening to it. I might just see what just like while at work, I'll just start listening to it and see
what's the first book? It's Darkly Dreaming Dexter or something. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Do you know how many there are? Is there like a lot?
There's like 8 or something like that.
Jesus.
From my understanding, though, the first one is the only one that's like
that really
relevant.
And everything goes off the rails.
Right.
Like, after.
Yeah.
So no, that's very exciting. There's like games out there that me and Taz have
the canceled
like
Dexter games.
Oh yeah.
We've dabbled. Apparently, there's a couple of stuff out there that you can just get into. It's like I've seen
some board games, physical
media. There's a board game. I've been battling my brain of okay, how do we play this virtually? How can we play the goddamn Dexter board game?
All right, Darren. Here's what we do. So we take a trip to Miami. We go stay at the Bay Harbor Club and play the Dexter Clue game live on stream from Dexter's apartment. How do we feel about that? 100th episode. Send your donations in now. Fund the flights. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Incredible stuff.
The whole Dexter cast is invited as well. So, see you guys in Miami.
Alan, do you have any final thoughts on the season? And
we covered it all. For me, I know when the first time I came on the stream, you were like, oh, you're a big super fan, and I kind of poo-pooed that idea. I'm embracing it. This is a
birthday party.
I'm embracing it. I don't know. It's really weird because Dexter is not. I don't think it's the best produced show, right? Like there's clearly flaws with it. There's issues with it, but I just don't think that there's a show out there that gets my emotions going this one does. And and I mean the portrayal of Michael C. Hall, we need to start the campaign for him. He needs to win an Emmy. The fact that he never won an Emmy for this role is insane to me. I mean, I know it was going on at the same time as Breaking Bad, so that kind of makes sense, but it doesn't though. He should have got it at least 1 year out of that run, even the original run that happened.
That era was crazy because it was
insane.
Breaking Bad, Walking Dead, Sopranos, Dexter. We're in a different era now, right?
Yeah.
I think TV's in a much different spot. I think they have a much better chance now.
He does. Yeah.
Not to say there's not good shows right now, because there obviously are very, very good shows. But it was all the greatest shows that's ever been made had come out around that era.
Same time,
it was whoa, all right. It makes sense why, Walter White was the I get it. He's that guy. Yeah. So Bryan Cranston was going to get that stuff. So,
but even thinking this year, can you guys think of a TV performance that was better than Michael C. Hall this year?
No,
because I can't. No, I can't at all.
There's no show. There's no performance. Honestly.
Yeah. So
I don't know if it counts for next year, but he's winning it all this year. But the Penguin, I think, is the last big one I can think of.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that was in this.
That would have been
already.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I think we should campaign and get that man an Emmy because
I think
it.
I think he has a good shot at it for sure. But yeah.